In a world where social hierarchies reign supreme, a young man who had only glimpsed a couple of episodes of Pokémon in his previous life unexpectedly finds himself immersed in this realm. Yet, reality starkly contrasts with the vibrant animations he once admired. Reborn as a commoner, he grapples with the challenge of transcending his station with merely a hint of foresight. Chapter 1, Pallet Town. Nestled near Viridian City in the Kanto region lies the quaint Pallet Town. First scholarship recipient, Class 31, Haruka Aoki. Second scholarship recipient, Class 23, Takashi Aoki. A young female teacher at the podium announced the names of this year's scholarship winners. "Students, please make your way to the stage promptly to collect your awards," she called out. From the audience, a handful of 15 and 16-year-old students hurriedly rushed from their respective classes towards the podium. Among them, one student, marked by a scar on his face, lagged noticeably behind. His tattered school uniform was a stark contrast to the opulent attire of his peers. "Is that Takashi Aoki?" One student whispered. "That scar from the Pokémon stampede that devastated Tanzan village?" Another speculated. "I heard he aims to become a common trainer after graduation." "What common trainer? He might as well be a wild trainer. Does he have the funds to pay the league to become a professional trainer?" "Ha!" came the derisive remarks from nearby students. "I doubt he'll even make it out of the Pallet Forest alive. He doesn't even have a Pokémon and is planning to graduate early to become a trainer." "Hilarious." Another jeered. "Huh. It seems Tanzan Village is truly left without successors." A group of eccentrically dressed students laughed, their mockery echoing in the air. Initially choosing to ignore them, Takashi finally turned around, his cold gaze fixed on the group. The scar beside his left eye lent an air of intimidation to his otherwise ordinary face. "Humph, what are you so smug about? You'll surely meet your end in the Pallet Forest." Although he muttered these words defiantly, his voice noticeably faltered. Upon receiving a scholarship of 500 league coins, Takashi instinctively concealed himself behind the more elegantly dressed students on stage. After the photographs were taken, he collected his diploma from the administration office, returned to his classroom to gather his belongings, and stepped out of the school. No one called out to him, nor was there anyone to bid him farewell. Returning to the dilapidated slums of the Eastern District, Takashi lay on his bed, reflecting on his 15 years in this world. In the 8 years since the destruction of Tanzan Village and his arrival in Pallet Town, he realized he had no friends. His days were monotonously filled with studying the realities of this Pokémon world and working at a butcher shop. Indeed, Takashi Aoki was not of this world. His soul belonged to a business manager from a darkly tinted company in 21st century Earth. Apart from his childhood memories of watching a couple of Pokémon episodes, he possessed no remarkable qualities. Yet this high-ranking member of the underworld, after being captured and brutally slain, finds himself reincarnated in a realm brimming with elves. However, this world is far from the idyllic landscapes portrayed in anime. Here, the elves reign supreme as the true masters of this realm. The wilderness is fraught with peril, inhabited by creatures such as the diminutive Rattata, whose teeth can effortlessly pierce iron armor, and the formidable 3-meter-long Arbok lurking within the underbrush. There are even kinglers that can leap from the river with such astonishing force that they could shatter an adult skull. In stark contrast to the benevolent trainers of animated tales, the trainers in this world are mercenaries, often bounty hunters demanding exorbitant fees. When they scent an opportunity, driven by substantial gain, they transform into harbingers of death. After all, the laws that govern towns do not reach into the wild, where survival of the fittest prevails. Thus, in this world, being a trainer is a profession to be revered. They possess the power to protect towns or extinguish lives at will. Consequently, anything associated with trainers commands a steep price. Tansei's annual scholarship scarcely suffices to purchase even the most ordinary Pokeball. A substandard Kingler can fetch a staggering 5,000 Alliance coins on the black market. You might wonder why the Alliance does not distribute Pokemon. Alas, such taxes are burdensome even for affluent families. If one wishes to acquire a Pokémon of elite quality from the starter trio, they must pay the Alliance an annual sum of 200,000 coins. A typical household earns merely 7,000 to 8,000 coins a month, rendering such expenses utterly unattainable. Thus, in a town of several thousand residents, there may be but one trainer in a year, or perhaps none at all. Most families, aspiring for a child with the potential to become a trainer, resort to purchasing a commonplace Rattata or a Budew from the black market. Of course, such trainers are not officially recognized by the Alliance. Though they can enjoy the benefits of various Pokémon centers, they must pay in full, whereas trainers with starter Pokémon receive a 50% discount and are provided with a Pokédex. After a brief respite on his bed, Tan Ci began rummaging through the meager belongings in the dilapidated shelter provided to orphans by the Alliance, searching for his savings. Accumulated over the years, 155, 20 on the battered table lay a collection of coins of varying denominations, the largest being 500, a tip he received for guiding a passing trainer. In total, I have 8,565 Alliance coins. Damn it, this paltry sum is barely enough to buy an 8,000 coin Rattata, and the remainder wouldn't even cover a week's worth of repellent spray, let alone a spatial backpack or outdoor geared AT. This rate, I wouldn't survive 3 days in the wild. Tan Ci slammed his fist onto the table. Am I destined to remain an apprentice in this town, eventually becoming just like that miserly, rotund meat shop owner, forever selling Pokémon meat? The thought of that stingy, corpulent butcher sent a shiver down his spine, and he shook his head vigorously. But with only 2 months left until I turn 15, how am I to gather the 5,000 or 6,000 coins I lack? The Alliance stipulates that upon reaching 15, if one has not become a trainer, they must settle for an ordinary job.to steal or to rob to collect protection fees. A glint of cold light flashed through Tianxi's eyes. He was no knave, good Samaritan, on the contrary. He had once navigated the treacherous underbelly of Earth, witnessing bloodshed and the chaos of gunfights firsthand. Ultimately, he rationally shook his head, muttering to himself, no, if I get caught by Junsha or any other officers, it would be over. They're all seasoned trainers with at least ordinary hide-ear abilities, and their houndoms possess noses that are no trifling matter. It seems I must venture into the town's black market at worst. I might have to gamble. Sigh. With that, Tianci stowed his money into a small bag and concealed it within the inner pocket of his clothing, donning a hat before stepping out of his home. Qingmu Town was a settlement of human habitation at the town level, protected by dojo-level trainers and elite trainers from various departments of the Alliance. Thus, although it was a small town, it had all the necessary amenities unlike Tianshi Village, where he was born, which was of the lowest village rank. There was only one elite trainer there, easily overwhelmed by a surge of Pokémon. He made his way toward the black market. He passed by Miss Joy's Pokémon Center, Miss Junsha's police station, and Mr. Ito's Pokémon supply store. Small as it was fully equipped. This was the essence of a town-level habitation. Though it was merely a step above village rank, it was already marked on the map, and its defensive capabilities were certainly superior. Upon reaching the entrance of the black market, he inquired with 2 masked gatekeepers about the admission fee, which was 200 per person. Tianci felt a pang in his heart. This was nearly 10 days' worth of his labor. I hope to find something worthwhile otherwise. I may have to resort to selling Pokémon meat. Tianci silently pondered as he stepped cautiously into the black market. Chapter 2. The black market. Tianci wandered among the stalls with his tattered backpack, his gaze lingering on the scattered array of enticing sprites and various artifacts. He also spotted a formidable beedrill of ordinary high caliber, presided over by a burly man exuding an air of intimidation. Regrettably, the staggering price of 50,000 left him as a mere spectator, prompting Tianci to continue his exploration of the black market. Even the most affordable cater pie was priced at 6,000, and that was merely of mediocre quality. Frustrated, he contemplated taking a gamble on the Pokémon eggs, where the cheapest option was less than 3,000. Though most were likely to be rotten, he felt this was his only recourse. With determination, he hastened toward the Pokémon egg section, where an array of eggs beckoned him from the shelves. My fate lies here, he thought, gripping his hands tightly as he stepped inside. Welcome, esteemed patron. What can I assist you with? A provocatively dressed attendant approached him at the entrance. I'm here to gamble on eggs. I want the lowest priced ones. Tianci's masked face moved slightly as he spoke. The attendant's smile gradually faded, and she pointed to a corner where a disheveled collection of eggs wrapped in black film lay haphazardly on the shelves. The prices were marked directly on the eggs, devoid of any indication of their attributes or viability. It was up to him to choose. Tianci silently approached, and the attendant, observing his shabby attire, thought to herself that he was just another hopelessly poor dreamer. Unfazed by her condescension, Tianci understood that in this world, where strength reigned supreme, he had no standing to demand respect. He carefully examined the eggs, though their black film rendered them indistinguishable to the touch. These eggs, cloaked in black film, offer no discernible clues, he lamented internally, yet he was unwilling to concede. He continued to feel each egg repeatedly, hoping for any sign of life. Hours slipped by as he meticulously inspected them, but still, he found no promising leads. At that moment, the earlier attendant approached him again. Sir, if you wish to make a purchase, please be expeditious. Our establishment does not cater to those who merely wish to browse. Understood. I will make a purchase. Tianci replied coldly in response to her taunts, continuing to feel the eggs for a fifth time. Watching him turn away, the attendant muttered under her breath. Just a penniless fool, acting so high and mighty. Tianci paid her no mind. As long as the shop remained open, he would persist until he discovered a satisfactory Pokémon egg, at the very least, one that was alive. He continued his meticulous examination of each egg until he reached one at the back. Suddenly, he felt a subtle but unmistakable shift beneath his palm. A flicker of excitement darted through his eyes as he carefully caressed the egg, and after a moment, he sensed another gentle movement. Tianci cautiously picked up the egg and approached the counter, stating to the clerk, "I would like to purchase this one. Here is the payment of 2,588. The clerk accepted the money with a smile and replied, "Sir, would you like to examine the egg now, or would you prefer to acquire an incubator to take home? Our egg examination service is complimentary, and we also provide a set of incubators worth 288 along with a week's supply of Pokémon feed. Is that so? Then let's proceed with the examination," Tianci said softly, handing over the egg. The clerk took the egg and led Tianci to a cylindrical machine, removing a dark membrane that revealed a pastel green-patterned Pokémon egg. "Looks like a grass type. I wish you a satisfactory Pokémon, sir," the clerk remarked as he placed the egg into the machine, smiling at Tianci. "Thank you for your kind words," Tianci replied, suppressing the joy bubbling within him. He carefully placed the Pokémon egg and the incubation device into his worn backpack and hurried back home from the black market. Gazing at the egg nestled in the container, a flicker of anticipation mixed with unease crossed his eyes. After all, this egg represented his greatest hope and a significant gamble. He lacked the knowledge to select Pokémon eggs properly, and this time it was merely fortune that led him to feel the egg's tremor while handling it. At least it was alive, with a possibility of hatching. Tianci treated the Pokémon egg as a treasure, placing it delicately on his bedside table. He then retrieved the Pokémon food from his backpack, its packaging adorned with an engraved Pokeball and the words Kanto League. Contemplating the ordinary green packaging of the Pokémon food, he fell into deep thought. Indeed, all items related to Pokémon seemed to involve the League's participation. An ordinary person wishing to operate a Pokémon-related business without joining the League would likely face immediate closure. Of course, there were bound to be underground vendors selling these supplies and food, cheaper as they might be, but the after-sales quality was truly concerning. He recalled a classmate in town who had suffered misfortune after purchasing several servings of flying-type food from a passing merchant, only to have his Pidgey suffer from food poisoning just days later. Unable to afford the medical fees at the Pokémon Center, he watched helplessly as his Pidgey perished. Thinking of that unfortunate soul who had finally become a trainer only to lose his identity due to a desire for cheapness, Tianci clenched his fists in determination. It seemed that food expenses would be a significant burden as well. Fortunately, his Pokémon was of the grass type. Even without special food, it could survive on moisture and photosynthesis. However, prolonged neglect would lead to a decline in the Pokémon's qualities, transforming it into a mere pet devoid of battle capabilities. To become a trainer, the Pokémon needed combat training, necessitating a substantial intake of external energy, which photosynthesis alone would not suffice. Young Pokémon were best nourished with milk from a large dairy container, as it could help them maximize their inherent potential. However, a bottle of Moo Moo milk cost a staggering 300 yuan. He couldn't even bear to spend 3 yuan on regular milk. Tianci shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. How did so many thoughts suddenly cross my mind? The fate of this Pokémon egg remains uncertain. While I can affirm that it is indeed a viable egg, its complete hatching is not guaranteed. Alas, if it fails to hatch, I will have no choice but to venture into the wilds of the Caterpie grasslands to seek out a solitary specimen for another attempt. Pondering this, I glanced at the meager sum of money I had left, just over 6,000. If I were to embark on such an expedition, it would be a gamble entirely of my own making. This amount is insufficient to hire a professional trainer from the town to join me in capturing Pokémon in the wilderness. However, should this egg successfully hatch, it would be sufficient to sustain the Pokémon through its early developmental stage. I could also scour the second-hand market for essential outdoor supplies, especially since this egg is of the grass type. Contemplating the uncertain future, I lay on my bed, gazing at the Pokémon egg beside me, softly uttering, "Little one, I hope you emerge so we can explore this world together." My hand brushed against the hatching device, and amidst the heightened tension of the black market, I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me, slowly drifting into slumber. As night descended, the Pokémon egg within the hatching device trembled slightly, perhaps responding to my anticipation. Chapter 3. The hatching approaches. Pidgey. The sound of Pidgey's call mingled with the cries of flying-type Pokémon beyond the forest, heralding the dawn. Slowly, I opened my eyes, glancing at the egg on my bedside, a smile creeping onto my face. Pidgey. I must seize the opportunity to capture one. In my mind's eye, I envisioned the shape of a small red and yellow bird, gradually transforming into the majestic form of a Pidgeot. Pidgey, once referred to as the doorbird in my past life, is a common flying-type Pokémon found throughout Kanto, much like Rattata. However, unlike Rattata's evolved form, Raticate, Pidgeot stands as a powerful and striking Pokémon. A dream easily attainable for the common trainer. With a base stat total of 479, it surpasses the majority of Pokémon in terms of overall strength. And its broad back serves as a practical means of flight for trainers. Owning a Pidgeot means having a companion for both battle and transport. Its noble appearance a testament to the aspirations of many trainers. Yet, I must not dwell too much on this. After all, finding a Pidgey with exceptional potential and nurturing it into a Pidgeot is no simple task. I sighed quietly, recalling the information from books regarding Pokémon potential. Pokémon can be classified based on inherent quality. 1. Ordinary. 2. Good. 3. Elite. 4. Leader. 5. Royal. Of course, this classification is merely a general overview. I suspect there are levels beyond Royal. For those legendary Pokémon capable of unleashing catastrophic disasters cannot be solely countered by a handful of Royal trainers. Only Pidgeys with elite potential or higher can hope to evolve into Pidgeots. It is noteworthy that for Pokémon with evolutionary paths, their inherent qualities are not immutable. Certain rare resources, appropriate training, and ample energy accumulation can enhance a Pokémon's potential during evolution. The harsh reality of survival in the wild compels Pokémon communities to engage in battles and evolve. Only those with elite companions can sustain their lineage in such a ruthless forest. Of course, for Pokémon that cannot undergo multiple evolutions or evolve at all. While fate has closed the door to evolution, it has granted them compensatory advantages, such as superior innate qualities, formidable combat capabilities within their tier, and robust reproductive abilities. After all, the creator of nature is the most equitable judge. Based on Tiansu's readings, within the community of Beedrills in the forest, the most ordinary Beedrills possess a quality that is deemed to be of good intermediate level. Even within the same classification of good, there exist subtle distinctions. These differences are correlated with the trainer's levels, categorizing Pokémon of the same quality into lower, middle, and upper tiers, corresponding to the novice, intermediate, and advanced prowess of trainers. Naturally, even with commendable innate qualities, without rigorous training and battle experience, their strength might align with that of a novice trainer. Yet, for the combative Beedrill community, the baseline strength generally hovers around the ordinary intermediate level. Hence, in Aoki Forest, the Beedrill community represents a significant species. Their territory is a no-go zone for novice trainers. And even ordinary trainers refrain from trespassing into Beedrill territory. Awakening from his reverie, Tiansu shook his head, realizing he might not even become a trainer, let alone aspire to be a champion. After washing his face and consuming 2 ordinary wheat breads, he gazed at the Pokémon egg within the incubation device, contemplating the impending 3 days until he would discover whether it could hatch. This incubation device, equipped with an accelerated hatching feature, made the expenditure worthwhile. Even if the egg failed to hatch, it and the device could still be sold for approximately $1,200, which could potentially allow him to purchase a Caterpie. However, considering Caterpie's abilities, it was likely he would struggle even at the periphery. Moreover, this meager sum would only afford him a Caterpie of the lowest quality, ordinary tier. Should he stagnate at the Metapod stage, despair would surely be his companion. Tiansu envisioned himself merely guarding a Metapod, urging it to harden while serving as a target for others, and shuddered at the thought. Such a fate seemed less desirable than living as an ordinary person. With this in mind, he redirected his focus to the Pokémon egg, murmuring, "My future hinges on you. Even if you emerge as a common grass-type Pokémon, I would welcome you with open arms. You must hatch." In the blink of an eye, 3 anxious days passed for Tiansu. On a new day at 6 in the morning, he stared with weary eyes at the incubation device, watching each second tick away. Ding. The device indicated it was now 6 o'clock. At that moment, a voice announced that the egg had reached the hatching stage, confirming that everything with the Pokémon egg was normal. Hearing the emotionless voice of the machine, Tianci could not help but feel a surge of excitement. "Good," he exclaimed, pouring forth the tumult of his restless heart that had plagued him for the past 3 days. In the confines of his room, he shouted and cheered for a while, fortunate that no one resided nearby, as few would choose to dwell near a garbage dump. Otherwise, he would surely have faced the ire of his neighbors. Gradually, Tianci calmed himself. After all, having lived 2 lives, he had not anticipated such a moment of disarray. Indeed, concerning the future, he was reluctant to embrace the mundane. As the birth of his fairy approached, he resolved to prepare for a journey and gather resources for nurturing his fledgling fairy. Taking out a notebook and a pen, Tianci began to jot down his thoughts. He noted that he had over 6,000 monetary units. Moo Moo milk cost 300 per bottle, needed for 7 days. With 1 bottle required daily, that amounted to 100 units. Fairy feed could wait, as he would receive a week's worth of rations. Grass-type fairies could also photosynthesize. As long as he kept up with the milk supply, it would not affect the innate qualities of the fairy. Ordinary Pokeballs were priced at 500 each, and he needed 3, though perhaps just 2 would suffice, as 1 would be for the newborn fairy. In the short term, He lacked the resources to train another fairy, but should he encounter one with exceptional qualities, he would want to reserve one. For his outdoor endeavors, he considered a tent, repellent spray, a space backpack, his own rations, cooking utensils, and so forth, all of which could be sourced from the secondhand market. If he prioritized practicality over appearance, he believed he could assemble these necessities for just over 3,000 units. After all, each year, a multitude of aspiring trainers, convinced they were the protagonists of the world, would end up perishing in the forests. The supplies they had brought would be cleared by the town's guards during their regular excursions to eliminate threats from the woods, making such resources rather abundant. Reflecting on this, Tianci let out a deep sigh. To be prudent and avoid becoming just another novice trainer who returned with supplies but remained unseen, he resolved to train his fairy diligently in town, complete local tasks to accumulate capital and experience, and ideally possess 2 fairies, one of which should reach at least the mid-level of ordinary strength before daring to traverse the forest. He aimed to be steady, survive, and develop cautiously. Upon finalizing his plan, Tianci picked up his empty wallet, locked the door, and made his way to the town's secondhand market. Chapter 4. Procuring supplies with all his possessions in hand, Tianci hurried to the secondhand market, contemplating his future as a trainer, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Upon reaching the entrance of the secondhand market, he confidently stepped towards the bustling store of used Pokémon supplies, where the flow of people was greatest and the array of goods most plentiful. Although it was a second-hand store, the variety of items was impressive: travel backpacks in small, medium, and large sizes, single-person tents, and even the second-generation Pokédex produced by the Pokémon Federation. Tianci struggled to shift his gaze away from the Pokédex, its price soaring to 500,000 units, a sum far beyond his current means. Moreover, acquiring such a Pokédex secondhand would not afford him the same benefits as the original owner enjoyed under the League's various welfare policies. Yet, it is undeniably enticing. It is a rarity to encounter a Pokémon Pokédex. How I yearn for one. Although Tianci has persistently critiqued the secondhand Pokédex, deep down, he understands that it will undoubtedly sell swiftly. After all, the Pokédex allows trainers to assess their Pokémon status and strength at any given moment, offering suggestions based on their current condition, while not as comprehensive as the guidance from a professional Pokémon breeder for novice trainers. Possessing this Pokédex is akin to having half a breeder mentoring them in the training and nurturing of their Pokémon, saving them from countless missteps. Moreover, the detailed Kanto map it contains, highlighting relatively safe routes, though not entirely devoid of danger, has been recognized by the League as paths of lesser risk. One could argue that the annual donation of 200,000 to the Pokémon League, totaling 3 million over 15 years, is not merely an investment in acquiring an elite starter Pokémon. This Pokédex represents the League's most significant return to trainers. After all, the first-generation owners can be registered within the League, firmly establishing them as legitimate trainers. This affiliation significantly enhances their allure when venturing out. Reminiscent of Ash from the animated series in my previous life, why was he, a mere novice trainer, so favored by gym leaders and Elite Four? Not to mention the free lodging and sumptuous meals he enjoyed at Pokémon centers. Tianci could not help but feel a pang of jealousy, particularly as he reflected on the struggles of common trainers. Of course, this exceptional Pokédex was a gift from Professor Oak, and as far as I know, no other Pokédex could rival its quality. Reluctantly, Tianci shifted his gaze from the Pokédex and swiftly made his way to the travel supplies section. Selecting a small travel backpack, a single-person tent, cooking utensils, bedding, and more, he meticulously sifted through the travel goods, soon extracting the items he required. Although their appearance was significantly worn compared to those displayed prominently, he had thoroughly tested their functionality and found them sound. Despite spending considerable time, he felt quite satisfied with his selections. As he surveyed the pile of goods, Tianci nodded to himself, realizing that years of practice had not been in vain. After all, as an orphan child, he had managed to survive to the age of 15 on the meager living stipend from the League, while also saving some money. The second-hand market had become a familiar haunt, where he had discovered many useful items over the years. Cradling his collection of belongings, Tianci confidently approached the counter and placed 896 yuan on it, having already calculated this amount in his mind while selecting his items. He addressed the elderly man at the counter, saying, "Uncle Lee, could you please help me settle the bill?" The old man looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, Tianci, is it really you? Are you preparing for a journey? You've made up your mind." A trace of sorrow and determination flickered in Tianci's eyes as he resolutely replied, "Yes, Uncle Lee. I cannot let go of the memory of my village being destroyed amidst the Pokémon frenzy all those years ago." After all, he had lived in that small village for a considerable time. One cannot be devoid of emotions, as one is not mere grass or wood. Li Bo sighed and shook his head, saying, "Alas, you have become a regular here. I shall not count the money this time. Go over there and fetch 2 more bottles of repellent spray and healing potions, along with a few warning bells. I have watched you grow, and I hope you can become a trainer, rather than allowing these supplies to be returned by the guard and reappear here in due course. Thank you, Li Bo. I will certainly become a trainer, Tian Ci replied, promptly retrieving 2 bottles of spray, 2 healing potions, and 2 warning bells. Initially, he had planned to purchase 4 warning bells, as a quartet would adequately secure his tent during overnight stays in the forest. However, financial constraints thwarted his intentions. He needed to save money for milk and could only afford 2. After all, he had resolved not to venture deep into the forest until he attained the status of an ordinary trainer. 2 bells should suffice at the periphery, but one could never be too cautious. Since Li Bo was willing to gift him these items, he graciously accepted, for matters of life and death were at stake. Thank you, Li Bo, for all your care over the years. Tian Ci bowed deeply, acknowledging Li Bo's countless kindnesses, including discounts on various secondhand goods. He stored his purchases in his compact space backpack, which was already half filled. Having organized his belongings, he proceeded to the town's department store. Making a beeline for the second floor's Pokémon supplies section, gazing at the pristine equipment, he couldn't help but feel envious. After all, no one inherently favors secondhand items. It all boils down to one word: poverty. Much like the haunted houses of his past life, many still bought them. Simply because they were destitute, he refrained from lingering over the more advanced, aesthetically pleasing items and quickly approached the showcase of Pokeballs. Selecting 2 of the most basic ones, he then moved to the display of Pokémon food, acquiring 7 bottles of Moo Moo milk, and efficiently made his way to the checkout counter. He feared that if he lingered too long, he might succumb to temptation. Although he had calculated that he still had 750 coins, he had yet to purchase his own provisions. This sum needed to be reserved for his expenses over the next 10 days. It is worth noting that Pokémon in their infancy cannot battle. Once the 7-day infancy period concludes and they enter their growth stage, trainers can register as newcomers at the Pokémon Center, which will provide complimentary assessments of their Pokémon's aptitude and health, along with 3 free healing vouchers. After all, civilian trainers comprise the majority, and the League adopts a survival of the fittest approach towards them. It would be unjust for civilian trainers to face elimination at the onset of their journey. There exists a significant knowledge gap between civilian trainers and those directly affiliated with the League, often leading to misconceptions regarding training and battle conditions, which can tragically result in the demise of their Pokémon. The 3 healing vouchers enable novice trainers to navigate the early stages of their journey with ease, ensuring that their Pokémon do not suffer from hidden injuries due to excessive training or battles. Of course, subsequent treatments will incur a fee of 500 currency units per session. Nevertheless, with judicious use of the vouchers, passing through the initial phase of training should pose no challenge. Tian Ci placed his Pokeballs and milk into his backpack and ventured to the local market to procure supplies for the coming days, spending over 300 currency units. Life for ordinary individuals in this world bears a striking resemblance to that of his previous existence. After a day of shopping, he returned to his room, stored the ingredients in the refrigerator, and gazed at the Pokémon egg, uttering, "I await you, little one. I hope you emerge soon." Chapter 5. Hatching. The first Pokémon. 2 days swiftly passed, and Tian Ci hastily finished his breakfast, positioning himself beside the Pokémon egg. The egg exhibited increasingly frequent signs of activity, indicating that hatching was imminent. Consequently, he resigned from his part-time job and dedicated his days to watching over the egg. Notably, the butcher, upon learning of his daring endeavor, did not withhold his wages, but instead generously gifted him an additional 300 alliance coins. Thus, his total funds had accumulated to approximately 800 currency units, including his recent earnings. With the egg showing signs of movement, it was unnecessary to continue using the incubator, as doing so might lead to the broken shell injuring the newly hatched Pokémon. For the past 2 days, Tian Ci had placed the egg on a chair, cushioning it with some old garments to serve as a soft resting place. It should be soon. Today is the hatching day. Recalling the lessons from his Pokémon general knowledge class, he remembered that any signs of movement typically indicated hatching within 2 days, and today marked the 2nd day. His egg did not belong to any rare or precious types like the mythical, dragon, or psychic Pokémon. Hence, it was reasonable to expect it to hatch today. He wondered what Pokémon would emerge. Could it possibly be a Bulbasaur? That would be an unexpected boon. Tian Ci chuckled at his own wishful thinking, fully aware that such hopes were unrealistic. As far as he knew, the starter Pokémon had long been firmly secured by the Alliance. And even if small wild groups existed, news of their presence would circulate nearby. His town had never heard of any Bulbasaur sightings since its establishment. Typically, the black market in small towns and cities relied on local resources. Only renowned cities like Hualan City or Jinhuang City would see Pokémon from distant regions. Most likely, it would be a Bounsweet, a Budew, or a Paras, as these were commonly found in the Aoki forest. Personally, he hoped for a Paras. Although it couldn't evolve into a 3rd stage, its final form required no evolution stone, and the mushrooms it bore were quite valuable. Lost in thought about the appearance of a Paras and its precious mushrooms, Tian Ci couldn't help but chuckle aloud. In comparison, The evolution of Stinky Flower into either Beautiful Flower or Overlord Flower necessitates the use of evolution stones, with the leaf stone being a commonly found variant. The minimum requirement for the lowest grade stone is 200,000, while the mid-grade demands 400,000, and the high grade reaches 800,000, with the exceptional stones being virtually priceless. After all, superior evolution stones can significantly enhance a Pokémon's qualities during its evolution. The thought of being unable to afford an evolution stone, thus remaining accompanied by a Stinky Flower, sent a shiver down Tianxi's spine. He certainly did not wish to carry an odor with him. If the leaf stone is so challenging to procure, the even rarer sunstone is priced at multiples of the leaf stone of the same quality. Tianxi recalled the illustrious Li Jia, the curator of Yuhong City, whom he had seen on television, wielding both an Overlord Flower and a Beautiful Flower, each exuding immense strength, grace, and an array of formidable skills. She epitomized the wealthy and beautiful, and merely the cost of the evolution stones would suffice to provide a comfortable life for an average person. Alas, Beautiful Flower seemed beyond his reach. Perhaps he should consider the more manageable Trumpet Seed, which is easy to care for. He remembered reading about this common Pokémon in a book and decided to search for it. Tianxi rummaged through the pile of books and unearthed the complete guide to common Pokémon, a compendium spearheaded by Professor Okido of the Kanto region, who had entrusted several outstanding trainers with the task of gathering data during their travels, culminating in a publication alongside other renowned scholars. This book encompasses nearly all Pokémon observable in Kanto, detailing their habits and potential hazards. It has become a staple for everyone, often perused in times of leisure. For one could never predict when an encounter with a Pokémon might occur. With practiced ease, Tianxi navigated the index to the Grass-type section and turned to the page dedicated to Trumpet Seed. Instantly, a description of the Pokémon appeared before him. Name: Trumpet Seed type, Grass Poison. Description: its slender body can bend, effectively aiding it in evading attacks. It emits a liquid capable of dissolving even iron from its mouth. When it extends its vines to capture small insects, its movements are remarkably swift. Caution is advised with the liquid. One must not be lured by its fragrance in the wild. It appears that Trumpet Seed has a preference for consuming insects. The forest is rife with green caterpillars and horned beetles. If he were to choose Trumpet Seed, he might even save on feeding expenses, which is quite advantageous. After comparing the three potential Pokémon, he concluded that Paras would be the most suitable choice for his current situation, as it could assist him in rapidly accumulating wealth and excels in battlefield control, while Walking Grass ultimately evolves into a formidable and aesthetically pleasing Beautiful Flower. The exorbitant cost of an evolution stone would likely tether him to Stinky Flower for an extended period, a stench that few could endure. Moreover, Walking Grass is comparatively weaker in its early stages than the other two choices, although it requires no feeding expenses as it merely absorbs nutrients from the soil. He was not in the business of raising pets. Without nutrient-rich food, it remains uncertain how long it would take for Walking Grass to evolve into Stinky Flower, thus necessitating the provision of Pokémon food. Among the three, it is clearly a later stage evolution, and he himself doubted whether he could sustain Walking Grass long enough to reach its later stages. The Budew, being the central choice, is a carnivorous Pokémon. After undergoing preliminary training battles, it can directly hunt for green caterpillars and horned beetles at the forest's edge, both of which are brimming with energy, effectively saving on food expenses. Furthermore, it can master the three powders: hypnosis, poison, and paralysis, making it quite adept at controlling the battlefield. The sole drawback lies in its final evolution, which necessitates a leaf stone. The advantage of Paras is that it can also generate income, for it has long been clear to him, whether from his past life in the underworld or his current solitary existence in this small town, just how vital money is. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound jolted him from his indecision. He hurriedly glanced at the Pokeball, noticing several fissures in the egg, through which he could see green leaves within. A mix of joy and apprehension washed over him. Green leaves could signify either a Budew or a Walking Grass Pokemon. Regardless of which it was, he resolved to accompany it on its journey. "Let us go, little one." As if in response to his encouragement, the creature within exerted itself even more, and with a resounding moo, moo, the egg shattered completely. Before him stood a creature approximately 30 centimeters tall, with roots resembling feet, slender brown stems forming its body, and green leaves on either side serving as its arms. Atop it was a yellow bud, adorned with two adorably large, friendly eyes. Gazing at this new companion, he gently welcomed it. "Welcome to the world, Budew." Chapter 6, Becoming a Novice Trainer. Though Moo did not comprehend the human's words, it instinctively recognized this individual as its parent. From the moment its consciousness began to awaken within the egg, it had been surrounded by this person's scent. Therefore, upon hearing Tianxi's voice, it joyfully responded with a couple of sounds. Almost forgetting, Tianxi slapped his forehead, realizing in his moment of elation that he needed to capture it with a Pokeball first so that it could understand him. In this world, communication between Pokémon and humans is fraught with challenges. The languages of Pokémon vary significantly across types. Of course, exceptionally intelligent humans can learn some common phrases spoken by Pokémon. But effective communication with each species is a rarity reserved for a select few psychics who have mastered telepathy. Conversely, Pokémon possess considerable intelligence. Following the unification of the Pokémon League, the emergence of a common human language has enabled most Pokémon, upon encountering humans, to grasp the essence of human speech. However, this does not apply to newly hatched Pokémon, which complicates communication between humans and Pokémon. Thus, a remarkable scientist of that era combined ancient beast-taming methods with the telepathy of psychics, utilizing special berries and spatial technology to create the Pokeball. The Pokeball resembles the beast-contracting agreements found in ancient cultivation novels, enabling a bond between humans and Pokémon. This contract allows Pokémon to comprehend human speech, while humans can grasp the general intent of their Pokémon. Additionally, due to the integration of taming techniques, capturing a Pokémon can augment a human's physical capabilities. Different attributes and strengths of Pokémon provide varying directions and degrees of enhancement for their trainers. Naturally, as a Pokémon's strength evolves, it also bestows some growth in its trainer's physical abilities. Thus, the path of a trainer emerges as a widely accessible avenue to the extraordinary, explaining why this profession gradually overshadowed other extraordinary paths throughout history. As long as individuals can capture Pokémon, they can elevate themselves, leading to a significantly large populace pursuing this route. Although initially, high-level extraordinary beings were scarce, over time, advanced, and even top-tier extraordinary trainers inevitably emerged. Eventually, these developments resulted in a landscape where other extraordinary professions are scarcely observed, with trainers remaining the sole active participants. However, this enhancement from capturing Pokémon is not limitless. Experiments have shown that after capturing 6 Pokémon of the same strength level, subsequent captures of any attribute at that level will cease to provide any physical augmentation to the trainer. Of course, breakthroughs in a trainer's own Pokémon strength still confer some benefits, but these enhancements diminish with each successive achievement, ultimately nearing insignificance. For instance, when a trainer's Pokémon reaches the elite level, the initial enhancement is the most substantial, with each subsequent increase becoming increasingly negligible, culminating in the 6th instance where the augmentation is nearly imperceptible. It is curious how the number 6 seemingly represents a cap on the trainer's potential. This realization has led the Pokémon League to advise trainers to carry no more than 6 Pokémon, effectively preventing individuals from exploiting loopholes to capture an unlimited number of Pokémon and relying solely on quantity to attain higher levels of extraordinary ability. Tianci retrieved a Pokeball and addressed his budding companion. Bidu, do you wish to become my partner? If so, please press the central button to enter the Pokeball. To ensure Bidu understood his intent, he even shared a video demonstrating the capturing process. Bidu, observing the video on the phone and listening to its parents, though not comprehending the meaning fully, quickly grasped the task at hand as a naturally extraordinary species. It raised its right leaf and pressed the button at the center of the Pokeball. Instantly, a radiant red light enveloped Bidu, transporting it into the Pokeball. The flickering red light, signifying the binding contract, soon stabilized. Upon witnessing this scene, Tianci was overwhelmed with exhilaration. I have captured Bidu. I am now a trainer, he exclaimed, letting his emotions spill forth in the solitude of his room. He felt emboldened by the knowledge that no one else was nearby. For young Pokémon possess little combat capability, and should others discover this, they might come to seize it, leaving him unable to fend off multiple adversaries. During this 7-day larval phase, he intended to remain within the confines of his room, venturing only to the vacant area behind the back door, resolute in his decision not to step outside until reaching the growth stage. After all, only Pokémon in their mature form pose a significant threat to ordinary humans. His Sproutling was merely about 30 centimeters tall, while he recalled that a fully grown Sproutling should measure around 70 centimeters. At that stage, he could register at the Pokémon Center and assess its qualifications. I almost forgot about you. Come forth, Sproutling. With a press of a button, a small figure appeared before him. Moo moo moo, moo moo moo. Unlike before, he could now grasp the essence of Sproutling's words, which seemed to express its loneliness and hunger, lamenting the solitude of being left in that room. Tears welled in its big, innocent eyes as it conveyed its distress. Hastily, he patted Sproutling's head, offering words of comfort. There, it's my fault. I saw you and got too excited. Here, have something delicious. He handed a bottle of Moo Moo milk to Sproutling, which joyfully embraced the bottle and began to drink. Watching Sproutling relish the milk, he took a moment to examine his own condition, sensing a slight increase in vitality, perhaps owing to Sproutling's grass-type nature, which seemed to bestow a modicum of life force upon him. However, given the larval stage, the effects were not particularly pronounced. Were it not for his regular exercise, he might not have perceived any difference at all. After a session of physical activity in his room, he reached the conclusion he sought. His body had indeed undergone some subtle changes, albeit not very noticeable. Meanwhile, Sproutling, having finished its milk, gazed adorably at its trainer, slowly succumbing to drowsiness. Noticing Sproutling's state, he swiftly retrieved a carefully prepared pot of nutrient-rich soil from behind the door, addressing Sproutling. You've just been born. And now that you've had your milk, you must be tired. Go on, take root and rest in the pot. The nutrient soil in the pot had cost him 200 yuan from the department store, sufficient for a week's nurturing of a grass-type Pokémon. He felt he had done his utmost for Sproutling. Nodding in agreement, Sproutling stepped into the pot and soon fell asleep. Observing Sproutling drift into slumber, he turned off the light and entered the realm of dreams. Until tomorrow, Sproutling. Chapter 7. Registering as a Trainer. Good morning, Sproutling, he greeted cheerfully, addressing Sproutling who stood in the pot. Moo Moo was already basking in the sunlight, engaging in the process of photosynthesis as Sproutling waved its leaves in response. Here, the photosynthesis refers to the natural energy absorption of ordinary plants, not a move, for grass-type Pokémon. This is instinctual and does not restore energy as swiftly as a move would. Time indeed flies. The realm of Pokémon is a wondrous one. After washing my face and enjoying breakfast, I gazed upon the sunny patch in the backyard where my beloved Sprout, with its eyes squinted in delight, was basking in the sunlight. It is astonishing to realize that in just 7 fleeting days, this little creature has grown remarkably. Now, it stands at the height of my thigh, having reached an impressive 82 centimeters, surpassing the average height of its wild counterparts. The 2 green leaves, symbolizing its outstretched arms, shimmered under the sun, while the roots, no longer delicate as when they first emerged from the soil, shed brown nutrient-rich earth as they thrived. My Sprout, with a joyful demeanor, scampered over to me, nuzzling against my leg with eyes gleaming like crescent moons, reminiscent of a playful child seeking affection. All right, my dear Sprout. It is time for us to venture out to the Pokémon Center for registration. This way, we can train together and explore the vast world beyond, I said, gently lifting Sprout into my arms and meeting its gaze with warmth. Now, let us return to the Pokéball. I placed Sprout back on the ground and took out the Pokéball, directing it towards my eager companion. With a nod, Sprout pressed the button in the center, and a flash of red light enveloped it as it was drawn into the Pokéball. Excellent. Let us embark on our journey. I minimized the Pokéball and tucked it into my pocket, shouldering my prepared backpack before stepping out toward the Pokémon Center. I pondered Sprout's innate potential, feeling a smile creep onto my lips. Given its impressive height, which exceeded that of its wild peers, I mused that Sprout's quality must be at least ordinary, if not better. Wild sprouts, deprived of consistent nourishment, rely heavily on their parents' captures and the fruits of trees. While these provide some sustenance and energy, they cannot compare to the nourishing Moo Moo milk produced through the synergy of bovine and human technology, arguably the most suitable nourishment for young Pokémon. Thus, the quality of wild sprouts generally hovers around the ordinary to moderate range. As for why I refrained from speculating that Sprout might possess elite quality, it is due to my familiarity with the local black market, where the most basic Pokémon eggs originate from the least impressive nests. Eggs of more powerful Pokémon are invariably reserved for higher tiers. No one would willingly discard the offspring of formidable creatures into the lowest category for sale. However, should Sprout attain a good quality, there remains a possibility, albeit slim, for it to break through to elite status. This prospect, while not guaranteed, is certainly preferable to an ordinary Pokémon that remains stagnant throughout its life. Ultimately, the quality of a Pokémon determines its potential strength. A lesson imparted by nature over countless years. Ordinary quality cannot ascend to elite levels, while good quality may have a slight chance of achieving such heights. Elite quality, with proper training, has a high probability of reaching elite status. In simpler terms, it can be said that the innate potential of elves cannot exceed 2 levels during their breakthroughs. Nevertheless, nature has provided these elves with a pathway despite their inherent limitations. Compared to the vastness of the world, the territories explored by humans remain quite limited. In the wild, there are various extraordinary natural treasures that can assist elves in overcoming their innate potential, yet these treasures are invariably guarded by formidable elves, necessitating a fierce struggle to obtain them. Over the years, humanity has also developed potent potions to enhance the potential of elves based on the treasures harvested from the wild. However, these potions are exorbitantly priced and impose a cap on the elf's strength. Once an elf utilizes a potion to enhance its potential, it can no longer improve further. There are comparatively less arduous methods for enhancing potential, such as evolution. During the process of evolutionary gene restructuring, providing abundant energy to the elf may yield a modest increase in potential. The thought of the immense energy required for evolution caused Tianci to scratch his head in frustration, lamenting the financial burden it entails. If, by chance, his newly acquired Budu is of ordinary quality, he could first bolster his own strength by capturing weaker elves to sell for profit, thereby purchasing the necessary energy resources to facilitate its evolution to a better quality. He envisioned a furtive development strategy. As long as he could reach the elite level, all efforts would be worthwhile. The privileges and benefits afforded to elite trainers made Tianci grip the Pokeball in his pocket with renewed determination. As if in response to his aspirations, the Pokeball trembled slightly. They arrived at the Pokémon Center without incident, and upon observing its luxurious decor, Tianci could not help but mutter a curse at the affluent establishment. Upon entering, he found the interior remarkably spacious, reminiscent of a grand government hall from his past life. The first floor was divided into various sections, and as he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the absence of Nurse Joy. He felt no disappointment, for he knew that, as a member of her family, Nurse Joy was not merely a clerk like the others. To his knowledge, she held the position of logistics chief in the local military and was the head of this Pokémon Center, having achieved elite status herself. Following the signs on the wall, he made his way to the registration area. Approaching the counter, he presented his Pokeball and identification to the clerk while bowing slightly, saying, "Hello, I would like to register as a civilian trainer. Here are my Pokemon and credentials." A familiar and melodious voice replied, "Very well." Looking up, he was astonished to find a classmate from his school standing before him. "It's you, Ninghui." "Oh, Tianci. I can't believe you actually caught a Pokemon. That is impressive. Congratulations." The sight before him was a pure and charming face. Dressed in a fitted white blouse that accentuated her graceful figure, her expression one of genuine surprise as she gazed at Tianci. "Just fortunate, really. I almost perished out there," Tianci replied, maintaining a composed facade as he lied, for he was not well acquainted with this goddess among his peers, having only dreamed of her. After all, he was a normal man. "Indeed, it's quite remarkable that you're working here at the Pokémon Center," Tianci commented with measured admiration. "I, too, once aspired to become a Pokémon trainer, yet my family forbade me, claiming it was too perilous for a girl to venture outdoors. Ultimately, I secured my entry through connections, but I still envy you. Allow me to assist you with your registration and verify your Pokémon information." After a brief moment, Miss Ninghui's expression dimmed momentarily before she swiftly changed the subject, hastily taking her Pokeball to the testing room. "Ah, what a hassle," thought Tianci, observing her departing silhouette. It seems her family possesses some influence. Establishing a good rapport could facilitate future inquiries at the Pokémon Center regarding missions. Before long, Ninghui returned, her face alight with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Tianci, congratulations. You have been assessed with a commendable lower-tier qualification, indicating potential to break into the elite ranks. Here is your identification card, which I have already entered into the system. You are now a legitimate Pokémon trainer. Congratulations." She then handed him 3 real-name treatment vouchers, her face brimming with envy as she passed the card, Pokeball, and vouchers to Tianci. As he reached out to accept them, he intentionally brushed against Ninghui's hands. Startled, she drew her hands back with a slight blush, saying nothing. "My apologies, Miss Ninghui," Tianci said, waving a hand in apology. "Not at all, not at all. Feel free to come to me at the Pokémon Center if you have any questions in the future," Ninghui replied, also waving her hand dismissively. "Very well. Until we meet again," Tianci said, turning to exit the Pokémon Center. It appears her family possesses only a modest background. It is unlikely they have an elite-level trainer. After all, I myself am merely on the cusp of potentially breaking into the elite ranks, still a novice. Her lack of significant reaction to my earlier probing suggests I might attempt to foster a connection, perhaps even." As Tianci made his way home, he reflected on their earlier interaction, rearranging his plans for what lay ahead. Chapter 8. Diligent training. With a smile gracing his face, Tianci returned home, daydreaming. After all, in his previous life, he belonged to the lower echelons of society, never having touched the hand of such a lovely young lady. Upon arriving home, Tianci quickly adjusted his mindset, adopting a serious demeanor. It is imperative to transform potential into strength swiftly. Only then can he strive to earn money and elevate his status. "Come forth, Beauty," Tianci called out, releasing the Beauty from its Pokeball. The Beauty, having been cooped up in the Pokeball, rushed towards Tianci, affectionately nuzzling against his leg. "All right, Beauty, you are now a developing Pokemon, no longer a mere child. We must embark on a rigorous training regimen," Tianci said, patting Beauty's head with a mock seriousness. "Beauty," it responded with a determined cry, having long wished to train alongside Tianci during his morning exercises. However, Tianci had always declined, prioritizing Beauty's health during its juvenile stage. Premature training could stifle its future potential, a lesson learned through the trials and tribulations of Pokémon history. "Now, Beauty, let us proceed to the vacant lot behind our home for our training. After 3 or 4 days, we shall venture to the outskirts of the forest." Tion's disposition remains cautious. After all, he has recently ascended to the status of a novice trainer. The prowess of a Pokémon is commensurate with the trainer's level, and this stage is referred to as the novice tier. His Trubbish, while classified within the novice tier, possesses capabilities akin to those of a common Weedle or Magikarp. Such strength represents the lowest echelons of Pokémon. Experienced hunters can easily ensnare these creatures using traps. However, this endeavor is not without its perils. One cannot guarantee that while capturing a Magikarp, other Pokémon lurking in the waters remain oblivious. Nor can one be certain that no other Pokémon are concealed in the nearby foliage while attempting to catch a Weedle. Thus, despite the high potential rewards, the risks are equally substantial, and the ancestral wisdom passed down through generations regarding the identification of dangers remains a closely guarded secret. Ordinary hunters ultimately aspire to become trainers themselves, yet their ambitions seldom encompass the lowly Weedle or Magikarp. Typically, after amassing sufficient wealth, they seek to acquire a Pokémon of at least moderate quality, thereby ensuring a chance to transcend to the ranks of the elite and effectuate a leap in status. In this regard, Tion's successful hatching of a Trubbish with commendable low-tier qualifications can be likened to winning a grand prize. Now, Trubbish, please showcase the techniques you have mastered. Moo, Trubbish exclaimed, and two slender green vines sprouted from its hands. With a swift motion, Trubbish cracked the vines against the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that attested to the considerable strength behind the strike. Tion nodded to himself, estimating the force to be comparable to that of an adult wielding a whip. Is there anything else? Tion inquired of Trubbish. Moo. Trubbish pondered momentarily before shaking its head in frustration. No worries. That was impressive, Trubbish. You did wonderfully. Now, let us assess your limits. Tion approached Trubbish to offer reassurance. First, we shall determine how many times you can wield those vines without pause. Let us see your endurance. Moo. Trubbish instantly perked up, and soon the area was engulfed in dust, punctuated by the sharp sounds of the whipping vines slicing through the air. 1, 2, 3. Tion silently counted as Trubbish continued its relentless display. Gradually, the vigor of Trubbish's strikes began to wane. All right, Trubbish, you may stop now. Tion called out as he noticed Trubbish struggling to maintain its pace. Moo, Trubbish panted, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Here, have some nourishment and take a moment to rest, Tion said, tearing open the package of grass-type Pokémon food and offering it to Trubbish. Moo. Trubbish inhaled the delightful aroma and eagerly accepted the food, lowering its head to feast. Meanwhile, Tion took out a notebook to record the results. Technique, Vine Whip. Effective damage, 20 strikes. Evaluation. The technique lacks flexibility. Damage output requires enhancement. Alright, Bud, let us take an hour's respite before resuming our endeavors. Moo. Bud agreed readily. Splendid. Tion smiled as he affectionately ruffled Bud's head. It seems that the early childhood education principles from my past life continue to yield results. I never anticipated that during our initial training, Bud would be so cooperative. Tion reminisced about the time during Bud's juvenile phase when he showed it battle videos, elucidating the merits of strength while demonstrating through his own efforts, exhausting himself daily in training. It appears that all of this was indeed worthwhile. In the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed, and Bud instinctively stood before Tion, awaiting his command. Bud, you performed admirably earlier. Your Vine Whip was quite impressive, Tion commenced with praise. Moo. Upon hearing Tion's commendation, Bud beamed with delight, its eyes curving into crescent shapes. However, your techniques are rather simplistic, and the force behind your Vine Whip could be amplified. Both precision and agility require enhancement. Observing Bud's cheerful demeanor, Tion promptly doused it with a splash of cold reality. Moo. Bud's spirits dipped once more. Fear not, for we shall train together in the coming days to bolster your strength. You have only just entered your growth phase. Consider these days as a rapid progression period for your capabilities. I have already devised a training regimen for you. Are you confident in your commitment to see it through? Tion stated solemnly, attempting to maintain an air of seriousness before Bud. Moo. Bud stood tall, resolutely exclaiming. Very well, let me outline your training schedule. First, we shall rise at 7 a.m. and run 3 laps around the clearing near the refuse station for morning exercise, which will also enhance your stamina. After breakfast, we shall rest for half an hour. While I practice my punches, Bud, you will direct your Vine Whip at the large tree behind the door. I will delineate a specific area for you to aim within, striving to keep your attacks contained. Afterward, we shall rest for an hour to recuperate. Once refreshed, we will proceed to weight training, where you will lift stones with your Vine Whip, as will I. After an hour of this, we will break for lunch and enjoy a 2-hour midday nap. In the afternoon, you will practice kicking sand in the back lot, ensuring you learn to channel the energy within your body into your feet, swiftly mastering the sand splashing technique. When fatigued, you may root yourself in the soil to rest. After 3:30 p.m., I will throw stones for you to evade, enhancing your agility. Then we shall enjoy dinner, followed by an hour of rest before concluding with another hour of weight training. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this? Tion recited the training plan he had just drafted for Bud, concluding with a resounding inquiry. Moo. Although it felt rather intricate, Bud recognized that Tion would always be by its side, and thus replied with unwavering determination. All right, Bud, let us commence. Tion promptly located a tree and drew a large circle on its trunk. Bud utilized its Vine Whip to strike the designated circle. Moo. Bud swiftly executed the Vine Whip. Crack, crack. Go for it, Bud. The tranquil refuse station was filled with the exuberant sounds of a young boy and a spirited Pokémon. Chapter 9. The Enhancement of Strength. In the open space behind the back door, Tianxi stood with his feet embedded in the roots of the trumpet sprout, instructing it to use its ability to throw sand towards the center of the circle. With a swift motion, the trumpet sprout plunged its feet into the soil, channeling energy rapidly into its roots before delivering a powerful kick towards the right front. A large clump of sand soared through the air, landing squarely within the confines of the circle. Once more, Tianxi commanded, this time directing the attack towards the left front. The trumpet sprout nodded, quickly infusing energy into its left roots before executing another kick. Again, a substantial handful of sand flew towards the target, promptly settling within the circle. Excellent work, trumpet sprout. It appears you have mastered the sand-throwing technique, enabling us to launch a surprise attack, Tianxi praised as he approached the sprout. The trumpet sprout felt a surge of pride from Tianxi's commendation. Now, do not get too complacent. It is time to test your evasion skills. I will throw stones at you quickly, and you must avoid being hit. Here it comes. Tianxi grasped a handful of small stones and began to hurl them one by one at the trumpet sprout. This was a technique he had devised based on his previous life's knowledge of martial arts, allowing him to hone his aim with Pokeballs while simultaneously training the trumpet sprout's evasive abilities, a truly multifaceted approach. However, he pondered, perhaps he could go further and have specialized shurikens crafted, laced with poison. While it may not affect elite-level Pokémon, it would certainly have an impact on novice and common-level creatures, provided they weren't of the poison type. Moreover, he recalled that the trumpet sprout could learn the move acid, which was essentially a corrosive toxin. Thus, he could save on materials for toxic training. It seemed prudent to venture to the outskirts of the forest soon, allowing the trumpet sprout to acclimate to consuming meat, facilitating its learning of acid more rapidly. As he envisioned these new strategies for confronting foes, he couldn't help but glance at the trumpet sprout with a sly smile. The sprout, still effortlessly dodging the stones, felt a hint of confusion, unaware of the devious intentions brewing in its trainer's mind. Time to increase the difficulty, Tianxi declared, as he began to throw stones with both hands, doubling the speed and frequency of the barrage. The trumpet sprout, now visibly flustered, could no longer maintain the ease it had displayed moments before. Fortunately, its body, being a mere stem, could bend and twist with agility, allowing it to avoid being struck, despite its apparent disarray. Indeed, it was a testament to the remarkable resilience of Pokémon. Witnessing this, Tianxi could not help but reflect deeply. The skills he had painstakingly acquired in his previous life had been outshone by a novice Pokémon in just 3 days. To comprehend this ability is to acknowledge it as his sole divine gift in this world. Although his classmates, through rigorous training with Pokeballs, have also attained similar feats, none can match his capacity for simultaneous execution. Thanks to his past experiences, he consistently achieves perfect scores in this subject. Nevertheless, this skill, while remarkable, can be acquired by any diligent individual willing to follow the tutorials available online from his previous life. Its early advantages are commendable, but more sophisticated techniques surely exist in this realm. I recall the poison-type champion, Aju, from the Chengdu region, who is akin to a ninja. Perhaps I could seek his wisdom if the opportunity arises. Tianxi shook his head, dispelling his inner frustrations, and devoted his attention to training his partner, Bidu. In his previous life, inspired by the card-throwing scenes from the God of Gamblers series, he had sought out tutorials online, and through dedicated practice, he had honed his current skills. In an era characterized by an explosion of information, such foundational techniques were widely accessible. Indeed, he had encountered numerous children on social media who could replicate his abilities through training, rendering it less extraordinary. With a swish and a whoosh, a flurry of stones was launched towards Bidu, who narrowly evaded each one. Excellent work, Bidu, but do not grow complacent. Your current agility is due to your slender form. Once you evolve, it will not be so easy, Tianxi remarked, addressing the jubilant Bidu. With a determined expression, Bidu assured Tianxi of its commitment to continue striving. Very well. Let us proceed to the final test, which also happens to be your primary offensive technique, Vine Whip. Tianxi instructed Bidu to unleash its Vine Whip upon the tree trunk marked with his designated target. Nodding in affirmation, Bidu summoned 2 significantly thicker vines, launching them towards the target with vigor. With a sharp crack, the tree shuddered, and leaves cascaded to the ground. Upon inspection, Tianxi discovered that the circular marks on either side of the trunk had vanished, leaving behind 2 distinct whip marks. Impressive, Tianxi acknowledged, nodding in approval. This was the power that a newly evolved extraordinary being should possess. Even an untrained Bidu, at this nascent stage, wielded its Vine Whip with the finesse of an adult wielding a standard whip. While painful, it remained within the realm of normalcy. Its current prowess was akin to exchanging a regular whip for one forged from fine iron, perhaps even barbed. Such a whip would be unwieldy for an adult to maneuver. Yet Bidu exhibited remarkable agility, deftly manipulating one vine to ensnare while using the other to strike, akin to a martial artist proficient in dual whips. After all, the Vine Whip was an extension of its being. With training, executing its will became second nature. Such is the essence of innate excellence, Tianqi mused, watching Budu effortlessly master its fine whip. Reflecting on my past life, mastering an obscure weapon like the whip is far more challenging than wielding swords or knives. Even the most talented, ordinary individuals require 3 to 5 years of dedicated training. Yet, in merely 3 days, the Hornbud has managed to wield dual whips, a testament to the extraordinary aptitude of the elven species. However, I too am advancing towards the extraordinary, observing my invigorated physique as I throw punches forward. Whoosh, whoosh. My fists cut through the air with a sound reminiscent of a professional boxer's might. At this moment, it is not merely the Hornbud's enhancement that has invigorated my body, it has elevated my physical prowess to the level of a professional fighter from my previous life. Well, Hornbud, halt for now. With your training, I estimate you have genuinely attained the strength characteristic of a mid-tier novice, rather than just possessing brute force devoid of combat efficacy. Yet, without experiencing real battles, you remain akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, perhaps still unable to contend with the mid-tier elves of the forest. Initially intending to praise Hornbud, I noticed its smug expression upon realizing its substantial enhancement, prompting me to alter my tone. Moo. Hornbud exhibited a defiant demeanor, asserting its ability to triumph over the forest elves. Very well, let us take a break at noon. And this afternoon, we shall venture forth to put that to the test. Seeing the competitive spirit ignited in Hornbud, I quickly added, Moo. Came Hornbud's resolute reply. Chapter 10. The first battle against the green caterpillar, I donned the second-hand protective gear I had purchased. Although this outfit appeared somewhat worn and had faded in certain areas, I had meticulously examined every part during selection. Its aesthetics may be unappealing, but its protective capabilities remain uncompromised. After all, my very life depends on it. The wilderness is rife with rare treasures as well as poisonous flora and fauna. One careless moment could lead to a venomous injury. While this protective gear may be of the most basic tier, it is sufficient to defend against the attacks of novice-level elves. Naturally, to withstand impacts or toxic gases, one would require more advanced armor and helmets. However, my intended destination is merely the outskirts, where primarily novice-level elves roam, making this gear adequate for my needs. I plan to return after a mere afternoon without spending the night in the forest, bringing only some medical supplies and repellent spray. Just as I was preparing to leave, an idea struck me, causing me to pause my packing. Why must battles involve only elves fighting elves? I could assist from the sidelines. A cunning smile crept across my face. I realized that I had been influenced by depictions of elven battles in my previous life's anime. Compounded by my lack of experience in real-world skirmishes, televised competitions typically showcase battles governed by rules. However, in the wilderness, no one abides by notions of fairness and justice. The sole principle here is survival. The victor is the one who remains alive. Thus, it is too late to procure blades or other weapons. So I shall resort to bringing along some small stones, which can serve to create distractions from a distance. Tianci swiftly gathered a handful of stones scattered across the open ground and placed them into his backpack. Let us go, Budu, he called out. Having already registered as a trainer, this petite Pokémon could accompany him outside, and he had no intention of returning Budu to its Pokeball. Moo moo. Budu trotted behind Tianci, its short legs moving quickly to keep pace. Being by Tianci's side brought it immense joy and comfort. Far removed from the confines of a Pokeball, which offered only a modest space for a Pokémon to move about, a rather mundane experience. Of course, higher-grade Pokeballs were not so dreary. For instance, Ultra Balls and Luxury Balls contained various items that could aid Pokémon in recovering from injuries or provide them with opportunities to train within. As Tianci walked down the street, accompanied by Budu, he attracted little attention. After all, numerous novice trainers emerged each year, and during his school days, he had not been particularly conspicuous, nor did he possess many friends. Only a few familiar young faces observed him with mild surprise, but out of respect for Budu, they refrained from approaching. The pair continued their uneventful journey until they reached the town's entrance, where an unexpected acquaintance awaited. Hello, Uncle Sam. What a surprise to see you back. I still owe you my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Tianci bowed to a burly middle-aged man standing at the city gate. Haha, it's you again, young lad. What a coincidence. Is this your Pokémon? It seems you've finally become a trainer. Remember, even with a Pokémon, do not take risks like last time, Tianci. Uncle Sam patted Tianci on the shoulder, his expression gradually turning serious. Yes, Captain Sam, Tianci replied, rubbing his sore shoulder. He recalled 2 years prior when he believed his arrival in this world marked him as a protagonist, and with the memories from his past life. Capturing a caterpie seemed effortless. Left to his own devices, he had skipped classes to blend in with the trading caravan. Fortuitously, he encountered a lone caterpie, but he had misjudged its capabilities. In the animated world of his previous life, caterpie was considered among the weakest. However, in this realm, caterpie's strength was only marginally superior to that of a Magikarp. To his astonishment, he discovered that caterpie could produce an extraordinary amount of silk. characterized by its stickiness and resilience. During their one-on-one confrontation, he was significantly hindered by Caterpie's silk, ultimately leading to his capture by a swarm of Caterpie that encased him in a cocoon. Had it not been for his homeroom teacher noticing his absence from several classes and deducing that he must have ventured beyond the city gates in pursuit of Pokémon, he might have remained trapped. The kind-hearted Uncle Sam, the captain of the city gate guards, promptly conducted a search and rescued him upon discovering the cocoon. He may very well be the first traveler to meet his demise at the hands of green caterpillars. You are now a trainer, free to enter and exit the city gates without the need for proof. Allow me to offer you a final piece of advice. In the northwestern outskirts of the forest, recently cleared, you should be able to find a few of your scattered acquaintances. You might consider seeking them out, ha ha ha. Uncle Sam chuckled mischievously and indicated the direction. Thank you, Uncle Sam. I shall take my leave now, Tinsy replied. Recalling how he had nearly become a victim of the green caterpillars himself, a flush creeping across his face. Initially, he intended to search for solitary green caterpillars directly in front of the city gate, as it was the closest point. In case of an emergency, he could flee swiftly. However, Uncle Sam's suggestion led him to alter his course toward the northwestern path. As time passed, he and his sproutling became increasingly cautious. Tinsy had advised it to remain vigilant, to refrain from shouting impulsively, and to heed commands, while they both scanned their surroundings for any stray green caterpillars. Suddenly, the sproutling tugged at Tinsy's pant leg and whispered softly, pointing towards a patch of grass ahead where a red antenna was visible. They had finally located one. Although the danger had diminished in this area, the sprites had become much more cautious following the clearing, and their numbers had significantly dwindled. Tinsy decided to observe and ascertain whether there was only one, as it was his first attempt to play it safe. He retrieved his binoculars and surveyed the vicinity, indeed spotting a solitary green caterpillar feasting on fallen leaves. All right, let's commence our operation. Sproutling, observe my commands. This first endeavor must be executed with caution. Conserve your energy. Understood? Tinsy whispered earnestly to the Sproutling. Though the Sproutling appeared somewhat reluctant, it nodded in agreement. Now, let us proceed. O green caterpillar, the humiliation you have inflicted shall be repaid tenfold. I, Tinsy, am not one to be magnanimous. With a swift motion, he hurled a pebble into the grass nearby, producing a soft sound. The green caterpillar raised its head in curiosity towards the source of the noise. At that moment, the Sproutling darted close to the green caterpillar and swiftly kicked up sand, throwing it directly into the creature's face. Blinded and disoriented, the green caterpillar began to thrash about in discomfort. The Sproutling immediately unleashed its vine whip, ensnaring the caterpillar's mouth with one tendril and binding its lower body with another, forcefully propelling it against a nearby rock. With a series of thuds, the caterpillar was slammed against the stone, while Tinsy from a distance continued to pelt it with stones. Gradually, the caterpillar's struggles weakened, its eyes becoming glazed and unfocused. Do not cease, Sproutling, continue your assault. We must vanquish it, Tinsy urged, aware that the sprite's energy was waning, a sign of self-preservation indicating loss of combat capability in formal battles. However, this was the wild. He was here to capture sprites for profit, not to engage in a contest. Recently born, the trumpet bud was oblivious to the concept of competition, its understanding of the world shaped solely by Tinsy. Before departing, Tinsy had specifically instructed it to adhere strictly to his commands in the wild. Thus, it did not relent in wielding its vine whip, striking the stone repeatedly until the green caterpillar lay motionless, its body oozing green blood, marred by numerous wounds. Well done, trumpet bud. You have triumphed in your first battle, Tinsy praised, approaching the victorious bud. The trumpet bud, elated by Tinsy's commendation and its inaugural victory, emitted a joyful sound. Rest for a moment, trumpet bud, and keep a vigilant watch around us, Tinsy instructed. The trumpet bud nodded, embedding its roots into the soil to absorb energy while its round, bright eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeing the trumpet bud on guard, Tinsy retrieved a small knife from his backpack and approached the corpse of the green caterpillar. How tragic. Yet, the body of a Pokémon is remarkably resilient, he remarked, finding it somewhat challenging to slice through even in its lifeless state. After making an incision into the caterpillar's wound, he reached inside, feeling for something. Upon encountering a yarn-like substance, Tinsy exerted effort to extract it. Oh, the silk sac of the green caterpillar, he exclaimed, marveling at the large, yarn-like mass stained with green blood, a testament to nature's wonders. I could sell this to a grocery store for an estimated 500 coins, a lucrative profit indeed. The flesh of this corpse could fetch around 50 coins per pound at a butcher's shop. Having worked part-time at a butcher's shop, Tinsy had observed the proprietor processing Pokémon meat, noting that the flesh of commonplace Pokémon like green caterpillars, horned lizards, Magikarp, and Rattatas was the most frequently encountered. The shop's prices were about 40 coins per pound for Magikarp, 60 for green caterpillars, 70 for horned lizards, and 80 for Rattatas. Given the energy contained within Pokémon, their meat commanded a price far exceeding that of ordinary livestock. a fact that had crossed Tianxi's mind more than once. Regrettably, the sale of Pokémon meat was managed directly by the shop owner, leaving him with no opportunity to partake. However, he mused that this green caterpillar was intended for the trumpet bud, and after removing some internal organs and skin, there would still be around 4 to 5 pounds of meat, potentially worth 100 to 200 coins. Trainers earn swiftly, yet spend just as quickly, Tianxi reflected. With that, he began to process the green caterpillar's carcass, slicing the edible portions into manageable pieces, packing them alongside the silk sack into a preservation bag for his backpack. He then approached the trumpet bud, presenting a piece of caterpillar meat before it. "Eat this, trumpet bud." The trumpet bud nodded, although it had never tasted green caterpillar before. An innate instinct assured it of the meat's deliciousness and its rich energy content. The trumpet bud swallowed the flesh into its mouth, and in that instant, its ancestral penchant for consuming insects ignited a newfound appreciation for the flavor. As its oral cavity commenced the secretion of corrosive saliva to aid in digesting the morsel of insect meat, droplets fell to the ground, eroding the grass beneath. Indeed, the corrosive nature of its saliva was evident. It seemed prudent to gradually accustom the trumpet bud to this diet of insect flesh. For soon it would master the art of its signature move, the dissolution liquid, thought Tianxi as he observed the saliva pooling on the grass. Has the trumpet bud finished? If so, let us continue, Tianxi said with a smile. The trumpet bud, having tasted the sweetness of victory, was brimming with enthusiasm. Let us seek out a solitary green caterpillar and employ this strategy against it. The trumpet bud nodded eagerly. Having shed any initial embarrassment about utilizing a sneak attack on a foe weaker than itself, this tactic had allowed it to easily triumph over its opponent. And having savored the delectable flesh of a Pokémon, it felt a slight surge of energy within. Thus, why not join Tianxi in effortlessly transforming foes into energy? After all, pride was a trivial cost compared to a delectable meal. The trumpet bud's thoughts drifted to the succulent flesh of Pokémon, and salivation ensued once more, dripping onto the grass below. Now, control that saliva. It pertains to your special move, the dissolution liquid, which is not merely for consumption. We must master this technique in the coming days, Tianxi instructed the now drooling trumpet bud, whose excitement was palpable. Though he could not hear its inner musings, he discerned that it had likely come to terms with its newfound strategy. The trumpet bud, having reined in its drool, tugged at Tianxi with its leafy appendage. As if to say, I understand. Let us hasten to find the next one. This time, the trumpet bud was particularly zealous, stealthily searching for traces of a solitary green caterpillar. In its quest, it stumbled upon a lone Rattata, initially eager to pounce. The trumpet bud was halted by Tianxi's timely intervention, preventing it from acting impulsively. After all, this was their first encounter with Pokémon combat. And although the Rattata appeared to possess a strength comparable to that of the trumpet bud, it was far quicker than the green caterpillar. A ruckus could very well attract other Pokémon, leading to an undesirable situation. The sluggish green caterpillar was far easier to handle. Moreover, the Rattata was not worth significantly more than the caterpillar. Why engage in a fierce battle when they could expend their energy to eliminate several green caterpillars instead? Tianxi reassured the still discontented trumpet bud. With a newfound understanding, the trumpet bud nodded in agreement. Thus, one might ponder why the minions of malevolent organizations would assist their trainers in such nefarious deeds. The worldview of these small Pokémon is shaped by their trainers. To them, what their trainers convey and teach is inherently correct. The long-term association with poaching groups and Team Rocket has shaped the worldview of their Pokémon, leading to the grim reality that, upon capture, their primary Pokémon are often executed. As they ventured forth, the trumpet bud discovered a green caterpillar leisurely munching on leaves. Observed through a gap in the branches by Tianxi, who used binoculars for a closer look. Hurry, trumpet bud, let's move ahead, he urged. Wait, let us approach slowly. I want to see if there are any other Pokémon around. The trumpet bud nodded in acknowledgement. With utmost caution, the duo advanced furtively. Tianxi raised the binoculars to scan the vicinity of the tree. Just one, he noted. Trumpet bud, creep a bit closer. I shall try to bring it down. If that fails, you can use your vine whip to disturb it. The trumpet bud nodded again and cautiously inched forward. Its plant-like physique provided it with natural camouflage in the jungle, unlike Tianxi, who was rather conspicuous. This distance is somewhat far, but let us try, he thought, calculating the trajectory before swiftly tossing a pebble. Thud! The stone struck near the caterpillar, causing the branches to tremble. Indeed, I am just an ordinary person, he sighed. Then quietly called to the trumpet bud. Vine whip now? Startled, the green caterpillar glanced around, preparing to flee. Whoosh! The trumpet bud unleashed its vine whip with remarkable speed. Wham! The powerful strike propelled the caterpillar into the air. Ouch! Ouch! The caterpillar writhed in agony, losing its footing mid-air. Trumpet bud, unleash your vine whip with all your might. Bring it down, then bind it tightly, ensuring to cover its mouth. Tianxi commanded. The trumpet bud promptly obeyed. striking the caterpillar down to the ground before swiftly ensnaring its mouth with another vine. The caterpillar, already in excruciating pain, could only emit soft whimpers. Thud, thud. The trumpet bud diligently followed Tianxi's orders, repeatedly slamming the caterpillar into the earth. The immense force, combined with its suffering, caused the caterpillar's cries to diminish until they faded into silence. The trumpet bud, observing the caterpillar's spiraling eyes, looked at Tianxi with confusion. Continue striking, do not cease. Finish it, Tianxi coldly commanded. The trumpet bud resumed its vigorous assault. Ultimately, this single caterpillar found its place within Tianxi's backpack. Chapter 12. Return to town and sail. Well done, trumpet bud. This is your reward for following orders, Tianxi remarked, retrieving a piece of Pokémon meat from his backpack and offering it to the trumpet bud. The joyful Budu eagerly accepted the offering, promptly placing it into its mouth. This time, more saliva dripped from Budu's mouth onto the ground. Budu, please be mindful of your drool. Once you master the control of your saliva, you will have accomplished a crucial step in mastering the art of dissolution. Tanzi observed Budu struggling to maintain control once more and promptly embarked on a lecture. Hearing Tanzi's words, Budu began to consciously regulate its saliva, the caterpillar meat stirring within its mouth. By the time Tanzi finished cleaning up the remains of the caterpillar, Budu had already devoured the meal, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Tanzi couldn't help but nod in approval at Budu's obedience. Through these two encounters, it was evident that Budu regarded Tanzi with the utmost respect, akin to that of a parent, and diligently followed his commands. This realization gradually eased Tanzi's anxious heart. After all, in the wild, without having reached the elite level, one's safety largely depended on the Pokémon at their side, with their primary fighting strength also stemming from these Pokémon. Moreover, Budu's earlier pause to inquire demonstrated that it was attentive to every word Tanzi spoke, understanding that his commands took precedence, even when the most delectable food lay before it. It was essential for Tanzi to refrain from using full force during battles, particularly in scenarios such as league competitions or gym challenges. If Budu were to strike lethally, it could easily find itself marked for capture. Furthermore, should he wish to capture a Pokémon, if Budu were to eliminate it, where would he find more Pokémon in the future? Therefore, Tanzi had repeatedly advised Budu on how to handle defeated foes during their journey. Fortunately, Budu had heeded this guidance and proved to be an excellent executor. All right, Budu, let us search for another caterpillar, Tanzi beckoned, and together they set off in pursuit of another unfortunate caterpillar. The caterpillar emitted a final low cry as it succumbed to the increasingly adept ambushes of the duo. Emerging from a distance, Tanzi, as a novice trainer, was well versed in the art of survival. Aside from tossing stones to assist, he never revealed himself directly to the opponent. After all, there were no rules in the wild forbidding Pokémon from attacking humans. In fact, Pokémon that had survived in the wild for any length of time knew that if they could eliminate the trainer, they might find an opportunity to escape, even if they could not defeat the enraged Pokémon. Thus, without a second Pokémon for protection, Tanzi understood the necessity of staying concealed, skillfully dismembering the carcass. He set aside the silk sack, glancing at his watch and then at the sky. He decided it was time to return to town. The objectives of this outing had been achieved, and there was no need to linger for a mere pittance. Tanzi opened his notebook, flipping to the handwritten goals he had set before departing, which read, a primary objective, to assess the compliance of the trumpet bud through battles and to enhance combat experience. Tianxi marked a check in the margin and nodded in agreement. At this moment, he observed the trumpet bud, although its strength had not undergone a breakthrough. Its aura was evidently transformed, exuding an unmistakable fierceness that would dispel any notion of it being merely a pet-like Pokémon. Secondly, to eliminate at least 2 green caterpillars for supplementary income. Tianxi also checked this off, as they had indeed vanquished 4. The 4 silk sacks could be sold for 2,000 coins. The combined weight of the 4 green caterpillars was approximately 20 pounds, as noted in the literature, with an average weight of around 2.9 kilograms. Selling them would yield a profit of just over 1,000 coins, thus providing him with a total income exceeding 3,000 coins from the 4 green caterpillars. This was merely the outcome of an afternoon spent searching for solitary caterpillars, a testament to the lucrative nature of being a trainer. Tianxi mused, as he earned in a single afternoon what an ordinary worker would make in a month. However, Tianxi had no intention of selling the meat. He planned to share it with the trumpet bud. This approach would not only save on meal expenses, but also allow him to train the trumpet bud's dissolving technique, enhancing its physical prowess, albeit slightly. Yet, little increments accumulate to significant gains. The reason he chose not to capture the green caterpillars for sale was simple. No shop would accept such common and low-quality Pokémon. Although shops priced a standard low-grade green caterpillar at 6,000 coins, they had no stock available. If a foolhardy buyer emerged, they could simply catch one and tame it within half a day. The green caterpillars stocked in shops were at least of standard upper quality, descendants of the final evolutionary form, Butterfree. Let us go, trumpet bud, We're heading home, Tianci said to the trumpet bud, which was still on high alert. Scanning the surroundings. Moo moo, the trumpet bud cheerfully nodded, following Tianci while occasionally glancing around. As they returned to the town, it was regrettable that they did not encounter Uncle Sam. He had intended to present 2 silk sacks and 10 pounds of Pokémon meat as a token of gratitude for the assistance and guidance he had received earlier. Although he understood that, as the captain of the guard, Uncle Sam would likely regard such offerings with indifference. There was a distinction between being unimpressed and the act of giving. Having read little in his past life, Tianci was not well versed in many matters and had inevitably adopted a somewhat crafty demeanor in his dealings. Nonetheless, he recognized the principle of repaying kindness. Besides, presenting such a gift would facilitate future communications. After all, Uncle Sam was not merely an ordinary trainer, but one of considerable stature, rumored to have a primary Pokémon. Abra, on the verge of breaking into the elite ranks. Regrettably, they did not cross paths. To seek him out later would seem too deliberate. Shaking off these disjointed thoughts, Tianci led the trumpet bud into the Pokémon general store, where he promptly sold the 4 silk sacks. The proprietor here is unfamiliar to him, yet he has heard whispers that the town's militia frequently procures and sells supplies here, suggesting an official backing that renders them unafraid of petty theft. The transactions are brisk. He produces 100 coins, and the largest green caterpillar, with its substantial pouch, is sold for 600 coins. This indicates that the establishment is fair, and he intends to return often, having heard rumors of skill-learning machines available for sale. Although he cannot afford them, he hopes to expand his knowledge while trading supplies. Chapter 13, Rejuvenation. Let us go, Budu, he calls to the reluctant Budu lingering at the door of the blacksmith shop. Although Budu is captivated by the green crystal atop the grocery store counter, upon hearing his trainer's command, it follows him promptly. Budu, that is known as a leaf crystal. A byproduct of the leaf stone, or rather an incomplete leaf stone. It contains a substantial amount of grass-type energy. At your current size, absorbing such a vast amount of energy too soon could destabilize your foundation, he explains patiently. Recognizing that Budu resembles a child yearning for a coveted toy yet denied by their parents. Yet I cannot afford it either. Though not as valuable as a leaf stone. It costs 50,000 alliance coins, he silently laments while continuing to elucidate to Budu. Indeed, it is not mere rhetoric. Budu, having undergone several days of training and battles, has solidified its strength in the mid-tier of its infancy. Yet, it undoubtedly possesses a wealth of untapped potential. Prematurely absorbing excessive energy may yield short-term breakthroughs, but future advancements would become increasingly arduous. Alright, I promise that once we strive together to break through to the normal tier, we shall purchase one. After all, that which is earned through our own efforts is far more rewarding, wouldn't you agree? Observing Budu frequently glancing back, he finally halts. Employing a favorite tactic of his past, painting a grand vision. This is akin to what he observed parents do in shopping malls to manage their persistent children, often promising a reward for high marks on the next exam, either dashing the child's hopes or igniting their interest in learning. He is confident that Budu will spark with enthusiasm for the battle ahead. Budu, making a gesture of encouragement, shouts resolutely, "Alright, let us train hard together, engage in battles, and strive to advance to the mid-tier of the normal rank as soon as possible." Seeing Budu's determination, he gently pats its head, offering encouragement. After all, reaching the mid-tier of the normal rank is nearly a precursor to evolution. He had initially planned to purchase a crystal to enhance its qualifications during evolution. Now, he has also ignited Budu's training spirit. He muses to himself, "I am indeed a genius." Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, he pushes the door open, revealing walls adorned with various iron tools. Approaching him is a robust middle-aged man, bare-chested and welcoming. "Greetings. What would you like? Our ironwares at the Taisher family are truly exceptional." Tianci directed his gaze towards the diminutive flying daggers and daggers before him, stepping closer to admire the sharp blades glinting in the light. What level of sprite can these flying daggers injure, and what of the dagger beside them? Ah, esteemed guest, it is clear you possess a discerning eye. These flying daggers are crafted from tempered iron. Do not be deceived by their seemingly slender blades, for this design minimizes sound and enhances velocity, enabling them to inflict maximum damage on ordinary level sprites. Of course, they are not effective against defensive sprite brutes. A burly man took one up and demonstrated. Whoosh! The sound was indeed minimal, as the flying dagger swiftly embedded itself in a target not far away. What do you think? Just 50 yuan apiece. As for the dagger, if you purchase 10 flying daggers, I shall gift it to you. The flying daggers were commendable, yet the thin blade hinted at a frugality that might compromise durability. I'll take them for 400 yuan, Tianci said, despite his satisfaction with the daggers, instinctively haggling. Deal. The burly man promptly packaged the flying daggers and dagger for him. Curse it, I still overpaid, Tianci muttered under his breath, ultimately paying and exiting the shop. Come again soon. The burly man called out warmly. After all, this set of flying daggers had languished unsold for 2 months. Not every novice trainer dedicated time to practice this skill, as many believed it sufficient to leave battles to their sprites, while they simply kept themselves safe. All right, Trumpet Sprout. Let us return home. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. The cheerful Trumpet Sprout followed closely behind Tianci, excitedly nodding, for grilled sprite meat was particularly delectable. Upon returning to his modest, run-down abode, Tianci made his way to the kitchen to prepare the sprite meat. Meanwhile, Trumpet Sprout eagerly ventured to the back door's open space to practice its vine whip technique. Observing the enthusiasm sparked in Trumpet Sprout, Tianci nodded approvingly, commending his previous methods. Time for dinner, Trumpet Sprout, Tianci announced, placing a bowl of fragrant braised meat on the table, calling to Trumpet Sprout, who was still in training. Trumpet Sprout, excited, set down the stone it had been holding, retracted its vine whip, and bounded over. Having caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, it had endured a long workout on an empty stomach, all in hopes of savoring a bit more meat. Don't take the bowl with you, leave me some, Tianci exclaimed. Hey, Trumpet, well, the last piece is mine. The two playfully tussled over their meal at the table, and in that moment, Tianci felt a long-lost sense of familial warmth. In the following days, they made sprite meat their staple, resting briefly after meals before resuming their previous training. Naturally, having purchased the flying daggers, Tianci made another trip to the black market, returning with 2 bottles of special paralysis powder. Reflecting on the 200 yuan spent, he gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the diligently training Trumpet Sprout. Originally, this money could have been saved, but the Budu had yet to master its abilities, allowing others to profit from it. It is recalled that the strength of a certain Pokémon need not be exceptionally high to glean insights from its bloodline heritage. With thoughts of the 200 yuan, Tianci couldn't help but fixate on Budu. The Budu, resting and rooting itself, suddenly felt a chill run down its back and hurriedly focused on absorbing energy, pulling its roots from the soil. At that moment, Budu sensed an immediate surge of energy flooding into its body, unlike the gradual infusion it had experienced before. Budu pondered, feeling invigorated as if it had ascended to a higher level. It unleashed its vine whip upon a nearby tree and noticed it had grown thicker and more powerful. Tianci, training with his throwing knives nearby, also observed the tree shaking more vigorously. Budu continued to assess its capabilities. Budu nodded, feeling splendid. It promptly resumed striking with its vine whip with full force. Had its strength truly advanced? Could it be that Budu was a prodigy, grasping new insights merely through a few skirmishes? Tianci watched as Budu executed its vine whip technique. The earlier strikes had shown greater potency, but as it continued, the strength began to wane, ultimately reverting to its previous level. Budu looked at its own hands in confusion, sensing the energy dissipating. It seemed to be a temporary growth ability, and Tianci congratulated Budu on mastering a new skill. Through observation, he understood this was a transient enhancement. Chapter 14. Mastery and New Beginnings. Tianci speculated that Budu had acquired a growth skill, though the specifics eluded him. He rummaged through the school's textbooks, feeling envious of the second-generation trainers equipped with Pokédexes. With just a scan of a Pokémon, they could immediately access the moves it could learn, eliminating the need to flip through books, which often provided only vague descriptions while the Pokédex delivered detailed explanations. Oh, found it, he exclaimed. The move was named Growth. Its effect was to absorb energy and release it all at once, slightly boosting its attack power, with even greater effectiveness when used in sunny weather. This must be it. Indeed, the textbook was aimed at a general audience, offering a brief description without delving into the underlying principles. In sunny weather, it likely absorbed energy from the sunlight. Tianci pondered this and resolved to test it out. Closing the book, he approached Budu and said, Budu, let us experiment. Once you master this move, your battle prowess will be greatly enhanced. First, root yourself to absorb energy from the soil. Budu nodded, beginning to burrow into the earth to absorb energy. Having expended some strength in the earlier trial, it took a bit longer this time to recuperate. Budu called out to Tianci, signaling that it was ready. The trumpet bud reminisced about the recent flow of energy, which suddenly erupted forth. Closing its eyes, the trumpet bud sought to feel the movement of its own energy, attempting to accelerate its flow. However, the previous instance had been an unconscious act, and now, when trying to harness it intentionally, it proved to be no easy task. The speed might have been sufficient, yet the energy flow was too scant to manifest any explosion. Conversely, there was an abundance of energy, but the velocity was far too sluggish. After several trials, the trumpet bud found itself utterly exhausted. With a heavy heart, it bowed its head in despair. Here, eat some fairy meat and take a break. Do not give up. Let us persevere. We shall surely succeed, Tanji encouraged, presenting a piece of fairy meat to the dejected trumpet bud. Upon sighting the meat, the trumpet bud's spirits lifted instantly. It devoured the meat and consciously controlled its saliva for rapid digestion. Indeed, this instinctual act of feeding is rather swift, Tanji mused inwardly, having reminded the trumpet bud to manage its saliva due to the recent diet of fairy meat. Progress was evident. as he no longer worried about drooling in its sleep, potentially corroding the sheets or harming himself. Yet, mastery of the corrosive liquid technique remained a distant goal. The acidity was insufficient, and the volume of the solution could not be stored in large quantities. Ah well, let us gradually refine our skills through this feeding method. It might just be the most enjoyable form of training for the trumpet bud. For now, the priority is to master the growth technique. Tanji acknowledged the recent training achievements of the trumpet bud. After a brief respite following its meal, the trumpet bud resumed its attempts to manipulate energy. Regrettably, after numerous trials, it still faced failure. Do not lose heart, trumpet bud. Share your confusions with me, and we shall strive together. With a flurry of gestures and the essence conveyed through the Pokeball contract, the trumpet bud communicated its thoughts to Tanji. Let us approach this methodically, trumpet bud. First, we shall channel the smallest amount of energy to approximate the flow rate of the previous energy eruption. Gradually, we will increase the energy input, incrementally raising the speed to achieve a harmonious ratio of velocity and energy, Tanji instructed. The trumpet bud nodded in agreement and began to manipulate a small stream of energy, striving to reach the earlier speed. Excellent, trumpet bud. Now, add a slight surge of energy. Should your speed decrease, accelerate, but do not exceed the previous eruption's velocity. Maintain a close proximity to that level, Tanji advised promptly. With eyes closed, the trumpet bud acknowledged the command and commenced adding energy in small increments as instructed. After a brief period, it communicated to Tanji that the total energy seemed adequate. Although its prior attempts had faltered, they had led to the discovery of the maximum energy flow it could currently manipulate. Alright, trumpet bud. Add the final surge of energy and accelerate swiftly to unleash the energy, Tanji urged eagerly. Upon hearing Tianxi's words, Budu immediately infused energy, swiftly accelerating the flow of energy. Budu realized it had succeeded, feeling a surge of newfound strength, and could not help but cry out in excitement. Calm down, Budu. Remember this sensation of speed and energy. We must learn to harness it swiftly for practical application, Tianxi reminded, observing Budu immersed in its triumph. Budu nodded, quickly tuning into the energy information within itself. Very well, let us take a brief respite before continuing, aiming to master this technique for practical use by tonight. Though the sky darkened further, both Tianxi and Budu were resolute in their determination to refine their skills. The speed is still insufficient. Let us try again. What went wrong this time? Is the energy depleted? Then let us consume another piece of Pokémon meat and rest. Budu, having successfully acquired a piece of meat, squinted its eyes in delight. Alright, we are nearing our set time. Let us try once more. Success. Once more. Splendid. Budu. Finally, by 2 a.m., Budu managed to control the activation time of its growth technique to approximately 3 seconds. Exhausted, both trainer and Pokémon succumbed to slumber in the open space behind the house. With the chorus of various Pokémon sounds outside, Tianxi and Budu awoke. Good morning, Budu. Today, we embark on another day of battles, Tianxi announced to Budu. Budu confidently raised its hand. Excellent. Let us have breakfast, tidy up, and set off. However, this morning, you may only have this grass-type Pokémon food. All the Pokémon meat has been devoured by you, my little glutton. Budu felt a twinge of disappointment at the absence of Pokémon meat, but still grabbed a handful of the granular Pokémon food and popped it into its mouth. Having tasted the delectable Pokémon meat, this meal felt rather mundane in comparison. Nevertheless, considering Tianxi's plan for a full day of battles and the need to conserve energy, it resolved to hunt a caterpie before its next meal. We must pack a brand new bottle of healing ointment. After all, we are venturing out for the entire day. Additionally, we need to bring repellent spray, a throwing knife, and some quick snacks. To be prudent, we shall refrain from starting a fire. After a simple breakfast, Tianxi began to organize the items required for their outdoor adventure. This time, he intended for Budu to experience direct combat and wished to encounter different Pokémon, thus necessitating a greater assortment of supplies. Let us also bring along my ordinary travel backpack. Should we acquire any spoils on our return journey, Budu can carry them. This backpack, when rolled up, occupies little space, and I certainly do not wish to discard any spoils due to lack of room. After all, they represent currency. Let us set forth, Budu, Tianxi called out. Chapter 15, Direct Combat. With a backpack slung over his shoulders, Tianxi strolled down the street alongside his Budu. He glanced at the overcast sky, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Originally, he had hoped that Budu would master its growth technique under the sun before their outing. Unfortunately, the weather forecast indicated several days of cloudy skies devoid of the sun's warm embrace. Furthermore, after purchasing various daily necessities, his savings had dwindled to just over 800 coins, and he had exhausted his supply of Pokémon meat. Thus, he resolved to venture out for a battle today. After all, it was essential to test the newly acquired growth technique in real combat. As was customary, he surveyed the area at the city gate, but was disheartened to find no sign of Uncle Sam. Nevertheless, he exchanged greetings with the guards stationed at the entrance. These guards consisted of ordinary civilian trainers. Despite their seemingly mundane role of guarding the gate, their salaries were respectable, and they held formal positions within the local government. For them, it was a stable occupation, promising a secure future for their offspring, potentially allowing them to acquire a Pokémon of superior quality. After all, their own potential had likely reached its limit, and the Pokémon they trained typically lacked exceptional qualities, mostly possessing only average attributes. A few boasted good potential, but due to injuries sustained in battle and neglect in treatment, their chances of advancing to the elite level were exceedingly slim. Those aspiring to break into the elite ranks usually sought opportunities in the police force or gymnasiums. Alas, Tianxi's Beauty had developed quite well, exhibiting at least average qualities. I believe it may even be above average, remarked Uncle Sam, who had just appeared, observing the Beauty with keen interest. How can you tell it possesses good potential? A nearby trainer inquired, impressed by its size, the luster of its leaves and roots, and its developmental stage. You all were seasoned trainers once. How could you overlook such details? How can you assess a Pokémon's danger level if you can't even discern this? Learn from this oversight, Captain Sam admonished. Turning back to his team. Yes, sir. The team members responded, heads bowed in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Tianxi, unaware that he had just missed a golden opportunity to gain favor, continued on with Beauty toward the northwest of the forest. After all, that area had recently been cleared, so it was unlikely that swarms of Pokémon would remain, thus reducing the potential danger. Beauty, stay vigilant. Let us search for a Caterpie to test our skills, Tianxi instructed as they approached the boundary. Beauty, it nodded, its eyes sharpening with focus. This time, they did not linger long. They soon spotted a Caterpie, as it had been nearly 10 days since the last clearing. While other types of Pokémon might still be scarce, the short-lived and prolific bug-type Pokémon had already spawned a new generation. After all, they faced numerous predators, as nearly all carnivorous Pokémon posed a threat to them. In recent days, Tianxi had contemplated capturing a slightly more exceptional Caterpie or Metapod to swiftly cultivate as a secondary Pokémon. This way, he would not need to hide away when venturing outside. Although their lifespans are brief, their evolution is relatively straightforward and rapid. With the investment of some resources, he could evolve them into a Beedrill or Butterfree, thereby ensuring at least a standard level of competence. However, upon researching further, he discovered that these early evolving bug-type Pokémon often exhaust their life force in the process, resulting in weaker abilities that are even more challenging to surpass. Moreover, their lifespans rarely exceed a year. To extend their life, they must attain elite status, which grants them several decades, thus falling into a vicious cycle. Consequently, Tianxi dismissed this notion, deciding instead to wait until he possessed greater strength, at which point he could capture a fully evolved Beedrill or Butterfree for a more cost-effective transition. Beauty, prepare for battle. This time, we will confront our opponent head-on. Tianxi instructed Beauty. The little Pokémon nodded, ready to approach directly. Wait, let us use growth first, he quickly reminded. Beauty, with an expression that suggested he had seen through Tianxi's intentions, questioned, why are you watching me like that? It's merely to conserve your energy for what lies ahead. As this is our first direct confrontation, we must take precautions, Tianxi explained hurriedly, emphasizing that this time he was not resorting to sneak attacks, thus not deserving of being labeled a scoundrel. Beauty hesitated but ultimately decided to trust him, using growth before advancing toward the Caterpie. Once Tianxi concealed himself behind a large tree, Beauty boldly approached the Caterpie, issuing a provocative cry. Upon seeing one of its natural enemies, the Caterpie panicked, swiftly ejecting a thread in an attempt to ensnare Beauty before fleeing. Dodge Beauty, then use Vine Whip, Tianxi quietly urged from his hidden spot. Beauty nimbly sidestepped the thread, given its speed was rather sluggish compared to the stone Tianxi had thrown earlier. With a resounding crack, the upgraded Vine Whip struck the Caterpie, sending it flying with tremendous force. The Caterpie struggled to rise, blood seeping from the whip marks on its body, trembling in pain. It appeared that this slight enhancement to Vine Whip had significant power, comparable to a full-force attack from a mid-tier fighting-type Pokémon. Observing from the shadows, Tianxi nodded. The grass-type energy emanating from Beauty was relatively gentle, unlike the fierce might of fire types or fighting types. Now, finish it, Beauty, Tianxi commanded. Beauty unleashed another Vine Whip upon the Caterpie, who, unable to resist, succumbed to a flurry of pain, falling silent. Well done, Beauty, Tianxi praised. The Moo Bud expressed a sense of ennui. The green caterpillar sensed a deficiency in its internal energy compared to its own, and, being a species not particularly adept in combat, it had prematurely employed growth, leading to a swift conclusion of the battle. Well, it was our first direct confrontation, we must take it slow. For the next green caterpillar, we shall utilize growth during the fight. The Moo Bud nodded and began to take root and rest. Tianxi stepped forward, unsheathing his newly acquired dagger, and skillfully began to dissect the carcass of the caterpillar. The silk sac appears rather small, likely only worth about $3,400, perhaps yielding around 4 pounds of meat. It seems to be a new generation born after a sweep, which accounts for its feeble strength. Upon dissecting the green caterpillar, TNCI discerned that this particular specimen was merely in its early growth stage. Thus, although it ranked low among its peers, it could still be considered quite weak. Let us go, Moo Bud. We shall seek our next target. The Moo Bud nodded in agreement. The duo continued to explore the thickets and trees meticulously. Chapter 16, The True Battle. Before long, they stumbled upon a solitary green caterpillar. After all, the formidable reproductive capabilities of the green caterpillar are the key to its prevalence throughout the Kanto region. TNCI observed this green caterpillar closely, noting its distinctly more crimson antennae and larger form, adorned with several scars. This indicated that it was a caterpillar of considerable strength, likely the reason it dared to venture out alone in search of food. Typically, such diminutive and weak creatures travel in pairs, and the earlier Navi caterpillar had merely been fortunate. All right, this time we shall directly employ growth during the battle to ensure fairness. TNCI nodded at the Moo Bud, signaling it to provoke the caterpillar. The Moo Bud let out a taunt towards the green caterpillar. Ugh, the grazing caterpillar, disturbed by this uninvited guest, was incensed. Ugh, ugh, it swiftly unleashed silk strands 3 times in succession. The Moo Bud, clearly unaccustomed to this response, had anticipated that the previous caterpillar would have panicked upon seeing it. To its surprise, this one was unafraid and launched an attack. Moo Bud, run. Then use Vine Whip to send it flying. Seize the opportunity to grow. TNCI exclaimed. He too recognized that this caterpillar was different, likely on the cusp of evolution. A seasoned survivor in the wild. The Moo Bud, initially evading in a confined space, began to run, and tendrils started to sprout from its hands. Ugh, ugh. After 5 consecutive attempts to spin silk, failing to hit the Moo Bud, the caterpillar faltered slightly. Smack! The Moo Bud seized the moment and sent the caterpillar flying. Well done, Moo Bud. Use growth. TNCI commanded urgently. The Moo Bud, having halted, quickly summoned its internal energy, experiencing that familiar surge once more. Ugh ugh. Regrettably, the green caterpillar, having been knocked away, quickly regained its footing and unleashed a thread towards the immobile Budu. The Budu, having utilized its growth, was suddenly startled to find its face ensnared by a sticky strand. Yet, the caterpillar, now enveloped in a faint white glow, exhibited a remarkable surge in speed as it charged towards the unyielding Budu. Do not panic, Budu. In a moment of urgency, it swiftly employed its Vine Whip to intercept the caterpillar's assault, recognizing it as a common yet impactful move that many Pokémon could learn. Initially dismissive of such a maneuver, it became evident to Tan that he could not underestimate any technique, no matter how trivial it appeared. Budu, once immobilized and agitated, calmed at the command and struck out with its Vine Whip towards the caterpillar. With a resounding slap, the caterpillar was halted, breathing heavily. It was clear that the caterpillar was at a disadvantage. While Budu remained unscathed, the caterpillar had endured a strike and sustained additional injuries from the recent clash. The enhanced power of the Vine Whip was not to be easily countered by a mere tackle, for such moves were contingent upon weight and strength. Had a Tauros executed that attack, Budu would surely have been sent flying. Seizing the moment while Budu was still entangled in the threads, the injured caterpillar quickly expelled more silk towards Budu before hastily retreating. Oh no, it seeks to flee. Recognizing the cunning of a creature seasoned in the wild, Tan knew he had to intervene. Emerging from behind the tree, he hurled several knives dusted with paralysis powder at the caterpillar. Unaware of the presence lurking behind the tree, the caterpillar was swiftly struck by the blades, the thick powder permeating its wounds and taking effect. As it began to slow its escape, the caterpillar emitted a sorrowful cry. Realizing its fate was sealed. All right, Budu, break free and finish it off with Vine Whip. Tan instructed, assisting Budu in freeing itself from the strands. Budu, visibly incensed, felt that in its first true battle, had it not been for Tan's aid, it might have allowed its adversary to escape. With a fierce determination, Budu unleashed its Vine Whip with full force upon the caterpillar. Before long, the caterpillar ceased to exhibit any signs of life. Noticing the marks resembling those of a beak and claws, Tan prepared to claim his prize. Upon examination, he discovered that the caterpillar bore not only the fresh whip marks from Budu, but also several old wounds, indicating it was indeed an experienced survivor. Having evaded the jaws of Pidgey or Spearow, as he began to dismantle his spoils, Tan reflected on this resilient creature's storied existence. After all, whether it's a Pidgey or a Spearow, both are flying-type Pokémon. And a green caterpillar that can only crawl slowly on the ground stands little chance against the avian creatures dominating the skies. The fact that this caterpillar managed to escape is likely due to its training, especially considering its ability to spin silk rapidly. As Tianzi observed the noticeably larger silk sac in his hand, and recalled the caterpillar's swift silk spinning, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. However, he had no intention of capturing the caterpillar, knowing that his own Budu feasted on such creatures daily. Furthermore, This wild caterpillar likely had a shorter lifespan. While Tianzi felt a moment of pity for the caterpillar, he did not regret his decision. Budu, you performed admirably this time. This caterpillar is clearly stronger than the average one. You still held the advantage. He began analyzing the battle, offering praise to Budu. Budu, initially embarrassed by its earlier performance, perked up at Tianzi's commendation, nodding joyfully. However, you became flustered when ensnared by the silk, which was quite unacceptable. Tianzi quickly doused Budu's enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Budu lowered its head, responding softly, acknowledging its lackluster performance in that moment. It seems that the previous ambush strategy had made you too complacent. You must be cautious. You cannot remain stationary for too long. You had already completed your growth. Yet you lingered in that moment of newfound strength for a second or two, and that needs to change. Budu nodded earnestly, absorbing Tianzi's analysis. Furthermore, you must never allow your opponent to bind you. Even if you find yourself trapped, do not panic. Endure the pain and strive to break free. Do not become an easy target, understand? Budu nodded, indicating its commitment to learn from this experience. Alright, let us take a brief respite before seeking out another Pokémon to battle. This will be a reward for your efforts, Tianzi said, observing Budu's attentive demeanor. Budu happily accepted the reward. Though it had not sustained significant injuries, the repeated use of Vine Whip and growth had left it somewhat drained of energy. Chapter 17. Adaptation and Challenge. Budu, this time, you must truly shine. Have you absorbed all I have imparted? Tianzi and his companions invested considerable time before finally spotting another green caterpillar on a branch. If Budu performed well this time, there would be no need to specifically seek out solitary caterpillars in the future. Budu nodded and stepped forward confidently. This caterpillar was clearly less adept at using its silk attack than the previous one. Upon seeing Budu, it could only manage to spin silk once. Budu effortlessly dodged and immediately raised its arms, summoning 2 vine whips before the caterpillar. Crack! Crack! The whips struck the caterpillar, sending it tumbling to the ground in pain. Budu, use growth. Tianzi urged urgently upon witnessing the scene. Budu promptly gathered its energy. Crack! Crack! This time, Budu completed the command in an instant. Recalling Tianzi's earlier guidance and swiftly employing Vine Whip. Having just recovered from the previous assault, the green caterpillar barely had time to catch its breath before 2 even thicker Vine Whips emerged before it, and in the blink of an eye, a more intense pain surged through its body. Well done, deliver the final blow and send it flying, Tai Chi commanded, observing the caterpillar's utter helplessness. The trumpet bud restrained the Vine Whips, binding the caterpillar tightly before hurling it towards the massive boulder ahead. The last sight the caterpillar beheld was the approaching uneven surface of the stone. With a resounding crash, a torrent of blood gushed from its head, and the caterpillar was instantly killed upon impact. Excellent work, Trumpet Bud. Keep a lookout for any threats. I will quickly gather my spoils, and we shall depart. Tai Chi hurriedly moved to collect his rewards. Acutely aware that the sound had been rather loud and the blood splattered everywhere, the metallic scent surely attracting fierce predators. Alright, let us move quickly and change our direction, Tai Chi instructed after he finished gathering his treasures. The trumpet bud nodded, keeping pace beside Tai Chi. They traversed a distance to the right, skirting around other sprites they encountered, mindful of the proximity to the previous battleground, fearing that engaging in combat again might draw in the predators. Consulting the map of the forest, Tai Chi noted that their path had inadvertently shifted from the northwest to the northeast, explaining the noticeable increase in sprite density in this area. The trumpet bud inquired, questioning whether they had lost their way. Not at all. We intended to head this way, Tai Chi replied, avoiding the trumpet bud's inquisitive gaze with a nervous chuckle. However, the sprite density here is quite high, and being alone with no other sprites around may not be safe. Let us retrace our steps a bit. The trumpet bud insisted, indicating that they had indeed taken a wrong turn. All right, trumpet bud. Let us head back a little and have lunch, Tai Chi said, disregarding the trumpet bud's disgruntled expression as he produced their meal. Upon hearing that more sprite meat was available, the trumpet bud eagerly followed suit. They retraced their steps a short distance and settled beneath a large tree. This will do for now. Trumpet bud, this is for you, Tai Chi exclaimed, presenting 2 pieces of sprite meat weighing a total of 1 pound to the trumpet bud, while he himself retrieved some travel rations and a bottle of water to swiftly resolve their lunch situation. The trumpet bud questioned, puzzled as to why they weren't cooking the meal. Although it could eat raw food, it preferred the taste of cooked meat seasoned with various spices. Trumpet bud, we are in the wild. Starting a fire would create an unmistakable aroma that could attract other sprites, Tai Chi explained, exasperated. The trumpet bud nodded in understanding, shifting its gaze towards the round object in Tai Chi's hand. Are you going to eat that? This is travel rations, though rather unpalatable. With a chuckle, he broke off a small piece to offer to the trumpet bud. Tui. The trumpet bud tasted it, and immediately spat it out, accustomed as it was to meat. It found the grainy texture utterly distasteful. Haha, enjoy your elfin meat, Tianci laughed, observing the scene. These travel rations were merely a mixture of various grains compressed into a cake, dried for preservation, rendering them exceedingly dry and crumbly. While the taste left much to be desired, they certainly sufficed to stave off hunger and sustain energy. When he first arrived in this town, due to financial constraints and limited government assistance, he had to subsist on such fare for quite some time, so it was manageable for him to consume it. After a brief rest, the duo set out once more in search of new targets. There are 3 in that thicket, Tianci murmured as he spotted 2 grazing and 1 on alert, a green caterpillar, through his binoculars. Let us go, Trumpet Bud, we're raising the stakes this time. 2 against 3. I'll keep 1 green caterpillar occupied. The Trumpet Bud responded affirmatively, feeling quite confident in its familiarity with green caterpillars. All right, let us move, Tianci declared. The pair stealthily approached their target, settling into position. Trumpet Bud, I'll use my throwing knives to attack them first. You should prepare to use growth, and then quickly take down 1 with Vine Whip. The Trumpet Bud nodded in agreement, immediately channeling its energy as a soft green light enveloped it, signaling the completion of the growth move. Indeed, practical combat is the finest training, Tianci mused, observing the Trumpet Bud having shortened its growth to under 2 seconds. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the flying knives slicing through the air alerted the vigilant green caterpillar. Whoa, whoa. The green caterpillar cried, warning its companions. Whoa, 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 whoa. After its shout, the alert green caterpillar quickly unleashed silk in an attempt to deflect the incoming knives. Crack. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, it successfully swatted 1 away. But the 2 grazing green caterpillars were not so fortunate. Although their companions' warning allowed them to react, their sluggish movements left them vulnerable, resulting in cuts on their bodies, with traces of paralysis powder clinging to them. Upon turning to see only a human, they did not flee. Instead, they directed their silk attacks towards Tianci. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tianci hurriedly dodged, for his daily training had not been in vain. In the past, he had managed to confront a green caterpillar unaided by traps or poison, relying solely on a decade of honed skills. Now, Trumpet Bud, unleash Vine Whip on those 2 with injuries, Tianci whispered urgently. Moo. From behind a tree, the Trumpet Bud promptly executed Vine Whip. Crack, crack. 2 robust vines struck their targets with precision. The already afflicted green caterpillars, caught unaware by the sudden assault, cried out in distress. As the situation appeared to be favoring them, Tianci could not help but exclaim in delight. Oh, oh. At that moment, the vigilant caterpillars suddenly let out a loud cry. The 2 green caterpillars, despite their pain, resolutely began to unleash silk towards the Trumpet Bud and Tianci. Moo. The Trumpet Bud, making every effort to evade, still found itself ensnared by the threads, most of which were aimed at it. Do not panic, Trumpet Bud. Strive to break free. Just then, the unharmed green caterpillar began to emanate a faint energy and swiftly charged towards the Trumpet Bud. This one can also launch an attack. A look of urgency flashed across Tianci's face. Chapter 18, Victory. Trumpet Bud, hold your ground. Use the force of its impact to escape the threads. Tianci quickly assessed the situation and issued his command. If the Trumpet Bud employed its Vine Whip for defense, the evidently commanding green caterpillar would likely compel its companions to weave silk even more tightly, further ensnaring the Trumpet Bud. This would render the Trumpet Bud a mere target. And facing 3 opponents was clearly beyond his capabilities, even with the 2 injured ones. Indeed, even the weaker Pokémon possessed the wisdom to survive, Tianci mused. Moo. The Trumpet Bud, originally prepared to use its Vine Whip as before, wore a puzzled expression upon hearing the command, but swiftly retracted the whip as instructed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Although the Trumpet Bud had withdrawn its Vine Whip, Tianci was not merely a spectator. He seized the opportunity to hurl 4 throwing knives at the 2 sluggish green caterpillars, and the final 2 were aimed at the one launching an attack. Oh, oh. The caterpillars, already laboring under pain, could not evade the oncoming knives, which pierced into their bodies, eliciting cries of agony. However, the 2 knives thrown at the leader of the green caterpillars were predictably deflected by the energy surrounding its body, their only effect being to slightly slow its momentum. Bang! The green caterpillar collided directly with the stem of the Trumpet Bud. Moo. The Trumpet Bud was knocked backward, though it hurt immensely. It also freed itself from the viscous threads. All right, Trumpet Bud, now is the time to counterattack. Use your Vine Whip to strike it, and ignore the other 2. Tianci urged the Trumpet Bud. Moo. Never having experienced such pain before, the Trumpet Bud felt immense anger towards its assailant. Fortunately, its rigorous training had instilled a resilient spirit, and with Tianci's voice, it quickly regained focus amidst the pain. Crack, crack. 2 Vine Whips struck the leader of the green caterpillars directly. Oh, I cannot believe the opponent reacted so swiftly, being struck so closely by the Vine Whip. Oh, oh. The caterpillar, reeling from the blows, called out loudly for its companions to assist. Ah, your companion has succumbed, ensnared by the vine whip, as Tianci chuckled coldly. Moo. In a fit of wrath, the vine whip tightened around the caterpie captain, forcefully slamming it into the ground. Bang, bang. With each forceful impact, the caterpie captain ultimately met its demise. Enough, cease your actions. The vine whip must eliminate the other two. A team must present itself in perfect order. Tianci commanded the still thrashing vine whip. Moo. Heeding the command, the vine whip released its grip and approached the two immobilized caterpies. Ugh, the two caterpies, witnessing their leader being mercilessly crushed by the demon before them, emitted desperate cries for mercy. Moo. The vine whip glanced at Tianci, recalling his words that living caterpies could fetch a higher price. Dispose of them. Their potential is lacking, and if they haven't learned other techniques, no one will buy them. Tianci remarked indifferently. Moo moo. The vine whip nodded and, with a swift lash of its vine whip, sent the two caterpies on their final journey. Vine whip. That commotion was quite pronounced. I shall stow the bodies in my backpack for the moment. We must depart swiftly before we disassemble them, Tianci instructed, placing the three caterpie corpses into his backpack. Moo moo. Although the vine whip did not fully comprehend the rationale, it understood that obeying Tianci was paramount. The duo began to retreat rapidly toward the outskirts. Shortly after their departure, two Ekans slithered to the scene, but aside from some bloodstains, they discovered nothing amiss. After hastening for a while, Tianci and the vine whip halted upon nearing the forest's edge. We are safe here. Wild Pokémon generally avoid this vicinity due to regular purges, which have taught them that those fearsome humans and Pokémon enter from this very place. Now, vine whip, let us take a moment to rest. I will apply some medicinal spray to your bruised areas, Tianci said, extracting a fresh healing spray and administering it to the vine whip's injured spots. Moo moo. The vine whip felt a soothing coolness where it had been struck, finding it quite pleasant. Now, I will proceed to dissect the corpses while explaining the recent battle to you. Root yourself and listen, Tianci stated, retrieving the three caterpie corpses and a small knife to commence his explanation. In this battle, it was your first injury, which understandably stirred your emotions. However, I hope that next time, you can regain your composure swiftly and counter your opponent rather than being blinded by rage. Tianci addressed the vine whip regarding its earlier emotional state. Moo moo. The vine whip wore a pitiful expression, genuinely lamenting the pain it had endured. Do not wear that expression, vine whip, you must grow. We aspire to ascend to gym leader status, perhaps even to the rank of champion. If you cannot withstand a modicum of pain, what purpose does our training serve? This time, Tianci spoke with seriousness, for he understood the importance of instilling a preventative mindset in the vine whip. Moo moo moo. Experiencing Tianci's sternness for the first time, the vine whip hurriedly explained. I wasn't avoiding responsibility. I merely wished to feign pity to procure some Pokémon meat. Take this and eat, said Tianci, bemused, as he handed a freshly cut piece of Pokémon meat to the Budu. I dare say we have succeeded this time. So we need not specifically target isolated ones anymore. When we encounter foes of suitable strength and manageable numbers, we shall give it a try. However, there will be heavier injuries, potential failures, and even death in our future endeavors. Are you still willing, Budu? Tianci gazed into Budu's eyes, articulating each word deliberately. Chirp, 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 chirp. Budu, who had been savoring the fresh Pokémon meat, paused at Tianci's inquiry. It approached him, leaning against his side, signaling its unwavering commitment to battle alongside him. Thank you, Budu, Tianci whispered. In that moment, the solitary existence he once led felt distant. As he truly grasped the essence of companionship and familial bonds, he experienced the profound connections articulated in the anime of his previous life, in this world. Such sentiments were not mere rhetoric. Now let us discuss why we did not employ Vine Whip as a defense, but instead braced ourselves against the attack. This strategy is essentially a trade of the minor for the major. Tianci explained his thoughts from the previous battle to Budu. Desiring for his Pokémon to develop a sense of autonomous combat awareness and to astutely perceive opportunities in battle. Chirp, chirp, Budu nodded, indicating its understanding. Observing the contemplative Budu, Tianci felt a sense of satisfaction. Thus far, his training had proven effective. The rationale behind this discussion lay in the nature of high-level Pokémon battles, where the speed of attacks is rapid and the transmission of commands requires time. Often, by the time a command is conveyed, the opponent has already changed tactics. Therefore, in elite-level battles, although trainers advance to a remarkable level through feedback and can keep pace with the combat visually, they do not experience the fight firsthand. Consequently, they can only issue a few commands throughout the battle to create pivotal moments for their Pokémon. Chapter 19. Continuous Combat Budu. Let us continue to search for our prey. Tianci reapplied paralysis powder to the retrieved throwing knives and ventured deeper with Budu, no longer opting for weaker opponents. The duo swiftly encountered new adversaries. Ahead lay two Caterpies. Budu, come here. Let me explain the battle style of Caterpie. With the decision to intensify their combat efforts, Tianci prepared to confront the two Caterpies. Caterpie differs from Weedle in that it possesses slightly greater strength, primarily due to its sharp horn. In addition to spinning silk, it can also launch poisonous stingers. So, be particularly cautious. Tiansu advised Budu. Chirp, chirp, Budu nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, during our first encounter, I shall assist you. Furthermore, Caterpie has a venom sac, which you can consume. It should aid in your understanding of poison-type moves. Upon hearing this, Budu's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, to be prudent, let us first use growth. Then, I will throw the knives, and you must follow up immediately with Vine Whip. Do you understand? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Budu swiftly utilized growth, signaling its readiness. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, 4 flying daggers were launched towards the horned bug. Clang, clang, clang. Hearing the sound, the horned bug retaliated by firing several venomous needles from its horns, deflecting 3 of the daggers, while only 1 struck its target. The horned bug let out a pained cry. Following this, the trumpet sprout swiftly employed its vine whip to prioritize an attack on the wounded horned bug. Whack, whack. The vine whip struck with precision, and through these encounters, the trumpet sprout grew increasingly adept in its usage. The injured horned bug was soon rendered incapable of further combat. Such weakness, it appeared that the creature was merely a novice of lower-tier strength. Suddenly, another horned bug, witnessing its fallen comrade, launched 2 venomous needles directly at Tianshi. Alarmed, Tianshi quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. He had let his guard down. How could he allow his mind to wander in the midst of battle? Trumpet Sprout, show it who's boss. Use the Vine Whip. With a surge of indignation, the Trumpet Sprout raised its arms and swung the Vine Whip with all its might, feeling disrespected by the enemy's disregard. To its surprise, the horned bug's venomous needles missed their mark, and it could not withstand the oncoming Vine Whip, which sent it flying. Continue to bind it. Crush it. Tianshi commanded as he regained his footing. The Trumpet Sprout nodded in agreement. Keeping the Vine Whip extended, it ensnared the horned bug and hurled it into the air, slamming it downwards. Thud, thud. This particular horned bug clearly possessed slightly greater strength than the one already lying on the ground. After enduring 2 strikes, it struggled valiantly, its horns glowing anew as it attempted to launch venomous needles at the Trumpet Sprout. Be cautious. Trumpet Sprout, do not let its horns face you. Throw it into the air. Who? The Trumpet Sprout complied, whipping the horned bug upwards. In the air, the horned bug lost control of its venomous needles, which flew astray. Now, Trumpet Sprout, take advantage of this moment. Bring it back down with the Vine Whip. Tianshi urged. Crack, crack. The robust Vine Whip struck the horned bug, sending it plummeting to the ground. Thud. With a heavy landing, the horned bug fell silent. All right, Trumpet Sprout, stay alert, Tianshi instructed as he retrieved a dagger and advanced, delivering 2 swift strikes to end its life. Although the battle had been arduous, it was undoubtedly rewarding. Observing the larger and smaller sharp horns in his hand, along with 2 venom sacs and approximately 10 pounds of insect meat, Tianshi nodded in satisfaction. The combined total of the venom sacs and the caterpillar's silk amounted to 7 bundles, roughly valued at 500 yuan. The 2 sharp horns were worth 200 yuan each. The venom sacs also priced at 200 yuan, and the insect meat weighed around 34 to 35 pounds. A bountiful harvest indeed. As Tianshi skillfully divided the spoils of battle, he calculated his earnings from morning till afternoon. The flesh of the unicorn bug is priced 10 yuan higher per pound than that of the green caterpillar. Moreover, the horn on the unicorn bug can be utilized as a material for toxins, with a typical size of about 5 centimeters, fetching a price of 100 yuan each. Unfortunately, the horn in Tiansu's possession measures only around 4 centimeters, likely valued at merely a few dozen yuan. The toxin sacs are also priced at 100 yuan apiece. As the venom of the unicorn bug is rather mild, the scattered poison needles on the ground barely darken the grass. Nonetheless, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. And since the toxin sac is not for sale, this slight toxin is perfect for the trumpet bud to consume and cultivate its internal toxicity. The flesh of the sprite can be sold off entirely, along with the green caterpillar. Today's all-day training has shown promising results for the trumpet bud, suggesting that frequent visits could expedite its advancement. Tiansu observed the trumpet bud, which was eagerly exploring new opponents ahead, while he reflected on the day's gains. 10 pounds of bug meat would suffice for 3 to 4 days, completely adequate. Thus, the 25 pounds of green caterpillar flesh could be sold to the butcher for 1,500 yuan, in addition to the 7 toxin sacs and 2 horns, resulting in a net income of approximately 5,200 yuan. It was now 2:15 in the afternoon. Tiansu decided to linger for another 2 hours before returning. Glancing at his inexpensive digital watch, Moo, the trumpet bud, realizing Tiansu had strayed too far, scampered back and tugged at his pant leg. My apologies. I was lost in thought about today's harvest, Tiansu replied. He had indeed been inattentive to his surroundings. It seemed that even as someone from a previous life, becoming a trainer for the first time had yet to feel natural. He had allowed himself to become engrossed in thought while in the wilderness. Fortunately, The paths he had traversed previously were nearby, sparing him from any sudden Pokémon ambush. A wave of anxiety washed over Tiansu, and he resolved never to make such a mistake again in the wild. His attention must remain vigilant to his surroundings. The trumpet bud bestowed upon him a look of exasperation. I promise to be more cautious next time. By the way, have you spotted any Pokémon? Tiansu, assuring his commitment, swiftly changed the subject. Moo moo moo. The innocent trumpet bud had indeed fallen for the bait, indicating to Tiansu that it had discovered a purple Pokémon with large front teeth scuttling on the ground. Purple and large front teeth. That must be a Rattata. Rattata is incredibly swift. You will find it quite challenging to catch before you learn the three-powder technique. Even my flying knife may not hit it. Tiansu lamented. If the Rattata did not flee, he believed the trumpet bud could turn it into a trophy for its backpack. However, Rattata is known to be timid and quick to escape if it senses danger, and without control skills, the trumpet bud might sustain injuries without any gain. Trumpet bud. That Pokémon is called Rattata. It runs much faster than green caterpillars or unicorn bugs. There is no guarantee we can capture it, and you might end up fighting for nothing. Do you wish to give it a try? Tiansu ultimately decided to seek the trumpet bud's opinion. Moo, moo moo, the Budu hesitated for a moment, recalling the words that Tianci had previously shared with him, and eventually nodded solemnly. Chapter 20, The Battle with Rattata. Alright, let us devise a plan. It would be ideal if we could capture it. Tianci observed the spirited Budu, resolved to give it a try. Budu. In order to capture it, we must provoke it to attack us willingly. I intend to be the one to provoke it while you remain hidden. Tianci made a bold decision. One must understand that Rattata's incisors could bite through iron plates, and with Tianci's rudimentary protective gear, he might not withstand the Rattata's bite. Moo, moo 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 moo. Budu urgently urged Tianci to abandon this notion, expressing a willingness to seek out other Pokémon to battle until he mastered his skills before confronting it. Do not worry, Budu, this is also an opportunity. There is only one Rattata, and remember, Rattata is worth more than a cater pie. Tianci reassured the anxious Budu, gently patting his head. Moreover, my training over the past few years has not been in vain. It is unlikely that Rattata could inflict a serious injury with a single strike. The risk is manageable. Now, listen closely to what I say. Whether we can capture it largely depends on you. Moo moo moo. Seeing Tianci's determination, Budu initially intended to voice further concerns, but ultimately transformed it into a resolute call. After all, since Tianci had such faith in him, he could not let him down. Rattata could learn moves like Tackle and Quick Attack at the novice level. Most Rattata were accustomed to using Quick Attack to strike first, but it would experience a brief decrease in speed afterward, which presented an opportunity. Tianci shared his strategy with Budu. Budu nodded, silently undergoing a growth process before concealing itself nearby. Whoosh, whoosh. Observing that Budu had found a suitable position, Tianci swiftly launched two throwing knives at Rattata. Thud. Rattata reacted swiftly, evading the two knives with a nimble sidestep. Looking up, it noticed a strangely dressed human. Cautiously, it scanned its surroundings, aware that humans typically had captured Pokémon nearby. Quite cautious, are we? Then I shall not hold back. Tianci noted that Rattata had not attacked directly, recognizing it as a wild survivor. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 more throwing knives were hurled at Rattata in rapid succession. Rattata nimbly rolled away, evading the knives. Yet this reckless human was beginning to irritate it, prompting a threatening growl. Huh, Rattata, is dodging all you can do? Are you so timid that your companions abandoned you? What a useless creature. I am all alone. Seeing that Rattata still refrained from attacking, Tianci discerned that it was likely concerned about the presence of other Pokémon nearby. Thus he taunted Rattata once more and threw another knife. Thud. Though the intentions of the human remained unclear, the audacious expression on their face compelled little Rata to impart a lesson. In a swift motion, a purple figure appeared before Tianci, and he felt a sudden pain in his right leg. Now, find it, he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the discomfort. With a burst of electricity, little Rata, having just executed an electrifying move, licked the blood from its incisors while alleviating the strain from its recent maneuver. Confident in its speed, it believed that even with a slight decrease in agility, this human's throwing knives would not harm it. However, the trumpet bud had already taken action, sending 2 tendrils racing towards little Rata. Recognizing the imminent danger, it attempted to evade, but a fleeting weakness in its limbs caused a delay in its movements. Enraged by Tianci's injury, the trumpet bud repeatedly slammed the ensnared little Rata against the ground. In its struggle, little Rata sought to bite through the tendrils. Although each impact was painful, its fierce survival instinct drove it to gnaw at the vines whenever it was lifted. Hurry, trumpet bud. Increase your speed. Tianci urged anxiously. The trumpet bud, realizing the urgency, endeavored to expedite its actions. Yet, the already battered tendrils, coupled with little Rata's relentless writhing, impeded rather than enhanced its speed. Determined to prevent further injury to Tianci, the trumpet bud surged its energy into the tendrils. Little Rata cried out in agony as the tendrils sprouted sharp wooden thorns that pierced into its flesh, inflicting ongoing damage. Well done, Trumpet Bud. Keep striking, Ci exclaimed, surprised by the turn of events. He had prepared for Little Rata's escape, never anticipating that the Trumpet Bud would master the binding technique at such a critical moment. Technique name, binding. Technique description, grass-type spirits often employ thorny tendrils to ensnare their foes, allowing the thorns to penetrate the enemy's body and inflict lasting harm. Recalling the knowledge from his studies, Ci had researched the techniques that his Trumpet Bud could learn, and this particular move, when combined with Fine Whip, significantly amplified its power. With relentless force, the Trumpet Bud continued to slam the weakened Little Rata into the ground. The little creature, now feeling the pain coursing through its body from the embedded thorns, found itself unable to summon the strength to escape. Without the binding vines, it could have utilized its electrifying speed to flee, removing the thorns one by one. However, the continuous blows and the pain from the thorns sapped its strength, leading to its eventual incapacitation. Laba, feeling at ease, hurried to Tianqi's side and inquired about his injury. It's nothing, Laba. Thankfully, I had on protective gear. Just a minor scrape from its teeth. I'll disinfect it with some alcohol and apply a bit of ointment. Momomo? Laba, noticing that Tianqi's leg bore no significant wounds, turned to ask about the small Rattata. It seemed quite formidable. Could it be captured alive and sold for a handsome profit? Let me ponder for a moment. Laba, keep a lookout for any threats. After tending to his injury, Tianqi began to contemplate the potential gains and losses. This small Rattata was still at the novice level, yet among its peers, it was relatively strong and had the potential to evolve. With the right resources, ascending to an ordinary level was undoubtedly achievable. Therefore, there must be buyers for it. The store sold such creatures for 8,000 each, typically of poor quality. But this one, with its sharp teeth, likely possessed at least moderate quality, making its retrieval value around 13,000. However, I must first tame it and heal it before the shop would consider a buyback, which would incur costs of approximately 1,500. Nonetheless, that would yield more profit than selling materials. After a brief contemplation, Tianqi resolved to capture it alive. Without hesitation, he produced a Pokeball, pressing the small button on its side to void his own information. This rendered the Pokeball devoid of contract functionality, transforming it merely into a cage. He then aimed it at the still unconscious Rattata and released a beam of red light, drawing the creature into the ball. Let us go, Laba. We're heading back to town. With the Rattata now captured, Tianqi and Laba embarked on their journey back. Chapter 21. A reunion as they traversed the path. Tianqi observed the gaping hole in the leg of his protective suit, a chilling reminder of the Rattata's destructive potential. Although it was a basic suit, it was designed to withstand assaults from higher-tier novice Pokémon. To think it had been compromised by a mere mid-tier novice Rattata. Of course, he recognized that the disparity between his second-hand gear and brand-new quality was significant, not to mention the Rattata's sharp incisors played a role. After all, no one would willingly allow a Rattata to bite them. However, this Rattata's attributes were at least average, otherwise, its attack power would not have approached that of an ordinary level. This was precisely why he had used his only empty Pokeball to capture it. Otherwise, the shop would not be interested in taking back a common, low-quality Rattata. Yet, even if he had misjudged it, releasing it to harvest materials would not be a loss. Just the incisors alone were worth 800, not to mention the 6 or 7 pounds of meat. Tianqi had certainly considered the worst-case scenario. Even if he had to strip the Rattata down to the bone, his loss would be minimal. However, if it turned out to possess good quality, he could keep it for personal use. Rattata was not particularly finicky with food. Shaking his head, he dismissed the sudden thought. He was well aware of the rarity of encountering a Pokémon with good quality at the forest's edge. He did not consider himself the protagonist who could effortlessly capture a Pokémon of superior quality. Momo? The Beauty gazed at its trainer, who was muttering to himself intermittently, feeling a twinge of concern. Was he still unwell, perhaps infected? Fear not, Beauty. I am merely contemplating our forthcoming plans, he exclaimed. The city gates are already in sight. Let us hasten our pace, Beauty. We must tend to our spoils lest we be delayed until tomorrow. With a gentle pat on Beauty's head, he reassured it. Beauty nodded and began to quicken its pace. Do not run off ahead, Beauty. The trainer also quickened his steps to catch up. Panting heavily, the two leaned against the inner city gate wall, gasping for breath. Well, look at you. What a mess you've made of yourself. Your clothes are in tatters. A hearty voice rang out, teasingly. Is that really you, Uncle Sam? The trainer exclaimed upon recognizing the familiar face before him. From the sound of it, you seem quite eager to see me, the burly man replied, scratching his nose in bemusement. Indeed, I simply wish to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance back in the day. I noticed you seemed rather hurried last time we met, so I did not wish to impose. The trainer bowed respectfully to the man. No need for that. Young one, I was just a bit occupied recently, gathering materials for a breakthrough with my Abra. With that, Uncle Sam manifested a shimmering purple energy barrier around him, his expression brimming with pride. This is an extraordinary barrier. Congratulations on breaking through to the elite level, Uncle Sam. The trainer remarked, his face alight with envy. It is widely known that only elite-level trainers can stand tall in the wilderness. Even the initial barrier of the elite level can withstand a full-force strike from a gym-level Pokémon. Thus, facing 2 or 3 Pokémon of the same level in the wild would still afford the trainer a brief moment to strategize, or at the very least, make a graceful retreat. Moreover, upon transcending to the elite level, trainers officially join the ranks of the extraordinary, each gaining unique abilities corresponding to their Pokémon. Most significantly, their lifespans can be extended by 50 to 80 years, often allowing them to live to around 150 years. Likewise, Pokémon also experience an increase in lifespan. For instance, a Bata butterfly, which sacrifices its lifespan for evolution, upon breaking through to the elite level, can restore its life expectancy from under a year to a full century. Thus, only elite-level trainers possess the strength and longevity to petition the League for the establishment of a small family. Of course, should a family lose its elite-level prowess, it would be promptly removed from the League's rolls. In the little town, several families boast of illustrious lineages. Perhaps their ancestors were elite trainers. However, as far as he knew, only Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center, Officer Junsha from the Guard Bureau, and the heads of the 4 prominent families, Akiyama, Asada, Indo, and Jiangxi, are openly recognized as elite trainers. Now, we must add the captain of the city guard, Uncle Sam Jiro, to that list. Haha. It was merely a stroke of luck to break through. I am already 52 years old, and just managed to slip past the threshold of 55. Though Captain Sam's words were modest, the pride evident on his face spoke volumes of his satisfaction. Not at all, Uncle Sam. It is essential to recognize that reaching the elite level truly signifies entry into the inner sanctum of the League. Countless trainers find themselves stagnating at the ordinary tier throughout their lives. Your breakthrough has already placed you above the vast majority, and I firmly believe you will undoubtedly ascend to the status of a gym leader, T.N.C.I. remarked, flattering the visibly pleased Uncle Sam. Haha, not at all. The gym leader level is far beyond what someone like us could aspire to. Captain Sam quickly gestured dismissively, though the upward curve of his lips betrayed his delight at T.N.C.'s words. By the way, you haven't explained how you ended up in such a predicament, Uncle Sam inquired, his expression turning serious. Well, Uncle Sam, I intended to present you with a special token of gratitude. It is impossible to repay a life-saving favor. And while I understand it may seem trivial to you, it is a gesture of my sincere appreciation. As he spoke, T.N.C.I. retrieved 10 pounds of caterpie meat from his spatial backpack and handed Uncle Sam a Pokeball containing a Rattata. Initially, T.N.C.I. had only planned to gift caterpie meat and a few silk sacks to leave a favorable impression on Captain Sam, gradually deepening their rapport. However, upon learning that Uncle Sam had ascended to the elite level, he altered his approach, emphasizing his original intention and presenting the most precious catch from his recent endeavors, a Rattata. After all, the leg of an elite trainer is not one to be clung to lightly. Uncle Sam, I believe this Rattata has exceptional potential, so I took the risk to capture it as a token of my gratitude. Please accept it, T.N.C.I. insisted, pressing the Pokeball into Uncle Sam's hand. You rascal. This injury seems quite severe. It must be a result of a thundershock, Uncle Sam remarked, examining the shrunken Rattata within the ball. Indeed, Uncle Sam. You truly are an elite trainer. You discern the cause of the injury at a glance. T.N.C.I. quickly added. You flatterer. Just in time. I received something new that will come in handy. Captain Sam chuckled, retrieving a square red device from his backpack. It was none other than a Pokédex. So, the second-hand Pokédex from that street shop was purchased by you. T.N.C.I. gazed enviously at the familiar device. Of course, an elite trainer cannot be without a Pokédex. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, he minimized the Pokeball and placed it into the circular recess at the top right of the Pokédex. Click. A locking sound was followed by the emotionless voice of the machine. Pokémon, Rattata. Type, normal. Classification, mouse Pokémon. Height, 0, 27 meters. Weight, 2 kilograms. Description, although it is a common Pokémon, one must not underestimate it. Its sharp incisors can easily bite through even the hardest of iron. Potential, above average, currently classified as average due to developmental issues. Supplement, the current status of this sprite is that it is a novice at a high level, and there is potential for recovery. It is recommended to feed it 3 medium-quality General Energy cubes daily, along with a bottle of Moo Moo milk each day. After approximately a week, it should fully develop. Status, severely injured and unconscious. Recommendation, immediate transfer to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Breeding plan, Chapter 22, Reward. Upon hearing that this little Rattata had a chance to recover to an ordinary upper-tier qualification, Uncle Sam lowered his voice, eventually muting it entirely. Wow, you've got quite the luck, capturing an ordinary upper-tier Rattata right on the outskirts of the forest. Such creatures are typically found only deeper within. Captain Sam, astonished, put away his Pokédex and gazed at T.N.C.I. with wide eyes. Ah, It's indeed of upper-tier quality. I had thought it was merely of medium quality. However, Uncle Sam, this is my token of gratitude to you. Just because it possesses upper-tier quality, I won't take it back. Even if it were of good quality, it wouldn't compare to the life-saving favor you bestowed upon me, nor to your guidance last time. Tianci was initially taken aback, but swiftly changed the subject. Ignoring the Pokeball captain, Sam offered back. Young man, you must consider this carefully. An ordinary upper-tier sprite is a rare find. Even if you become a standard-level trainer, capturing one in the inner forest is no guarantee. Selling it to a Pokémon home could yield an income of 30,000. Uncle Sam, I am quite clear-headed about this. To restore it would require at least 11,000 in resources. Even if it recovers, I lack the surplus resources to cultivate it. All my resources are currently devoted to my Budew. Upon saying this, Tianci affectionately patted the head of his Budew. The Budew, previously intimidated by the extraordinary barrier, squinted its eyes and responded softly. Indeed, your Budew must be of good quality, Uncle Sam remarked after observing it, nodding in approval. You truly have an eye for talent. Uncle Sam, my Budew is indeed of good lower-tier quality. Tianci resolved to align himself with the esteemed figure, no longer concealing anything from Captain Sam. Only by demonstrating his value could he hope to be recognized by the elite. You've had quite the fortune, since it is of good quality. You should certainly establish a solid foundation at the novice level and nurture it well. As Sam spoke, he took back the Pokeball. I have just ascended to elite status. I must quickly cultivate a second elite Pokémon to secure my standing within the Alliance. My younger relatives have been clamoring for Pokémon, and I find myself troubled by this matter, so I shall shamelessly accept your gift. Indeed, the foremost task for a newly anointed elite trainer is to leverage their first Pokémon to accelerate the breakthrough of a second. Only with 2 elite Pokémon can one truly claim the title of elite trainer. However, I cannot simply take something from a newcomer without offering something in return. Otherwise, I would be the subject of ridicule, Uncle Sam said, rummaging through his Pokémon backpack. Here, take this. It's a grass-type absorb skill ball. This is my investment in you. Do not falter midway. Uncle Sam tossed a green Pokeball to Tianci from his backpack, and before Tianci could respond, he released a large Pidgeotto that soared onto the city wall. Thank you, Uncle Sam, Tianci exclaimed, filled with excitement, and swiftly stowed away the skill ball. This time, he had truly struck gold, a mere Rattata exchange for a skill ball precisely suited for his newly acquired Budew. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Tianci walked down the street alongside Budew. Although the absorb move is not particularly potent, and considering that grass-type Pokémon possess their own means of recovery, its price remains relatively low. In the department store, it is available for sale, albeit at a steep price of 50,000 per ball. Yet, for a Budew lacking this move in its hereditary lineage, it is worth its weight in gold. Indeed, upon witnessing Budew learn the move Bind in the wild, Tianci had conceived the idea of amassing funds to purchase Absorb for combo usage. Just imagine, Budew could first ensnare its opponent with Vine Whip, then use Bind to pierce the foe with its thorns, culminating in an Absorb to replenish its own health. The opponent would effectively become Budew's life source. Naturally, the adversary would not willingly allow itself to be bound, hence the necessity for Sleep Powder to ensure successful control. The combination of Sleep Powder, Vine Whip, Bind, and Absorb had long been a strategy Tianci had envisioned. As long as Budew avoids severe injury in the wild, it could seek out weaker Pokémon to restore its vitality. Moreover, it would save on healing items. What brilliance! Lost in thought, Tianci couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Moo? Budew gazed curiously at its trainer, who was lost in laughter. Ahem. Tianci straightened his expression. One must maintain an image. Budew, upon our return, we must train diligently at home. You have just learned Bind. We need to refine it until you can wield it as effortlessly as Vine Whip. Budew nodded in agreement. Next, we shall learn the Absorb move that Uncle Sam provided. This skill will enable you to siphon energy from your bound opponents, perfectly complementing your current moves. Therefore, you must exert yourself, Tianci said earnestly, looking into Budew's eyes. Budew nodded, indicating its determination to strive harder. Merely trying is insufficient. We must double our efforts. Once we have mastered this move set, we shall venture into the wild for hunting. If our stock of Pokémon meat runs out, we shall resort to the leftover grass-type feed. To expedite Budew's mastery, Tianci unleashed his trump card. Moo, moo moo. Upon hearing the prospect of consuming the bland grass-type feed, Budew immediately perked up, fully alert. After all, this inferior grass-type feed, designed for mass appeal, caters predominantly to the tastes of grass-type Pokémon, most of whom are herbivorous. Thus, for a meat-eating Budew, the transition back to such feed would be nothing short of torturous. Excellent. That's the spirit, Budew. I will also double my efforts alongside you. Observing Budew's unwavering enthusiasm, Tianci felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Let us hasten our pace. First, we shall sell the materials at that quaint elven goods shop, and then return to rest before embarking on our training this evening. With that, he began to sprint. Moo! The trumpet butt exclaimed. Tianci, You dare to mimic my stealthy escape. The duo, a person and his Pokémon, chased each other, swiftly reaching the entrance of the shop. Good afternoon, Grandpa Arai. I have come to sell some items. Upon entering, Tianci greeted with utmost politeness. Oh, let us see what you have, replied the elderly man at the counter, hunched over slightly. This time, I have 7 silk sacks and 2 horned caterpillar horns. Tianci, seemingly oblivious to the old man's indifferent expression, maintained his courteous demeanor, neatly placing the items upon the counter. After all, this was a relative of a gym-level trainer. If he made a good impression with each visit, it would surely leave a mark. No wonder the town's guards frequented this shop for trading. Tianci mused internally, while outwardly he appeared obedient. Since his last visit, he learned that the shopkeeper's surname was Arai, and he resolved to leave a positive impression. That will be 650 yen. No objections, just take it. The old man swiftly scanned the items and placed the money on the counter before returning to his recliner. Grandpa Arai, who does not know that you run the fairest shop in our town? How could I possibly object? I shall return again. Tianci subtly flattered the old man before discreetly exiting the shop. Chapter 23, Commencing Training. After stepping out of the shop, Tianci did not follow his initial plan to visit the butcher, for Captain Sam's gifted skill ball inspired him to extend his training period. He intended to master this technique before venturing out for hunting. The 35 pounds of Pokémon meat, combined with the expenses from training, would only suffice for the trumpet bud for about 7 or 8 days. He contemplated, if he did not master the skill, then perhaps he should procure more Pokémon meat from the butcher. Tianci had no genuine desire for the trumpet bud to continuously consume subpar feed. After all, as a novice, he was still in the foundational stage. He would not foolishly jeopardize future prospects. Even a slight enhancement in his foundation would bolster the chances of advancing to the elite level. Of course, an occasional meal as a form of punishment for the trumpet bud would not be an issue. Let us go, trumpet bud. We shall visit the market to procure some vegetables for your meal. Moo. The trumpet bud nodded eagerly, aware that while raw Pokémon meat was quite delectable, the addition of seasonings and cooked accompaniments would elevate its flavor to new heights. The pair quickly visited the market, gathering supplies sufficient for about a week before returning home. Ah, at last we are home. Tianci tossed his backpack aside and leaped onto the bed. The intense concentration required in the wilderness, coupled with continuous battles, left this mere mortal feeling quite fatigued. Moo. Observing this, the trumpet bud promptly jumped up as well, intent on urging Tianci to prepare dinner. You little rascal, truly. I do not possess your extraordinary stamina. All right, I shall go at once. Tianci chuckled wryly, feeling the burdensome plight of a Pokémon trainer. He yearned to transcend to the elite level as soon as possible. Even the most fundamental extraordinary physique would allow him to remain awake for 3 days and nights without respite. While preparing a meal in the kitchen, he couldn't help but envy Uncle Sam. After dining, he and his Pokémon indulged in playful antics for a while before commencing to devise a training regimen. Although he was uncertain of the trainer's mindset in this world, Tianci drew upon the experiences of soldiers from his previous life, believing that after enduring the harshness of battle, it was essential to engage in merriment to relax both body and mind. In his view, this was indeed a necessity. After all, many soldiers who had fought for extended periods in his past life, even if they survived to retire, often suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. Living in a state of constant anxiety, he certainly did not wish for his Pokémon to endure such a fate. Moreover, playfulness would foster a deeper bond between the Pokémon and their trainer, making it all the more vital. All right, Beauty, let us now formulate our training plan. We will begin with the regular foundational training, which I shall not reiterate. Though these are basic exercises, one must remember that a towering edifice rises from the ground. A solid foundation is essential for advancing further. Tianci emphasized the importance of fundamentals, stating he would not shorten the foundational training time in favor of developing 2 techniques. Beauty nodded in agreement, feeling the truth in his words. Had it not been for its consistent evasive training, it would not have reacted so swiftly during their recent outdoor excursions. Now, we shall modify the training for Vine Whip. You have already mastered both Vine Whip and Sand Attack adeptly, applying them skillfully in battle. Thus, we shall replace this time with training for the binding technique, enabling the wooden spikes to proliferate along the vines. As Tianci shared the revised plan, Beauty appeared puzzled. Isn't it sufficient to merely bind the enemy and allow the wooden spikes to grow? Beauty, you are thinking too narrowly. Consider this. If you were to strike your opponent with vines brimming with wooden spikes, would the damage not be significantly greater, resulting in more bloodshed? Upon hearing this, Beauty's eyes lit up, and it nodded vigorously. Therefore, you must strive to master binding within 3 days, and then expand the range of the wooden spikes. If this technique is successful, we shall name it the Thorn Whip. Unlike the methodical trainers here, Tianci, having experienced an era of information explosion in his past life, possessed a wealth of innovative ideas and could approach problems from diverse perspectives. This could be considered a fortunate advantage bestowed upon him by his previous existence. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of sorrow for his situation. observing how others who had traversed into this world often possessed a panel system or other advantages. As for him, he had nothing at all. Moreover, this world felt vaguely reminiscent of the anime from his past life, with familiar figures like Professor Oak and the Pokémon League. Yet, there were discrepancies as well. For instance, among the Elite Four of Kanto, he only recognized the Fighting-type Master, Shiba, and the Ghost-type Master, Kikuko. The Dragon-type Master was named Watanabe Sora, not the red-haired figure he had envisioned, but rather one with gray hair. The openly acclaimed champion was indeed a Dragonite. While the Ice-type Master was not called Kona, but rather Chika. She, proficient in the art of ice manipulation, does not embody the archetype of an aloof beauty. Rather, her demeanor is quite amiable. Consequently, he finds himself uncertain whether the memories of his previous life, steeped in the realm of anime, could bestow upon him any fortune in the future, such as the diverse Pokémon that Ash has encountered. He gazes enviously, particularly at the Charmander, which, despite its rebellious nature upon evolving into a Charizard, undeniably ranks among the most formidable of Ash's Pokémon. Alas, do I traverse into the past, or merely into a parallel universe? This thought brings a slight headache to Tianci. Yet he surmises that the answer will reveal itself once he embarks on his journey. Upon regaining his focus, Tianci addressed his Budu, stating, "Let us dedicate 3 days to training the move Vine Whip. Should we fail to accomplish this, we shall extend our efforts. However, this will inevitably delay our subsequent plans, possibly resulting in a more herbivorous diet for you." Budu declared, expressing its unwavering commitment to exert twice the effort. "Indeed, I have faith in your abilities. This move is, after all, a legacy of your lineage. I am confident you will master it swiftly." Tianci encouraged. "Once Vine Whip is perfected, we shall utilize this skill ball. According to our strategy, you must learn this technique within 4 days and apply it in battle. Do you possess the confidence to accomplish this?" Budu exclaimed, affirming its absolute confidence in completing the training. "Yes, I believe you can achieve this. Although Absorb is not a direct inheritance of your bloodline, it remains a grass-type move. And the challenge of learning moves of the same type is inherently less daunting than that of entirely different ones." Observing Budu's palpable confidence, Tianci felt compelled to offer further encouragement, recognizing that confidence is indeed a vital component of success. "Our plan is thus tentatively established, subject to modification based on your training progress. This evening, we shall continue with foundational training, 1 hour of Vine Whip weightlifting." Upon hearing the training regimen, Budu instinctively made its way to the back door, selecting a larger stone to commence its weightlifting. Tianci, too, engaged in physical conditioning, lifting stones to bolster his strength. Huff, huff. Gradually, the robust sound of their labored breathing shattered the tranquility of the night. Chapter 24, Mastery of Vine Whip. Bobo? Oh, with the dawn of another day, Tianci and Budu were already engaged in their customary physical training, running laps around the refuse site. Huff, huff. Feeling slightly more at ease compared to earlier, Tianci observed Budu, who was actively completing its 4th lap, alongside his own body, which felt less fatigued. This was a testament to Budu's progress, a reflection of its growing strength. Had it not been for his daily commitment to exercise and a keen understanding of his physical condition, he might not have recognized this improvement. After all, Budu still belonged to the novice tier among the broader categories. The 3 laps of warm-up quickly passed, and after enjoying breakfast and a half-hour respite, Tianci resumed his routine of punching and practicing throwing knives, while Budu stood nearby, brandishing 2 noticeably thicker vines than before. With its eyes closed, it immersed itself in the deep recesses of its ancestral memories, tracing the flow of energy within the technique it was mastering. Suddenly, the Budu opened its eyes wide, and a faint green energy appeared along the vines, causing wooden thorns to sprout from their tips. Observing the meager growth of the thorns, Budu let out a sigh of disappointment. "Do not lose heart, Budu. You are doing splendidly. Since your initial comprehension in the wild, you have successfully executed this technique for the first time. What you lack is merely proficiency. Keep striving." Tianzi, noticing the commotion, hurriedly offered encouragement. Upon hearing Tianzi's words, Budu raised its leafy arms and motivated itself before diving back into the repetitive practice of the technique. In the blink of an eye, noon arrived. After lunch, Budu, instead of taking a nap, glanced at Tianzi, who was still lost in dreams, and recalled the scene from the city gates. Although it had been awestruck by the man's strength, remaining a silent observer, having grown up in human society, Budu had gleaned enough from the conversation to understand what transpired at the gates. Tianzi had given that small ratata to the man in exchange for acquiring the skill orb. Moreover, Tianzi rarely indulged in the flesh of Pokémon, often consuming it all himself. Budu was aware that such energy-rich sustenance would greatly benefit Tianzi's constitution. Therefore, I must exert myself diligently to break through and offer Tianzi even greater assistance. Budu quietly opened the back door and stepped outside. Each time in the wild, they had to cautiously seek their targets, retreating hurriedly at the slightest disturbance during battles. All of this stemmed from my insufficient strength. Had we possessed that small Rattata, Tianzi would not need to be so vigilant in the wild. As Budu reflected on their experiences together in the wilderness, it knew that Tianzi had considered capturing that small Rattata, given its speed and reasonable aptitude. Yet, in pursuit of optimal development for itself, Tianzi had chosen to forego the opportunity. The first person Budu had ever seen was Tianzi. The one who tended to its wounds in the wild was also Tianzi. Though he spoke of snatching meat, he primarily consumed ordinary food himself. And it was Tianzi who meticulously counted every penny at the market, yet was generous towards me. Closing its eyes, Budu recalled every moment shared with Tianzi, gradually sinking deeper into its bloodline memories, growing ever more resolute. I will master this. No. The energy must be dispersed a bit. No. That one Tidu. The dispersion of energy renders the thorns too dull. Budu persisted in its attempts, experiencing failure time and again, yet it remained certain of its eventual success. In between, due to insufficient energy, and in a bid to train more frequently, Budu stealthily returned to its room and consumed a bag of grass-type Pokémon food to replenish its strength. Though it did not favor the taste, the speed at which it replenished energy surpassed its own ability to absorb sunlight. In the blink of an eye, there were merely 23 minutes remaining until the afternoon training session. The budding sprout glanced at the wooden thorns on its vine and nodded with determination. Surely, within 3 days, success would be within reach. Indeed, Tianzi's concerns were not unfounded. After all, it possessed only mediocre potential, merely surpassing the majority of the commonplace, yet falling short of genius. Fortunately, the technique it practiced was a hereditary move, a low-level skill that could be honed through repetition. Before Tianzi awoke, the sprout quietly returned to the room, eager to surprise him. Ding ding ding. In a fleeting 20 minutes, the alarm rang, rousing both Tianzi and the sprout, who was feigning sleep. All right, Sprout, it's time to commence our afternoon training, Tianzi said, patting the sprout on the head as he stepped out of the door. The sprout nodded enthusiastically and followed suit. Before they knew it, noon of the third day had arrived, and the sprout was secretly practicing at the back door once more. Moo, moo moo. The sprout reflected on its experiences after each failure. Moo moo observing that the sharp wooden thorns now occupied at least half of the vine. The sprout joyfully exclaimed in a hushed voice. It had finally succeeded. Nonetheless, to be on the safe side, it chose to continue practicing to deepen its understanding of the energy flow. Moo moo rise ugh, as it consumed the unpalatable feed. Thoughts of Tianzi's astonished expression in the afternoon made its eyes gleam with delight. After a period of rigorous training, the sprout recognized its mastery of the technique and returned to the room. As afternoon approached, Tianzi anxiously observed the sprout's training in the open area. Sighing, he thought, perhaps it is still insufficient. I should encourage it more. Anticipating the outcome, he had devised a strategy in his mind. Given that the technique lacked complexity, revolving solely around energy control and flow, he could offer little assistance. It was up to the sprout to attempt and refine its skill. During these past 2 days, feeling ineffective and placing his trust in the sprout, he focused solely on his own training, glancing at the sprout occasionally. Moo moo, the sprout called out confidently. And soon 2 vines emerged. Unlike before, these vines swiftly sprouted sharp thorns from their tips. What is this? Tianzi's eyes widened in astonishment at this remarkable scene. Moo moo, the sprout shouted, exerting force with its hands as the thorny vines surged forward toward a nearby tree. Whoosh! The vine whipped through the air, striking the tree with a resounding crack. Splintered wood scattered everywhere. The power of this technique had magnified significantly. Ha! Sprout, you have succeeded. You truly are a genius. Tianzi glanced at the battered tree, its surface marred with dents, and, filled with elation, he lifted the Budu and twirled around joyfully. The extra training sessions at noon had been for this very moment. The Budu, witnessing Tianzi's exuberance, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness as well. Let us try again, Budu, and practice releasing you, Tianzi promptly suggested. The Budu affirmed its readiness, demonstrating the technique twice more with enthusiasm. Chapter 23, Unexpected Joy and Skill Orbs. Budu has mastered this so swiftly, Tianzi mused, noticing the Budu's newfound proficiency, a hint of bewilderment crossing his face. The Budu then explained, Moo, moo, moo. I practiced diligently during the noon break. Ah, Budu, why didn't you call for me? Is your body able to handle this? Tianzi inquired, suddenly anxious. The Budu responded, Moo, moo. I didn't have enough energy after practicing, so I secretly ate that rather unpalatable grass-type Pokémon food. Really? You ought to have told me. I would have joined you. Pokémon meat is quite filling, Tianzi remarked, bemused by the Budu's lament about the tasteless feed but understanding its necessity for energy during training. Moo moo, I wanted to conserve a bit. And the noon break was short. You've worked hard enough. I can train this move on my own. Sighing, Tianzi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Budu. He knelt down to embrace the Budu tenderly. The Budu, feeling content, rejoiced that it had not disappointed Tianci after all. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, the Budu called out to Tianci, "Moo moo moo. You mentioned you have a surprise for me." Tianci exclaimed, intrigued. Could it be that the Budu had experienced a breakthrough in strength? Moo moo. The Budu rooted itself into the earth, its leaves basking in the sunlight. A gentle green energy emanating from its surface. Is this growth under the sun? Tianci gasped. Moo moo. The Budu nodded vigorously, unleashing a vine whip that indeed exhibited greater power than when it was not in sunlight. Budu, you are incredible. How did you accomplish this? Tianci exclaimed, marveling at the Budu's mastery of both the thorn whip and growth in sunny conditions. The Budu, pleased by Tianci's praise, felt a wave of joy wash over it. However, it shyly explained the circumstances. Its slow energy recovery, due to the unappetizing feed, had led to limited sustenance. To avoid disappointing Tianci, it opted to practice more, recalling how Tianci had explained that the growth technique would be more potent in sunlight. Additionally, it could utilize photosynthesis to restore its stamina. Thus, it resolved to train the growth technique under the sun, accelerating its energy absorption. Budu, now basking in the sunlight. Has your photosynthesis improved? After listening to Budu's lengthy explanation, Tianci succinctly inquired. Budu nodded, indicating a noticeable enhancement in speed. It appears that the growth technique operates by absorbing the energy from the earth and sunlight in a brief yet intense burst, thereby elevating your attack power significantly. Tianci promptly annotated this insight in his notebook. Do not underestimate these notes. They embody a trainer's profound analysis of Pokémon moves, far surpassing the simplistic descriptions found in common reference materials. Had Tianci understood the underlying principle of growth from the outset, he and Budu could have swiftly mastered the technique with focused practice. Indeed, Budu, you have worked diligently over these past 3 days and achieved remarkable success. This is your reward. With that, Tianci produced a pound of caterpie meat for Budu to consume. Moo moo moo. Budu joyfully accepted the offering, eagerly devouring it. For Budu, even if satiated, the energy could be stored within its body. After all, in the wild, Budu does not always have the luxury of abundant food when provisions are scarce. The energy stored in its stem becomes the source for movement and battle. However, I must address your actions. Though your intentions are commendable, practicing in secret is not acceptable. This time, due to the simplicity of the move and your novice level, you faced no repercussions. Yet as you advance to more sophisticated techniques, without guidance, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Do you understand? We are a family, and we must face challenges together. Tianci earnestly conveyed. Mumu. Budu obediently nodded, assuring that it would refrain from acting alone in the future. Now, let us proceed to learn the absorb technique. With Budu's affirmation, Tianci sighed in relief and retrieved a green skill ball from his backpack, presenting it to Budu. Budu, envelop it with your energy, and then listen intently. Mu. Budu nodded, accepting the skill ball and surrounding it with energy. In an instant, Budu felt its consciousness drawn into the skill ball, where a gloom explained the key points of the absorb technique, accompanied by a diagram illustrating the flow of energy within its own body. Mu? Budu pondered, slightly perplexed as to why it was not simulating the flow within its own body. This felt different. Nevertheless, Tianci's earlier admonitions kept Budu focused on Gloom's instructions. Before long, the explanation of the absorb technique concluded, and Budu felt a sudden darkness before its consciousness returned to its body. Well, Budu, how much have you learned? Tianci eagerly inquired as Budu opened its eyes. Mu mu mu. Budu initially expressed confusion about why the technique differed from its previous moves, then admitted it had only retained a portion of the key points. Budu, this skill ball differs significantly from your bloodline inheritance. The skill ball serves as a comprehensive explanation of a technique from another Pokémon, akin to having a mentor imparting new knowledge to you. Primarily relying on the mentor's expertise and your own comprehension, Tiance elaborated on the principle of the skill ball. Conversely, your bloodline inheritance allows you to embody the essence of a Pokémon that possesses the technique, experiencing the foundational principles of the move firsthand. He swiftly elucidated the concept of bloodline inheritance. Thus, while the skill ball facilitates external learning, bloodline inheritance fosters internal understanding. Undoubtedly, bloodline inheritance is somewhat easier, but I have faith that you can achieve it. Upon hearing this, Budu expressed a resolute commitment to diligently learn both internally and externally. By the way, Budu, which Pokémon is instructing you? Tiance inquired, observing Budu's demeanor. Mu mu mu, Budu replied, indicating that it was Oddish. Prior to venturing into the wilderness, Tiance had familiarized Budu with the Pokémon commonly found in Aoki Forest, hence Budu recognized this mentor. Indeed, Oddish possesses an innate ability to absorb knowledge. It should provide a thorough explanation. Moreover, this technique is not overly complex, so you should be able to master it before the energy of the skill ball is depleted. Keep up the good work. Mu? Budu queried, puzzled about any viewing limitations. I neglected to mention, Do you notice how the skill ball appears slightly dimmer? This is due to the resonance of your energy with its own, indicating consumption. You should still have over 20 viewings left, so make sure to focus intently during each session. Tyance reiterated, offering further guidance. Moo. Budu lowered its gaze, indeed noticing the skill ball's halo had dimmed a tad. It hastily affirmed its commitment to concentrate diligently. Chapter 24, Mastery. In the ensuing days, Tyance and Budu continued their training as usual. However, Tyance forcibly curtailed Budu's midday practice. Initially, Budu had intended to persist with the skill ball during lunch, but due to the limited number of views and the mental toll each session exacted on the Pokémon, it was prudent to limit viewings to 4 or 5 times a day at most. The training plan was set for a week, with 4 days remaining, aligning well with their schedule. Of course, if the energy of the skill ball were to deplete before Budu had mastered the technique, Tyance would have no choice but to procure a skill videotape. He had prepared for the worst-case scenario, acknowledging that this skill did not derive from bloodline inheritance. It merely required practice to enhance proficiency. This process gauges the Pokémon's comprehension ability. Generally, the higher the aptitude, the greater the sensitivity, and thus the capacity for understanding. Of course, absolutes are rare. There have been instances of Pokémon with average aptitude but extraordinary insight. However, after this extensive period, Tyance felt confident that Budu was not an exceptional case. Typically, a videotape costs merely 1/10 the price of a skill ball, amounting to 5,000 currency. With a little over 5,600 in hand, after purchasing the videotape, he would have around 600 left. With 300 of that, he could acquire a basic protective outfit, and the remaining funds should suffice for 56 pounds of caterpie meat. After all, the videotape merely serves as a sprite articulating its personal experiences during the utilization of its abilities, offering a perspective that is limited and devoid of the intricacies of energy flow. It is a sprite recounting its own sensations while employing a particular move. In contrast, within the skill ball, learners can observe the trajectory of energy flow within the instructor's body, accompanied by a simulated energy diagram of their own, achieving a remarkable level of perfection. Such a method of learning would have been unimaginable in my previous life. However, this world is one where sprites and technology develop in tandem, which is certainly understandable. T.on.ci contemplated the distinctions between the two and sighed. Alas, if only I had the means, I could seek a trainer sprite for face-to-face instruction prior to the advent of skill balls. That was indeed the optimal way to master techniques. Yet, with the introduction of skill balls, this method is now assigned a price, typically half that of a skill ball. After all, having a sprite to explain concepts and address questions is invaluable. If one is willing, they might even request the instructor to guide their energy within their own body. This approach undoubtedly surpasses that of a videotape, though it cannot quite compare to the efficacy of a skill ball. Oh, my poor wallet. Nevertheless, after this training, my Budu should be ready to conquer the challenges ahead. I shall recover my expenses in due time. One must give to receive. Returning to the present, T.on.ci glanced at the Budu, engrossed within the skill ball, and a smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, aside from basic training, Budu had devoted all its practice hours to the skill ball. Despite its diligence, some aspects cannot be compensated for through mere effort. This Budu, of slightly above average potential, after watching the instructional content numerous times, had only gained a rudimentary understanding of the principles and energy trajectories associated with the move, yet had not truly executed it. Moo. Budu calculated the remaining time, realizing that only 1 day was left until the appointment with T.on.ci. Anxiousness began to brew within its heart. Budu, do not rush. Trust me, I have a plan. First, take a look at this. With that, T.on.ci produced a videotape. It turned out that during a restroom break the previous night, T.on.ci had discovered Budu secretly watching the skill ball while he was asleep. The sight of Budu clandestinely training moved T.on.ci, yet also incited a sense of frustration, prompting him to reclaim the skill ball and send Budu back to rest. After all, excessive mental strain can be far more detrimental to a novice sprite than mere physical exhaustion. On the 6th morning, after completing their morning run, they promptly checked Budu's progress, finding that it had grasped the general concept, yet some areas of its self-explanation were rather ambiguous, indicating a lack of comprehension at those points. To facilitate Budu's learning, while it was immersed in the skill ball, T.on.ci took the opportunity to visit the department store to purchase a videotape and also procured a low-level protective suit from the second-hand market. Budu, come here and take a look. Upon placing the videotape into the television, T.on.ci immediately called for Budu. Moo. At first, Budu was somewhat perplexed as to why Tianci had taken out a small box. How could this possibly aid in its learning of the absorption technique? Moo. When Budu spotted a walking grass on the television explaining the absorption move, it became quite excited and promptly inquired if it could watch this during its break. Yes, Budu. But you must rest for half an hour at noon, and you may watch for an additional hour in the evening before bedtime. Although this consumes significantly less than a skill ball, it still has some impact, so it cannot be for too long. Tianci nodded and reminded Budu about the time. Moo. Budu assured that it would adhere to the schedule and settled down in front of the television to attentively listen to the move's explanation. Indeed, this videotape bore the emblem of the official Alliance production, and once learned, Budu could sell it to Uncle Lee at a 30% discount. Earlier, when Tianci went out, he had first ventured to the second-hand market, hoping to find a used videotape, as there was essentially no difference between a brand new and a second-hand recording. However, upon arrival, he discovered that while the skill videotapes in the second-hand market were half the price of those from the Alliance, they primarily consisted of trainers' self-produced explanations. After attempting to watch a few, he felt that the details were lacking compared to those from the Alliance. Uncle Lee also did not possess any Alliance-produced tapes on the absorption technique. So Tianci ended up purchasing a second-hand low-grade protective suit and inquired if Uncle Lee would consider taking it back. After receiving Uncle Lee's response, Tianci hurriedly headed to the Pokémon department store to buy a brand new tape. As for why he didn't buy the tape right away, Tianci expressed his belief in the existence of miracles. After all, anything could happen, and the cost of the tape was not insignificant, at least for him at the moment. Moreover, a Pokémon capable of learning a move from a videotape could potentially master it after just 3 to 4 viewings, given the presence of skill balls. However, it became evident that his Budu was slightly superior to the average Pokémon, thus the expense could not be avoided. With a basic understanding of the move, coupled with the explanation from the tape and the remaining uses of the skill ball, Budu would undoubtedly grasp it. Before long, 2 days had passed, and on the evening of the 7th day, Budu successfully executed the absorption move. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, Tianci decided to devote another full day to training, ensuring that the move was thoroughly mastered before embarking on a hunt for Pokémon. This time, I shall earn a substantial profit, Tianci murmured in his sleep. Moo. Budu seemed to be mumbling something in its slumber as well. Chapter 25, Preparedness. Budu, today we shall train once more on the speed and integration of the move. Only with adequate preparation can we minimize risks in the wild. On the morning of the 8th day, Tianci and Budu stood in an open area, commencing their training on combo execution. Moo, Budu called out, signaling its readiness. All right, let us begin. Start with Vine Whip. Tianci's voice barely faded when whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the Vine Whip slicing through the air resonated, for indeed, this technique had been honed through countless hours of training, achieving a level of mastery that allowed for effortless execution. Now, let's employ the constriction in midair. The trumpet bud began to alter its energy trajectory, and wooden thorns emerged along the vine. Has the speed of the vine diminished? It even paused for a moment. Although the intended goal of incorporating the wooden thorns mid-execution was realized, the coordination still felt somewhat awkward. However, Tianci refrained from halting the practice, instead encouraging the trumpet bud to continue its assault. With a series of sharp cracks, the thorn whip struck the tree mercilessly, sending wood shavings flying into the air. The trumpet bud, witnessing its own power, felt a surge of joy. The strength is commendable, but did you notice the reduced speed and the momentary pause? What could be the reason for this? Tianci praised briefly before inquiring. The trumpet bud responded, revealing its struggle with the adjustment of energy flow in midair. Indeed, this is a matter of proficiency with the technique. There should be no pauses. You must overcome the discomfort associated with transitioning between moves. Let us refine this thorn whip technique first. Nodding in understanding, the trumpet bud embarked on the monotonous journey of repetitive training. Tianci observed the diligent efforts of the trumpet bud and nodded approvingly. Focus on your training for now. I shall go purchase today's supply of Pokémon meat and sell this tape. With that, Tianci retreated to his room to gather his wallet and the tape before stepping out. Upon hearing that Tianci would buy meat for it, the trumpet bud felt invigorated. It had assumed that after yesterday's meal, it would be relegated to the tasteless herbivore feed today. Clearly, Tianci cared for it deeply. It resolved not to disappoint him and to strive even harder in its training. Tianci made his way directly to the butcher's shop. Soon, he arrived at the bustling establishment, observing the busy boss Wu and a frail young man struggling to slice ordinary pork. This scene struck a chord of familiarity within him, reminiscent of his own past. It seemed that boss Wu, despite his intimidating appearance due to his bulk, possessed a tender heart, always willing to employ frail orphans. Moreover, reflecting on the time he had caught a glimpse of the spirit meat, boss Wu had merely scolded him, yet consistently offered him scraps of Pokémon meat under various pretenses. Although Tianci often complained about the stinginess of boss Wu, he understood that without the latter's support, even basic sustenance would have been a challenge, let alone maintaining his training regimen. The source of his energy was the Pokémon meat boss Wu provided daily, even if he often justified it as leftover scraps. With a smile gracing his lips, Tianci approached. Boss, long time no see. Please slice me 5 pounds of green caterpillar meat. It is you scoundrel. I have heard that you have indeed become a Pokémon trainer. Yet you have not perished amidst the vast wilderness. A colossal creature lifted its head, its small eyes fixed upon Tianci, its words dripping with the same sharp wit. Ah, boss, you remain as cunning as ever, he replied. Thud, thud. The proprietor, Wu Air, began to chop the flesh of a Pokémon with a knife. I am a voice of reason, you cursed fool. As an orphan with nothing to your name, how do you expect to journey far down this path? Would it not be better to live a stable life as an ordinary person? Boss, you know me. I must give it a try. I seek vengeance for the people of my village, and I yearn to witness the splendor from the mountain's peak. As he spoke, a flicker of hatred gleamed in Tianxi's eyes. Here, your meat is ready. Do be careful. Don't let yourself perish in the forest. The boss wrapped the meat and tossed it to Tianxi, then resumed his work on the Pokémon carcass nearby. Where? Here is your payment. Tianxi hurriedly presented his wallet, placing the money upon the table. Take your money back. This is merely scrap meat, of little value. If you insist on giving, toss it in the trash. The boss, without lifting his gaze, spoke coldly. And since you have become a trainer, remember to send any surplus Pokémon meat my way. Thank you for your care all these years. I will ensure to deliver any excess Pokémon meat to you. Upon hearing the familiar mention of scrap meat, Tianxi glanced at the neatly arranged meat he held, warmth blossoming in his heart as he bowed to the boss. After stowing the meat in his backpack, Tianxi quickly made his way to the second-hand street, where he sold the videotape to Old Lee at a 30 discount, retrieving 500 yuan. Combined with the money he had not yet paid for the meat, he now possessed over 800 yuan. He then visited the department store, spending 1,000 yuan to acquire 2 empty Pokeballs. Having completed his errands, Tianxi swiftly returned home. Moo, moo. Upon hearing the door open, his recovering Cherubi, upon recognizing the familiar footsteps, joyfully rushed towards him. All right, Cherubi, have you trained diligently? I expect to see the fruits of your labor, otherwise you shall have to subsist on feed. Tianxi said, looking down at the Cherubi clinging to his leg, his tone laced with exasperation. Moo. Cherubi promptly tugged Tianxi towards the back door. Swish, swish, moo. As the vine whip materialized with wooden thorns, it swiftly lashed towards another grand tree without hesitation. Crack. Wood chips flew into the air. Excellent. Cherubi, this is your Pokémon meat. Observing that Cherubi had already mastered the thorn whip technique, Tianxi immediately presented the Pokémon meat to it. Cherubi devoured the meat ravenously, a look of pure delight on its face. Now, Cherubi, the next step is to synchronize with the absorption technique. This combo should be simple. There is no need to change moves mid-sequence. However, you must focus on the speed of absorption, quickly and abundantly. This can also be honed through practice. Tianxi instructed promptly. Moo. Cherubi assured him that as long as there was Pokémon meat to eat, it would guarantee the completion of the task. Before long, the day had passed. In terms of mastering skills, the diligent Cherubi declared that it feared no one. Under the enticing allure of abundant fairy meat, the leech seed technique of the Budu had become nearly as formidable as that of a naturally adept Oddish. Ultimately, it was merely a common, rudimentary move, akin to the vine whip that most grass-type Pokémon could effortlessly wield. As night fell, Budu, we shall embark at dawn tomorrow. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, and the forest is rife with early rising insects. Moo. The duo began to conspire about the easily preyed-upon Caterpie and Weedle. Chapter 26, The First Display of Power. At the break of dawn, Budu awakened, and Tianxi, having prepared his belongings, was filled with anticipation. Moo. Budu called out sleepily, having dreamt of an endless feast of insect meat the previous night. Budu, we are off to savor the fresh insect delicacies. Upon hearing this, Tianxi called out directly to Budu. Moo. Instantly awakened by the notion of fresh insect fare, Budu perked up. Let us hurry, the city gates have just opened, and we shall return before they close this evening. Tianxi was resolute in his decision to avoid spending the night outdoors unless he had a second Pokémon, or unless Budu could evolve beyond its basic form. He was still quite apprehensive, as Budu remained a novice and was not nocturnal, making the outskirts of the forest perilous at night. Deep down, he harbored thoughts of acquiring a second Pokémon, ideally one that could fly or possess reconnaissance abilities, preferably capable of navigating the night. A few Pokémon silhouettes flickered through his mind. However, everything would have to wait until Budu evolved beyond its basic form. Those with superior potential were nestled within the heart of the forest, or he could purchase one, which would require considerable wealth. As Tianxi walked along, contemplating his future plans, Budu trailed closely beside him, basking in the warm morning sun. Budu, be vigilant. We must remain alert, particularly if we encounter 2 or more Rattata or any flying-type Pokémon. We shall circumvent them and eliminate any others. Tianxi had devised a strategy for this hunt. Although Rattata were swift, a lone one on the outskirts of the forest was manageable, but 2 would prove too challenging for Budu, who lacked control techniques. Similarly, flying-type Pokémon posed an even greater challenge compared to Rattata. Initially, Tianxi had intended to circumvent any flying Pokémon he encountered, as capturing them would be exceedingly difficult for Budu at this stage. However, considering Budu's lack of experience with flying-type Pokémon, he decided to attempt an encounter should the opportunity arise. After traversing the jungle for a short while, they stumbled upon 4 Caterpie, feasting on breakfast atop a large tree. Among them, 2 were noticeably larger, bearing 2 scars that indicated their experience in the wild. The other 2 were significantly smaller and occasionally called out to their larger counterparts. This appeared to be a family. Encountering me will surely spell misfortune for you. Tianzi lowered his binoculars, a cold smile gracing his lips. The trumpet vine is poised to spring into action. As you stealthily approach, you witness my flying daggers being unleashed, prompting you to strike at the 2 diminutive foes with your thorn whip. Remember to grow beforehand. A single, decisive blow is ideal. Tianzi has commenced orchestrating the offensive strategy. Mumu the trumpet vine nods in understanding. Then, promptly returning to assist me. You are tasked with neutralizing the 2 larger adversaries. Do you comprehend? Mumu the trumpet vine nods and swiftly advances into position, observing this increasingly adept silhouette. Tianzi nods in approval. Indeed, real combat is the finest instructor. Gradually inching closer to the range of his flying daggers, he exclaims, whoosh, whoosh. With a flick of his wrist, 4 daggers are launched toward the 2 larger foes. Ooh, ooh. The 2 large green caterpillars regard the incoming daggers with disdain, their eyes glinting with contempt. They swiftly expel threads from their mouths, expertly ensnaring 2 of the daggers. As for the remaining 2, one is anchored to a branch above, while the other is persistently tethered to a dagger with silk. In their moment of triumph, they prepare to teach this human a lesson. Suddenly, 2 shrieks pierce the air. Ooh, ooh, thud, thud. It turns out that Mumu has rendered their offspring unconscious with a single strike, leaving it incapacitated. Given the sunny weather today, the trees at the forest's edge are sparse, allowing ample sunlight to filter through. With the trumpet vine having undergone growth, its attack power has surged by 2 levels beyond its original capacity, compounded by the fact that the thorn whip possesses greater potency than the vine whip. Thus, the current strength of the trumpet vine has reached the threshold of an ordinary level or perhaps even surpassed it. Against these 2 green caterpillars, evidently just past their growth phase and of low-tier strength, dispatching one with a single whip should pose no challenge. Ooh, woe is me. Upon witnessing her child struck down, one of the green caterpillars momentarily freezes atop a branch, then begins to wail in sorrow. Ooh, ooh. The other, clearly the male caterpillar, becomes infuriated and charges toward Tianzi. He understands that to rescue the child, he must capture this human, thereby deterring the formidable trumpet vine from attacking. Ooh, ooh. The male caterpillar emits threads while vociferously calling out, hoping to rouse his partner from her sorrow to join him in the fray. Whoosh whoosh. Too late. Your prowess is commendable, but alas, your mate is rather dim-witted. The trumpet vine will take care of the female, severing the branch and knocking her out of the air. As Tianzi deftly evades, he utilizes his remaining daggers to disrupt the male caterpillar. Mumu the trumpet vine had initially aimed to confront the strongest adversary, but upon receiving orders, swiftly alters its course of attack. Crack! The sturdy vine strikes the female caterpillar, breaking the slender branch. Woo-woo! The female caterpillar is sent flying. Yet, this is not the end. The trumpet vine relentlessly swings its whip, delivering blow after blow in midair. Snap! Snap! Oh, the frail green caterpillar, momentarily stunned, fell victim to a relentless barrage of strikes from the trumpet bud, swiftly losing all signs of life midair. Thud! What landed upon the ground was a lifeless body, riddled with holes and bleeding profusely. In a heartbeat, the male caterpillar, witnessing the tragic demise of his beloved wife and offspring, felt his rationality consumed by an overwhelming fury. With a cry of anguish, he abandoned his assault on Tianzi, his entire being enveloped in a pale energy as he charged towards the assailant, the trumpet bud. Oh, commendable courage, yet battles are not governed by emotions. The trumpet bud, witnessing the frenzied caterpillar, effortlessly sent him flying with a single strike. The last encounter with a caterpillar that dared to charge had been thwarted by its vines, but this time, the power of the trumpet bud's thorny whip was far greater. Bind it, then drain its energy to replenish what was spent, commanded Tianzi, nodding. The trumpet bud extended its vines, ensnaring the fallen caterpillar. The caterpillar screamed in agony as the wooden thorns pierced its body. The trumpet bud began to siphon energy, visibly absorbing something that flowed through the vines into its very being. As the already weakened caterpillar lost more of its vitality, its struggles and cries gradually diminished until it could no longer resist. Well done, trumpet bud. Now let us send this family on their final journey. We cannot allow the mother to depart alone, Tianzi remarked, glancing at the now motionless female caterpillar, revitalized and brimming with energy. The trumpet bud felt invigorated and delivered a final strike to escort the entire family to their end. Chapter 27. The Commencement of Slaughter. Having collected their first spoils, the duo swiftly resumed their exploration of the surroundings. Look, trumpet bud, 3 horned beetles. Tianzi exclaimed joyfully, lowering his binoculars to address the vigilant trumpet bud. The trumpet bud, fully aware of the greater value of the horned beetles compared to caterpillars, felt confident in facing them. Having just triumphed over 4 caterpillars, Its self-assurance was at an all-time high, especially since one of the beetles had once been a formidable adversary, now reduced to potential sustenance. The trumpet bud instinctively activated its growth ability, awaiting Tian's command. Indeed, trumpet bud, you have become a competent hunter. I shall employ my throwing knives to lure one, while you swiftly eliminate the other two. Seeing the trumpet bud's eagerness filled Tian's with pride. This was no mere game, but a deadly struggle for survival. Furthermore, the battle enhancement training had already been tested, making it unnecessary to hold back on utilizing such techniques. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flying daggers soared with precision towards 3 horned beetles. Before witnessing the outcome, Tianshi deliberately began to dart around in front of the beetles. When it came to drawing attention for support, he considered himself quite adept. Oh, one of the horned beetles, slightly delayed in its reaction, was struck by a dagger, embedding itself in its body. The other 2 retaliated with a flurry of poisonous stingers, clanging, clanging, clanging. With a swift motion, 2 more stingers shot towards Tianshi. I evade. I evade. The horned beetles, having dealt with the scattered stingers, found it all too easy for him, honed through years of training. Moo. In an instant, Tianshi's companion, the thorn whip, lashed out from the side. Crack, crack. The wooden spiked vines struck the 2 horned beetles with ferocity. Oh, the unsuspecting beetle, caught off guard by the ambush, bled profusely, its yellow form trembling uncontrollably. Excellent. Thorn whip, continue to deal with them. After issuing the command, Tianshi noticed in his peripheral vision that the beetle, struck by a dagger, was slowly retreating into the nearby thicket. Oh no. Realizing that the terrifying human had noticed it, the beetle hastily quickened its retreat. Unfortunately, the dagger lodged within its body was coated with paralyzing powder. How could a support roll lack control? The paralyzing powder began to take effect, causing the beetle's movements to slow further. Your companions are still here. How can you abandon them and flee? You even wish to take my dagger. This is intolerable. Look at the blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even against a sluggish target, Tianshi had no intention of showing mercy, unleashing a trio of daggers in rapid succession. Oh, the beetle, having lost its will to fight, endured the numbing sensation and managed to release a single stinger. Clang. It barely deflected one of the daggers. Oh. The agony from 2 more daggers piercing its body left the beetle in torment. Thorn whip, come and absorb it. Having dispatched the previous 2 horned beetles, Thorn whip hurried over, binding the last beetle with its vine. Moo the thorn whip let out a satisfied cry, feeling its energy replenish swiftly. Oh soon, the sound from the horned beetle grew faint. Crack, until it could no longer yield any energy. Thorn whip delivered a final blow to the beetle's head, ending its suffering. All right, Thorn whip, keep watch. I will collect the spoils. Seeing that Thorn whip had finished absorbing, Tianshi promptly drew his dagger, ready to divide the bounty. Whoosh. Suddenly, a purple figure burst forth from the underbrush, seizing the horned beetle with the dagger embedded in it, and attempting to retreat back into the foliage. What is that? Startled while preparing to reclaim his dagger, Tianshi instinctively hurled a dagger at the thief. The thief miscalculated its target, as the horned beetle, with 3 daggers embedded in it, had significantly slowed down. Bang! The purple figure tossed the beetle's body forward, perfectly blocking the path of the dagger. Then, striking a battle pose, it gradually began to retreat. It turned out to be a Rattata. How dare it attempt to seize our spoils? Then let it stay. At that moment, Tianzi finally discerned that it was merely a Rattata. This speed-oriented Pokémon posed a significant challenge for them, as they had little means to counter such a foe except for ambush tactics. However, this Rattata had just employed Quick Attack and would surely be unable to use it consecutively for a short while, making it an easy target. Moo, the furious Budu, quickly approached Tianzi, incensed. Their precious spoils had nearly been stolen right before their eyes, and worse yet, it was of the same species that had previously injured Tianzi. Budu, use Vine Whip. With a whoosh, 2 sturdy vines lashed out toward the Rattata. Crack, crack. Alas, the nimble Rattata deftly evaded the attack, leaving only a few whip marks on the ground. The Rattata's eyes betrayed a hint of retreat. It had observed Budu's earlier battle. Although Budu's Vine Whip was evidently less powerful than before, the addition of the wooden thorns meant that being struck would be quite painful. This was precisely why the Rattata sought to stealthily abscond with a solitary caterpie carcass rather than engage in direct combat. Should it be hit, the embedded thorns would severely impair its speed, making escape impossible. With a squeak, the Rattata emitted a threatening sound and swiftly retreated deeper into the thicket. Moo. The enraged Budu yearned to pursue further, but was restrained by Tianzi. Let it go, Budu. The Rattata is far too swift. We shall let it escape this time. In the future, once we diversify our moves, we will reclaim our honor. Moo nodded, vowing to exact vengeance on the despicable thief in due course. Perhaps it was time to finalize their second Pokémon choice. As Tianzi dismantled the caterpie carcasses, several potential candidates flashed through his mind. He understood that even if Budu learned poison powder and acquired a controlling skill, had it not been for the initial ambush that diminished the Rattata's state. These agile Pokémon would surely have found an opportunity to flee. Given Mewtwo's relatively average speed, it would be incapable of countering them effectively. This hunting expedition was also intended to scout for these Pokémon, seeking the chance to capture one of the potential candidates. Of course, if that proved unsuccessful, he could always utilize the funds acquired from selling the spoils to purchase a Pokémon egg from the Pokémon Center and hatch it, allowing him to cultivate it from scratch according to his specifications. However, considering his minimum qualification requirements and the significantly higher prices of certain Pokémon, Tianci could not help but grimace, feeling as though his wallet had never known fullness. Chapter 28, Breakthrough in Strength. Soon, Tianci finished gathering the 3 Caterpies and called upon Mewtwo to continue their insect hunting journey. After all, on the outskirts of the forest during the day, Caterpies, Weedles, and Rattatas were the most commonly encountered Pokémon. Occasionally, one might catch sight of foraging Pokémon such as Bobo, Letaba, and even the occasional Arbok, with reports of 1 or 2 wild Monferno spotted at the fringes. Tianci contemplated the possibility of encountering a solitary specimen, envisioning the prospect of capturing it, whether for personal use or resale, would yield significant profit. To this end, he took a detour to the department store on his way to sell videotapes, purchasing 2 blank Pokeballs. Unfortunately, his journey yielded nothing but Caterpie and Weedle, which underscored the astonishing reproductive capacity of bug-type Pokémon, single-handedly sustaining the entire forest. However, those found at the periphery generally possessed mediocre qualities, with only those evolved into Metapod or Kakuna gaining entry into the inner forest and its communities. Within these groups, further selection ensued. Some, despite having evolved to their second stage, lacked the vitality required to forcibly advance, relegating them to the outskirts as sentinels or, regrettably, as sustenance for stronger Pokémon. This is the survival strategy of bug types, employing a method akin to fostering dependency, allowing the less capable to contribute to the strength of the community. Soon, Mewtwo encountered 3 Caterpie, and with Mewtwo's formidable onslaught and Tianci's supportive interference, the trio swiftly succumbed, lying defeated within Tianci's backpack. As they traversed, any encounter with Weedle or Caterpie was met with a collaborative effort, swiftly dispatching their foes. At one point, they managed to take down 6 Caterpie simultaneously, fortunate to be facing such feeble adversaries. Most of these Caterpie merely spat silk, with only 2 capable of attacking. However, the barrage of silk threads proved overwhelming, ensnaring Mewtwo. Reluctantly, it endured a couple of blows before vanquishing the 2 leading Caterpie, causing the remaining silk-spitting Caterpie to scatter in panic upon witnessing their strongest brethren's defeat. Alas, they were not Rattata. Their sluggishness, compounded by Tianci's occasional ambush, resulted in Mewtwo incapacitating them. These weakened foes were then absorbed as sustenance by Mewtwo. As Mewtwo absorbed the last of its prey, it felt a surge of energy revitalizing within, suddenly feeling considerably more potent. Tianci, too, sensed a notable response from their bond, a marked increase, distinct from the previous subtle enhancements. Regrettably, the earlier commotion had been rather conspicuous, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Tianci promptly stowed the Caterpie remains into his backpack and retreated towards the entrance. At this juncture, in the nearby thicket close to the forest entrance, Tianci applied healing spray to Mewtwo. Mewtwo, have you experienced a breakthrough in your strength? You should now possess the prowess of a newly evolved Pokémon, he inquired. Addressing the firmly rooted Mewtwo, Moo the budding trumpet flower nodded joyfully, announcing that the energy within it had indeed surged, perhaps even doubled. As expected, the stage of rebirth is a time for accumulating power. So, my dear trumpet flower, have you mastered any new techniques? Moo. The trumpet flower appeared momentarily perplexed, then closed its eyes, delving into its ancestral memories. Instantly, a new recollection surged into its mind. Upon opening its eyes, the trumpet flower, brimming with mischief, suddenly hurled a small cloud of powder from its leafy hands towards Tianci. Cough, cough. Unaware, Tianci was caught off guard, as the powder entered his body. He felt his eyelids grow heavy, a sense of drowsiness washing over him. Splash, splash. Tianci promptly splashed water from a nearby flask onto his face. The refreshing stream jolted him out of his stupor. Trumpet flower, how mischievous of you. Is this hypnosis powder? You've finally mastered this technique. Just in time. As my paralysis powder is nearly depleted, while I tend to the corpses, you should add some hypnosis powder to this bottle for training. Now alert. Tianci produced a large, empty vial and placed it before the trumpet flower. Moo. The trumpet flower gazed at the sizable vial, feeling a twinge of regret for its earlier antics. Indeed, as a newly evolved being, it had finally grasped the skill of control. Within the periphery of this forest, it could be considered a formidable expert. As Tianci processed the corpses with a dagger, a smile crept upon his lips. However, it was certainly inconvenient now. He resolved to train the trumpet flower's hypnosis powder later that evening to assess its effects and range. Presently, he had collected 21 line sacks, alongside 7 sharp horns and 7 venom sacs. Looking at the spoils worth over 10,000 in his backpack, Tianzi nodded in satisfaction. It was still only midday, and the afternoon promised more opportunities. He believed that with the mastery of hypnosis powder, the trumpet flower would face the 56 insects with far greater ease. Wait. Why must I wait until I return to test it? Here lies the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Observing the nearby insect carcasses, Tianzi experienced a moment of inspiration, realizing he had fallen into a habitual way of thinking. Why not have the trumpet flower spare a live specimen this afternoon to conduct tests right here at the entrance? I am truly a genius. After all, for powder-based skills, it suffices to determine their range and effects. To enhance potency, the trumpet flower must consume toxic materials. Whether it be hypnosis powder, paralysis powder, or venom powder, they are all forms of poison, differing only in emphasis. Once the trumpet flower has mastered one, it is certain that the other two will soon follow. At this moment, the venom sacs from the horned insects could be fed to the trumpet flower. Remembering that there were 3 venom sacs in the fridge and 7 in his bag, he decided to hunt more horned insects in the afternoon. Yes, once the effects of the horned insect venom sacs were off, he would switch to others. Trumpet flower, come and eat. After our meal, we shall capture a live specimen for testing. After tidying up the field, Tianzi took out 2 pounds of fresh unicorn insects. Moo, the exhausted trumpet bud, already drained, quickly lifted the filled bottle and walked to the edge of the field. Well, all that energy could fill a large bottle. Indeed, selling the powder seems unworthy. It is better for personal use. Observing the filled bottle, Tianzi shook his head, abandoning the idea of extra income. Moo moo moo. Hearing Tianzi's words, the trumpet bud trembled violently. Are you a devil? No need for you to act as a powder extractor. Let us just fill 1 or 2 bottles for ourselves. Seeing the frightened trumpet bud, Tianzi explained. Moo moo moo, woo woo woo. The trumpet bud, now reassured, began to happily consume the fairy meat. Yes, earning money allows for a slight upgrade in one's meals. Watching the trumpet bud enjoy its feast while he nibbled on tasteless grain cakes, Tianzi resolved to buy meat-filled pastries upon returning. Henceforth, he would feast on meat. Chapter 29. The experiment begins. After lunch, the two rested for a while before setting off again. Trumpet bud, we must hold back and leave one alive, understood? Tianzi gazed at the 3 green caterpillars ahead, deeming them perfect subjects for experimentation. Moo moo, the trumpet bud nodded, preparing to strike. Utilizing growth in advance, the trumpet bud stealthily executed its movements, creating an elegant flow akin to a graceful dance. The youth is formidable. Witnessing the trumpet bud grasp the essence of the technique, Tianzi couldn't help but feel as if the waves of the Yangtze River were pushing forward, with the previous waves having been swept away. Bah, what do you mean by death? That is ominous. Tianzi shook his head, observing from a distance without any intention to assist. Although the novice level is merely a phase of energy accumulation, the power of techniques does enhance after breaking through to higher tiers. Thus, he was eager to see if the trumpet bud's thorn whip could eliminate the green caterpillars in one blow. Previously, even a single strike had severely injured them without incapacitating them. Moo moo, having located its target, the trumpet bud sprang into action. Crack, crack, whoa. The 2 unsuspecting green caterpillars were instantaneously flung away, colliding with a large tree. Bang, bang. Tianzi observed the fallen caterpillars on the ground, now devoid of combat capability. Indeed, it had achieved the attack power of a common level, and the speed of the vines had also reached the threshold of the common level. The augmentation from the growth technique, combined with the inherent power of the thorn whip, enabled the newly advanced trumpet bud to possess the attack power of a common level fairy. Moo moo, disregarding the 2 already sent flying, the trumpet bud, though uncertain if it could secure a kill in one strike, recalled that prior to its breakthrough, even the thorn whip would severely injure such mid-level green caterpillars. It was illogical for its newfound strength to allow them to rise and resist. Whoa, terrified, the green caterpillars quickly expelled a mass of silk threads and, without a glance back, scurried away. Moo, with a nimble sidestep and a swift bend of the vines, one green caterpillar was instantly ensnared. A cascade of fine powder surged directly towards the green caterpillar. Oh, the once struggling caterpillar gradually succumbed to slumber, the overwhelming dosage causing it to forget the wooden spines embedded in its body. Well done, Budu. Let us return to the entrance and conduct our experiment. Tianzi approached, brandishing the freshly sharpened dagger, instructing Budu to carry the caterpillar back. Budu nodded, recognizing from the blood-stained dagger that the 2 caterpillars, now incapacitated, had undoubtedly been dealt with by Tianzi. Otherwise, given Tianzi's cautious nature, he would have summoned Budu to deliver the final blow. The notion that his offensive capabilities were so formidable brought a sense of delight, causing the swaying caterpillar to tremble alongside the vines. Budu, cease your swaying. If the caterpillar awakens, we cannot predict the depth of its slumber. Hearing Tianzi's command, Budu promptly straightened up. Suddenly, a cascade of water splashed onto the caterpillar's head. Oh, the caterpillar, sensing it was still alive, initially expressed joy. However, upon realizing it was still bound by the vines, its expression quickly shifted to despair. Cease your cries, caterpillar. Listen closely. We are about to conduct an experiment. If you cooperate, I shall spare your life. Do you understand? Kinsey, irritated by the caterpillar's noise, addressed it as it stirred. He believed this caterpillar could comprehend his intent. After all, the old scars on its body testified to its survival in the wild. A creature that had endured such trials must have encountered humans and should possess the capacity to understand his words. This was the very reason for selecting this particular specimen. Otherwise, what use would there be in experimenting on a creature that could only screech mindlessly? Upon hearing a glimmer of hope for survival, the caterpillar eagerly nodded, indicating its absolute willingness to cooperate. Excellent. Budu, release it to a distance of about 1 meter. If it dares to flee, eliminate it immediately. Observing that the caterpillar indeed understood, Tianxi prepared to commence the testing. Budu nodded, retracting its vine and gently lowering the caterpillar. The caterpillar, realizing it was not escaping, remained still. It dared not provoke the fearsome vine at such close range. Now, Budu, unleash your hypnosis powder with precision. Budu swiftly spread its arms. A tingling sensation coursing through its hands, and with a vigorous motion, sent a cloud of powder towards the caterpillar. Cough. Oh, soon, within about 5 seconds, the caterpillar, having inhaled a substantial amount of the hypnosis powder, lost its consciousness. Let us observe the depth of sleep induced by this heavy dosage, Tianxi remarked. Donning a mask and producing his dagger, he proceeded to strike the caterpillar's head with his hand. The caterpillar remained utterly unresponsive. Good, shallow sleep achieved. Tianxi swiftly wielded his dagger, slicing through the body of the green caterpillar. The creature began to bleed slightly, yet it remained unresponsive. It was akin to the unconscious wounds we inflict upon ourselves in slumber, devoid of any sensation. Suddenly, the sharp blade plunged deep into the caterpillar's interior. Initially, the caterpillar exhibited no reaction, but as the dagger penetrated further, it began to writhe, still trapped in its dreams. With a decisive thrust, Tianxi exclaimed. The caterpillar, jolted by intense pain, awakened abruptly. The trumpet vine ensnared it. In this profound slumber, it could manipulate direction within a 1-meter radius, and the concentrated powder would ensnare the inhaler in a deep sleep. Observing the awakened caterpillar, Tianxi bound it and administered a healing spray, recording his findings in his notebook. All right, trumpet vine, let it rest and recuperate. Keep an eye on it, he instructed, as he noted the wound beginning to heal. Tianxi marveled at the wonders of the fairies. The caterpillar, sensing the impending continuation, shed sorrowful tears. Half an hour later, a new round of testing commenced, this time from a distance of 5 meters. The trumpet vine controlled the direction of the powder, albeit with slight deviations. The caterpillar exhibited a noticeable delay, taking roughly 8 seconds to feel drowsy and slipping into slumber after 12 seconds. Tianxi approached and initiated 3 rounds of testing. This time, the depth of sleep ranged between moderate and profound. The powder was largely controllable, with a medium concentration inducing drowsiness at around 8 seconds and sleep after 12. The caterpillar softly inquired, "Is it over? Can I leave?" No more cries. There's one final test. Once completed, you may depart, Tianxi responded, documenting his observations. Chapter 30. The experiment concludes. Soon, the trumpet vine positioned the caterpillar at a distance of approximately 10 meters, the utmost limit of its tendril's reach. Being newly born, precautions were taken to deter any errant thoughts the caterpillar might entertain upon perceiving the distance. Tianxi deftly threw a knife, which embedded itself beside the caterpillar. The creature nodded earnestly, affirming it would not flee. Very well, let us commence. Trumpet vine, unleash the full force of the hypnotic powder. Seeing the obedient caterpillar, Tianxi nodded, preparing for the final test. As the powder dispersed, it became visible to the naked eye, spreading thinly over a distance of 78 meters, enveloping the caterpillar's head with just a delicate layer. Initially unperturbed, the caterpillar began to feel drowsy after 89 seconds. Yet, the menacing human did not allow it to move, compelling it to continue inhaling the powder. After about 30 seconds, its head drooped, and it succumbed to a deep slumber. The necessity of this test has become redundant. 30 seconds is far too lengthy. Although a distance of approximately 10 meters may not induce slumber, it undeniably influences one's mental state. Tianxi diligently records his preliminary experiments, intending to capture a horned bug later for comparative analysis. Given that the horned bug possesses toxic attributes, it is likely to exhibit some degree of resistance. As the 2 largest factions within the forest, the data derived from these experiments will reflect the condition of most elves upon exposure. Let us cast the trumpet bud and vine whip a bit farther. Integrity is paramount. After acquiring the experimental data, this tool bug may be rendered obsolete. Moo moo. The trumpet bud seems somewhat disheartened, pondering whether to release it. Of course Tianxi am a good person. However, you may discreetly note where you discarded it. and pursue it after a few minutes, allowing us to claim that we have rediscovered it. This way, it all balances out, understand? Moo moo. Moo moo moo. The trumpet bud is taken aback by Tansy's principled explanation. Such an approach had never crossed its mind. Cough cough. Do not regard me so. Consider that I have indeed granted it a chance at life. If it awakens and escapes, so be it. If it does not, that is a choice it made. Tansy, slightly flushed under scrutiny, hurriedly clarifies that their encounter was purely coincidental, certainly not motivated by greed. Moreover, the relationship between wild elves and humans in this world is one of fierce enmity. How could one place faith in the words of an adversary? Each year, the Alliance faces villages and towns breached by wild elves. After all, in this world, elves hold the dominant position. Despite humans boasting of their 4 heavenly kings and champions, they occupy less than 1/10 of the land, while the remainder belongs to the elves. Furthermore, every year, new trainers venture into the wild, lured by the deceptive tales of ancient elves promising treasures, only to be ensnared and slain, their belongings claimed as trophies. Thus, Tansy at least offers a glimmer of hope. Given the diluted potency of this hypnotic powder, awakening should not take long. Moo moo. The trumpet bud nods and gently swings its vine whip. Bang. The green caterpillar lies merely 2 meters away. It then scuttles a short distance away before approaching slowly. Moo moo. It calls out to Tansy, indicating the discovery of a green caterpillar. Tansy gazes in astonishment at the trumpet bud's remarkable maneuver. Previously, he had at least afforded some chance of survival, whereas this time, none is granted. Moo moo. Moo moo moo. Observing Tansy's silence, the trumpet bud anxiously inquires if it may eliminate the caterpillar. Trumpet bud, your hunger for its essence is quite evident. Very well, if you must, then proceed. Tansy, half amused and half exasperated by the trumpet bud's relentless questioning, nods in acquiescence. The trumpet bud then raises its vine whip and delivers a series of strikes. Crack, crack. The green caterpillar never awakens again. In this instance, we shall seek out another horned bug to conduct our experiment. Its venomous nature should provide resistance to your powder. After tidying up the area, Tansy confirmed the next subject. This way, we can ascertain the circumstances faced by both resistant and non-resistant sprites when confronted with the hypnotic powder. The horned bud nodded, thinking to itself that Tansy is indeed meticulous in his considerations. There is much I can learn from him. Thus, the duo embarked on a quest for the next fortunate candidate. Soon, they discovered 2 horned bugs. The horned bud effortlessly subdued one while skillfully binding the other, bringing it back to the entrance of the forest. Oh, the horned bug, realizing it had survived, felt an immense joy. Does this human intend to capture me? Should I feign restraint? As the elder had mentioned, we horned bugs dwelling on the periphery are often of poor lineage. Rather than live a precarious existence, being captured and enjoying a life of sustenance without danger seems far more appealing. However, the elder also cautioned that humans seldom cherish that which comes too easily. Perhaps it would be unwise for me to appear overly eager. Yes, I have resolved to maintain a semblance of dignity, allowing this human to recognize that capturing me would indeed be his privilege. Oh. Upon awakening, the horned bug's initial surprise transformed into desire, followed by a series of writhing movements, ultimately culminating in an expression of haughtiness. What is this? Have you lost your senses, horned bud? Tansy inquired with a perplexed expression. The horned bud replied, asserting that it had indeed restrained itself. Then give it a whip to bring it back to reality. Why the pretense of nobility? Crack. As soon as the command was uttered, a simple vine whip struck the horned bug. Taken by surprise. The horned bug had not anticipated such ferocity from this human. I suppose I shall submit, the horned bug thought, immediately prostrating itself and casting a sycophantic gaze upon Tansy. Now, that is more like it. The horned bug should be able to comprehend my words, right? If it understands the general idea, it should nod. Observing the now submissive horned bug, Tansy nodded approvingly. Oh, the horned bug eagerly affirmed its understanding. Good, I require your cooperation for an experiment. Should you comply, I shall spare your life. I do not intend to kill you. Do you comprehend? Should you refuse, I will not hesitate to end you. Tansy threatened ominously. The horned bud, complying, struck the ground beside them with a whip. The horned bug felt a tinge of disappointment at the realization that it was not to be captured, yet in the name of survival, it nodded in agreement. Very well, horned bud, let us adhere to the previous protocol. If it exhibits any unusual behavior, eliminate it immediately. Tansy, seeing the horned bug nod, breathed a sigh of relief. Cooperation was all that was needed, and further pursuit would waste time. Nevertheless, to avert any unforeseen events, he issued a cautious command to the horned bud, for this horned bug seemed to harbor quite a few cunning thoughts. Chapter 31, Practical Effects. Soon, the 3rd round of testing concluded. Tansy observed that, indeed, due to its toxic attributes, the caterpie displayed a markedly greater resistance to hypnosis powder than did the weedle. The results indicated that the duration of lethargy and the time taken to succumb to slumber were reduced by approximately 2 to 3 seconds in comparison to the caterpie. Naturally, within a 1-meter radius, the efficacy of hypnosis powder rendered both the caterpie and Weedle's performance quite comparable. However, a 1-meter range is rather limited, rendering it impractical for offensive maneuvers. It could only serve as a defensive measure when the opponent drew near. Suddenly, an idea struck Tianci. It appeared he had found a method to counter the Rattata. Given that Rattata favored rapid approaches, he envisioned using the hypnosis powder as a countermeasure when it charged in. Excited by the prospect of having a strategy against the Rattata, the Budu could hardly suppress its enthusiasm, still haunted by its previous impotence against such swift opponents. Yet, one must not celebrate prematurely. This was merely a countermeasure. Should the opponent decide to flee, they would find themselves at a loss. Furthermore, even with this tactic, extensive training would be required to master the timing of releasing the hypnosis powder, ensuring that the opponent would be enveloped in the powder at the moment of their approach. The Budu expressed its determination to train diligently, confident in its ability to enhance its proficiency through practice. Well then, it is currently 2:16 p.m. Let us continue our hunt for approximately 2 more hours before returning, all the while assessing the practical effectiveness of the hypnosis powder. Tianci, witnessing the Budu's enthusiasm, smiled with satisfaction as he laid out the final plan. Presently, he possessed 26 silk sacks, 9 poison sacks, 9 spikes, and 125 pounds of meat in his backpack. However, he intended to feed the poison sacks to the Budu, retaining only 50 pounds of meat. Thus, the potential earnings from the silk sacks would amount to around 13,000 yuan, the spikes approximately 900 yuan, and the 75 pounds of caterpie meat about 4,000 yuan. Considering the price disparity of 10 yuan between caterpie and Weedle meat, the total would sum to an impressive 17,900 yuan. Goodness, with 2 hours remaining, it seemed plausible to earn 20,000 yuan. Tianci, calculating rapidly as he walked, felt a surge of excitement. This amount typically took a family of 3 half a year to earn, given their living expenses, while he was netting pure profit. He could nearly afford a standard quality caterpie. Yet, as thrilling as this prospect was, Tianci recognized that few would actually spend such money on an ordinary caterpie of decent quality. Most would opt for the more formidable Rattata, whose combat prowess far exceeded that of the caterpie. After all, only those trainers who successfully navigated the novice stage could truly be deemed trainers. The novice tier, often referred to as the apprentice level, clearly benefited from possessing powerful Pokémon to better endure the initial phase of capital accumulation. Alas, it was unfortunate that his expenditures were substantial as well. After spending, there's no telling how much will be left. It feels as though the prospect of purchasing a second sprite is a distant dream. The exorbitant price brings a bitter smile to Tianci's face as he shakes his head. Perhaps he must resort to taking a gamble when the time comes. But he must also ensure that the trumpet bud reaches the ordinary level before attempting such a risk. The thought of the high mortality rate in that area sends a shiver down his spine. Moo moo moo. The trumpet bud excitedly waved its leaf-like hands towards Tianci. Has the trumpet bud made another discovery? Moo 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 moo. The trumpet bud indicated that it had spotted a solitary Rattata. A Rattata, you say? Let me ponder. Trumpet bud, do you have the confidence to stealthily approach within 10 meters of it? One must understand that Rattatas are remarkably quick and possess keen vigilance. Tianci stroked his chin and turned to ask. Moo moo moo. The trumpet bud nodded, noting that the dense vegetation surrounding the Rattata provided ample cover for its own camouflage. Very well, then. Trumpet bud, try to get as close as possible, but do not exceed the 7 to 8 meter mark, as it would be easily detected there. Then, unleash your sleep powder with all your might. Tianci lifted his binoculars to observe the Rattata's position and pointed to the spot where it should halt. Should it exhibit signs of drowsiness, seize the opportunity immediately. Find it, and apply sleep powder once more. Do not let it escape. Concerned that the trumpet bud was accustomed to using thorn whip, Tianci reiterated the battle plan. Moo moo moo. The trumpet bud nodded and began to stealthily move towards the designated area. Excellent. An opportunity arises. Through the binoculars, he spotted the Rattata still rummaging for something. Slowly, a thin dust began to settle around the Rattata. Purah? Purah? Initially oblivious, the Rattata paid little attention, as many plants in the forest released similar powders. However, it soon felt its eyelids growing heavy and its body weighed down. Purah, realizing something was amiss, it hastily attempted to hide whatever it had found amidst the grass and escape. Whoosh! Unfortunately, 2 thorny vines had already appeared before it. Lada? Purah! As the Rattata tried to evade, it found its movements sluggish, leading to its swift entrapment. Purah! The sharp thorns pierced its body, and the intense pain jolted the Rattata from its stupor. It began to struggle violently, gnawing at the vines with its sharp teeth. Though the thorns inflicted excruciating pain, the Rattata understood that without its prized speed, it would become prey in the eyes of its foes. Whoosh! Within the range of the flying knives, Tianci swiftly launched a dagger smeared with paralysis powder. It pierced accurately into the Rattata's back. Purah! The Rattata let out a pained cry, seizing the moment. The trumpet bud drew closer and unleashed its sleep powder. The moo bud, a swiftly retractable vine, extended to approximately 5 meters before it began to disperse a fine powder. The sound of rustling filled the air, though reluctant to succumb to slumber. The combination of the paralyzing powder from the blade and the incoming hypnotic dust forced the little Rattata into an unwilling slumber. Now, moo bud, unleash your thorn whip and rouse it. With a series of sharp cracks, the moo bud nodded and swiftly lashed out with 4 strikes upon the Rattata. Awakening with a start, the Rattata writhed in agony, attempting to flee only to realize its body was marred with wounds, the wooden thorns incessantly causing it to bleed, severely impairing its speed. Understanding its dire predicament, the beleaguered Rattata summoned its final reserves of strength and charged towards the moo bud. Alas, its speed was but a shadow of that of a caterpie, and the moo bud retaliated with another thorn whip, sending the Rattata sprawling once more. Well done, moo bud. Go investigate what that little Rattata was hiding. I shall take care of the remains and join you shortly. Tianzi commended. The moo bud nodded and ventured into the nearby thicket. Chapter 32, A Bountiful Return. Moo. After a brief search amidst the grass, the moo bud emerged, cradling 2 fruits the size of apples. Blue in hue, it appears to be an orange berry. Tianzi recognized it readily due to its peculiar name, for it was indeed blue, yet bore the name orange berry. No wonder the little Rattata sought concealment. It must have pilfered this from the inner forest. A treasure for it, though to me, merely worth $100. Still, a pleasant surprise. Tianzi chuckled, stowing the fruits in his backpack. Such berries are indeed considered treasures of the wild. Orange berries possess the ability to restore a small amount of health and energy to Pokémon. For wild Pokémon, they are invaluable, as they lack human-made healing items or Pokémon centers. Yet for trainers, these are worth less than a vial of healing potion, as a single potion, priced at $100, can be used 10 times. However, the unique components within the berries can be utilized to craft energy cubes, allowing orange berries to fetch about $50 each. If only that little Rattata had discovered an orange berry tree on the outskirts. I would have rushed back to town to procure a large backpack to transplant it. What a laying hen that would be. Gazing at the 2 berries, Tianzi's greed momentarily flared. Yet he was acutely aware that such fruit-bearing trees were unlikely to exist on the outskirts, not only due to the constant influx of people, but also because of the town's routine cleansing operations, meticulously clearing the area inch by inch. If wild fruit trees were still to be encountered, it would surely embolden him to act recklessly. Such fortune would indicate he was indeed favored by fate. Moreover, he knew that wild fruit trees within the forest were claimed by renowned families. In a realm devoid of fruit-bearing trees, the elves seeking tree fruits face a stark choice. Either serve as vassals to larger clans, becoming mere fodder, or trade precious resources for their desires. Thus, it is highly likely that the fruits were fortuitously found upon the ground. He did not believe that, on the fringes, a common Rattata would possess anything of value to barter or the strength to seize by force. What a delightful surprise. Let us continue, Bidu. Let us set a modest goal today. Earn at least 20,000 as a foundation. Charge forth. Tianzi swiftly gathered the spoils and rallied the charge with a battle cry. Moo. Inspired by the fervor, Bidu responded enthusiastically. Despite the spirited rallying cry, both the trainer and his Pokémon ventured cautiously, attuned to their surroundings. After all, survival is paramount in this world. Soon, they encountered 3 caterpies. With a newfound mastery over sleep powder, Bidu found the task increasingly effortless. As the powder gradually enveloped the caterpies, the drowsy caterpies, puzzled, emitted a couple of sounds before succumbing to slumber. However, one among them exhibited a notable resistance, stubbornly fighting off the sleepiness and launching a few poisonous needles into the grass. Clink, clink. The stray needles missed their target and struck the ground instead. For the first time, Bidu found battle to be remarkably easy. It relished this method of combat. All right, Bidu, enough with the silly smiles. Dispatch them swiftly. Remember the old routine, leave one for later. Tianzi, observing Bidu's foolish grin, could not help but chuckle, suspecting that Bidu had developed a taste for control techniques. Moo. Realizing its lapse, Bidu quickly composed itself and unleashed its thorn whip upon the still sleeping caterpie. Crack. The pain jolted the caterpie awake, yet the 2 strikes rendered it temporarily incapacitated. Seeing this, Bidu swiftly coiled its vines around the caterpie. The wooden thorns pierced its body, and the drain of energy rendered the caterpie increasingly feeble. With a decisive crack, Bidu discarded the lifeless caterpie to the ground and turned its attention to the remaining 2 still in slumber. Moo. It first ensnared one and began absorbing energy, for it had expended considerable strength in the previous skirmish with Rattata, and the half-dead caterpie was insufficient for recovery. Initially unresponsive, the caterpie was roused painfully as its energy diminished to half. Moo. Bidu, witnessing the awakening of its prey, intensified its grip without hesitation, even thoughtfully gagging it to stifle its cries. Ooh, ooh, the caterpie's sounds grew faint until it ultimately expired. Moo moo feeling revitalized. Beauty was in high spirits as it turned to the last caterpie, determined to swiftly end its life. Crack, 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 with a series of thorn whips. The final caterpie experienced but a fleeting moment of agony before it followed the fate of its companions. Subsequently, Ti swiftly tidied the battlefield before promptly seeking his next target. After all, the act of dismembering insect corpses had become second nature to him. Having dispatched dozens of these creatures, he had transitioned from spending considerable time dissecting a single specimen to efficiently processing 3 or 4 at a time. Therefore, he no longer needed to stow 3 horned insects in his backpack before returning to the entrance to decompose them. The rationale behind not collecting all the corpses at once and returning home to dissect them lay partly in the limited space of his backpack, which was of a smaller capacity. Additionally, once a Pokémon perished, the energy within its body would rapidly dissipate, scattering until it was lost to the surroundings. If decomposition was not undertaken while the energy remained, the valuable parts of the creature would lose their worth. Although the space backpack possessed preservation capabilities, placing an entire body inside would lead to the energy dispersing by the time it was retrieved at home, diminishing the material's value. Thus, trainers typically collected the valuable parts of their Pokémon immediately after battle. Perhaps alerted by some instinct, the nearby insects took a while to respond, ultimately leading to an encounter with 4 caterpie. Despite their greater number, these defenseless caterpie were utterly helpless against the surprise assault of the Beauty's thorny whip. Without even a semblance of resistance, the 4 caterpie succumbed to the attack. It seemed that the significant reduction in their kin had instilled a sense of danger in the remaining insects, prompting their retreat. This was fortuitous. It was time to tidy up and return. Afterward, Ti and Beauty searched the vicinity further, only to find that the once abundant caterpie and horned insects had vanished, revealing instead 3 Rattata. However, aware of his own limitations, Ti refrained from allowing Beauty to attack. Instead, he guided the eager Beauty away. Feeling that their time had been somewhat squandered, Beauty emitted a disappointed sound. Do not be disheartened. Our objectives for today have been accomplished. Let us return, sell our spoils, and indulge in a grand feast. Ti reassured Beauty, who still seemed somewhat reluctant. Upon hearing the mention of a feast, Beauty perked up, nodding eagerly and matching Ti's pace on their way back. Chapter 33, Harvest and Sale. Beauty, can you guess how much we might earn today? Ti inquired with a smile during their return journey. Beauty, puzzled, expressed its confusion regarding the concept of money, understanding only that Ti needed it, and that the wild Pokémon could be exchanged for currency. Thus, as long as Ti required assistance, Beauty would continue to help him defeat creatures to earn enough money. Huh, you little rascal, you truly move me. Ti chuckled, patting Beauty's head before answering his own question. Today, we have collected a total of 33 silk sacks, which translates to approximately 16,500 coins. Then, the 12 horns of the unicorn bug are worth 1,200 yuan, and it also has 12 poison sacks, but those must be consumed, so they are not for sale. Moo? Upon hearing that the poison sacks are not for sale and are meant for consumption, the trumpet bud shook its head, suggesting that they could be sold, and it need not partake. However, that is not feasible. Trumpet bud, we must not sacrifice great gains for trifles. Your consideration for me brings me joy. Yet these poison sacks are crucial for your continued mastery of the paralysis powder and toxic powder. Only by becoming stronger can we earn even greater wealth. Moo moo moo. After listening, the trumpet bud assured that it would strive to help Ti earn more money. Yes, and the front teeth of the small Rattata are worth about 800 yuan, while 2 orange berries are approximately 100 yuan, and then there's the spirit meat. By the way, trumpet bud, do you enjoy eating Rattata meat? With that, Ti tossed a piece of Rattata meat from his backpack. Moo woo moo moo moo. The trumpet bud cheerfully munched on it like a snack, and after finishing, remarked that the energy seemed slightly greater at the same level. But it still felt that bug meat was tastier. Is that so? Perhaps it's because you are naturally inclined to prey on insects. Then let us dine on bug meat from now on, selling the other meats instead. Moo moo. The trumpet bud nodded in agreement. Thus, we have approximately 110 pounds of green caterpillar meat, 60 pounds of unicorn bug meat, and 5 pounds of Rattata meat. We will reserve 30 pounds of unicorn bug meat for you, and since the Rattata meat is too scarce, we shall keep it for ourselves to cook for dinner tonight, selling the rest to Boss Wu Air. Moo moo. Upon hearing that it would only receive 30 pounds, the trumpet bud hurriedly inquired if that was insufficient. Haha, you glutton. Over the next few days, we will be out hunting, and you will have the freshest meals. 30 pounds is more than enough. Seeing the anxious trumpet bud, Ti chuckled and explained. Moo moo, moo moo moo. The trumpet bud, upon learning that they would be hunting and could enjoy the freshest bug meat, generously offered to keep a few pounds for today and suggested selling the rest. Are you certain, trumpet bud? Keep in mind that this afternoon, those bugs will be hiding away. We will try another location tomorrow, but it will likely become increasingly difficult to find them. Moo? Upon hearing this, the trumpet bud decided it was better to keep some for later. Well, that meat should fetch around 7,300 yuan. The meat shop usually buys spirit meat at about 10 yuan less than the selling price. Tian Ci quickly calculated in his mind. The total harvest for today amounts to 1650 200 800 100 7,300, approximately 25,900 yuan. What a tremendous profit. Upon reaching this conclusion, Tian Ci joyfully exclaimed, having already exited the forest. Otherwise, he would not dare to shout so freely within it. Moo. Although the trumpet bud did not comprehend the reason for Tian Ci's exuberance, it felt happiness in his joy. If this income continues over the next few days, I need not venture into that perilous place. With a few more days of earnings, I could certainly afford to buy a beloved spirit from the spirit house. With this thought, Tian Ci felt a twinge of concern. He understood that after today, things might not proceed as smoothly. The wild spirits were indeed intelligent beings, and his rampant slaughter today would likely have alerted the surrounding unicorn larvae and green caterpillars. Oh well, he thought, he would see how things unfolded. If he could gather enough funds, he would purchase from the spirit home. If not, he would buy leaf crystals for his trumpet bud, to be used when it advanced beyond the ordinary level, which might also enhance its potential. Casting a glance at his trumpet bud, which was merrily accompanying him, Tian Ci recalled the day when the bud had gazed longingly at the general store. Soon, the pair made their way into the town. Grandpa Rai, I have come to sell some goods, Tian Ci announced as he placed his spoils methodically on the counter according to their categories. Oh. The once languid elder was taken aback by the volume of materials before him. A total of 18,500. Quite a good harvest today, young lad. It was rare for the old man to engage in conversation with Tian Ci. Hee. Grandpa Rai, most of the credit goes to my trumpet bud, he said, lifting the creature for the elder to see. Moo. The trumpet bud greeted amicably. Yes, it has developed well. Take your money and go. The elder replied with a nod, already signaling for the next customer. He was merely surprised. The boy was progressing swiftly. Previously, his earnings had hovered around 3,000. Yet today, he had surpassed 20,000. However, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, he regained his composure, for even ordinary trainers in the guard easily amassed such sums, let alone elite trainers who frequented his establishment. It seems I've made a good impression. Tian Ci mused with a smile as he bid farewell and hurried to the meat shop. Boss, I'm back. I brought a lot of meat, he exclaimed, skillfully placing the meat on the electronic scale. You rascal, how many bugs did you slay? The rotund proprietor exclaimed, visibly startled by the hefty pile of over 100 pounds of meat. Most of this is thanks to my trusty partner, the trumpet bud. Come say hello to the boss, Tian Ci said with a proud grin. Moo. The trumpet bud chirped amiably at the owner. Oh, hello, trumpet bud. This lad will be needing your care from now on, the boss responded with a laugh. Moo. The trumpet bud patted its chest confidently and declared, you can rest assured. After receiving his payment, the two returned to their humble abode. Although Tian Ci had the means to upgrade to a better house, he felt that this place was tranquil, with ample space in the back for training, despite the unpleasant odor. Everything else was quite satisfactory. Moreover, he needed to allocate his finances wisely. After all, he had not yet secured the leaf crystals for his second spirit, the trumpet bud. Thus, he decided to remain here. Upon returning home, Tian Ci counted the money he had earned, meticulously examining each bill in his hands. The old man's money was indeed correct. It seems the shopkeeper is quite fair. After all, it was the first time he had received such a substantial sum. And in an effort to leave a good impression on the grocer, he did not even bother to count it. Setting the old man's money aside, he began to tally the amount given by the owner. This excitement stemmed purely from the joy of earning such a sum for the first time, not from any doubt regarding the owner's integrity. 1, 2, 3, 7, 3, 74, 80. Shaking his head, Tian Ci counted again and confirmed that it was indeed 8,000 yuan. It appeared the owner had added 5 yuan to the market price, which usually would be the selling price minus 10 yuan. After placing the money back in his bag, he resolved to return the excess to the owner the following day. Chapter 34. Additional meals and continuation. After counting the money repeatedly with great excitement, Tian Ci extracted 700 yuan to prepare for the return. He then stowed the remaining funds in his well-worn backpack, which he subsequently placed in the spatial backpack he carried with him. Yes, this way it is secure. He nodded to himself, feeling reassured. It was essential to keep it safe, especially since this area, due to its proximity to the garbage station, was not very populated. And one must remain vigilant against petty theft. The lock on this dilapidated shack was hardly a sophisticated smart lock. Although he had not widely publicized his status as a trainer, he always carried a budu with him when he went out, complemented by the distinctive scar on his face. It was likely that most of the townsfolk were aware of him. The habitual thieves in the town particularly favored newcomers like him, a commoner turned trainer. Budu, it's time for dinner. Upon hearing this, Budu, who was outside practicing its powder release speed, hurried inside. Mooing, Budu gazed at the fragrant dish of rattata meat. ready to snatch it with its vines. Wait a moment. First, consume this poison sac. From now on, we shall eat one before each meal. With that, Tianci handed Budu a freshly thawed poison sac from the basin. Now that you have mastered sleep powder, it indicates that your poison attribute has been activated. The poison sac from the cater pie will not harm you. Rather, this mild toxicity should enhance your own poison capabilities. Mooing, Budu nodded and swallowed the sac whole. As the sac burst, a bitter taste filled its mouth. Haha, Budu, you must get used to it. Hurry and absorb it. Tianci chuckled mischievously, intentionally withholding reminders to observe Budu's reaction. Budu grimaced but nodded, beginning to absorb the toxins. After a while, Budu excitedly communicated to Tianci that although the poison sac was unpalatable, it had deepened its internal toxic energy. Indeed, it is effective. Budu, we shall follow this plan. One sac with each meal, and when it ceases to be effective, we will switch to something else. Now let us eat. Hearing this, Budu, despite its distaste for the bitter poison sac, nodded in agreement, quickly devouring the ratata meat. Moo Moo's delightful experience of savoring the delectable flavors of the small lada meat may stem from the notion of enduring hardship before relishing sweetness. After finishing their meal, we took a moment to rest before continuing to practice the release speed of the powder. Observing that the trumpet bud had already finished its portion, Tianci smiled and poured his remaining meat into the trumpet bud's bowl. Moo Moo, with a cheerful demeanor, nodded happily at Tianci. The night swiftly passed, and this morning, the trumpet bud did not linger in bed, eager to feast on fresh insect meat. Onward. First, we shall return the excess money to Boss Wu Air, and then proceed to the city gate, Tianci declared as he stowed a brand new vial of healing medicine into his backpack, pushing open the door and stepping outside. Moo Moo, having just consumed the venom sac and fairy meat, was full of energy. The duo quickly navigated through the streets, soon arriving at the butcher's shop. Boss, while I am grateful for your care, I must return the extra money. I am now capable of supporting myself. Tianci swiftly placed 700 yuan on the countertop, explaining his intent to the shopkeeper. Without delay, he grabbed the trumpet bud and dashed back. Hey, that lad. I hope he remains safe on his journey. The life of a trainer is fraught with challenges, the shopkeeper mused, shaking his head as he watched the retreating figures and the money left on the table. Exiting the city gates with haste, they resolved to venture in the opposite direction from yesterday. It seems everyone is on high alert. Trumpet bud, do you possess the confidence? Tianci inquired, peering through the binoculars at 5 hornworms. Moo Moo signified that this posed no issue. Exercise caution, we need not approach too closely. Release the sleep powder from a safe distance, as 2 hornworms are on guard, Tianci advised, instructing the trumpet bud to stealthily advance. Ever since the trumpet bud learned the sleep powder technique, Tianci's role had diminished to merely providing interference. After all, if he were to launch his flying knives, the sound would undoubtedly attract attention, far more than the subtlety of sleep powder. His current purpose was to distract opponents during battle and launch surprise attacks. The powder gradually enveloped the vicinity of the hornworms. Ooh, ooh. The weaker hornworms, feeling the onset of drowsiness, immediately cried out to alert their companions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Noticing the disturbance, Tianci swiftly unleashed a trio of flying knives aimed at the swaying hornworms. Moo Moo promptly executed an enhanced version of the thorn whip, as utilizing growth in advance had become an essential maneuver. Ooh, ooh. The 2 stronger hornworms retaliated by launching poisonous needles at the flying knives in a desperate attempt to save their comrade. Clink, clink. Ooh, crack, crack. Although 2 flying knives were deflected, the more potent thorn whip struck the assailants, rescuing their companion but inflicting significant damage upon themselves. Well done, trumpet bud. I will handle these 2. You must quickly deal with the unscathed ones. With a swift motion, Tianci hurled 2 flying daggers, embedding them into the already wounded bodies of the 2 horned worms. The creatures, unable to rise from their previous injuries, were struck by the daggers laced with paralysis powder. Although they had not entirely lost their combat capabilities, they could only writhe on the ground in despair. The discordant sounds of their cries echoed, as the errant toxic needles scattered ineffectively against the earth. In an instant, a vine from the trumpet bud ensnared one of the horned worms struck by the daggers, forcefully slamming it into the other. A resounding crack resonated as another vine swiftly struck the worm that had launched a toxic needle. The 2 creatures collided, sent sprawling in opposite directions. One of the horned worms succumbed entirely to its injuries, while the other barely managed to launch a final needle in the direction of the trumpet bud, just as the trumpet bud aimed to eliminate the remaining foe. It was unexpectedly hit and let out a pained cry. Stay calm, trumpet bud. Bind the one on the left and strike it down, Tianci shouted urgently. In response, 2 vines rapidly ensnared the left horned worm. The furious trumpet bud, still in possession of its wits, obeyed Tianci's command and forcefully struck at the assailant. With a thundering crash, both horned worms were rendered incapable of further combat. Now, trumpet bud, absorb their essence. I shall attend to the other 3. Tianci gestured toward the trembling forms of the incapacitated worms. The trumpet bud nodded and began to absorb their life force. With decisive efficiency, Tianci dispatched the remaining 3 creatures, finding solace in the sight of the trumpet bud recuperating. While remaining vigilant, he quickly began to process the remains of the defeated foes. Chapter 35, Surprises and Severe Injuries. Come here, trumpet bud, let me inspect your work. Tianci beckoned to the trumpet bud after finishing his task. The trumpet bud approached with a pitiful demeanor, revealing its injuries to him. Upon inspection, Tianci noted a small black mark on the stem of the trumpet bud, indicating that it would heal completely after absorbing the 2 horned worms. Well done, my dear trumpet bud. Here, have a piece of spirit meat. Although aware of the trumpet bud's ulterior motives, Tianci refrained from exposing them and instead offered a freshly cut piece of worm flesh. The trumpet bud's expression brightened instantly as it gleefully accepted the offering and consumed it eagerly. Tianci nodded approvingly, observing how quickly the trumpet bud digested the worm flesh. He realized that since the trumpet bud had activated its venomous attributes, its saliva had also gained corrosive properties, indicating that it was not far from mastering a dissolving liquid. All right, trumpet bud, let's continue, he said after applying some medicinal ointment to its wounds. They resumed their search, even as the horned worms and green caterpillars began to sense danger and cluster together. However, the trumpet bud, having mastered the use of sleep powder and reached a new level of power, was capable of handling minor injuries. Tianci was still supportive of allowing the trumpet bud to sustain injuries. After all, while a one-sided massacre was easier, it also offered greater financial rewards. However, this did little to enhance the combat experience and prowess of the Budu. Thus, during this confrontation against 5 caterpie, he hardly utilized his throwing knives for assistance. Compared to the horned beetle, caterpie was evidently weaker, so even if Budu couldn't overcome them, it could still make its escape with his help. The reason Budu found itself in a dire struggle was that, while lurking, it inadvertently snapped a dry twig, revealing its presence. Huffing and puffing, Budu finally extricated itself from the threads binding it after enduring 2 impacts, directing its gaze towards the 2 intact caterpie before it. Of the 5, it had already incapacitated 2 outright, while another, though severely injured and moving sluggishly, intermittently attempted to disrupt it with silk. Budu had underestimated this particular caterpie, leading to its entanglement in silk and, caught off guard, being struck by the other 2. Budu, run and use Vine Whip to finish off that crippled one. Tianci urged from the sidelines. With a determined nod, Budu began to dash, its vines once again swirling in preparation. The 2 caterpie, recognizing the impending threat, formed a protective barrier around their wounded comrade and unleashed a flurry of silk at Budu. Ah, how foolish of them, Budu thought, as it showcased its skillful whip technique. With its left vine, it deflected the silk while its right vine swept through, sending both caterpie tumbling away. Tianci was elated to witness the caterpie huddled together. Perhaps 4 could shield one another from all directions, yet even in pairs, they could only block attacks from a single direction. But Budu wielded 2 vines simultaneously. Each as agile as its own hands, striking from 2 distinct angles was childish play. Obeying the command, Budu swiftly altered the direction of its right vine. Crack! To its surprise, 1 caterpie was sent flying by the force of the strike. The already injured one lost all combat capability, while the other 2 struggled to rise. Budu, this is your opportunity. Use your ordinary vine whip to severely injure them and bind them up. Absorb their energy. Crack! Crack! The 2 caterpie, just regaining their footing, were swiftly brought down again by Budu's vines, which then ensnared them with thorns. Budu felt a rapid restoration of energy coursing through its body, alleviating much of its pain, and it let out a contented call. Seeing this, Tianci cautiously drew out a dagger, surveying the surroundings as he began to deal with the remaining 3 caterpie. Though Tianci was being vigilant, he overlooked the possibility of enemies lurking above, just as Budu felt it had regained a significant portion of its strength. A flash of yellow zipped past its vision. Bang! The trumpet bud felt itself struck by an immense force, causing it to release its vine and be hurled aside. Pop! At that moment, a piercing bird call resonated through the sky. Damn, are you alright, trumpet bud? Tianci swiftly stowed the last undissolved insect carcass into his backpack and hurled 2 flying knives towards Bobo. Pop pop! Bobo nimbly dodged in the air, emitting a threatening cry. The trumpet bud nodded towards Tianci and then glared angrily at the despicable assailant. Although it relished the thrill of the battle, being ambushed was undeniably embarrassing. One who often walks by the riverbank cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. I wish to encounter Bobo, but not in this manner. Could the trumpet bud still fight? Tianci gazed at Bobo in the air, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Though the trumpet bud felt it had yet to fully recover, it still possessed the strength to engage in battle. Pop! Observing the audacious duo below, Bobo's eyes gleamed with a hint of derision. How infuriating! Trumpet bud, use Thorn Whip and bring it down. Seeing Bobo look at them like a clown, both Tianci and the trumpet bud felt a surge of anger before the insect race. They were indeed invincible. Pop pop. Bobo rapidly ascended into the sky. Whoosh whoosh. Once it realized the vines could not reach it, Bobo swiftly flapped its wings, and a surge of flying-type energy enveloped its form. Damn it, a gust is rising. Tiansu, feeling the pain from the wind, urgently instructed the trumpet bud. Moo the trumpet bud strained to anchor its roots into the ground. Moo moo, however, it soon cried out in agony as the wind, infused with flying-type energy, lashed against it like knives, causing unbearable pain. Damn, the grass type of the trumpet bud is weak against flying type. Return, trumpet bud. Witnessing the trumpet bud becoming battered and bruised, Tiansu's eyes flickered with sorrow and frustration, yet he promptly recalled the trumpet bud into its pock ball and fled without looking back, propelled by the gust. Pop pop. Observing the two green caterpillars still gasping for breath, Bobo's eyes shimmered with triumph as it seized the feeble creatures and soared to the branches to indulge in its feast. After escaping a considerable distance, Tiansu realized that Bobo had come for the two green caterpillars. He quickly found an open area on the outskirts, utilized a repellent spray, and released the trumpet bud. Moo the trumpet bud lay weakly on the ground, feeling immense pain. It's all right, dear trumpet bud, it's all my fault. I will tend to your wounds right away. Looking at the trumpet bud before him, Tiansu felt deep remorse and heartache. If only he had been more resolute, they could have retreated unscathed. Chapter 36, Recovery and Continuation. Moo moo moo. Although its body ached, upon seeing Tiansu's tears, it bravely insisted it was fine. It's all my fault, trumpet bud. Come, eat some Pokémon food, and then I will spray your wounds. We took a moment to rest, wiping away our tears. Tianci promptly retrieved an unprocessed insect carcass from his backpack, skillfully slicing off the flesh of the creature to feed to the trumpet bud. Due to the delay in processing, the energy from the green caterpillar's body had dissipated, rendering its silk sac nothing more than an ordinary ball of yarn. Conversely, the flesh, enriched by the residual energy, would provide greater nourishment. Moo, moo moo. The trumpet bud quickly devoured the insect meat, its body jolting in response to the pain from the medicinal treatment. Steady now, trumpet bud. You'll be all right. I'll be gentler. This severely wounded trumpet bud made Tianci realize that he had truly found family in this world. After a thorough treatment, the trumpet bud took root in the ground, beginning its recovery, while Tianci remained vigilant of their surroundings. After all, they were at their most vulnerable now. Not only would a single Pidgey pose a threat, but even two green caterpillars would necessitate a hasty retreat with the trumpet bud. His own combat prowess was just slightly superior to that of a green caterpillar, and the recovering trumpet bud was not yet fit for battle. Little did he expect to encounter the Pidgey he had been contemplating in such a manner. As Tianci scanned the area, thoughts of the Pidgey's formidable strength surged within him, mingling anticipation with resentment. The Pidgey was of a similar caliber to the trumpet bud, but the latter had to endure attacks from the ground, revealing the advantages of aerial combat. He pondered that if he spotted the Pidgey first, a surprise attack might still yield a chance. With just a hint of hypnotic powder, the Pidgey would be rendered sluggish and disoriented, granting the trumpet bud the opportunity to bring it down to the ground. Once grounded, the Pidgey's combat ability would be inferior to that of a mere Rattata, thus providing a feasible chance to capture it. The Pidgey's aptitude, at the very least, was average, with the majority being above average, even if it did not meet Tianci's minimum standards. Nevertheless, he would not turn away the prospect of capturing even an average Pidgey. After all, having a flying Pokémon would be incredibly advantageous for reconnaissance, dominating the skies, and providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Even a mid-level Pidgey could easily outmatch a high-tier Caterpie. It was clear that he needed to resolve the issue of acquiring a second Pokémon promptly, ensuring it could fly. Reflecting on his previous sense of powerlessness, he clenched his fists, eliminating several candidates from his mental roster until only 2 or 3 Pokémon remained in his thoughts. Unsettled, Tianci sprayed the area once more with repellent and continued to rest until noon. Moo moo, umu uwu. The trumpet bud, now lively and vibrant, began to consume the significantly increased portions of insect flesh, appearing quite pleased. Take your time, trumpet bud. Are you really fully recovered? You need to eat well and rest to prepare for the afternoon hunt. Observing the trumpet bud devour its meal, Tianci smiled and affectionately patted its head. The trumpet bud conveyed its well-being, even showcasing the healed wound to Tianci. After all, it was merely a severe injury, and its fighting spirit had not been entirely extinguished. Coupled with the 3 applications of ointment that Tianci had generously administered, it was well on its way to recovery. Very well, let us finish our lunch, take a brief respite, and then resume our hunt. Observing the scar on the trumpet bud, Tianci resolved to make a trip to the Pokémon Center that afternoon. He intended to utilize a treatment voucher to remove the scar and conduct a thorough examination for the trumpet bud. Although expending a treatment voucher in such a manner might seem imprudent to the untrained eye, after all, a single voucher could cover comprehensive treatment for up to 6 Pokémon. Many common trainers would safeguard such resources for a more critical moment. Yet, this was his trumpet bud, and he wished for it to flourish in health, free from any lingering ailments. Thus, the voucher would be well worth the expenditure. The trumpet bud nodded in agreement, indicating its intent to triumph later that day. Soon, with heightened caution, they stumbled upon a quartet of caterpies. It seemed they had never encountered fewer than 4. Did he truly possess such an imposing presence? Pondering the day's encounters, Tianci scratched his head. No. It must be that a small group of newly hatched Pidgeys and Spearows had come to forage. A fleeting image of the proud Pidgey he had seen that morning, unblemished by any injury, flashed through his mind. It was undoubtedly a member of the new generation. With this thought, excitement surged within him. An opportunity had presented itself. He resolved to investigate thoroughly today, for if his suspicions were correct, he would dare to venture out again in the evening. After all, the appearance of stronger, newly hatched avian species at the periphery indicated a food scarcity within the forest's inner circle. If that were the case, then the weaker, yet still airborne Zubat would surely be found in the outskirts as well. Compared to the more powerful, keen-eyed Pidgeys and Spearows, Zubat, which relied on echolocation to navigate its surroundings, would be a more suitable target. After all, human technology is remarkably precise. Of course, capturing a Pidgey or Spearow during the day would be even more advantageous. Chuckling at the thought, Tianci could not suppress a laugh. Moo moo, moo moo moo. The trumpet bud promptly tugged at Tianci, signaling that they had been spotted by the caterpies. My apologies. However, trumpet bud, we have more pressing matters at hand. Let us scout the area from a greater distance to see if we can discover Pidgeys or Spearows. Tianci remarked, noticing the caterpies retreating in fright. He scratched his head sheepishly. Of course, should we encounter any bugs, we shall deal with them. Although the trumpet bud was uncertain of Tianci's intentions, it obediently nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, they commenced their search from a more considerable distance. During their exploration, they encountered 2 waves of Pokémon, first 5 caterpies, followed by 4 Weedles. Preoccupied with other thoughts, Tianci did not remain idle during these encounters. With Tianci's assistance, the trumpet bud effortlessly triumphed over both waves of Pokémon, their remains meticulously divided into materials and stored in their backpack. As Tianci continued his exploration, he suddenly heard a bird call. Could it be the cry of a Spearow? Listen, Laba, let us proceed carefully and take a closer look. Tianci cautiously advanced into the field, raising his binoculars and gesturing for Laba to keep a vigilant watch over their surroundings. Soon, he discerned a red and yellow lizardfinch perched on a distant branch, pecking at the remains of a green caterpillar. It bore no wounds, and the red on its wings was quite faint, indicative of a newly emerged generation. Tianci suppressed his excitement. The sight of this lizardfinch affirmed his suspicions were likely correct. However, he dared not instruct Laba to capture it. Firstly, at a height of 13 to 14 meters, Laba could not reach it, let alone launch a surprise attack. Secondly, the lizardfinch was stronger than the Pidgey, harboring a vengeful nature and the ability to summon its companions. Thus, without certainty of a swift and decisive strike, Tianci would never provoke the lizardfinch. All right, Laba, let us venture further in that direction. Feeling uneasy, Tianci resolved to investigate a bit more. Soon, he spotted 2 Pidgey nestled in the branches of a tall tree. It appeared his assumptions were indeed correct, yet they were remarkably elusive. These avian spirits. With a wry smile, he lowered his binoculars. Well, it's about time. Let us head back, Laba. Though Laba did not comprehend why Tianci sought out such bothersome birds, it dutifully remained alert, nodding in agreement upon hearing they would return. Chapter 37. Considerations. Tianci and Laba hurried back to town, promptly attending to their haul from the day. They had collected a total of 16 thread sacks, 9 venom sacks, 9 sharp spikes, over 40 pounds of unicorn beetle meat, and more than 30 pounds of green caterpillar meat. The venom sacks were once again given to Laba, while the substantial quantity of unicorn beetle meat served as provisions for Laba. Having made his arrangements, Tianci swiftly visited the general store and butcher, quickly selling off his wares. This transaction added 600 coins to his purse, bringing his total to over 200 coins. What bliss it was to behold the thick stack of bills. Tianci felt immense satisfaction upon returning home. Laba, influenced by Tianci, had also developed a fondness for counting money, and it beamed with delight at the sight of such wealth. This amount is sufficient for acquiring a standard, high-quality lotta. Previously, I might have settled for a mediocre, low-quality one after exerting some effort, but now, with that, Tianci stowed the money into his spatial backpack and called Laba to prepare for another outing to the department store. As Tianci ambled leisurely down the street with Laba, he contemplated his options. A standard, low-quality lotta priced at 8,000 coins would double in cost for each incremental improvement in quality. This sum was indeed enough to procure a standard, high-quality lotta. Moreover, if he continued to strive diligently, he could soon afford a good, low-quality lotta, marking a potential breakthrough into the elite tier. As for the Pokémon house, it has ceased its sales, even if superior specimens are occasionally found at auctions. This merchant cursed under his breath, and Tianci understood that the Alliance must have orchestrated this situation. by permitting the sale of moderately qualified Pokémon in bulk to common trainers. They offered a glimmer of hope for breakthroughs into the elite ranks while simultaneously amassing considerable wealth. Moreover, this ensured a significant power disparity between the Alliance's privileged trainers and the common trainers. Such a gap meant that key positions within the Alliance were predominantly held by those of noble lineage. Even if a particularly fortunate and capable common trainer emerged, they would inevitably join the ranks of the elite for a brighter future. The disparity in treatment was immense, prompting common trainers to relentlessly pursue Alliance tasks in hopes of advancing to the privileged tier. The Rattata was initially among Tianxi's considerations. Its swift speed and compact size made it a suitable candidate for reconnaissance, albeit its inability to fly left him lamenting. With a deep sigh, he reflected on today's encounter with a Pidgey who had imparted a valuable lesson. Flying Pokémon held an undeniable advantage over those that could not. It was no wonder that flying Pokémon were sold at such exorbitant prices. The sum of approximately 40,000 could instead procure a regular, moderately qualified Zubat. With a few more days of effort, he could afford to purchase a Pidgey of equal qualification at 60,000 or a Spearow at 70,000. A fleeting thought crossed Tianxi's mind, to exhaust his entire fortune for a purchase. No, that would not do. His current Mewtwo was on the verge of breaking through the ordinary level, and it was essential to acquire a leaf stone for its foundation, with even the smallest costing a minimum of 50,000. He glanced down at his Mewtwo, which was curiously observing the people and happenings on the street. The Mewtwo soon noticed someone staring at it, turning to find Tianxi, and joyfully responded, "Well, since an opportunity has presented itself today, it is time to seize it." With 2 empty Pokeballs on hand, he decided to purchase 8 more for good measure, focusing primarily on capturing a Zubat. Even a standard, lower-tier Zubat could serve as a transitional Pokémon. After all, even if he spent his entire fortune, he would only be able to acquire a moderately qualified specimen. Such qualifications would merely classify it as a transitional companion, necessitating further investment in training for combat effectiveness, which hardly seemed worthwhile. However, in this period, lacking a flying scout proved exceedingly inconvenient. Hence, he resolved to acquire one, especially after being ambushed by a Pidgey today. Who knew what might happen if he encountered 2 or 3 in succession? With a firm decision made, Tianxi clapped his hands and beckoned his Mewtwo to hasten towards the department store. "Welcome. Please return your Pokémon to their Pokeballs." A staff member on the first floor promptly reminded upon noticing Tianxi and his Mewtwo entering. "Oh, I almost forgot. Mewtwo, return to your ball for now. I will release you as soon as we step outside." Though slightly reluctant, the Mewtwo nodded after observing that there were no other Pokémon on the first floor. Swish! A flash of crimson light surged forth as the trumpet bud was drawn into the Pokeball. "Thank you for your understanding, sir." The shop attendant, witnessing Tianxi's retrieval of his Pokémon, ceased to impede his passage and cleared the way. In establishments connected to the League, it is essential to return Pokémon to their balls. After all, the abilities of Pokémon are diverse and unpredictable. Surveillance is not infallible, and certain Pokémon may exhibit temperamental behavior, inadvertently harming other patrons. Hence, to mitigate various risks, all shops affiliated with the League must require the return of Pokémon, even those of a pet-like nature. Tianxi decided to explore the Pokémon technology zone and boarded the elevator to the 4th floor. "How futuristic!" he exclaimed, utterly astonished by the technologically advanced spectacle before him. The entire floor was adorned in silvery decor, showcasing an array of high-tech gadgets on shelves. Sleek silver lines formed impressive mechs towering over him. Donning one would transform you into a warrior capable of brawling with fighting-type Pokémon. There was also an insulating suit, seemingly unremarkable in appearance, yet capable of withstanding a staggering 10,000 volts. Not to mention a compact energy gun that, with the mere press of a button, could launch energy projectiles. There was even a protective shield akin to those used by elite trainers, which could be instantaneously activated with a central button, providing defense against elite-level Pokémon attacks. Gazing upon these practical yet aesthetically pleasing items, Tianxi felt as though he, still wielding throwing knives, was a relic of a bygone era. Intrigued, he approached the price tags. This is exorbitant," he lamented. "I might as well remain an ancient person." What met his eyes was a series of zeros. The once comfortable feeling of having money evaporated in the face of these exorbitant prices, leaving him feeling utterly impoverished. Moo, moo moo. The trumpet bud, confined within its Pokeball, caught sight of the steep prices and, through their bond, mused about how much bug meat could be obtained instead. "Oh dear, let us hasten to find some items that can counter flying-type Pokémon. This is beyond my means." While these tools could greatly simplify many tasks, they were far from affordable for someone of his modest means. Moreover, purchasing such weaponized technology here was less appealing than seeking it out on the black market. After all, transactions here would be recorded on his identity card, and should a nefarious individual employ similar technology, he would undoubtedly be summoned for questioning. However, items in the black market, devoid of registration, were often more expensive, and it was likely that the black market had ties to the town's influential figures. They may very well be the ones supplying these wares. With a silent reproach against the unscrupulous merchants, Tianci reluctantly shifted his gaze from the alluring mechs. In his heart, he conjured multiple rationalizations as he swiftly navigated through the Pokémon technology zone, seeking tools to contend with flying-type Pokémon. Chapter 38, The Decision. This looks promising, but it's too pricey. I might as well just buy a Pokémon directly. This seems impractical. It claims to be effective, yet does not specify in what manner. A poor review indeed. Upon locating the shelf, Tianci meticulously examined the descriptions and prices of the items. His mental budget hovered around 20,000, considering that a standard low-grade ultrasonic bat costs merely 20,000 each. One must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. This gun appears quite promising, he mused, as he toyed with a notably larger bird-catching firearm. The bird-catching gun. Its ammunition consists of various silk threads interwoven to form silken projectiles. Upon firing, the sound is minimal, and upon contact with an object, it unfurls into a large net to ensnare its prey. Price, 10,000. Cost of ammunition, 200 each. While others might need to purchase a substantial quantity of bullets to practice their aim, ultimately spending a similar sum as buying a single Bobo or Fire Sparrow directly. Tianci quickly calculated in his mind. After all, unless one is exceptionally gifted, the average person requires hundreds of rounds to hit a stationary target in shooting practice. However, with his experience in knife throwing, he believed he would not need to expend many bullets for this accuracy practice. A purchase of 50 rounds should suffice. Having acquired a bird-catching gun and a box of ammunition, Tianci continued to search for other items. After all, even if he managed to ensnare a creature, if it cried out in alarm, the trumpet bud would not suffice to silence it. Currently, there are numerous fledgling Bobos and Fire Sparrows nearby, under different circumstances. Even encountering a solitary Fire Sparrow would compel him to utilize this gun and trumpet bud. Logically, one should rarely encounter flying-type spirits in the outer regions, as they typically reside within the inner forest, where the insects possess higher levels and consequently more energy. Thus, even if a solitary Fire Sparrow were to call for help, its companions would remain oblivious. That said, if it were not for this period, the probability of encountering a flying-type spirit in the outer regions would be nearly zero. His original plan was to have the trumpet bud steadily progress to an ordinary level, then swiftly grind for small creatures in the outer regions to earn enough to purchase a flying-type spirit before venturing into the inner circle. After all, the variety of spirits increases significantly in the inner circle with higher levels, and without a scout, ensuring his personal safety would be exceedingly difficult. This strategy emphasized a steady and secure approach. Although it might take longer, it was undeniably reliable. However, having discovered an opportunity to acquire a flying-type spirit ahead of time, he was determined to seize it. Having a scout in advance would undoubtedly be immensely advantageous. He continued to seek items capable of muffling sound or inducing confusion. As long as the creature could not cry out, a grounded flying-type spirit would pose no challenge for the trumpet bud. Tianci was resolute in his objective. At the moment of ensnaring his opponent, he aimed to prevent any cries for help. This device could muffle sound, but its setup would attract the attention of any spirit, rendering it useless. This one reflects sound waves, which is not safe. He could not predict how it might reflect, and if it were to misdirect, the situation could worsen. This ultrasonic confusion device appears promising, he thought, as he picked up a trumpet-like contraption. Ultrasonic horn. It emits ultrasonic waves, invisible and intangible, capable of disrupting the echolocation of bats, rendering them unable to detect their surroundings. An essential tool for traversing caves. Price, 1,000. I recall that ultrasonic waves can confuse opponents. However, it doesn't specify whether this can do the same to Pokémon. Uncertain, Tianci approached the front desk to inquire with the intelligent robot. Beep. The ultrasonic horn can only serve as a disruption tool, not capable of confusing Pokémon. Alas, what a pity. Yet, at this price, if it could truly confuse Pokémon, one could simply use this sound wave, eliminating the need for the hypnotic powder from the horn bud for a surprise attack. Tianci shook his head, realizing he might be indulging in fanciful thoughts. Returning to the shelves, he continued his search for items that could instantly mute sound. This is excellent. The silence barrier, equivalent to a silence skill, yet regrettably priced beyond his means. After a prolonged search, Tianci ultimately discovered an item that met his requirements and could be used discreetly without detection. Similar to the Guardian Barrier, it also derives its energy from attribute crystals, but alas, even the energy crystal alone was beyond his budget. This silence barrier is evidently designed for stealthily sweeping through Pokémon groups, as eliminating sound would inhibit most Pokémon's ability to communicate. Collaborative tactics and directing other Pokémon would become mere fantasies. Perhaps it could also be employed against rival trainers. Tianci darkly mused, for below the elite level, most trainers rely on verbal commands to guide their Pokémon. Although a contract exists, it merely conveys a general understanding. One cannot afford any mistakes on the battlefield. Beyond the elite level, trainers typically offer succinct, cryptic cues to their Pokémon, supplemented by long-standing rapport and the contract's benefits, allowing them to function effectively even in silence. Alas, it seems this is the only option. With that thought, Tianxi hurried back, retrieving 4 ultrasonic horns from the shelves. Approaching the counter, the intelligent robot began to tally the items. Beep. 1 bird-catching gun, priced at 10,000. 1 box of bullets containing 50 rounds, priced at 10,000. 4 ultrasonic horns, priced at 4,000. The total is 24,000. Please proceed with payment. The robot swiftly calculated the sum. Truly advanced, indeed a testament to the technological district. I hope this venture won't result in a loss, as these new flying-type Pokémon appear to linger for only a few days. Tianxi produced the money from his backpack to hand to the robot. Beep. The bird-catching gun requires registration. Please provide your identity card. The robot called out. No way. This is necessary. Does it possess lethal capabilities? The Alliance truly enforces stringent regulations. Tianxi refrained from voicing his thoughts, obediently presenting his identity card. Beep. Registration complete. We welcome you back next time. After scanning the card against its chest, the robot finished the registration process. Next time I return, I must ensure I have sufficient funds. After a brief moment of exasperation, Tianxi stowed his belongings into his backpack and proceeded to purchase 8 Pokeballs, spending a total of 4,000 coins. Once his shopping was complete, he exited the department store and made his way towards the Pokémon Center. Mewtwo, come forth. Let's check on you and help eliminate those scars. Along the way, Tianxi released Mewtwo, pointing at the scars adorning its body. Mewtwo? It queried, tilting its head in confusion. It then gestured towards its own scars and pointed at the marks on Tianxi's face. Ah, you refer to the scar on my face? That serves as a reminder for me. But yours can be removed, Tianxi clarified. Mewtwo? Although Mewtwo was uncertain why, it decided to trust Tianxi's words about removal. Alright, let's head to the Pokémon Center. With that, Tianxi strode ahead, and Mewtwo quickly followed in his wake. Chapter 39, Farewells and Recovery. The duo soon arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Center, where Mewtwo beheld the magnificent structure for the first time. Mewtwo? Mewtwo, it exclaimed, expressing its astonishment that this place was significantly larger and more beautiful than their home. Previously, Mewtwo had only seen the interior while confined within a Pokeball. So this was its first opportunity to appreciate the entire facade of the Pokémon Center. Awestruck, Mewtwo emitted excited sounds, its head swiveling in curiosity. Mewtwo, don't embarrass me. Keep your voice down, or I'll have to return you to your Pokeball, Tianxi whispered, having noticed several onlookers staring, primarily due to Mewtwo's unabated vocalizations. Mewtwo? Mewtwo, realizing it had attracted attention, lowered its volume. Let us head to the newcomer registration area and see if Miss Ninghui is around. Having arrived at this place, Tianxi was eager to reconnect with an old classmate, hoping to snag some discounts as well. Following the directional signs, he brought Mewtwo to the newcomer registration counter, where he spotted Miss Ninghui engrossed in her mobile device. Ahem, Miss Ninghui, isn't it inappropriate to be playing on your phone while at work? Tianxi approached her, initiating conversation. Ah, I was so focused on my game that I didn't notice someone approaching. Ninghui exclaimed, startled, causing her phone to slip from her grasp and tumble to the ground. You scared me, Tianxi. Recognizing him as a familiar face rather than her superior, she patted her chest in relief and swiftly retrieved her phone. By the way, are all you clerks this relaxed? Tianxi, who had been observing from a distance, promptly inquired. Not really. It's just that I'm responsible for registering new trainers. As you know, not many trainers emerge from our town in a year. She rolled her eyes in a somewhat exasperated manner. By the way, Tianxi, why have you only just come to the Pokémon Center after so many days? I thought I would see you more frequently. Have you not been training? Is your Pokémon unscathed? Allow me to glimpse the current state of your Pokémon. Perhaps it is due to the monotonous hours spent behind the counter. But upon encountering a familiar face, Ninghui found herself inundating her companion with a flurry of inquiries. Ah, let it greet you on its own accord. Come forth, Mewtwo, and say hello to Miss Ninghui. With that, Tianxi lifted Mewtwo into his arms. Moo moo. Having been forewarned, Mewtwo enthusiastically offered a greeting. Wow. Greetings, Mewtwo. You have certainly grown quite robust. She gently patted Mewtwo's head. Although Mewtwo was uncertain why it ought to display friendliness towards this human, it felt compelled to heed Tianxi's words. Oh, is it true that your Mewtwo has ascended to the higher echelons of the freshman level? Those scars upon its body appear to be the marks of battles fought in the wild. Ninghui, examining the Pokémon with keen interest, quickly discerned Mewtwo's formidable condition. After all, despite her somewhat privileged entry into the Pokémon Center, one could hardly secure a position without possessing the most fundamental qualifications, unless one hailed from the esteemed Joy family. Quite impressive, Tianxi. While the freshman level is typically a swift phase, Few Pokémon exhibit such a solid foundation and combat prowess as Budu. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Ninghui. My circumstances are modest, and I cannot afford premium feed, so to ensure Budu receives ample energy, I have no choice but to take it out to battle early on. With that, Tianci feigned a melancholic demeanor, lowering his head. My apologies, Tianci. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Ninghui from now on. So, did you come to have Budu examined? It appears unharmed to me. She withdrew her hand and looked up at Tianci. Indeed, Ninghui, I wish to use a healing voucher to eliminate the scars on Budu's body. Tianci adeptly adjusted his address. For that, you intend to use a healing voucher? That seems rather extravagant. Ninghui gazed at him in astonishment. How about this? I shall ask my colleague to assist you, and you can save the voucher for future use. Isn't that too much trouble for you? Although Tianci felt a rush of delight internally, he outwardly feigned reluctance. Oh, we are classmates, after all. It is no trouble at all. Do you not trust me? Ninghui raised her elegantly shaped brows, casting an indignant look at him. How could that be, Miss Ninghui? I certainly believe in you, my goddess. Here you go, Budu's Pokeball. He promptly returned Budu to its Pokeball and placed it into Ninghui's hands. I said you can just call me Ninghui. Addressing me as Miss every time feels overly formal, and I am no goddess. Please wait here for a moment. Though Ninghui feigned displeasure, her expression clearly revealed satisfaction. Very well, Ninghui. Observing her somewhat jubilant retreat, Tianci hastily acquiesced. Indeed, one can traverse myriad paths, but one must avoid the pitfalls of deception. Yet, there lingers a peculiar sense of an older man deceiving a young girl. A flicker of pride coursed through Tianci's heart. The purpose of his visit to the registration area had been achieved. The trumpet bud could be restored free of charge, and he had also strengthened his relationship with Ninghui. Here you go, it has been fully restored. After a brief moment, Miss Ninghui returned the Pokeball to Tianci. Thank you so much, he exclaimed, grasping her hand and bowing deeply. Oh, there's no need for such formality. Tianci-kun, you make me feel embarrassed, she replied, blushing as she turned her head away, struggling to free her hand. After engaging in light conversation for a while longer, Tianci stood up to take his leave, stepping out of the Pokémon Center. Hee, what a significant increase in progress. Upon exiting, Tianci glanced at his hands, a wicked smile spreading across his face. After all, Ninghui was not only beautiful, but also possessed a commendable physique. Moreover, she evidently hailed from a well-connected family, which was quite enticing for him. As for the notion of living off someone else's success, Tianci believed that only those who could not attain such benefits would express such sour sentiments, espousing their outdated notions of masculinity. Come forth, Trumpet Bud. Once he had distanced himself from the Pokémon Center, Tianci released his Trumpet Bud. After all, inspecting it face-to-face would reveal a rather petty side of him. Moo. After being confined in the Pokeball for some time, the Trumpet Bud began to voice its grievances towards Tianci. All right, Trumpet Bud. It was my fault. Let me check if you still bear any scars. With that, Tianci crouched down to examine every part of the Trumpet Bud's body meticulously. Indeed, it appears that Ninghui truly regards me as a friend. The Trumpet Bud has completely recovered. After his thorough inspection, Tianci felt a wave of relief wash over him. Let us go, Trumpet Bud, it's time to head home. The Trumpet Bud nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of tranquility at the mention of home. Perhaps it is true that a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Though the Pokémon Center was vast and luxurious, without Tianci, it lacked the warmth of home. Chapter 40, Practice and Experimentation. On a new morning, the Trumpet Bud diligently engaged in its foundational training routine in the open space. Meanwhile, Tianci practiced with his newly acquired bird-catching gun. Bang, bang, bang. The faint sounds of gunfire echoed in Tianci's ears. 200, 400, 600, he silently counted with each shot. Notably, he was training at a distance of approximately 25 meters. After all, flying-type Pokémon would certainly detect him if he ventured too close. He was not like the Trumpet Bud, standing less than a meter tall. Adorned with natural camouflage, he planned to shoot from afar, while the Trumpet Bud would stealthily advance, coordinating their efforts. The crux of this strategy lay in his ability to hit the target first before considering any subsequent actions. Thus, after purchasing the gun just the day before, he commenced his practice that very morning. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless firing caused Tianci considerable distress, and the Alliance store did not sell simulated bullets, claiming they could not produce such lightweight ammunition. All he could do was chuckle in response. Soon, over 20 shots were fired, most of which missed the target. After all, the thread bullets were rather light and easily swayed by the wind. Although he possessed experience with flying knives and some commonalities in vision, this was the first time Tianci had handled a gun, and he failed to hit the target even once. Nevertheless, it was not entirely in vain. He felt he had discovered a slight knack for it, at least drawing closer to the target. Approaching the target, Tianci reassured himself as he regarded the fruits of his training. He began to understand why he had not seen others using this weapon to hunt fairies. Logically, once he mastered the gun, it should yield returns. After all, even using this firearm to catch green caterpillars could be profitable. Each bullet cost 200, while a single green caterpillar, along with its meat, could fetch 7 or 800 in total. However, one needed to attain a level of proficiency, ideally hitting 7 or 8 out of 10 shots, which an ordinary person might require hundreds of bullets to achieve. Coupled with the cost of the gun, this amounted to a significant investment of tens of thousands. Even those lacking talent might need to spend over 100,000. Furthermore, could one guarantee that they would encounter only a solitary fairy each time? If faced with a group of 23 and failing to hit them all, the outcome could be disastrous. Moreover, after hitting a target, one still had to rely on the fairy to dispatch the prey, of course. If one was unperturbed by potential mishaps, they could always approach with a knife. Therefore, for an average person, if they had the funds, wouldn't it be wiser to initially purchase a fairy of better quality as a reliable companion? Alas, it seemed necessary to spend more on another box. Now that he had found a bit of a trick, he estimated that finishing these 50 shots would suffice, and they weren't sold individually. With a chuckle, Tianci, having grasped the technique, opted to purchase another box as a gamble. After his previous purchases, he was left with about 11,000 in funds, and frankly, felt a twinge of regret. He would need to spend another 10,000 for a box of 50 bullets, and if his plans fell through, he would truly be despondent. He might have been better off initially acquiring a fairy of ordinary, moderate quality, which would have served well enough as a tool companion. However, if all went smoothly, capturing just one would break even, and two would yield substantial profits. Deep down, Tianci resolved to take the plunge. Perhaps he could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. He had previously inquired and learned that even an ordinary low-quality sound bat would be accepted by the fairy house. After all, flying fairies truly held an early advantage. There was no worry about selling them. Before long, he had exhausted the 50 shots, achieving an impressive average of 7 hits out of 10. He was aware of his slight talent, having recognized in his past life, while practicing flying cards, that he was somewhat better than the average individual. Coupled with years of consistent training, he had finally reached a standard suitable for practical ambush scenarios. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The first step had indeed paid off. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, which had accumulated from the nerves, Tianci resolved to purchase another box in the afternoon, intending to experiment with the trumpet buds. Aiming for just 10 more shots before heading out. Shortly after finishing lunch, Tianci made a quick trip to the department store, returning with a box of 50 bullets. There is no way around it. After my recent expenditures, I find myself in a rather precarious financial situation, with little more than 1,000 left to my name. Moo? Moo moo? This afternoon, the budding trumpet plant looked quizzically at Tianci, who was in the midst of training. Why had I suddenly been called over? And why was I perched so high up on this branch? Trumpet plant, I need you to simulate a flying-type Pokémon from the branch. You can use your vines to grasp the branch and leap to evade. Are you ready? Tianci aimed a gun at the head of the trumpet plant. Moo. The trumpet plant, bewildered, instinctively nodded. Bang. In an instant, a bullet struck, forming a vast net. Moo. Moo moo. The trumpet plant, enveloped in the net, was caught off guard and fell from the tree. Trumpet plant, quickly use your vine whip to grasp the branch above. Tianci shouted urgently upon witnessing the fall. Hearing Tianci's voice, the trumpet plant regained its composure, and with a deft motion, it hooked its hands onto the branch from which it had just tumbled, slowly descending back down. My apologies, trumpet plant. I should have warned you before firing, but I intended to test the element of surprise. After assisting the trumpet plant in extricating itself from the net, Tianci offered an explanation. Moo moo. The trumpet plant expressed that it had been completely unaware and was astonished by how swiftly the net had formed. Did you not hear the sound of the bullet slicing through the air? Moo moo. The trumpet plant shook its head, indicating it had not. It seems the effect was quite effective, though it may also be due to your grass poison typing. Flying-type Pokémon likely possess a heightened sensitivity to wind speed and air currents compared to you. Tianci mused aloud. After all, Pokémon capable of flight typically harness flying-type energy. Thus their acuity in such matters would undoubtedly surpass that of the trumpet plant. In that case, trumpet plant, let us conduct a few more trials. Now that I've informed you, you can mentally prepare yourself, which should help bridge the gap in perception with the flying-type Pokémon. Moo moo moo. Upon hearing that there would be several more high-altitude, thrill-seeking activities, the trumpet plant nodded with a hint of resignation. It understood that all of this was in pursuit of capturing a flying-type Pokémon, and Tianci was now out of funds after purchasing this gun. Are you prepared? Tianci called out as he noticed the trumpet plant gradually climbing back up the branch using its vines. Moo moo. The trumpet plant waved a hand to signal its readiness. All right, here we go. With that, Tianci began to take aim. Moo moo. With the prior mental preparation, the trumpet plant began to observe intently. Bang. A light sound reached Tianci's ears as the bullet shot forth. Moo. The trumpet plant, now fully focused, sensed something unusual this time and tilted its head to the left. Thud. It was ensnared again. Tianzi, having noted the trumpet plant's movement, swiftly fired 2 more shots, anticipating its actions, akin to his 3-shot throwing knife prediction. Moo. The trumpet plant protested, "You cheated." Ha ha ha, my apologies, Hornbud. Due to our limited ammunition, we decided to combine the triple shot with this round. And it appears the results are quite favorable. Let us venture out this afternoon and take a chance. Moo Hornbud, excited at the prospect of a new hunt, assured that he would protect Tianzi. Ha, then you must remain vigilant, Hornbud. We shall have an early dinner, tidy up, and set off. With that, Tianzi stored away his firearm and began preparing their belongings. Chapter 41, The Plan. Yes, let us not forget the alert bell, if we do not quickly silence the sounds. The night may attract unseen spirits. Tianzi rummaged through the small house, searching for his equipment. This would be his first venture into the night, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Hornbud is not a nocturnal sprite, lacking night vision. It may still fare better than Tianzi, but certainly not as well as the elusive spirits that roam the night. Had he not discovered a small group of fledgling flying spirits at the forest's edge yesterday, he would not have considered venturing out at night as a novice. Alas, the original plan was to wait until Hornbud advanced to the ordinary level before attempting to hunt in the outskirts of the forest at night. As he placed the last vial of healing potion and the repellent spray into his backpack, Tianzi felt a lingering hesitation and fear. Very well. Let us return early this time and merely scout the area. Moo. Without a care, Hornbud was already at the door, urging him to hurry. All right, Hornbud, I shall be right there. Let us depart. Ultimately, Tianzi steeled himself, slinging the spatial backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out with Hornbud. Before long, they arrived at the city gate. Perhaps due to Captain Sam's influence, the guards greeted Tianzi with unexpected warmth. Ah, you must be Tianzi-kun, right? It's almost evening. Are you heading out to the wilderness? Inquired a robust guard in his 30s, clad in uniform. Ah, it's you, Huiji. Yes, I intend to scout the area. Test the waters. Tianzi chuckled, omitting the true purpose of his outing. After all, fewer competitors would increase his chances of success. However, with the forest being so vast, he doubted he could keep it secret for long. You're quite bold, aren't you? At your age, we wouldn't dare venture out alone at night. The guards warned with concern. Be cautious. Make sure to wear your protective headgear. Discomfort is preferable to peril. Their demeanor was noticeably warmer than before, likely due to their witnessing Tianzi's prior conversation with Captain Sam. After all, Uncle Sam is now an elite, a prominent figure in this small town. Thank you all for your reminders. Tianzi expressed his gratitude to the guards surrounding him. Oh, and remember, the city gate closes promptly at 9:30 p.m. Keep an eye on the time. Huiji added as a final reminder. Indeed, I wouldn't dare spend my first night outdoors. I shall return. Tianzi responded with a brief acknowledgement and stepped through the city gate. Labaya, during our nocturnal hunt, we must be fully alert. We may encounter different kinds of spirits, and I shall enlighten you about them now. Once outside the city, Tianzi walked while imparting knowledge about the night, particularly focusing on the spirits that might emerge under the cover of darkness. He had diligently gathered this information at an internet CAF, meticulously researching the nocturnal creatures that had appeared in the forest over recent years, documenting all those known for their night activity. First, he spoke of the walking grass, a creature with which you are surely familiar, for your absorption technique is derived from it. Its body is a deep blue, and the leaves atop its head resemble real grass, allowing it to blend seamlessly into the night. Therefore, one must tread carefully upon entering the forest. As he spoke, Tianzi pulled out a picture of the walking grass from his worn-out phone to show Labaya. Moo. Labaya nodded, indicating recognition of the creature. Of course, if we do encounter it, do not be afraid. We can swiftly deal with it, as its combat prowess is quite mediocre and its courage rather lacking, making it likely to flee. Observing Labaya's serious expression, Tianzi added a reassuring note. Next came the main event, the true target of our night excursion, which must be remembered well. It is called the supersonic bat. Tianzi quickly retrieved another image and presented his phone to Labaya, urging it to memorize the creature's appearance. The supersonic bat's body is also blue, albeit slightly lighter than the walking grass, with purple wings that are similarly dark, providing excellent concealment in the night. Tianzi pointed at the photograph, elaborating on its features, to Labaya. Moo. Labaya nodded earnestly. The most crucial aspect is that it lacks eyes. It relies on supersonic waves to perceive its surroundings. Moo. Labaya inquired, puzzled by the absence of eyes, questioning whether they could just walk right up to it, curious about the nature of these supersonic waves. Ahem, supersonic waves work like this. Feel it, Labaya responded, retrieving a horn from its backpack and emitting a series of supersonic waves. Although Tianzi could not perceive them, Labaya, being a naturally extraordinary species, sensed a distinctive wave. The supersonic bat utilizes these sound waves and their reflections to navigate its environment. Since I cannot perceive these waves, I shall rely on you. Moo. Rest assured, I will certainly remember this sensation. Moo. Then why purchase for? This horn's purpose is to disrupt the supersonic waves emitted by the supersonic bat, rendering us undetectable to it, Tianci explained as he put away the horn. When you sense these sound waves, we shall each take one and approach it. Moo? Moo moo? Each of us with one, then wouldn't two suffice? As we draw closer, we shall sequentially place the remaining two in other positions. Thus, the 4 locations, all subjected to interference, would render the Noctowl utterly blind. Hee. As he spoke, Tianci couldn't help but chuckle at his own brilliant idea. The Whimsicott nodded in agreement, affirming Tianci's ingenuity. Naturally, this placement must be executed swiftly. Otherwise, if the echolocation detects the absence of ultrasonic feedback from 2 or 3 directions, it will likely flee. Therefore, Whimsicott, you must utilize your vine whip to swiftly position the 2 remaining speakers in the other 2 vacant spots before activating the switch. The Whimsicott expressed that it was a trivial task. However, this plan does possess a flaw. If we stand apart in opposing positions and one speaker remains active, the vigilant Noctowl will undoubtedly alter its position. What do we do then? Perhaps I should deactivate mine, suggested Whimsicott. No. You must use your vine whip to place the other 2 speakers. If you are discovered, the Noctowl will surely attack. It is essential to remember that Noctowl are nocturnal creatures, emerging under the cover of night to hunt. Upon detecting a solitary prey in its vicinity, it will instinctively strike. Therefore, I must be the one to deactivate mine. With this declaration, a fierce determination flickered across Tianci's face. Whimsicott gasped in surprise, expressing its disapproval. Do not worry, Whimsicott. I am clad in protective gear, Tianci reassured, feeling warmth in his heart as he observed Whimsicott's concern. Chapter 42. Preparing for action. Whimsicott remained apprehensive, attempting to persuade Tianci to abandon his perilous plan. Trust me, Whimsicott. As long as you place the other 2 speakers swiftly, my danger will be minimal. Once you have positioned them and activated the switch, I will immediately activate the ultrasonic speaker I hold. Thus, my safety rests entirely in your hands, Whimsicott. Tianci crouched down, gently patting Whimsicott's head as he spoke earnestly. Whimsicott, realizing it could not alter Tianci's resolve, looked up at him with tearful eyes. Having fought in the wild numerous times, Whimsicott understood that even a brief interval could pose significant danger for Tianci. After all, Tianci's protective suit was secondhand and had once been torn by a mere Rattata. Although he had replaced it, Whimsicott did not believe that Noctowl's fangs were any less formidable than those of Rattata. The screen displayed, Noctowl subsists on blood, using its sharp teeth to latch onto foes and voraciously consume their lifeblood. All right, Whimsicott, we have made ample preparations. Without risk, where lies the potential for great reward? A low-quality Noctowl can fetch 16,000. Imagine how many caterpies that is worth. With just 3, we could procure the cherished leaf crystal you yearn for. Moo. The trumpet bud ultimately nodded, not out of reluctance for the crystal, but rather understanding that Tianci had invested considerable effort and finances into this plan. Thus abandoning it was not an option. Very well, let us proceed. The 2 individuals standing guard at the entrance of the forest resolutely ventured inside. Indeed, the night vision function of the low-level protective helmets was woefully inadequate, and the color distortion was quite pronounced. Tianci donned a helmet, through which he could only discern a clear range of about 5 meters ahead. The trumpet bud conveyed through their bond that it could only perceive a distance of several meters, though the color distortion was not overly severe. If only we had a flashlight, Tianci mused, a rather impractical thought flitting through his mind. After all, in the perilous embrace of night, to willingly illuminate one's position was a fool's errand unless one was truly skilled. Otherwise, one would be deemed a simpleton. Be cautious of your footing, Tianci reiterated, ensuring the trumpet bud remained vigilant. The trumpet bud nodded, readying itself for potential combat. Suddenly, as Tianci stepped into the grass, a pained cry erupted from beneath his foot. What was that? The trumpet bud summoned its thorn whip. Startled, Tianci quickly leapt aside. Moo. In an instant, the trumpet bud struck the ground. Crack, crack. There emerged a sprite with grass sprouting from its head, painfully rising from the earth and scurrying away on its short legs. It turned out to be a walking grass. Enough, trumpet bud, do not pursue. Tianci hastily called out as he noticed the trumpet bud's intent to chase. Moo? The trumpet bud questioned, puzzled by the command. The night is far too dangerous. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, and besides, the value of the walking grass pales in comparison to that of a green caterpillar, rendering the pursuit unworthy. Let us continue. Our primary objective is to locate the Zubat. The trumpet bud nodded, resuming its exploration. Alas, the grass atop that walking grass would have made for a fine medicinal ingredient, worth 600 coins. Tianci shook his head, deciding against complicating matters further. After walking for a while, the trumpet bud tugged at Tianci's trouser leg. Moo 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 moo. It indicated that it had spotted 3 green caterpillars ahead and inquired whether they should deal with them. Well, let it be, trumpet bud. We can return during the day and have the same opportunity. At night, our sole focus is the Zubat. After a moment of contemplation, Tianci shook his head again. Any combat during the night would create noise, serving as a signal to the nocturnal creatures that were sensitive to sound. Moo. The trumpet bud cast a wistful glance at the 3 green caterpillars. They could have made a delightful midnight snack. After some time, the deep night had fully enveloped them, and they encountered 2 more walking grasses and 4 green caterpillars along the way. Yet, unwilling to stir unnecessary conflict, Tianci refrained from engaging them. Could it be that I was mistaken? Perhaps no new Zubats had emerged from the cave at all? Lowering his gaze to the cheap electronic watch on his wrist, Tianci noted that it was already 7:26. This indicated they had been searching the forest's outskirts for 2 hours without any success. Yet, this seemed illogical. Stronger Pokémon like Pidgey and Spearow had already appeared in the periphery, so it was unreasonable for the weaker Zubat to confidently hunt for sufficient food within the inner caves. Sighing, he lamented the possibility that he had made a miscalculation, rendering his ultrasonic whistle a futile purchase. Glancing again at the whistle in his hand, a wave of frustration washed over him. The bird-catching gun, however, remained useful. During the day, he could attempt to catch a Pidgey. If he could encounter one isolated or a pair, he would dare to give it a try with the gun. After walking for a while, moo, moo moo moo. Suddenly, the whistle bud next to him proclaimed that it sensed an ultrasonic wave. Really? Whistle bud, in which direction? Tianci eagerly whispered, quickly handing the whistle bud an ultrasonic whistle. Moo moo, the whistle bud pointed in a direction. All right, whistle bud. Let us activate the switch and cautiously approach. Moo moo, the whistle bud pressed the switch and followed closely beside Tianci. In the darkness, Tianci cautiously advanced, relying on the whistle bud's guidance to draw nearer. The whistle bud, after traversing a short distance, would turn off the whistle and reassess the direction of the ultrasonic waves, enabling them to track the Zubat's position. After all, if it were not feeding, it would certainly be on the move. Moo moo, moo moo moo. The whistle bud indicated a Zubat flying low about 17 to 18 meters ahead, its mouth opening and closing, evidently emitting ultrasonic waves. Indeed, it was still too rudimentary. Tianci could only vaguely discern a shadow and let out a sigh. Resolutely, he decided that upon returning, he would purchase a set of intermediate protective gear, despite it costing 10 times more than the basic level, with even second-hand sets priced at 2,000 each. However, with infrared night vision goggles, nighttime hunting in the coming days would be significantly more convenient. Moreover, the defensive capability of intermediate protective clothing could withstand a full-force strike from an ordinary high-level Pokémon, making it essential for venturing into the inner circle. He reasoned that purchasing it in advance would not be a waste at all. Whistlebud, let us move a little closer. There's interference now, and it can't see us without its eyes. With that, Tianci and the Whistlebud stealthily advanced a few more meters. Whistlebud, take these bells and hang them around. Be subtle. Ensure you maintain approximately a 12-meter distance. He instructed, retrieving 4 alert bells from his backpack and handing them to the Whistlebud. After all, his own visual range was too limited. If he inadvertently made a sound, it might startle the Zubat. Moo moo, the Whistlebud nodded. You don't need to come back around to my side. I will move a bit closer. Hold on to these 2 whistles for now. Moo moo, the Whistlebud cast a worried glance at Tianci, but promptly complied with the command, as this had all been previously discussed. All right, let us see if this strategy proves effective. Chapter 43, The First Encounter with Zubat. Inching closer with utmost caution, Tianci carefully advanced. The echolocation of the Zubat resonated through the air, deftly navigating between the trees. At that moment, the Budu, through their bond, signaled that it had prepared everything and selected its position. Excellent. With the Zubat's outline becoming discernible, Tianci resolutely switched off the echolocation device in his hand. The Zubat swiftly detected a humanoid presence nearby through its echolocation. Through ancestral memory, it recognized this being as a human. However, its elder had warned it that humans in the wild might be accompanied by Pokémon, necessitating vigilance. Recalling the elder's teachings, the Zubat attentively assessed the echolocation feedback and sensed no other life forms nearby. Famished after a long day, it concluded there was no danger and immediately flew towards Tianci. Bang! Tianci, caught off guard by the sudden impact on his shoulder from the dark silhouette, barely had time to react. Whoosh! Observing the Zubat in action, Budu promptly extended its vines to either side, positioning 2 speakers and activating them. The Zubat, having missed its target, quickly unleashed another echolocation pulse ahead. Although no sound reached him, Tianci felt a profound discomfort in his head. The low to mid-tier protective gear merely absorbed the impact, leaving it vulnerable to such specialized attacks. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Tianci raised his speaker towards the Zubat and pressed the switch. With a whoosh and a rustle, witnessing the Zubat momentarily stunned, Tianci swiftly rolled on the ground, distancing himself from his previous location. The Zubat, hearing the noise, instinctively sought to locate the human once more through echolocation. However, its sound waves were disrupted by the surrounding speakers, yielding no feedback. Growing anxious, the Zubat incessantly emitted probing echolocation pulses. Evidently, it was still effective. It was time to act. Observing the Zubat flailing about like a headless fly, Tianxi nodded and seized his weapon. Presently, the Zubat was akin to a normal person cast into a pitch-black abyss, fear and trepidation creeping into its heart. Without receiving any feedback, it dared only to hover within a meter's radius. This predicament mirrored our own. Someone accustomed to sight would feel disoriented when thrust into a place devoid of light. Initially hesitant to explore and only daring to take a few cautious steps. Aiming carefully, he released a thread-like projectile, which instantly ensnared a branch. Astonished, Tianxi pondered whether the Zubat had truly evaded it or if it was merely a stroke of luck. Nonetheless, he quickly readied himself for a second shot. The echolocating bat, startled by the sound, began emitting a flurry of ultrasonic waves, noticeably intensifying their power. It was clear that conserving ammunition was no longer an option. Swift action was imperative to capture it. Observing this development, Tianxi resolved to employ a rapid-fire approach. After all, encountering an unexpected noise in the stillness of darkness would undoubtedly provoke alarm. Some individuals might freeze, meticulously scanning their surroundings, while others might react impulsively, shouting and fleeing in all directions. Tianxi dared not gamble on whether this particular bat would respond as the former or the latter. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of 3 bullets being discharged echoed in Tianxi's ears. Zing, zing, bang. Unsurprisingly, the bat was ensnared and plummeted to the ground. After all, he was merely 6 meters away from it. Even though the helmet did not provide a clear view of the bat, its wingspan of approximately 80 centimeters, once unfurled, was ample for him to take aim. Quickly, Beauty, unleash your thorn whip upon it. Upon witnessing the dark silhouette descend, Tianxi's spirits soared, prompting him to whisper urgently to Beauty. Beauty, without needing further encouragement, instinctively executed the enhanced version of Thorn Whip on the fallen bat, adhering to prior instructions. Whoosh, whoosh, zing, zing. By the time Beauty made its move, the bat had already sensed the impending assault from behind, for the energy-laden vines were perceptible to its echolocation, not to mention the unmistakable sound of slicing air. This was precisely why Tianxi had refrained from letting Beauty act earlier, opting instead to shoot himself. Snap, snap. Unfortunately, ensnared in the net, the bat had no chance to evade, enduring 2 solid strikes. Beauty did not retract its vines. Instead, it tightened its grip around the incapacitated bat. This was a constriction. Zing. The already pained bat was pierced anew by wooden thorns, eliciting a cry of distress. Fortunately, this species of bat, accustomed to utilizing echolocation, produced relatively little sound. Rustle. Drawing the bat closer, Beauty immediately deployed sleep powder. A torrent of sleep powder enveloped the bat, cascading as if it were free of charge. Zing, zing. With the anguish hindering its ability to slumber, the bat ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming inhalation of the soporific powder and drifted into unconsciousness. Well done, Beauty. Tianxi commended. Gradually absorb its energy to diminish its resistance. If it awakens, we shall administer another dose of sleep powder. Observing everything unfold smoothly, he smiled and issued the final command to Beauty. After all, during the capture process with a Pokeball, even if the creature were unconscious, the mental imprint could still provoke subconscious resistance. To avoid wasting a Pokeball, Tianxi aimed to minimize the bat's resistance to the utmost, both mentally and physically. Zing, zing. Although the Beauty was gradually absorbing energy, the pain overwhelmed the supersonic bat as it lacked sufficient vitality, ultimately rousing it from its slumber. With a sense of resignation, Beauty administered another hypnotic treatment to its prey. In a short span of time, the supersonic bat emitted a faint cry, succumbing to its incapacitation. All right, it's your turn, Tianxi exclaimed, producing a Pokeball and hurling it towards the supersonic bat. Thud! A flash of red light enveloped the creature as it was captured within the sphere. The Pokeball shook vigorously, its red light flickering persistently, indicating that the supersonic bat's subconscious was resisting. After all, no one desires to be mentally branded, even while unconscious. Click! The sound of the locking mechanism signified success. We did it, Beauty. We succeeded. Tianxi rejoiced, lifting Beauty in a jubilant embrace. Chapter 44, Struggles and Plans. Suddenly, the sound of a bell interrupted their exhilaration. Oh no, we got a bit carried away. Beauty alerted, sensing danger from the right where the bell rang. They had not anticipated capturing a supersonic bat on their first attempt, which took them by surprise, leading to their momentary excitement. Beauty immediately assumed a battle stance. Oh. 2 Caterpies peeked out, spotting Beauty, and promptly attempted to retreat. After all, they were not nocturnal Pokémon and lacked night vision, let alone the ability to perceive the fine, transparent string of the bell. Consequently, their antennae brushed against the delicate line without realization. Oh. Why can't I just sleep at home? Why must I meddle and come out to investigate? Both Caterpies lamented their curiosity as they hastily fled backward. Oh, since they have come to me, I cannot refuse. Beauty resolved, preparing to deal with them using its thorn whip. Tianxi, witnessing the terrified Caterpies, felt optimistic about the potential profit from their mid-level protective gear. Whoosh. Two vines swiftly ensnared the caterpies, who were caught off guard. Oh! Oh! They cried in terror as wooden thorns pierced their bodies and yanked them forcibly. Hypnosis powder, let us send them on their way in peace. Noting that the caterpie's cries were significantly louder than that of the supersonic bat, Tianshi furrowed his brow and decided to maintain silence. Budu nodded in agreement, releasing a copious amount of hypnosis powder. As the caterpies, already slightly dazed from being disturbed, inhaled the powder, they quickly drifted back into slumber. Budu commenced siphoning their energy gradually. Soon, the two caterpies lost their fighting capability, and Tianshi approached, dispatching them with a swift stroke. Budu, hurry and retrieve the bell and the horn while I stand guard here. Tianshi swiftly placed the two insect corpses into his backpack, wary of the potential for a gruesome scent to arise from dismembering them. It is well known that many nocturnal sprites are highly sensitive to the odor of blood. Should more of them appear, it would be quite perilous. Moo moo. Swish. Swish. The trumpet bud nodded, utilizing its vines to quickly retrieve the scattered ultrasonic horns on the ground and present them before Tianshi. Then, it dashed forward, extending its vines to untie the thin rope and collect the bells as well. Let us hasten, trumpet bud. This time, we shall head directly towards the forest's exit. We have already surpassed our target for today. Moo moo. The trumpet bud, equally exhilarated, began to scout ahead at a rapid pace. Hiss aware that such swift movement could lead to unforeseen accidents, Tianshi diligently sprayed repellent around him. Hiss. Indeed, on their way out, shadows darted from the underbrush, unable to withstand the pungent aroma of the spray. Few with bated breath, Tianshi and the trumpet bud successfully fled the forest unscathed. Do not pause, trumpet bud. Let us proceed a little further before we rest. Moo moo moo. The trumpet bud nodded in agreement, panting slightly. Soon, they reached a large stone and settled down to rest. The scent of blood should be absent here. Trumpet bud, remain vigilant while I attend to these insect corpses. With that, Tianshi promptly opened his spatial backpack and began to dissect the two horned insects. Fortunately, they had moved swiftly enough. This bottle of repellent was not in vain. Holding the energy-laden silk sacks in his hands, Tianshi silently breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had spent 100 coins, acquiring 2 silk sacks valued at 1,000 was indeed worthwhile. All right, let us quicken our pace. With that, Tianshi skillfully began to slice the insect meat. Here you go, trumpet bud. He tossed the last piece of fresh insect meat to the trumpet bud, rinsed his hands with water, and prepared to return. Moo. The trumpet bud swallowed the insect meat while keeping pace with Tianshi. Before long, a brightly lit city gate emerged before them. Is that you, lad? What spoils have you brought back? It was still not yet 8:30. The guards at the gate teased. Is this your first time witnessing the nocturnal forest? Have you been frightened back? Ha! Tianshi, with a wry smile, responded. Indeed, the night forest is fraught with peril. I plan to purchase a set of intermediate protective gear before venturing out again. You intend to head out again? It seems you had quite the haul tonight. Not at all, brothers. I merely wish to earn a bit more. I am but a humble trainer, and without effort. How can I provide the best nurturing for trumpet bud? Hearing this, Tianshi quickly produced the 2 silk sacks to demonstrate that he had only hunted these tonight, hoping to dissuade the guard's speculations. After all, the news of the flying-type Pokémon appearing in the outskirts could be concealed for a day at most. As far as he knew, although the guarding sentinels were merely ordinary trainers, very few possessed flying-type Pokémon. If these ordinary trainers took action, how could the already scarce flying-type Pokémon still have a chance to be his? Sai, you have good intentions, but one must prioritize safety. The path for civilian trainers is fraught with difficulties, a sentinel remarked, patting Tianshu's shoulder with a tone of lament. Indeed, I remember when I was striving for promotion. It was a near-death experience. My initial Pokémon was at home. A wave of nostalgia swept over the group of sentinels, and no one hindered Tianshu any longer. Seizing the moment, Tianshu swiftly made his way back home. Once inside, he closed the door and retrieved the blank Pokeball containing the Zubat. Should he imprint his information into it, or simply sell it? The dilemma was compounded by his ignorance of its qualifications. Gazing at the Pokeball, Tianshu felt a pang of distress. If only he had a Pokédex at that moment, it would alleviate his troubles. Should he consult Uncle Sam or inquire at the Pokémon Center with Ninghui? No, that wouldn't he do. Both of them had families. If they saw him with a Zubat, they would undoubtedly suspect he had caught it from the inner cave. That would mean the news of Zubat's appearance in the outskirts would be exposed, and if he could conceal it for a day, he would consider it a victory. If he refrained from filling the Pokeball with his information, commanding the Zubat to obey him would be an insurmountable challenge. However, possessing a Zubat would significantly facilitate his hunting endeavors in the coming days. Tianshu found himself ensnared in a web of anxiety. Perhaps one might suggest that he should first capture it and utilize it, and if he were to capture others in the following days, he could conduct a qualification assessment and retain the best one. If not for the feedback from the Pokémon upon capture, he could easily follow that course of action. However, as previously discussed, capturing Pokémon indeed provides feedback, and the better the qualifications, the greater the feedback. Moreover, once 6 Pokémon of the same high tier are captured, no further feedback can be obtained. This directly impacts his path to transcendence. Thus, Tianshu's minimum requirement for capturing a flying-type Pokémon is also of ordinary upper tier. Chapter 45, A New Day. Well then, let us first administer some healing spray. It would be a grievous loss if it were to perish. Tianshu looked at the battered Zubat within the Pokeball and resolved to provide some care. Mewtwo, once I release you, let us apply another dose of sleep powder. He instructed. Mewtwo nodded, indicating its readiness. With a decisive press of the button, a flash of red light enveloped the Zubat. The Zubat, already in slumber, sank into an even deeper state of sleep. One could surmise that even the Thorn Whip would fail to rouse it. Hiss upon witnessing the situation. Tianxi promptly retrieved a healing spray and applied it to the injured creature. Zing! The sudden stimulation from the spray caused the Zubat to emit a startled cry, prompting Tianxi to hastily summon his Mewtwo, resulting in yet another close encounter. At last, the task was accomplished. Observing the wound beginning to mend, Tianxi nodded and returned the Zubat to its Pokeball, securing it tightly. While tending to the injury, he had come to a realization. It would be wiser to wait until he had captured more Pokémon before making any further plans. He estimated that the news of flying-type Pokémon appearing in the vicinity would only be kept under wraps for a day or two at most. He could afford to wait these couple of days. After all, it was uncertain whether he could capture any additional flying Pokémon in that time. With Zubat's naturally exceptional constitution, it would not perish from hunger, merely experiencing some weakness. Should fortune favor him, and he succeeded in capturing more, he would then await the spread of news before heading to the Pokémon Center to assess their potential. If he failed to capture any more flying types, he would make do with this single Zubat. Ultimately, Pokémon are external entities, not manifestations of one's own strength. While he held faith in Mewtwo, he pondered the possibility of Mewtwo being incapacitated. In such a scenario, reliance would fall solely upon himself, and that disparity in strength might very well prove life-saving. True power must derive from within to grant Tianxi complete reassurance. All right, Mewtwo, it's time for some rest. Rise early again tomorrow. Having set aside his worries, Tianxi extinguished the light and bid Mewtwo good night. Moo. Mewtwo yawned and closed its eyes. Is Mewtwo still asleep? It seems the heightened anxiety from the previous night has taken its toll. Now awake, Tianxi had no intention of rousing Mewtwo. Instead, he quietly changed his clothes without even washing up, merely wiping his face with a towel before picking up his spatial backpack, preparing to venture out. First, he would sell those 2 Caterpies, as he needed funds to acquire a mid-level protective suit. With this plan in mind, Tianxi stealthily exited his room and made his way toward the general store. Mewtwo remained blissfully lost in slumber. Perhaps this sense of security is what home provides. Being an inherently extraordinary species, it is exceedingly sensitive to the slightest sounds within this little abode. Although Tianxi had lowered his volume, Mewtwo would have immediately sensed any commotion outdoors. That's a total of 1,200. You disturb an old man the moment I open the door. Truly, the elderly proprietor yawned, placing the money on the counter and gesturing for Tianxi to leave quickly. My apologies, Grandpa Arai. I shall take my leave now. With a look of contrition, Tianxi bowed respectfully before exiting the store. A polite young lad. The old man nodded, reclining in his chair and shutting his eyes, preparing for a brief nap. Now, with over 2,200 coins in hand, he was sufficiently equipped. He could also purchase another bottle of repellent spray and some healing medicine. Counting his money, Tianxi promptly set off toward the second-hand street. Uncle Li, I wish to buy these items. Quickly selecting a medium-level protective suit and gathering healing ointments and repellent spray, Tianxi soon arrived at the counter. Tianxi, you have already become an ordinary-level trainer. To think you would use a medium-level protective suit. Mr. Li exclaimed in surprise, casting a glance at Tianxi as he inquired in a hushed tone. No, Mr. Li, it's just that my Rattata's biting power after using charge is quite formidable, so I opted for the medium-level protective suit for safety. Tianxi fabricated a lie, intending to keep the matter under wraps. Oh, I see. I remember that your previous suit was indeed torn by a Rattata, right? Mr. Li suddenly realized and immediately asked, is your low-level protective suit still usable? Yes, Mr. Li, Tianxi replied, retrieving the low-level protective suit from his backpack. It appears undamaged. I'll take this. Consider it 2,000. Here are 200 bills for you to take back. Mr. Li casually assessed it and pulled a bill from the stack, returning it to Tianxi. Thank you, Mr. Li, Tianxi bowed in gratitude. The regulation dictated that these second-hand protective items should be sold at half price, yet Mr. Li accepted it at full price, clearly not aiming for profit. What are you thanking me for? You're just too polite, my boy. I've watched you grow up. Now, off you go, but do be careful. Mr. Li waved his hand, resuming his work with the subsequent customers. With the money in hand, Tianxi swiftly made his way back home, now possessing over 200 coins. Creak. Tianci deliberately opened the door loudly, knowing that his beloved Noctowl would surely come running. Hoo-hoo. Indeed, upon hearing the familiar footsteps, Noctowl dashed over and embraced Tianci. All right, Noctowl, I merely went to buy a protective suit. Now, let us set off. Hoo-hoo. Noctowl released its grip and followed closely behind Tianci. After exchanging pleasantries with the guards at the city gate, Tianci donned the medium-level protective suit only after they were out of sight of the gate. Otherwise, the old-timers would undoubtedly pester him with questions about his attire, and he feared he might not be able to keep his secret. It could be said that he exerted considerable effort to conceal this information. All right, Noctowl. Our plan for today is to search for birds, Tianci announced after putting on the suit. Hoo-hoo. Upon hearing that they were going bird-watching rather than hunting for bugs, Noctowl's enthusiasm noticeably waned. Of course, since it is daytime, we need not avoid the bugs. We shall eliminate any we encounter. This way, we will gather plenty of bug meat. Understanding Noctowl's mood, Tianci quickly added. Hoo-hoo. Instantly revitalized. Noctowl had initially thought they would have to avoid making too much noise, just like the previous night, and thus could not hunt bugs. Let us go. Charge ahead, Noctowl. Hoo-hoo. The two, filled with enthusiasm, soon ventured into the forest, embarking on an exploratory journey in a specific direction. After all, only a small batch of Pidgeys and Spearows had ventured into the outskirts. Tianci could not ascertain their precise location, so he randomly chose a direction to investigate, leaving it to fate to be kind to him. Chapter 46. The hunt is on. In a thicket, Tianci was commanding his Trubbish to confront 3 remaining hornets, while 2 others lay incapacitated in the grass nearby. The verdant foliage bore the marks of 5 hornets that had unleashed their venomous stingers, leaving black spots scattered across the green. With a determined effort, Trubbish flung the hornet it had captured. Bang! Oh no! The unfortunate hornet collided with the very stinger that had been poised for launch, emitting a cry of anguish as its already dwindling stamina was entirely depleted. Oh, the 2 hornets that had been struck could not help but wail upon witnessing the misfortune of their comrade. Humph! With just the 2 of you left, you dare to provoke? Trubbish, as per usual, delivered a strike to each. Tianci scoffed at the hornet's audacity and resolved to send them on their way swiftly. Trubbish nodded. Having just undergone a growth spurt, and with the morning sun shining upon this spot, it was invigorated. Snap! Snap! The swift vines left the 2 hornets no time to react before they were sent flying once more. Oh, this time, the force of the thorn whip rendered the hornets incapable of rising. Following closely was the combination of constriction and absorption, ensuring they would make excellent, non-struggling blood packs. Meanwhile, Tianci, who had been spraying repellent, began to process his spoils. Thud! Trubbish dropped the incapacitated hornets at Tianci's feet. On high alert for any threats from the surroundings or the sky, it had not forgotten the lesson learned from the Pidgey incident. It seemed that the arrival of this small batch of flying-type Pokémon had made the insects increasingly cautious, and the size of their teams seemed to have increased. As Tianci swiftly divided the materials, he reflected on his encounters since entering. He had detected the presence of Pokémon 4 times, but on 2 occasions, he had encountered clusters of 7 or 8 hornets. It was only during the 2 instances involving teams of 5 that he had allowed Trubbish to engage. However, their vigilance appeared to have heightened, so he decided to deploy the sleep powder from a distance of around 10 meters. Tianci recalled that Trubbish's sleep powder tactic had failed on the last 2 occasions, as they had been discovered when they approached within 8 meters. He deemed 10 meters to be more prudent, for as long as they inhaled the powder, their state would deteriorate, making it easier for Trubbish to handle them. Otherwise, they would have to endure 2 or 3 attacks before seizing the opportunity to eliminate 1 or 2. Fortunately, Trubbish had learned to absorb, allowing it to restore its health. Let us go, Trubbish. You've worked hard. Enjoy a piece of fresh insect meat. Tianci handed over the last piece of insect meat he had prepared to Trubbish. Moo Moo the bud immediately placed the trumpet bud in its mouth. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant in our quest to seek out the avian spirits, namely the fierce sparrow and the energetic Pidgey. Moo Moo, having relished a treat, nodded enthusiastically. They continued their search for over half an hour until, at last, Tianci spotted a Pidgey through his binoculars. Let us go. Trumpet bud, try to sneak a little closer. I'll stay here, and if I can take the shot, you must swiftly bind it, understood? Tianci gestured to Moo Moo from his hiding spot within a thicket, urging it to advance. After all, the Pidgey possesses keen eyesight. And as they moved forward, the foliage and underbrush became scarce. Without cover, Tianci's larger figure would surely be detected. However, the trumpet bud's innate plant camouflage would allow it to attempt advancing. Moo 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 Moo. The trumpet bud stealthily departed from Tianci and began to navigate the surrounding environment. It obeyed Tianci's command, glancing at the Pidgey perched on the branch whenever the bird's gaze shifted away from the ground, seizing the opportunity to move quickly. Pidgey? The bird sensed something amiss. It seemed unusually quiet. Its eyes began to scan the area. Oh no. It appeared that the repellent spray had been overused and deployed too early. Observing the Pidgey's behavior, Tianci quickly deduced the cause. He assessed the trumpet bud's current position and decided it was time to act. Bang, bang, bang. After finally encountering a solitary Pidgey, Tianci resolved to unleash his full strength with a triple shot. After all, he still had 42 bullets left to expend. Boom, 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 boom. As a flying-type spirit, the Pidgey sensed the imminent danger as the first bullet approached and swiftly dodged to the left. With a flash of yellow and red, it narrowly evaded the 3 bullets. A flicker of electric light revealed that this Pidgey possessed formidable skills. Tianci was left to ponder whether to lament his luck or celebrate it. Its high caliber indicated that this Pidgey was quite exceptional, but the flash of electricity meant that his shots could not reach it. Before long, the Pidgey, having discerned the direction of the bullets, located Tianci. Not good. Trumpet bud, run. Hiss hiss. Tianci realized he had been spotted as the Pidgey focused its gaze upon him. He quickly sprayed the repellent while hastily calling back the retreating trumpet bud. Boom, boom, boom. The Pidgey, thoroughly annoyed by the repellent spray, let out a couple of frustrated cries but ultimately decided against pursuing further. Come out, trumpet bud. It's safe now. Panting heavily, Tianci released the trumpet bud, leaning against a tree stump to catch his breath. Moo moo, moo moo moo. The trumpet bud queried, wondering why it had not been allowed to intervene earlier. Wasn't it supposed to slow down after using the electric flash? And it didn't even notice me. Indeed, the speed did diminish, Tianci replied. But even a simple ascent is swift for a flying-type spirit. The height of this Pidgey is nearly at the limit of your whip's range, making it highly unlikely for you to strike it. After taking a sip of water, Tianci continued to elucidate to the Budu. If you fail to ensnare it, facing a high-level Pidgey will leave you with no chance of victory. Moo, moo. Expressing to Tianci that he could never defeat a bird with energy levels comparable to his own, Budu exhibited its indignation. Gently patting Budu's head, Tianci continued. We must acknowledge our shortcomings. Do you recall the power of the wind from last time? When the Pidgey unleashes its wind to suppress you, followed by a quick electric strike, you may very well lose your ability to fight. If I face a Pidgey that can unleash an electric strike, I may not be able to retrieve you. I certainly do not wish to lose you, Budu. With that, Tianci lifted Budu into his arms. Moo. The Budu, being cradled by Tianci, was filled with joy, expressing its fondness for him. Haha, let us rest a while before embarking again. After all, there remains a chance to search. Chapter 47, A Fortuitous Find. Budu, this time you need not lurk so close. Your sleep powder only needs to affect them. Tianci indicated towards a group of 7 caterpies ahead, clearly divided in their tasks, deciding to allow Budu to give it another try. After all, it was already afternoon, and too much time had been squandered searching for solitary flying-type Pokémon. They had only managed to defeat 10 bugs, 5 caterpies and 5 weedles, yielding less than 10,000 in earnings, and their repellent and healing supplies were nearly depleted. Rustle, rustle, just then, a gentle breeze wafted through the afternoon air, and the astute Budu dashed into the favorable wind direction of the caterpies, commencing to liberally dispense sleep powder. Woo, woo. Before long, 2 vigilant caterpies succumbed to drowsiness, failing to emit a sound. Rustle, rustle. Budu continued to increase the dosage of powder. Woo, woo. The remaining caterpies began to feel the effects of drowsiness. Those with milder symptoms started to call out loudly, hoping to awaken their comrades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unfortunately, before they could call out many times, several daggers coated with sleep powder pierced their bodies. This group of caterpies, in a compromised state, quickly filled Tianci's backpack. Indeed, caterpies are the easiest to deal with. Lacking any poison attributes, they possess no resistance bonuses, making them relatively manageable. Truly, they are the allies of novice trainers, the food reserve of the forest. Tianci swiftly tidied the battlefield, unable to suppress his admiration for the caterpie species. If it were 7 weedles, even in favorable winds, they would not have been so swiftly subdued, let alone the fact that weedles possess ranged attack capabilities, poisonous stingers. Once the area was cleared, Tianci shook the repellent in his hand, feeling it would last for no more than 2 more uses. After all, there were still aerial threats lurking nearby. Weaker Pokémon had begun to band together in mass. Should a swarm of Pokémon be attracted, a surprise attack could pose significant challenges. In search of avian spirits, we, the trumpet bud, decided to pursue even the sight of 2 Pidgeys together. Moo moo. The trumpet bud nodded in agreement. After all, he would follow whatever Tianci instructed. He intended to scout further before returning to the town for supplies, healing ointments and repellent sprays, lest he find himself unprepared as night fell. While diligently searching, the trumpet bud suddenly heard a distressing cry and tugged at Tianci's sleeve in alarm. What is it, trumpet bud? Tianci inquired, bemused. Given the trumpet bud's inherently extraordinary abilities, its senses far surpassed Tianci's, including its keen hearing. Boo, Wu Jijia. The trumpet bud strained to replicate the sound. Ha ha. Trumpet bud, I recognize that. It's a fiery sparrow. Let us sneak closer. Perhaps we might find a hidden opportunity. Observing the trumpet bud's earnest efforts to mimic the call, Tianshi chuckled before calming himself to attune to the trumpet bud's emotional cues. He discerned that the trumpet bud was indicating the presence of a bird in distress, and the sound was likely that of a fiery sparrow. A surge of opportunistic intent coursed through him as he signaled to the trumpet bud to proceed stealthily. The fiery sparrow seemed to have cried out twice before falling silent, and Tianshi could only follow the trumpet bud's guidance. Fortune smiled upon them as they encountered caterpies along the way, yet Tianshi, fixated on the fiery sparrow, refrained from engaging and merely circumvented them. Let me see, Tianshi mused, peering through his binoculars as they ventured deeper into the woods. Where could it be? Surely it hasn't succumbed to another spirit's attack, or worse, been captured by another trainer. If that were the case, the news would surely spread. As thoughts of uncertainty swirled within him, he finally spotted a fiery sparrow perched on a branch, its thigh marked by 2 bite marks, dark blood oozing from the wounds. Ah, it must have been bitten by an arbok, he deduced. It likely escaped an ambush and, after a brief flight, succumbed to the venom. Now resting in hopes of detoxifying, Tianshi silently reasoned through the unfortunate fate of the fiery sparrow. It was fortunate that he had not engaged with those caterpies. Otherwise, the sparrow would have taken flight. Through the binoculars, Tianshi observed that the blood from the sparrow's wound was no longer purely black, prompting a sigh of sympathy. In the wild, without detoxifying fruits, poison spirits could only rely on bleeding to expel the toxin, enduring the effects with their inherent extraordinary resilience. Naturally, such extensive blood loss would compel the creature to seek a concealed refuge or summon companions for protection. Otherwise, the scent of blood would inevitably attract predators. This fiery sparrow seemed to be in dire straits. The venom acted swiftly, forcing it to find a higher branch. Tianshi cautiously surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find no other fiery sparrows nearby. Haha, struck by venom and losing blood in abundance. Let's see how you evade me, little yellow sparrow. Tianshi readied his bird-catching gun, urging the trumpet bud to advance stealthily. Mumu, the trumpet bud, upon perceiving an opportunity for a bargain, felt a spark of excitement and swiftly advanced. Perhaps due to its frail condition, this fiery sparrow neglected to observe the ground, focusing instead on the branches around it. It likely assumed that non-flying creatures like the horned caterpillar, the green caterpillar, and the little ratutta posed no threat to its perch above. Bang! Bang bang! With the trumpet bud now within close proximity, Tianshi took aim and unleashed a trio of shots. Drawing from his experiences with Bobo and Supersonic Bat, he understood that when confronting flying Pokémon, one must exert maximum effort from the outset. Even if this fiery sparrow appeared weak and might be captured with a single strike, he was determined to transform this possibility into certainty. Clean indeed. The fiery sparrow could not evade even the first shot. Perhaps it sensed the impending danger, but its weakened physique rendered it incapable of escape. Ensnared by the rapidly formed web. Whoosh, whoosh. Remembering Tianshi's instructions, the trumpet bud immediately employed Vine Whip to swiftly pull the thread downward. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Clean. The fiery sparrow let out a sharp cry within the net before succumbing to the vast amounts of sleep powder. Good. First spray the repel mist. Observing the now slumbering fiery sparrow, Tianshi could not suppress his delight, though his cautious nature prompted him to thoroughly disperse the repel mist around the area. Go. Pokeball. Silently uttering the words, Tianshi swiftly tossed the Pokeball. Thud. A flash of red light flickered, and the Pokeball began to shake violently. Bang. Ultimately, the Pokeball split open, revealing the still sleeping fiery sparrow before Tianshi, signifying a failed contract. Initially believing that the poisoned and bloodied fiery sparrow would not require further absorption, it seemed the fiery sparrow truly lived up to its name. Displaying a fiery temperament indeed, my 500 yuan. Tianshi glanced sorrowfully at the shattered Pokeball, a mental failure of the contract leading to a rupture in the runes. Of course, had it shattered into countless pieces, it would have indicated that the Pokémon had physically broken free. Trumpet bud, let us try another round of sleep powder. Followed by bind and absorb. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you. Chapter 48. Unexpected events. The trumpet bud cast a mischievous glance at the slumbering fiery sparrow, promptly executing Tianshi's commands. Once more, Tianshi retrieved a new Pokeball to capture the fiery sparrow. Rustle, rustle, the Pokeball began to shake intensely again. Tianshi focused intently, his heart racing with each tremor. Crack! With a sharp sound, the Pokeball split in two again. Oh, quite the spirited one. Let us try again. Trumpet bud, keep a vigilant watch of our surroundings. Observing yet another loss of 500 yuan, Tianshi could not help but laugh in frustration. It appeared that the name Fiery Sparrow was indeed well-deserved, prompting him to produce yet another new Pokeball. Rustle, rustle this time. The shaking of the Pokeball noticeably diminished. After all, having undergone absorption by the trumpet bud, the Fiery Sparrow had lost its combat capabilities, compounded by the mental strain of resisting twice. A sound resonated as the Pokeball locked, the crimson light within ceasing its flicker. At last, the beauty was captured. Let us hurry. Tansy, we must exit the forest, he exclaimed, suppressing his joy as he swiftly brandished the Pokeball towards the still alert Bidoof. The Bidoof, realizing it had finally been captured, felt a surge of happiness for Tansy. As they prepared to turn towards the exit, a sudden flash of purple darted like lightning towards Tansy. What? A sharp pain shot through the back of his thigh. The shadow, realizing it had not pierced through, quickly retreated into the underbrush, issuing a threatening hiss. The Bidoof, now fully aware of the danger, promptly positioned itself in front of Tansy, glaring furiously at the unwelcome intruder. Fortunately, Tansy was wearing intermediate protective gear. He had initially thought himself to be the prey, only to discover he was the target of a mantis. Regaining his composure, he glared at the culprit, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. This Arbok was evidently newly evolved to the ordinary level, as evidenced by the remnants of its shed skin still clinging to its body. With a rush of determination, Tansy swiftly launched 3 throwing knives, instructing the Bidoof. Quickly use Growth, then Thorn Whip. The Bidoof complied. The Arbok, unimpressed by the knives, made no attempt to evade, though it had recently shed its skin. It was not threatened by such a feeble attack. With a flick of its head, the Arbok bared its fangs and unleashed a barrage of 7 or 8 venomous needles towards the Bidoof. Dodge to the right, Bidoof. Strike the joint where its old and new skin connect with Thorn Whip. The Bidoof evaded nimbly, its 2 vines striking the Arbok with precision. The young creature, still incomplete in its transformation, suffered from the sharp wooden spikes, leaving its skin torn and bloodied. Thankfully, it was still before 3 o'clock, and the sun's rays were intense. Tansy rubbed his thigh, glancing at the sunlight filtering through the trees, silently thanking his lucky stars. This Arbok was likely the same one that had previously injured the Spearow. It had likely just recently evolved to the ordinary level. He had noticed 1 or 2 red feathers still lodged in its mouth, coupled with the incomplete shedding of its skin. Thus, he surmised it must have consumed one of the Spearow's companions to achieve this evolution. This also explained why the Spearow had managed to escape after being bitten. Tansy theorized that the Arbok had loosened its grip on the Spearow to begin its own evolution. Nevertheless, even a newly evolved Arbok was beyond his current capabilities. Panic surged within him, yet he maintained a facade of bravado, taunting the Arbok without reservation. Arbok, who would have thought you would emerge before fully shedding your skin? I noticed you long ago. How do you like those 2 thorn whips? The seasoned Abra, having survived in the wild for quite some time, comprehended most of the conversation. Observing its own body, a clear sense of trepidation flickered in its eyes. It had initially believed that merely biting the human would render it victorious over the Bidoof, which it presumed to be no match. However, it was astonished to discover that the fabric of the human's clothing possessed such remarkable resilience that its once proud biting force failed to penetrate. Furthermore, the Bidoof, which appeared evidently weaker, was capable of unleashing such formidable offensive power. The Abra had yet to fully solidify its ordinary level strength, and its old skin was a hindrance. Wishing to eliminate the human first, it found itself thwarted by the impenetrable garment. With this realization, the Abra ceased to hesitate, suddenly lunging towards the Bidoof with wide-open eyes. Emitting a terrifying roar, the Bidoof, wholly focused on its opponent, was momentarily paralyzed with fear, feeling as if its very energy had been frozen. Yet, instead of attacking, the Abra retreated into the grass behind it. The intimidation of a mere Abra was indeed striking. One could only imagine the fearsome presence of an Abra. Recovering from the initial shock, Tianci approached the Bidoof, gently patting its head in a gesture of comfort. Bidoof, you performed admirably. Do not be disheartened. None could have anticipated that an ordinary-level Abra would infiltrate. Moreover, I am unharmed. The Bidoof, still visibly aggrieved, expressed its embarrassment at being so easily frightened. Cough. Bidoof, it is merely an ordinary-level Pokémon, while you are still at the novice stage. This is an experience from which you can cultivate resilience in the future. Let us return. I will arrange a training regimen for you. The Bidoof nodded, leading the way. The 2, having experienced the Abra's ambush, were noticeably more cautious as they navigated their way out of the forest without further incident. Now that we have exited the forest, let us hasten our pace to sell our findings and rest before venturing out again tonight. With that, the pair quickened their steps. This time, they had not encountered any Talonflame, having hunted a total of 12 green caterpillars and 5 horned beetles. The line sack could fetch approximately 8,500, while the horned beetles would yield around 500. Retaining the meat from the horned beetles, they estimated the total earnings to be around 12,000, which was quite satisfactory. Tianci quickly calculated in his mind, realizing the income was indeed promising, especially considering the live Talonflame they had captured. A Talonflame, even of average quality, could be sold for 56,000, which would surely provide the energy crystals for the Bidoof. Contemplating this substantial profit margin, he could not help but curse the profiteers. The Alliance's Pokémon Center had strict regulations. Common and low-quality creatures were not accepted, and the buyback price was merely 80 of the selling price. Oh, how could I have forgotten? I can sell it on the black market. Selling cheaply to the Pokémon Center would not be fair, as they shouldn't benefit from merely testing. However, for those expensive items with a significant price disparity, I resort to the black market. Of course, if the quality is exceptional, I shall keep it for myself. Hahaha. The fiery sparrow is vastly superior to the soundwave bat, despite the latter's rather unappealing appearance. As a humble individual, I prioritize practicality above all else. Ultimately, among the flying-type Pokémon I capture, I shall choose the one with the highest qualifications to utilize. The rest will be sold off without hesitation. Chapter 49, Leaks and Plans. Upon swiftly returning to the town, Tianci first set about processing his recent acquisitions, arriving at a total of 100 coins, which aligned closely with his calculations. He then proceeded to Uncle Lee's shop to purchase several bottles of healing potions and repellent sprays. It seemed that I would need to upgrade my throwing knives. Tianci mused, glancing at the 5 remaining usable knives in his possession, and resolved to enhance his equipment. He hurried to the second-hand street, entering a shop where he picked up 5 bottles of healing potions and 6 bottles of repellent sprays, subsequently queuing at the counter to pay. At that moment, he noticed a youth of similar age ahead of him in line. This seemingly ordinary boy, who bore a striking resemblance to Tianci, had a Pidgey perched on his shoulder and only a single Pokeball at his waist. However, he was holding a mid-level protective suit equipped with high-definition night vision capabilities. Can you sense the level of that Pidgey, loudspeaker bud? Tianci quietly inquired of his companion. Mo? Moo moo moo, loudspeaker bud responded, a hint of confusion evident, but it concentrated intently and then informed Tianci that this Pidgey appeared to possess the strength of a mid-tier novice. Since he was merely a rookie trainer, likely from the common folk, how could he afford a mid-level protective suit? Tianci pondered, his curiosity piqued regarding this young man. Hey, why are you also purchasing a mid-level protective suit? Uncle Lee exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Uncle Lee, I have a deep-seated fear of death. I value my life. The boy replied, clearly reluctant to elaborate further, offering a perfunctory response. By the way, you mentioned another rookie trainer bought a mid-level protective suit? The youth immediately countered, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Ahem, indeed, just yesterday, a lad purchased one as well, but he did so after suffering a bite from a Rattata's incisor. Ha ha ha. Oh, is that so? I too am wary of Rattatas. One is manageable, but if confronted by several, I fear the low-level protective suit may not suffice. Ah, I see. Then do take care, Uncle Lee said with a kind smile. Indeed, it seems that news travels fast. It appears the secret cannot be kept for long. Observing the conversation, Tianci's expression fluctuated, his mind racing with calculations. With his concerns weighing heavily on him, Tianci refrained from engaging further with Uncle Lee, settling his payment and promptly heading to the blacksmith shop. Welcome back, esteemed guest. The robust man behind the counter, who had a remarkable memory, recognized Tianci as the last customer who had overpaid, greeting him with a broad smile. I must say, my good sir, didn't you mention that you could inflict damage upon ordinary-level Pokémon? This time, I encountered a newly evolved Arbok, and I barely escaped unscathed. Upon witnessing the smile of his employer, Tianci, filled with discontent, questioned, Ahem. This esteemed guest, I believe I have previously cautioned you regarding non-defensive Pokémon. Is Arbok truly a defensive Pokémon? Should it not be Geodude or Rhydon? His voice rose in indignation. Ahem. Arbok possesses a serpentine hide, hence it naturally has defensive capabilities. It appears we harbor a slight discrepancy in our understanding of defensive Pokémon, the burly man awkwardly explained. Is such an explanation even valid? I refuse to accept this. I demand a refund. Tianci thrust the remaining 5 flying knives into the proprietor's hands. Ahem, esteemed guest. Our establishment does not accommodate refunds. Furthermore, you have utilized them for quite some time, and you are also missing 5. What do you propose we do? Tianci and his companion, the trumpet vine, glared furiously at the burly man. Calm down, calm down. How about this, if the guest has other needs? These 5 flying knives can be deducted at a value of 200 yuan. What do you say? Observing the trumpet vine raising its thorny tendrils, the proprietor wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued. 400. Tianci retorted. That is unacceptable, absolutely out of the question. With a decisive slap, Tianci signaled to the trumpet vine, which promptly lashed its tendril violently against the ground. At most 300. Startled, the proprietor quickly altered his stance. Very well. We shall settle on 300. I require higher-grade flying knives. Do you have any? Acknowledging the limits of negotiation, Tianci acquiesced. After all, he could not realistically command Pokémon to attack ordinary folk within the town, and at most, he could intimidate a shopkeeper devoid of any alliance backing. We do have some. What grade do you require? The shopkeeper, momentarily forgetting his fear upon hearing of potential business, eagerly inquired. I need flying knives that can ensure damage to ordinary-level Pokémon. In that case, we will require alloys. The store currently offers low-grade and mid-grade alloys, which correspond to the ability to harm ordinary low-level and mid-level Pokémon. The burly man retrieved 2 display pieces of alloy from behind the counter. How much for a mid-grade alloy flying knife? Ci pondered, considering that mid-grade alloy would be more beneficial in the long run. Ahem, esteemed guest. As flying knives are relatively rare, our store does not have them readily available. They must be custom-made, hence the cost is rather steep. The mid-grade alloy is 600 yuan per piece, plus a customization fee of 1,000 yuan, the burly proprietor promptly quoted, watching Ci with anticipation. You are not trying to swindle me again, are you? Ci narrowed his eyes, driving his dagger into the wooden tabletop. No, young brother. Please set down the knife. You may use my store's computer to verify. The price of alloys is indeed several times that of ordinary iron. I can reduce the customization fee a bit. Fine, bring me the computer. Why yes. The frightened shopkeeper handed the computer to Ci. It seems you have not deceived me. What is the amount for the customization fee? After reviewing the quote, Ci's expression softened. Young brother, how many flying knives do you require? Upon noticing Tianxi's demeanor soften, the burly man hastily approached him with the inquiry. Let us go with 10, shall we? The customization fee is 800. We're a modest business, and each time we craft a new mold, it incurs significant costs. So, with the discount, it neatly rounds up to 500. Tianxi cast a smirk at the proprietor, a blend of amusement and scrutiny in his gaze. When can this be ready? Can it be done by today? Approximately 2 hours. It's currently 3:30, and the customer can arrive around 6. The burly man quickly adjusted the time he had nearly blurted out. All right then. I will pay you a deposit of 3,000 now, and I shall return at 6 to collect it. Extracting the 3,000 from his backpack and placing it on the table, Tianxi departed with his companion, the sprightly Bidu. Take your time, dear customer. The beaming owner hurried to the door, bidding farewell to this little fortune bringer. Another profitable venture. The price list was merely an official estimate. As a blacksmith, how could I possibly adhere to such figures? Besides, the previous molds should still be in the warehouse. I'll just have to search for them. It seems the negotiation tactics I observed in my past life are indeed quite effective. Meanwhile, Tianxi, pleased with his savings of several hundred, returned home with a smile, accompanied by Bidu, preparing for a brief respite. Chapter 50, the finale. Upon returning home, Tianxi and Bidu rested on the bed for a while, as they were to work late into the evening. Ding dong, the alarm rang punctually. It's 5:30. Time to rise, Bidu. Let us eat first. Then retrieve the flying knives, and venture out again tonight. Tianxi rubbed his eyes and roused Bidu from slumber. Moo Bidu, still drowsy, groggily stood up, responding with a couple of murmurs. The duo swiftly finished their dinner and stepped out of the house. Notably, Bidu had recently been consuming toxic sacs, resulting in a visible enhancement of its poison attributes. Specifically, Bidu's sleep powder had become more potent, occasionally emitting a deep black powder. In a reckless attempt, Tianxi had sampled a minuscule amount, only to feel unwell, experiencing hallucinations and a dazed state. He sensed Bidu was on the verge of mastering the toxic powder. With both toxic and sleep powders at its disposal, Bidu would easily handle any insects. Bidu, walking alongside Tianxi, glanced at him with a puzzled expression, sensing its trainer's recent bouts of silliness. Ahem, Bidu, let us quicken our pace. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Noticing the foolish expression on Bidu's face, Tianxi straightened up and urged them onward. In no time, the duo arrived at the blacksmith's door. Hey there, you arrived just in time. I have just finished crafting them. The burly man immediately produced the completed flying knives, presenting them to Tianxi. Let me have a try, Tianxi replied, taking hold of the knives that gleamed with a chilling luster, nodding in appreciation as he approached the wooden target. Whoosh! A flying dagger pierced through the wooden target, embedding itself into the wall beyond. Ah, splendid. Tianxi gazed with satisfaction at the dagger in his hand. Moo the trumpet bud swiftly employed its vine whip to retrieve the dagger. Little brother, are you satisfied? Do you see the remaining money? The shopkeeper inquired promptly as he noticed Tianxi nodding repeatedly. Here is the remaining payment. I shall take my leave, boss. With a sense of fulfillment, Tianxi settled the outstanding balance and exited through the door alongside the trumpet bud. You are welcome to return any time, young man. The burly man, preoccupied with counting his money, merely offered a perfunctory remark before redirecting his attention to the crimson coins. Securing the upgraded dagger back to his waist, Tianxi hurried toward the city gates. Oh, you're heading out again tonight, are you? The new trainers this year are quite diligent, I see. A guard recognized Tianxi and struck up a conversation. Indeed, big brother, I have no choice. I am all alone. Did you mention that there are also new trainers out tonight? Tianxi chuckled and quickly inquired back. Yes, just now 2 new trainers set out together, and previously, another one ventured out alone. You newcomers are quite industrious. Oh, I see. Fear not, brother. I will hunt at the outskirts and return before the gates close. After exchanging a few words, Tianxi proceeded with the trumpet bud. To his surprise, he was discovered so swiftly. It seemed that tonight was his last opportunity. Upon contemplating, Tianxi's expression oscillated between uncertainty and resolve, ultimately arriving at a decision. Let us go, Trumpet Bud. This time we must capture a few more. Specifically seeking flying-type Pokémon. With this resolution, he exhaled deeply and prepared for the final hunt. With a keen intent to search, Transmigrating swiftly evaded the nocturnal Pokémon, aided by the effects of his spray, and soon encountered two Zubat. Although they were not alone, Transmigrating, pressed for time, decided to take a gamble. As before, utilizing the ultrasonic shielding effect, Transmigrating and the Trumpet Bud began their coordinated effort. Indeed, the intermediate protective gear was markedly superior. The visibility was much clearer than that of the lower-tier equipment, with negligible color distortion, even at a distance. Observing the clearly defined silhouettes of the Zubat ahead, Transmigrating could not help but marvel at the adage, "You get what you pay for," as the price reflected its worth tenfold. Snap! Transmigrating deactivated his trumpet, and the Zubat, receiving the ultrasonic feedback, swiftly approached. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thanks to the superior range and clarity of the intermediate protective suit, he need not rely on proximity as before, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters. This range was ample for him to fire a few shots as a distraction before the Zubat could pounce. Sizzle sizzle. Although they had long dwelled in darkness and lacked sight, their hearing and tactile senses were notably more acute than those of ordinary flying-type Pokémon. The three bullets hurtling toward them were deftly anticipated by the two Zubat, who effortlessly evaded the incoming projectiles. Indeed, as expected, Transmigrating was utterly unsurprised by the outcome. Previously, he had capitalized on the disarray of the Noibat, and this time, by making the first move, even the most ordinary of Pidgeys would evade him, let alone the Noibat, which was far more attuned to the currents of air. This endeavor also dissuaded him from the idea of launching a surprise attack on the Noibat within the cave, as he would inevitably have to traverse this cavern in the future. As he observed the Noibat closing in for a bite, Transmigrating began to roll on the ground, ensuring that the Noibat could not maintain its grip on him for long. Screech! The Noibat, having taken several nips, retreated into the air, realizing that the human skin was remarkably tough and impervious to its bites. With a decisive clap, he noticed that the trumpet vine had already prepared the other sound emitters, prompting Transmigrating to activate the trumpet in his hand. Screech! Screech! What is happening? Why has everything suddenly gone silent? The two Noibats suspended in the air began to panic. Seizing the opportunity, Transmigrating relentlessly fired at the airborne Noibats, swiftly reloading and pulling the trigger. He realized that tonight was his final chance, and thus he spared no ammunition. The situation was markedly different from before, when there was only one Noibat. Now, with two present, the chaotic emotions would settle more swiftly due to their companionship. In no time, he had discharged 2 rounds, totaling 6 bullets. As anticipated, the Noibat, now aware of its companion's presence, quickly regained its composure, relying on its sensitivity to the air currents to evade the bullets. Thud! The fortunate Noibat that had dodged 2 rounds was about to reunite with its companion when, while attempting to evade the last bullet, it collided with a tree trunk. A splendid opportunity. Transmigrating's eyes lit up. Without regard for the other Noibat, he aimed his firearm at the unfortunate one. Whoosh! 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 3 more bullets were fired toward the dazed Noibat. With a loud thud, the ensnared Noibat screeched in terror, calling for its companion to rescue it. Screech! Screech! The 2 Noibats were not far apart. The one still suspended in the air, upon hearing its companion's frightened cries, visibly trembled in fear and hastily flapped its wings, randomly choosing a direction to flee. Transmigrating, somewhat regretfully watching the Noibat escape his encirclement, turned his focus back to the trumpet vine dealing with the unfortunate creature. Chapter 51, A Visit. Screech! Screeched the Noibat, forced to inhale a considerable amount of hypnotic powder, noticeably quieted. Trumpet vine. Swiftly utilize your absorption technique until it is devoid of combat effectiveness, Transmigrating instructed, glancing at the slumbering Noibat. To avoid wasting a Pokeball, he decided to weaken it further before throwing the ball. The trumpet vine nodded and began to absorb its life force. Meanwhile, Transmigrating sprayed repellent around him, as it had been some time since his last application, and one could never be too cautious of unexpected visitors. Soon, the severely weakened Noibat was tossed in front of Transmigrating by the trumpet vine. This time, it took 2 Pokeballs to successfully capture the Noibat. As the clock approached 8 o'clock, Transmigrating suggested to his companion, Labia, let us return. He glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist and decided it was prudent to head back. It would be quite awkward to visit others if they had already retired for the night. Moo? Although Labia was perplexed by the sudden change in plans, he obediently nodded and took the lead. After liberally employing the repellent spray, Transmigrating and Labia traversed the forest without incident. Fortunately, they were still on the outskirts. Where the spray proved effective, it was rumored that deeper within the woods, some powerful spirits could withstand the spray to ambush trainers. Upon reaching the city gate, a few guards looked at Transmigrating with surprise. You're back so early, kid? You must really value your life. Has it been less than 2 hours? Surely you haven't just hunted a few caterpies or odysses. The other newcomers who set out before you haven't returned yet. The guards chattered among themselves. Indeed, brothers. I am rather timid, and I made a significant discovery tonight, so I wish to return and inform Uncle Sam. Is he in? Tianci replied with a wry smile. What significant discovery? Do share, inquired a lean man, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Apologies, but this is something Uncle Sam specifically instructed me to keep confidential. Though it will benefit the entire guard team, Tianci responded apologetically. Santion, since this concerns the commander, why are you prying? Young lad, the commander should be at the garrison now. You might want to seek him out. A middle-aged guard clapped the lean man on the shoulder and advised Tianci. Very well, thank you all. I shall go find Uncle Sam. Tianci expressed his gratitude to the guards and hastily made his way toward the garrison at the heart of the town. He was taken aback to learn that Uncle Sam had received a promotion to commander. Now he no longer needed to guard the city gate, but could earn a salary from the garrison. However, given his current elite status, such an advancement was certainly warranted. As he walked briskly, Tianci couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The garrison was a structure typically found in cities or large towns that boasted gym-level trainers. The gym-level trainers held the highest rank, serving as guardians, followed by mayors or town leaders. Some traditional gym trainers would willingly return to their hometowns to protect their roots. Thus, towns with gym-level trainers would rapidly flourish, emerging as sizable communities on par with typical cities. Following the mayor were the heads of various departments within the league, established according to the needs of the locality. To his knowledge, Qingwu Town had 4 major departments: logistics, military affairs, agriculture, and civil affairs. Uncle Sam's guard team was a subordinate unit of the military department, where he served as a squad leader. Now, having ascended to elite-level trainer status, Uncle Sam had become the commander of all 4 guard teams. His status was only subordinate to the Minister of Military Affairs, and the power he wielded was marginally less than that of the minister overseeing 6 expedition teams. He swiftly arrived at the gate of the garrison, only to be halted by the guards stationed there. The garrison was a fortified stronghold. No unauthorized individuals were permitted entry without prior consent. One of the guards, his expression as cold as ice, extended his hand to block the advance of Tianci. Excuse me, good sir, I am a registered trainer of the Alliance. My name is Aoki Tianci, and I have urgent matters to discuss with General Sam. I kindly ask for your assistance in conveying this message. With that, Tianci produced his identification card and discreetly slipped each of the 2 guards 500 Alliance coins. Cough. Since you are a registered trainer of the Alliance, I shall inform him, the guard said, his demeanor shifting as he grasped the bills in his hand. He then proceeded into the depths of the garrison. Before long, he reached the office of the guard squad and knocked on the door. Come in, came a deep voice from within. General Sam, there is a new trainer named Aoki Tianci outside who claims to have urgent matters for you. The entering guard reported, bowing his head slightly. Oh, that lad Tianci is looking for me? Let him in. Sam, seated at his desk, appeared somewhat surprised. The guard promptly exited the room and returned to the entrance. You may enter, the guard instructed Tianci. Thank you, kind sirs. With a grateful heart, Tianci stepped into the garrison and, following the directional signs, found the office of the guard squad before knocking gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Uncle Sam, I haven't yet congratulated you on your promotion. Congratulations. I always knew you were destined for great heights. As soon as he entered, Tianci began with effusive praise. Ah, you rascal, there's no need for flattery. Speak plainly, what brings you here? A smile spread across the face of the robust man seated in the leather chair upon hearing Tianci's compliments. Cough, it's not flattery. It comes from the heart. Tianci chuckled awkwardly before delving into the matter at hand. Well, Uncle Sam, as you know, I am merely an orphan with no one to support me. I was considering hunting a few bug-type Pokémon or walking grass Pokémon on the outskirts tonight to help supplement my meager household expenses, he said, wiping a tear from his eye. Ah, you poor child. The compassionate Captain Sam gazed at the subdued Tianci and sighed deeply. I apologize for my moment of weakness. Uncle Sam, while on the outskirts, I encountered 2 Zubat. You know, these flying-type Pokémon typically do not venture out so far, and upon further investigation, I discovered traces of several more Zubat hunting. Tianci intentionally raised his voice, expressing his astonishment. Oh, what made you decide to inform me instead of attempting to capture them yourself? Sam, an elite trainer who had risen from humble beginnings, despite his kind heart, was not easily fooled. Cough. Uncle Sam, you know I am an orphan, and my financial situation does not allow for the purchase of advanced capturing equipment. Moreover, my Cherubi cannot fly, leaving me with little means to deal with these flying-type Pokémon. Of course, I harbor a few secret aspirations myself. As an elite, you surely possess the prowess to handle these novice-level flying-type Pokémon with ease. I merely hope that when you lead the squad to capture them, should there be any excess for sale, you might consider me first. With a somewhat awkward smile, I candidly expressed my thoughts. Haha, you rascal, quite clever indeed. Rest assured, if there are any, I shall reserve one for you at no cost. Captain Sam chuckled in response. It is important to note that capturing flying-type Pokémon is considerably more challenging compared to common species. If indeed there are dozens on the outskirts of the forest, capturing them would yield a fortune substantial enough to be deemed significant even by elite standards. Chapter 52, Persuasion. Furthermore, I suspect there may not be just the Zubat that I encountered. Upon noticing Captain Sam's agreement to my request, I hastily added, "Oh? And why is that?" Captain Sam's interest was piqued. In truth, yesterday on the periphery, I encountered a Weezing, but fortunately, I had brought along some repellent spray. And the Weezing had just recently evolved, preoccupied with its own condition. You are aware that Weezing enjoys preying on bird Pokémon. I observed it opening its mouth and saw red feathers. With a wry smile, I recounted my encounter with the Weezing. "Oh, you rascal. I am torn between calling you fortunate or unfortunate. Who would have thought that just recently you captured a standard quality Rattata on the outskirts? And now you've come across a common level Weezing? Not to mention, encountering a Zubat at night," Captain Sam remarked, slightly astonished as he glanced at me. His esteem for me evidently rising. After all, such luck, and to return unscathed, indicated that I must possess some skill. "Uncle Sam, I did not intend for this. I had originally planned to hunt insects on the periphery to save up." I helplessly expressed my reluctance. "Hearing you say that, it seems related to the recent cleanup effort that extended deep into the inner circle of the town. Perhaps due to this large-scale cleaning. While the insects in the inner circle proliferate rapidly, they evidently cannot meet the food demands of so many Pokémon. Consequently, some Pokémon have turned their gaze towards the outskirts. After all, though the strength and quality of those on the periphery are lacking, they can still provide sustenance when food is scarce." Captain Sam stroked his chin, sharing his insights. "Indeed, it must be as you say. Well done, Uncle Sam." I nodded in agreement, feeling that he was quite likely correct. "All right, I shall now assemble the second and third teams to capture them. Are you coming along?" Captain Sam suddenly slapped the table and turned to me with a question. Uncle Sam, I wouldn't want to hold you back. Just remember to reserve one for me if you have any extra." I quickly shook my head, politely declining. In jest, one might claim that even the weakest members of the guard are of ordinary caliber, and the perils they encounter undoubtedly surpass those faced by him. Moreover, Tionci is not well acquainted with them and cannot guarantee that they would come to his aid should danger arise. With just a single trumpet bud to his name, how could he possibly outmaneuver these guard members? It would be far wiser to remain at home for the next few days, especially since Uncle Sam has already promised to reserve one for him. After all, isn't it delightful to reap rewards effortlessly? Very well, then. You may return home for now. Should I capture anything, I shall notify you." With that, Captain Sam began to take out his phone to contact his subordinates. "Thank you, Uncle Sam. Goodbye for now." With his objective accomplished, Tionci exited the room and made his way home. Upon returning, he carefully arranged the trumpet bud and took a moment in his room to assess his current situation. The bird-catching gun was likely to gather dust. With around 28 bullets remaining, such items are difficult to sell secondhand, so he decided to store it. Perhaps it might still prove useful in the inner forest. With that thought, Tionci locked the bird-catching gun and the remaining bullets in a nearby cabinet. He had 4 empty Pokeballs, which he felt compelled to carry with him. What if he encountered a rare Pokémon again? Daydreaming, he placed the Pokeballs back into his backpack. His most significant spoils from recent days included a Fletchling and 2 Zubat. Although he was uncertain of their qualities, even calculating at the lowest standard, the Fletchling would be valued at around 70,000, while the Zubat would fetch about 20,000, totaling an impressive 110,000. Alas, the buyback rate at the Pokémon Center was only 80, meaning he would have to sell at least one. After all, if someone assists in assessing their qualities, refusing to sell even one could land him on a blacklist. Reflecting on the 80 buyback price, Tionci sighed, feeling as though he had lost a considerable sum. Nevertheless, he understood that the only place to assess qualities was indeed the Pokémon Center. After all, Uncle Sam had mentioned that the discovery was recent, so these 3 certainly could not be evaluated by him. Regarding Ninghui, to be frank, he had only met her twice, and, considering she was backed by a small family, he did not fully trust her. The pleasant interactions they had could be attributed to his intentions, and he speculated that Ninghui might also see him as a valuable investment. Coupled with Uncle Sam's promise of one, he felt he would strike it rich. Ha ha! Unable to contain himself, Tionci burst into laughter. Moo, moo moo. Outside, the trumpet bud, practicing its powder skills, wondered why its trainer seemed to be having another episode. Once he regained his composure, Tionci began counting the cash in his possession. 1 note, 2 notes, 3 notes. Money truly does not last, as he only had 500 left. Sigh. However, once he acquired a second Pokémon, he would surely earn more. Placing the money back into his tattered backpack, he started to inventory his other supplies. The warning bell, repel spray, and healing potions were all essential. He could set aside the travel tent for now, feeling that he had purchased it prematurely, a consequence of his earlier excitement. As Tionci meticulously organized his surroundings, he contemplated adjustments to his forthcoming plans. The delightful cacophony of various Pokémon sounds roused him and his Budew from slumber. Today, they had no intention of venturing out. Considering he had informed Captain Sam of their decision the previous night, it was likely that the outer perimeter was swarming with the town's guard, composed of ordinary-level practitioners. It is noteworthy that not just any ordinary-level trainer could join the ranks of the town's guard. The Alliance recognizes an ordinary-level trainer as one who possesses at least 2 Pokémon of lower ordinary-level strength. In contrast, the standard for guard members demands 6 Pokémon, with a minimum of 4 at ordinary-level strength, and they must undergo elimination battles to qualify as part of the Alliance's official guard. One must acknowledge that the structure in this realm is far more appealing compared to the bureaucratic positions of his past life, and, naturally, the competition is considerably fierce. As for the elite exploration teams, TNCI had only heard that candidates must possess at least 3 Pokémon of intermediate ordinary-level strength to be eligible for selection. With a throng of seasoned ordinary-level trainers wreaking havoc at the periphery, it was ill-advised for a novice trainer like him to join the fray. TNCI surmised that within 2 days, the flying-type Pokémon in the vicinity would be completely captured. He wondered if the 3 novice trainers had managed to catch any flying Pokémon. He felt a pang of sympathy for them. Unless they had made significant gains the night prior, he doubted their success. Thus, he resolved to remain indoors for the next couple of days, intending to train Budew in mastering its powder techniques, particularly the poisonous powder. Following that, he would await Uncle Sam's notification to claim his reward, after which he would assess his qualifications at the Pokémon Center and decide on capturing his second Pokémon. Chapter 53, Progress. As dawn broke on a new day, TNCI released his 2 Zubat and the Spearow from their Pokeballs. Naturally, he prioritized having Budew unleash a generous amount of sleep powder, ensuring no unforeseen incidents occurred. After providing the 3 Pokémon with water and conducting a health check, he found them to be in good condition, except for the first Zubat, which appeared somewhat weak, likely due to not having eaten for nearly 2 days. He decided to feed it some bug blood. After some contemplation, he released the first Zubat once more and prepared a bowl of bug blood for it. Alright, Budew, our training objective today is to master the poisonous powder. Do you have confidence? TNCI inquired as they reached an open area. Budew responded with a cheerful call, indicating that this task was well within its capabilities. Having previously incorporated a small amount of poisonous powder into its sleep powder, Budew felt confident that mastering the poisonous powder was merely a matter of time. Yes, Budew. I know you are close to a breakthrough. Today, let us expedite the process. Here are 2 poison sacks for your morning training. Observing the confident little trumpet bud, TNCI smiled and handed over 2 venom sacks. Moo? The trumpet bud expressed its confusion. Isn't it 1 per meal? Ah, dear trumpet bud. Due to your prior release of a small quantity of toxic powder, it is evident that your internal toxic energy has noticeably increased compared to before. But why only a small amount? That is because, although your toxic energy has grown, it has not yet reached the threshold. Therefore, to facilitate this growth, we shall commence breakfast with 2 venom sacks. If you experience any discomfort, do let me know. TNCI said, his expression serious as he gazed at the trumpet bud. After all, this was merely his conjecture, and it carried a certain degree of risk. However, he believed this risk to be manageable. The trumpet bud had been consuming 1 venom sac for quite some time, and its toxic energy had already seen considerable enhancement, suggesting a corresponding increase in its toxicity resistance. Moo moo, the trumpet bud nodded, placing its trust in TNCI, and promptly tossed both venom sacs into its mouth. Moo moo moo. The trumpet bud grimaced in pain. Is something wrong, trumpet bud? Spit it out. Seeing the pained expression on the trumpet bud, TNCI grew somewhat anxious. Moo moo moo. Yet the trumpet bud did not expel the contents. Instead, it closed its eyes, focusing intently on absorbing the toxicity. Before long, the trumpet bud opened its eyes, indicating that the overwhelming taste of the 2 broken venom sacs had merely been too intense for it. Oh, I see, you startled me. It seems you are fine then. This morning, trumpet bud, you shall release a significant amount of powder into the empty bottles. Conveniently, the previous bottle had also been emptied. Of course, during the process of releasing, you must exert your utmost effort to channel your toxic energy. As he spoke, TNCI produced 2 large empty bottles. Moo, the trumpet bud, looking at the 2 bottles towering half its height, felt a sense of resignation. Nevertheless, it understood that this was beneficial for its growth. So it carried the bottles to its training area. Moo moo, rustle rustle. Observing the diligent trumpet bud filling the empty bottles, TNCI nodded and began his own physical training. Although most trainers in this world relied on their Pokémon's feedback to enhance their physical capabilities, regular physical exercise could better translate that enhancement into strength. He believed that even an ordinary trainer, without having developed their physical prowess, would not stand a chance against him. A novice trainer, in a one-on-one encounter. After all, physical fitness is one aspect, but battle experience and techniques are equally crucial. Come, trumpet bud. Here are the 2 venom sacs for noon. As lunchtime approached, TNCI brought over another pair of venom sacs. Moo moo, The trumpet bud, still stung by the bitterness, quickly stuffed them in, followed by hastily grabbing some Pokémon meat to consume. Moo moo moo. After finishing lunch, the trumpet bud placed a filled bottle before Tianci. The color of the trumpet bud has noticeably deepened, which is quite commendable. After a brief respite, Tianci resumed his efforts. Upon seeing the hue of the powder in the bottle, his eyes brightened, and he offered praise. The trumpet bud, squinting with delight, soon inquired if it could consume 2 more poison sacs after their nap, as it felt its toxic energy was nearing a critical threshold. Are you sure you can handle it, trumpet bud? Tianci asked. Moo moo. Very well, let us take a rest first, considering how exhausting the morning has been. In no time, the trumpet bud drifted into slumber, while Tianci, who had been resting on the bed, slipped out. The trumpet bud's intentions were noble, yet it was prudent to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Tianci, holding an antidote purchased from the department store, felt a flicker of reassurance. Quietly, he pushed open the door, returned to his bed, and succumbed to sleep. The blaring alarm clock soon jolted both Tianci and the trumpet bud awake. Here are 2 poison sacs. If you feel unwell after consuming them, be sure to expel them immediately, understood? The awakened Tianci carefully retrieved 2 poison sacs from his backpack and handed them to the trumpet bud with caution. Moo moo moo. After swallowing, the trumpet bud manifested a faint layer of purple energy around its body, then called out and dashed toward the open space at the back door. Trumpet bud. What is wrong? Tianci, alarmed, quickly produced the antidote he had secretly acquired at noon and hurried after the trumpet bud. Moo. Shoo. A large quantity of purple powder scattered across the grass. The toxic powder slightly corroded the ground upon contact. This is, Tianci, having inadvertently inhaled some, began to feel dizzy, a chill coursing through him as his blood flow slowed. In a panic, he sprayed some antidote into his mouth and swiftly retreated from the area. He hadn't anticipated the potency of the toxic powder on an ordinary human. Regaining his composure, Tianci gazed at the slightly withered grass and sighed. Moo moo. The trumpet bud, now able to control itself, approached sheepishly and offered a quiet apology. Haha, it's all right, trumpet bud. You've given me quite a surprise. This toxic powder is not only an enhanced version of the sleep powder, but also possesses some corrosive properties. Tianci affectionately patted the trumpet bud on the head, laughing heartily. The trumpet bud, delighted by Tianci's praise, beamed with joy. All right, let us continue to train with the toxic powder this afternoon. You shall store your toxins in this stainless steel container. From now on, add 2 poison sacs to each meal. Tianci promptly fetched a stainless steel canister from the room and handed it to the trumpet bud. This way, the power of his flying knives would be further augmented, and certainly, the alloy material would withstand such mild corrosiveness. Chapter 54, Choice. The trumpet bud had finally learned a new skill, and Tianci expressed his happiness. In order to master the skill swiftly, he had Bellisum repeatedly practice its toxic powder technique. This particular skill was quickly grasped by Bellisum, as it bore a striking resemblance to sleep powder. By the time dinner was finished that evening, Bellisum had nearly perfected the release of the toxic powder. Originally, Tianci had planned to introduce Bellisum to paralysis powder during this time. Considering that having learned a more potent poison, the latter should pose no challenge for Bellisum. However, an unexpected piece of news interrupted his plans. Uncle Sam announced that after their hunting endeavors last night and throughout today, they had effectively cleared the surrounding area of flying-type Pokémon. He invited Tianci to his home to choose his reward. Filled with excitement, Tianci hurriedly took a shower, ensuring he rid himself of any lingering scent from training. He then rushed to Uncle Sam's house with Bellisum in tow. The swiftness of this development took him by surprise. Yet it made sense. For although the members of the guard team were not as formidable as those of the exploration team, they were still skilled trainers. Dealing with a small batch of fledgling flying-type Pokémon was indeed a task well within their capabilities. The thought of soon acquiring another flying-type Pokémon brought a radiant smile to Tianci's face. Which one should he choose? Would it be Spearow, Pidgey, or Zubat? He pondered if Uncle Sam would assess their potential for him, as surely he would utilize the Pokédex to gauge their qualifications. As Tianci swiftly navigated the dimly lit streets, a sense of unease crept over him. He feared that Uncle Sam might hide the higher quality Pokémon, allowing him only to select from those of inferior potential. After all, Uncle Sam's favor towards him was slight, and his familial ties undoubtedly held greater significance. Moreover, if any member of the guard team made a request, it would certainly be prudent for him to consider his own subordinates first. Before long, Tianci had exited the shadowy streets, entering a splendid urban area. The bright streetlights illuminated the fluctuating expressions on his face. The more he contemplated, the more he felt his chances of obtaining a high-potential Pokémon dwindling. Moo. Bellisum looked at Tianci with concern, softly calling out to him. Hey, what am I worrying about? I already have a Bellisum with good potential, and I still possess 3 Pokémon whose qualifications remain unknown. Compared to others, I am already fortunate. He resolved to see what Uncle Sam had to say. If there were indeed only a scant few for him to choose from, those would surely have been prioritized for selection. In that case, he would opt for the one with the highest market value. This way, He could also acquire a flying-type Pokémon with good potential from the Pokémon Center. Glancing at Bellisum and recalling the considerable sum of over 100,000 Poké dollars in his backpack, Tianci smiled and continued swiftly towards his destination. Soon, they arrived at a villa situated in the heart of the city. Ding dong. Tianci rang the doorbell. Greetings, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aoki Tsuji, and I have been summoned here by Uncle Sam. With a soft creak, the iron door swung open, revealing a stunning young woman clad in a maid's outfit. Oh, it is Mr. Tsuji. The master has instructed me to escort you to the study, she said, gracefully bowing and gesturing for Tsuji to follow. It is no wonder that elite-level trainers are regarded as true members of the Alliance and the upper echelons of society. Tsuji trailed behind the maid, still savoring the stunning view she presented as she bent forward. This maid appeared to be in her 20s, her figure rivaling that of Nico, though Nico was only 15. In my 2 lifetimes, I have never encountered such exquisite women. Who would have thought that Uncle Sam, a middle-aged man, would have a maid fawning over him simply for reaching the elite level? I too must strive to attain that elite status. As he followed the maid, Tsuji's mind was a whirlwind of emotions, jealousy, envy, sorrow, and determination, all mingling together. He understood that this phenomenon was commonplace in this world. After all, elite trainers were truly extraordinary beings, with strength and longevity far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. It was only natural that attractive women from small families or common backgrounds would seek their favor. To bear a child for an elite trainer would elevate one's status significantly, providing a genuine sense of security in this perilous world. Alternatively, even if one served an elite trainer for a few years without such a benefit, the rewards could allow ordinary individuals to live comfortably for the remainder of their lives. After all, elite trainers were akin to the true aristocrats in my previous life, and even a mere glimpse of their lives could transform ordinary people into online celebrities or millionaires. You may enter now, Mr. Tsuji. The master is waiting for you, the maid announced, halting in front of a door. Oh, thank you, Tsuji replied, his heart still swirling with various emotions, momentarily roused by the maid's melodious voice. He nodded quickly and approached the door, knocking lightly. Come in. A deep male voice called from within. With a creak, Tsuji opened the door and stepped inside, closing it behind him. Ah, young Tsuji, you've arrived so swiftly. Can't wait, can you? Laughed the burly man seated in a chair upon seeing Tsuji. Ahem. I apologize for my eagerness, Uncle Sam. I am indeed a bit anxious, as having a flying-type Pokémon would greatly facilitate my endeavors, Tsuji replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Well then, let us dispense with pleasantries. Feel free to choose anyone you like. Just so you know, you are the first to select, and I have assessed the qualifications of these Pokémon. The best among them possess good to moderate potential, while the least capable are of ordinary, lowly quality. Many have sought these flying-type Pokémon, and it would be impolite for me to refuse anyone, Uncle Sam continued, retrieving over 40 Pokeballs from his spatial bag and arranging them neatly on the desk before Tsuji. In the interest of fairness, let them all choose blindly. Thus, their fate shall be determined by luck. You arrived first, so you may select first. Thank you, Uncle Sam. I am truly grateful for your assistance in acquiring a Pokémon. Had it not been for the numerous seekers, this splendidly qualified creature would have remained unseen. Oh, so many Zubats? Never mind, let us move on. I still have 2 in my backpack, and given the low baseline of Zubats, selecting an ordinary one would not be a significant loss. Shall I choose between Spearow and Pidgey? Opting for Spearow seems the safest bet, as it holds the highest value. Yet Pidgey is merely 10,000 less in worth. Should I take a gamble? I already possess 1 Spearow, but with 15 Pidgeys available here, the odds are somewhat unfavorable. Tianci began to meticulously inspect the Pokeballs containing Pidgey and Spearow, striving to discern any hint of distinction. Meanwhile, Captain Sam sat silently, observing Tianci's selection process without uttering a word. After a considerable pause, Tianci grasped a Pokeball and addressed Uncle Sam. I have made my decision. I shall choose this one. Very well, take the Pokeball and proceed. The quality will be determined by your own assessment. Whether it proves to be good or bad is entirely up to you. Thank you, Uncle Sam. I shall take my leave now. After bowing respectfully to Uncle Sam, Tianci departed the opulent villa, guided by a maid. Chapter 55, Qualification. It was only a little past 7:40. So let us complete today's business today and head to the Pokémon house. Upon exiting the villa area, Tianci glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist, feeling that there was still ample time to see results today. Let us go, Trumpet Bud. Our efforts over these past few days are about to bear fruit. Moo, replied Trumpet Bud, following closely behind. Before long, Tianci and Trumpet Bud arrived at the Pokémon house. Observing the vast establishment and the brightly dressed sales attendants inside, he felt that the foremost Pokémon vendor truly remained the league. Groups like the Pokémon Hunter Syndicate and the Black Market Overlords were but mere understudies in comparison. After all, the Pokémon house legally and consistently sells various Pokémon, and it was rumored that pure Dragon-type offspring had appeared at recent auctions. Welcome to the Pokémon house. Upon entering, Two receptionists bowed and greeted him softly. Feeling slightly anxious as he gazed at the elegantly dressed sales attendants and the lavish first-floor showroom, he realized that he had never set foot in such an upscale establishment across 2 lifetimes. To avoid embarrassment, he maintained an expression of indifference and nodded. "Hello, esteemed guest. Once again, welcome to the Pokémon house. I am a sales attendant here. May I inquire what services you require?" Perhaps noticing that it was Tianxi's first visit, a charmingly innocent-looking sales attendant soon approached him, gently asking, "Would you like to take a look?" Indeed, the establishment here pales in comparison to the black market. It truly embodies the essence of the League, the foremost purveyor of Pokémon. The quality of service is simply unparalleled. Observing the high-caliber sales associate, Tianxi could not help but recall the attendants he encountered while gambling on Pokémon in the black market, realizing that the League's ability to excel in this domain is well-founded. At the very least, the service attitude here is akin to that of the elite luxury brand associates from his previous life, all of whom are professionally trained. "Ah, greetings. I am here to sell Pokémon," Tianxi remarked, absent-mindedly touching his nose. "Thank you for placing your trust in the Pokémon house. Please proceed to the appraisal area on the 2nd floor for the Pokémon recovery process." "Follow me," the sales associate replied, gesturing for him to ascend the stairs. "All right. Thank you for your assistance." He trailed behind the sales associate, taking in the dazzling array of Pokémon eggs on the 1st floor, as well as the designated areas for various Pokémon types. Internally, he marveled. The sheer value of this 1st floor alone could elevate me to elite status. What a wealthy establishment this is. If someone were to seize the Pokémon house, elite status would be within reach, and a gym would not be out of the question. As he gazed at the eggs symbolizing immense wealth and the newly hatched Pokémon, his mind was consumed by thoughts of fortune, completely disregarding any considerations regarding the sales associate's appearance. "Sir, for the recovery of Pokémon, we must first conduct a qualification assessment. You may take a seat here and wait a moment. Would you care for a beverage?" Before long, they arrived at the 2nd floor appraisal area. Noticing the queue at the window, the sales associate led Tianxi to the waiting area. Just any soda will do." Upon hearing his request, the sales associate promptly fetched a bottle of soda from the nearby refreshment area and presented it to him. "Here is your soda. Please bear with us for a moment. I have already registered you, and you will be notified with a bell when it is time for your qualification assessment." She then handed him a numbered token and gracefully exited. No wonder many individuals, even when aware of the steep prices, willingly choose to purchase Pokémon from the Pokémon house. This level of service, coupled with the League's guarantee, is truly exceptional. Sitting on the sofa, Tianxi felt enlightened this evening. He had never experienced such meticulous service before. Rustle, rustle. The trumpet bud, confined within its Pokeball due to League regulations, also shook its Pokeball incessantly, expressing its astonishment. It sensed that this place was even more splendid than the villa it had visited previously, brimming with the essence of various other Pokémon. "Attention, guest number 26. Please proceed to appraisal window number 3. Attention, guest number 26. Please proceed to appraisal window number 3. The announcement soon jolted Tianxi from his moment of repose. "Is it already 8:20? The Pokémon house certainly enjoys a thriving business. I heard they remain open until 10 p.m. Glancing at his watch, he quickly made his way to window number 3. "Hello, welcome to the Pokémon house. Esteemed guest, please place the Pokémon you wish to sell onto the tray," the appraisal staff said politely, extending a tray from behind the glass. With great anticipation, Tianxi retrieved 4 Pokeballs from his backpack, 2 Zubats, 1 Spearow, and 1 Pidgey. Indeed, this particular Pidgey was the reward he had received from Uncle Sam. Ultimately, he chose to take a gamble for the sake of acquiring a majestic Pidgeot. A Pidgey of average quality was valued at 60,000, while a Spearow of equivalent quality commanded a price of 70,000. Considering the purchasing price offered by the Pokémon house at an 80 rate, the Pidgey was worth 48,000, and the Spearow was valued at 56,000. To him, the 8,000 difference seemed negligible, prompting his decision to take the risk. "Thank you for placing your trust in the Pokémon house. Rest assured, the entire inspection process will unfold before your eyes," the appraiser assured. Subsequently, they placed each Pokeball into the machine beside him, reinforcing the notion that the Pokémon house's dominance in the market was well-deserved. Watching the inspection process unfold before him, Tianxi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was aware that there were establishments in the black market offering free assessments, but they were notoriously clandestine. Should he find himself swindled there, recourse would be impossible. As the machine whirred to life, the monitor began displaying the words inspecting. He fervently hoped for favorable results. Even an ordinary high-quality Pokémon would suffice. His gaze remained fixed on the screen as he silently prayed for divine favor. Soon, the machine ceased its operation with a beep, and the monitor displayed the qualifications of the 4 Pokémon. Name, Zubat. Type, Poison Flying. Quality, Ordinary Medium. Name, Zubat. Type, Poison Flying. Quality, Ordinary Low. As expected, The Zubats disappointed him. Given the abundance of them in the forest caves, even receiving one of ordinary medium quality felt like a consolation prize. Thankfully, he had sold the information to Uncle Sam. Otherwise, he would have been left to catch only a couple of Zubats in these past few days. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment upon viewing the first page of results, it was within the realm of expectation. He was somewhat relieved by his decision to sell the information and, with a gentle touch, clicked to the next page. Name, Spiro. Type, normal flying. Quality, ordinary high. Name, Pidgey. Type, normal flying. Quality, ordinary high. This. He had struck the jackpot. With a chuckle, he reveled in the delight of discovering 2 Pokémon of ordinary high quality. He felt fortunate to be receiving such exemplary service from the Pokémon house, where every booth was soundproofed for privacy. Congratulations. Congratulations. Esteemed guest, here are your Pokeballs. Please take care of them. May I inquire whether you wish to exchange or sell? Perhaps noticing that it was Tionci's first visit and that he was a novice trainer, the appraiser casually remarked. After all, the role of a Pokémon appraiser was primarily to focus on the customers themselves, as the machine would handle the evaluation of Pokémon quality. Chapter 56. Exchange Purchase. I apologize, I may have been overly exuberant. After retrieving the Pokeballs, Tionci carefully placed both Pidgey and Spiro at the very back of his spatial backpack. I would like to inquire about your acquisition methods here. Originally intending to sell only the low-qualifying Zubat, Tionci was prompted to ask further after experiencing the attentive service he had just received. After all, he had never been here before, and the 20 discount on buyback was merely hearsay. There could be alternative methods. Dear customer, we at the Pokémon House offer 2 acquisition models, exchange and discount buyback. Upon hearing Tionci's inquiry, the appraiser understood that his assumptions were likely correct. Perhaps today would yield another successful transaction. Although his position appeared to be solely one of appraisal to outsiders, he was, in fact, part of the sales team, with his earnings contingent upon performance. After all, the assessment of Pokémon qualities was primarily conducted by machines. The true responsibility of the appraisers extended beyond merely presenting a tray. Their actual role was to convert those seeking appraisal into their own clientele. Let me briefly explain the 20 buyback. This may not be favorable for you as a customer, given the limited quantity you're offering, which means we can only buy back at 80 of our selling price. This is a common misunderstanding held by outsiders regarding our Pokémon house. The appraiser quickly clarified the discount buyback, particularly for first-time visitors who might be swayed by external rumors. However, if you have a larger quantity, we can offer buybacks at 90 or even 95, though this may not apply to your situation. Now let us discuss the exchange model. Please elaborate on how I might exchange for a Pokémon with good qualities in the flying type. Tionci quickly focused his attention on the aspect that concerned him most. Dear customer, as you may know, the highest quality we regularly sell at the Pokémon House is medium good. Currently, we have available Pokémon such as Zubat, Pidgey, Spiro, Hoot Hoot, and Bellsprout. Which one would you like to know more about? Bellsprout and Hoot Hoot are somewhat redundant. While they possess the flying attribute, they cannot carry humans and are rather slow in flight. Their primary strength lies in their grass attributes. Spiro excels in the early stages, but its final evolution is not as impressive as that of Pidgeot, and it lacks aesthetic appeal, so I shall disregard it. Hoot Hoot, however, is excellent for nighttime excursions, greatly enhancing safety during travel. Tionci was not surprised by the appearance of Pokémon from the Johto region, considering the close ties between the Kanto and Johto regions. He quickly weighed his options in his mind and promptly made his selection. Zubat, Hoot Hoot, and Pidgey, please provide me with an introduction to all 3. Very well. Let us begin with Zubat. The appraiser's expression brightened, sensing that this transaction was destined to be successful. The price for a good quality low-tier Noctowl is 160,000. The ordinary low-tier Noctowl and that Fire Sparrow you possess can be exchanged for one, though an additional 5,000 is required. The price for a good medium-tier Noctowl is 320,000. The combined value of your 4 Pokémon can also be exchanged for one of these, but this will necessitate an extra 15,000. Excuse me, please hold on a moment while I calculate, Tionci interjected, feeling slightly dazed by the additional costs. Certainly. Please inform me when you are ready, and we shall continue. The appraiser at the counter replied politely. This is a common occurrence, which is why the second floor of the Pokémon Center is primarily composed of service windows. The low-tier Noctowl doesn't differ significantly in value, so it is calculated at a buyback price of 16,000. The Fire Sparrow should fetch around 130,000 on the black market, while a medium-tier Noctowl could sell for approximately 35,000. The high-tier Pidgey is estimated to be worth about 110,000. He quickly assessed the prices of his 4 Pokémon, knowing that prices for trainers on the black market would be lower than those at the Pokémon Center, but still higher than the buyback rates they offered. Adding 16,000 and 130,000 plus the 5,000 here, indicates that he could acquire a league-certified good quality Noctowl for just over 150,000. Having completed his initial calculations, TNCI felt that this exchange was quite advantageous. Indeed, the League was the foremost Pokémon vendor. If he were to purchase from the black market, he would likely encounter a similar price. So why not opt for a legal and more secure transaction with the League? Naturally, this arrangement was beneficial for the Pokémon Center, as their cost price was considerably lower than the selling price, not to mention they could resell the acquired Pokémon at the original price. It is worth noting that League-produced Pokémon inherently possess a significant affinity for humans, making them immediately usable upon acquisition. For the second calculation, the combined value of his 4 Pokémon on the black market is approximately 290,000. Adding 15,000 yields a total of 305,000, allowing him to acquire a 320,000 Noctowl, a substantial profit. However, he decided against purchasing the good medium-tier option, as he needed to reserve funds for a leaf crystal for his Mewtwo. The good low-tier option already exceeded his previous budget, and it also presented the hope of breaking through to the elite tier. TNCI pondered while touching the Pokeball containing his Mewtwo at his waist, and he made his decision. Turning to the person at the counter, he said, "I apologize for the wait. Could you tell me about Pidgey or Togekiss? The good low-tier variant would suffice." "Certainly, let us proceed. The price for a good low-tier Togekiss is 280,000. Although its combat capability is similar to that of Pidgey, it is considered an excellent nighttime companion, thus priced equivalently to the Fire Sparrow." The appraiser elaborated, perhaps anticipating TNC's potential dissatisfaction with the price. "Yes." TNCI nodded in acknowledgement. "For Togekiss, you may exchange the low-tier Noctowl, Fire Sparrow, and Pidgey, along with an additional 10,000. Next came the moderately qualified Pidgey, which our Pokémon Center offers at an official price of 240,000. You may exchange it for Pidgey and Spearow, and we will provide an additional subsidy of 8,000. The person at the counter finished speaking in one breath, awaiting TNC's response. In truth, he felt that the moderately qualified Zubat would be a more advantageous choice. Although its combat prowess was weak during the day, possessing a Zubat at night significantly enhanced safety. Unfortunately, he lacked sufficient funds for such a subsidy. Since he was already there, he wished to avoid the hassle of dealing in the black market. Moreover, he had a particular fondness for Pidgey. Its keen gaze was quite impressive, regardless of day or night. Seated at his position, TNC began weighing his options mentally before articulating his decision to the counter. "Hello. I'm considering this. Would it be possible for me to sell you the remaining 2 Zubats in exchange for a moderately qualified Pidgey, along with an additional 60,000? He had calculated that the 2 Zubats were worth around 52,000 in the black market, but the buyback price here was only 48,000. So he thought he might negotiate for a one-time resolution. "I apologize, dear customer, but our limited buyback can only offer an 80 return. However, since you brought it up, adhering to our customer-first principle, I can authorize a compensation of 58,000. Upon hearing TNC's offer, the staff member, whose role was ostensibly to assess, but was, in fact, engaged in sales, immediately responded with a broad smile and a counteroffer. "Very well, let us proceed with the exchange. I am not accustomed to haggling, and I feel the difference of 2,000 is negligible. I would rather not prolong this." He nodded in agreement. Chapter 57. Pidgey joins the team. Excellent. "Please hold on for a moment while I fetch a Pidgey for you." The salesperson, having completed the transaction, beamed as he operated the computer. Soon, a uniformed guide approached, holding a Pokeball. "Esteemed customer, this is your Pidgey. Considering this is your first visit, allow me to provide a brief introduction. This Pidgey is currently at the intermediate level of a novice, with a qualification of moderately good quality. Rest assured, all Pokémon sold at our center are accustomed to human companionship. Once you input your information on the Pokeball and finalize the contract, you will be able to use it directly." The salesperson placed the Pokeball on the qualification assessment machine and explained the process to TNC. All right, TNC said, observing the qualifications displayed on the monitor and feeling quite satisfied. "Now please ensure you keep the Pokeball and the 58,000. We at the Pokémon Center look forward to your next visit." Seeing TNC nod repeatedly, the salesperson handed over a stack of cash along with the Pokeball. "Thank you. Please follow me this way." The previously silent female guide gestured invitingly, accompanying TNC down to the second floor. "Pokémon Center, we eagerly await your next visit." The welcoming staff at the entrance opened the door and addressed TNC. Truly, the foremost Pokémon dealer. This service, this attitude, the rumors are decidedly unreliable. As TNCI swiftly navigated the streets, he found that the elf house was indeed splendid through this transaction. He soon arrived at the vacant space behind the house. It was already past 9 in the evening, yet the exhilarated TNCI felt utterly invigorated. "Come forth, Mewtwo," he exclaimed, releasing the Pokémon. Moo, moo moo. Although Mewtwo was contained within the Pokeball, it seemed aware of the events that had transpired, and upon release, It was eager to meet its new companions. Haha. Do not rush, Budu. Just to be cautious, you must keep a close watch on our new friend, Tianci advised, swiftly inputting his registered trainer information into the Pokeball. Moo moo, Budu reassured, if it dares to make any sudden movements, I shall ensnare it with my vines at once. All right, then let us proceed. Pidgey. With a loud call from Tianci, a flash of red light illuminated the air. Pooh, Pidgey. A small bird adorned in yellow and red appeared before Tianci, chirping excitedly before swiftly alighting on his shoulder, nuzzling against his face. Haha. Truly a product of the league. I never anticipated such a seamless experience. I thought it would require considerable persuasion. Yet, after establishing the bond, Pidgey is already so affectionate. Moo moo. Budu observed Pidgey's affectionate gestures towards Tianci with a hint of jealousy, promptly wrapping its vines around Tianci's leg and beginning to nuzzle as well. All right, Pidgey, I shall be your trainer from this moment forth. Rest assured, I will care for you and train you well, ensuring you evolve into something even greater than Fiero. After some playful antics, Tianci had Budu and Pidgey stand together for introductions. Moo moo, moo moo moo, Budu hastily chimed in, expressing its commitment to look after Pidgey as a senior. Pooh, Pidgey, replied the bird, affirming its determination and greeting both Budu and Tianci. Now, Pidgey, what skills do you possess? Please demonstrate them for me. Pooh, Pidgey called out, its body emanating a soft white energy as it soared toward a nearby tree. Thud, the tree shook slightly from the impact. That has tackle. And its power is decent, stronger than Caterpie's, Tianci noted, jotting it down in his notebook. After the collision, Pidgey flapped its wings vigorously, whipping up a cloud of dust as it flew towards the tree. That S-sand attack, executed differently than Budu's technique, utilizing the gusts from its wings. However, it is more agile than Budu. Speaking of which, ever since Budu learned Sleep Powder, it hadn't employed that move. Nevertheless, Tianci made a note of Pidgey's abilities. With a swift flap of its wings, charged with flying-type energy, Pidgey unleashed a powerful gust towards the tall tree. Swoosh rustle rustle the tree began to sway, and leaves tumbled to the ground. Moo moo, Budu exclaimed with surprise, recognizing the move and recalling the significant losses it had previously incurred from it. Indeed, it is the sound of the trumpet bud, the wind attack. It appears that the Pidgey you encountered previously may not have attained a commendable level of prowess. Observing the Pidgey, whose strength is evidently mid-tier, yet executing a wind attack comparable to that of a high-tier Pidgey in the wild, Tianci could not help but smile. After demonstrating its skills, the Pidgey returned to Tianci's side. Well done, Pidgey. Truly impressive. Tianci promptly praised it, recognizing the importance of encouraging a new companion and nurturing their bond. Here, have a piece of bug meat. The Pidgey began pecking at the bug meat, visibly delighted. Moo, moo moo, witnessing Tianci share his bug meat with Pidgey, looked astonished, then promptly wore a despondent expression. Moo moo felt that it might not have enough bug meat to eat in the future. Ha ha ha, moo moo, do not be so stingy. Rest assured, your share will not diminish. Tianci chuckled at moo moo's expression, gently patting its head in consolation. The forest is not merely abundant in trees, but teeming with insects. There will certainly be enough for both of you, so fret not, Trumpet Bud. Furthermore, with Pidgey by our side, our hunting endeavors will become significantly easier. I already have some ideas. Let us give it a try tomorrow, and you shall feast on bug meat to your heart's content. Ha! Upon hearing Tianci's response, Moo Moo nodded in agreement, thus refraining from causing a ruckus before him. It merely cast furtive glances at the piece of bug meat being pecked at. Pidgey, as a flying-type Pokémon, possessed keen senses, quickly noticing the Trumpet Bud sneaking a look at its meal. During its time at the Pokémon Center, it had been taught by humans to foster good relationships with its trainer and other Pokémon, avoiding any conflicts. Consequently, it called out to Moo Moo twice and reluctantly shifted the bug meat a little closer, signaling for Moo Moo to partake. Truly, it is commendable how well the Pokémon have been trained by the League. Today, Tianci found himself marveling at this fact numerous times. Indeed, rumors can be misleading. He began to understand why those elite trainers from the League progressed so swiftly in the early stages. They did not need to tame their Pokémon. They arrived with inherent battle capabilities, thus saving a considerable amount of time. Reflecting on his own journey, he recalled hatching Moo Moo from an egg and guiding it through various psychological training until it embraced training and developed a fondness for battles. Not to worry, Pidgey. You enjoy your meal. And you, my little glutton, here, this piece is for you. Moo, moo moo moo. To Moo Moo's surprise, there was a tasty treat to savor, and it joyfully accepted the meat, settling beside Pidgey to enjoy the meal together. This way, they would be prepared to continue their hunting tomorrow. Observing the harmonious camaraderie between the two, coupled with Pidgey's obedient demeanor and displayed strength, Tianci decided to alter his plans. Chapter 58, The Cooperation of the First Battle. As dawn broke, Tianci strolled through the streets, feeling as though he had a Pidgey in one hand and a Trumpet Bud in the other. Accompanied by a trumpet bud and with a Bobo perched on his shoulder, he certainly attracted attention on the bustling streets. In the eyes of the common folk, flying elemental sprites are synonymous with both wealth and power. Despite the high regard in which he was held, he found himself without friends. Hastily making his way to the city gates. Upon reaching the entrance, he was met with even more cordial treatment. Haha, Tianci, you are a good-hearted fellow. I am grateful for your kindness. A guard, around 30 years of age with a fiery sparrow on his shoulder, approached him with a warm greeting. Well done. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, our guard will certainly come to your aid. A sturdy lad like you. If you ever wish to join our ranks, we can certainly make it happen. Oh no, I merely lent a hand. There is no need for such formality. Some bystanders took note of the Bobo on Tianci's shoulder. That must be the Bobo you selected last night, full of spirit. It was given by Captain Sam. So it must be exceptional. Someone chimed in. With a joyful flutter of its wings upon receiving compliments, Bobo, raised among sprites, understood human language. Indeed. I must also extend my gratitude to Uncle Sam. Tianci, not wishing to clarify, accepted the misunderstanding. Unless scrutinized closely, the differences in Bobo's appearance were not apparent. Even if its feathers were slightly more resplendent, it could simply be attributed to good grooming. As long as he remained silent, the guards would feel indebted to him. He trusted that Uncle Sam would not disclose the truth, for he was not the only one who had a keen eye for sprites. Be careful on your way back. If you return late, you can knock on the city gate, and we will open a small passage for you. All right, thank you everyone. After receiving their well-meaning advice, Tianci, with his two sprites, ventured out of the city and into the forest. Navigating the familiar path to the forest's edge, he observed the noticeably sparse trees and the chaotic remnants of battle. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the outer perimeter had been swept by the guard in recent days. Given their nature, this was likely a catastrophe for the newly emerged sprites. Had I known, I would have delayed my outing for a couple of days to train at home. Shaking his head, he resolved to continue his hunt. If need be, I can venture deeper. After all, I have Bobo with me now. Casting a glance at Bobo on his shoulder, he felt a surge of confidence. Bobo, I entrust you with a task. Scout ahead and return upon spotting the warning signs of the inner circle. And remember, do not engage in battle with any sprites you encounter. Just come back and inform me. With a chirp of acknowledgement, Bobo took flight ahead. Trumpet bud, let us take a moment to rest. Moo moo, came the reply. With that, the two leaned against a large tree to catch their breath. In an extraordinary turn of events, a Pidgey proved to be remarkably convenient, alleviating the need for cautious exploration. The Oddish bobbed its head in agreement, acknowledging the prowess of this little companion. After approximately 30 minutes, the Pidgey returned, showcasing its impressive sense of direction inherent to its kind. With a cheerful chirp, it began recounting the observations it had made to Tianci. From the Pidgey's narrative, Tianci gleaned that while the density of Pokémon in the area had thinned, the phenomenon of group formation had intensified. Along its journey, the Pidgey had encountered 7 clusters of Pokémon, 4 of which comprised a dozen or so Caterpies mixed with some Weedles. Additionally, it spotted 2 groups of Rattatas, each containing 5 to 6 individuals, and a final cluster of 9 Rattatas engaged in combat with a swarm of Caterpies. Despite the Caterpies outnumbering them, the Rattatas clearly held the advantage in terms of combat prowess. Indeed, Pidgey, let us discuss distances, Tianci urged. The Pidgey indicated that the nearest group of bug Pokémon was to the left, followed closely by the 9 Rattatas delving deeper ahead. Very well. We shall first eliminate the bug Pokémon and subsequently address the Rattatas. If we act swiftly, we may even salvage some bug remains for added rewards. With a resolute clap of his thigh, Tianci made his decision. Had he been alone with only the Oddish, he would have retreated to train for 2 or 3 days, waiting for the phenomenon of group formations to wane before hunting again. After all, while the Oddish was formidable, it was not yet capable of tackling a dozen bugs simultaneously. Although the Rattatas were fewer in number, their speed was not something the Oddish could easily contend with. However, with the Pidgey at his side, well-versed in type advantages, they could dominate the skies, inflicting significant damage. Armed with a solid strategy, the prospect of capturing those numerous bugs appeared promising. With determination set, Tianci called upon the Oddish and, under the Pidgey's guidance, swiftly advanced towards their first target. Through the lens of his binoculars, Tianci observed 14 bugs, 8 Caterpies, and 6 Weedles. He realized that these low-tier creatures should not be underestimated. They exhibited clear roles and even collaborated across species to survive in times of crisis. Unfortunately, he had no intention of confronting them head-on. Pidgey, hold on a moment. And then strike. Oddish, you must unleash your moves in abundance. With a spirited response, the 2 small Pokémon acknowledged his command and sprang into action. Under the leadership of the Oddish, the Pidgey and Oddish stealthily approached within approximately 12 meters of their target. The rustling of leaves signaled the Oddish as it began to release a substantial amount of sleep powder. Freed from the burden of directing the powder's flow, it was able to release a more considerable quantity this time. With a gentle flap of its wings, The Pidgey sent a soft breeze laden with the powder towards the unsuspecting bug group. Woo, whoa, whoa, woo. Unforeseen by the distant ambush. The unsuspecting insects fell victim to the attack, succumbing to a heavy drowsiness. Among them, 3 green caterpillars fell into a deep slumber. With a sharp gaze, Bobo observed the distant battlefield and let out a joyful call, then spoke to the trumpet bud. Moo moo. The trumpet bud nodded and began to alter the type of powder. Rustle rustle. A copious amount of purple powder was conjured by the trumpet bud. Whoosh whoosh. Following previous instructions, it flapped its wings, delivering the toxic powder to the dazed ranks of insects. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The hypnotic powder caused their movements to slow. Even when they saw the purple powder, they were unable to evade it. As the toxic powder infiltrated their systems, even the poison-type horned beetles sensed discomfort. Blood flow slowed, and their bodies grew cold. Swish, swish. In a state of panic, the insects began to launch erratic attacks, firing poisonous needles and spinning silk. However, the distance was too great for their feeble attempts to reach Bobo and the trumpet bud. Instead, the depletion of their internal energy intensified their suffering from the poison. Go, Bobo, it is up to you to resolve this. Tansy, standing nearby, nodded towards Bobo, indicating the path ahead. With a determined poof, Bobo dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, ready to reap the weakened foes. Chapter 59, Little Rattata. In an instant, Bobo surged forth as if propelled by an unseen force. Ooh, ooh. Thanks to a slight resistance to poison, a few horned beetles managed to remain somewhat conscious. Upon recognizing Bobo, they understood their lack of chances and began to scream in a desperate attempt to flee. Alas, Bobo's speed far surpassed their sluggish movements. A fierce wind, infused with white flying energy, swept over the insects. Ooh, the flying energy struck them like a blade, swiftly incapacitating several of the creatures. Poof! After a whirlwind of fury, Bobo noticed that 2 horned beetles and a green caterpillar still stood, a rather vexing sight for a first battle. With renewed vigor, Bobo continued to flap its wings, unleashing the wind technique once more upon the remaining survivors. Ooh, ooh. Soon, several more formidable insects collapsed onto the grass. Well done, Bobo. An excellent display of teamwork in your first battle, Tansy remarked, observing the scattered insects with delight. Moo moo. The trumpet bud, following closely, also expressed admiration for Bobo's earlier performance. Poof. Thrilled by the praise and recognition, Bobo felt a surge of joy, participating in battle alongside its trainer and companions. And contributing so significantly was truly exhilarating. Bobo, maintain vigilance in this area. If any other Pokémon approach, raise the alarm immediately. Trumpet bud, let's assist in alleviating the toxins afflicting these insects. After Tianci retrieved a pristine vial of antidote from his backpack, he delegated the ensuing tasks to Bobo and Budu. Bobo responded eagerly, soaring into the air. It had firmly retained the teachings imparted by the caretaker at the Pokémon Center. Always heed the trainer's commands. Isn't the plan to eliminate us? Budu inquired, tilting its head in confusion. Why provide us with an antidote? Budo, you possess the poison type. And since this toxin originates from within you, you can ingest it without the need for an antidote. However, Bobo lacks the poison type. Consuming toxic bug meat would surely poison it as well. Furthermore, we will undoubtedly sell a portion of this insect meat, and common folk cannot consume tainted food. Tianci explained. Budu soon grasped the situation and nodded in understanding. All right, let us commence by neutralizing 10 creatures, 8 caterpies and 2 weedles. The remaining 4 poison weedles will be for you to consume, while the 2 cured ones are for Bobo, and the 8 caterpies will be sold. With that, Tianci led Budu to eliminate the 4 weedles that did not require detoxification before proceeding to treat the others. He was utterly unconcerned about the possibility of the detoxified creatures attacking them. Pokémon, once stripped of their combat capabilities, require considerable time to recuperate without specialized recovery skills. According to the department store clerk, a single vial of antidote can be utilized 10 times, and given the Pokémon's resilience, it typically takes about 5 minutes to neutralize most toxins available on the market. In that brief span, the insects would undoubtedly remain incapacitated. Moreover, Budu's toxic spores were not enhanced through various means, ensuring they fell within manageable limits. Once the detoxification was completed, Tianci glanced at his electronic watch. As the 5-minute mark arrived, he instructed Budu to deliver the incapacitated insects with its thorn whip. He adeptly drew his dagger to tidy up the battlefield, reassured by the presence of both Bobo and Budu as sentinels. After a short while, he meticulously stored the materials and insect meat in his backpack, distinctly separating the poison meat to avoid any mix-up. I had anticipated that the scent of blood would attract some Pokémon, but it seems the recent movements of the guard team have instilled considerable fear in them. Despite the persistent odor of blood, no Pokémon have approached. Tianci remarked with a hint of disappointment as he sheathed his dagger and prepared to seek out Rattata. Bobo, Budu, let us proceed to find Rattata. Bobo acknowledged with enthusiasm, leading the way, while Budu remained vigilant at Tianci's side. scanning their surroundings. Although no Pokémon had ambushed them moments ago, one can never be too cautious in the wild. After a short distance, Bobo signaled that they could pause. Mewtwo chimed in, indicating that it had heard the faint cries of Rattata nearby. Let me observe. Tianci took out his telescope. With this instrument, he possessed the keen vision characteristic of a sharp-eyed individual. In the thicket not far away, 6 disheveled Rattatas, bearing dirt and grass clippings, were laboriously gathering the scattered green caterpillars, despite their injured bodies. Beside them lay 3 incapacitated companions, resting against the roots of a tree. 1, 2, 3, 31. Tianci counted and discovered a total of 11 green caterpillars. Fortunately, he had not squandered all his savings on a single green caterpillar, but rather opted for the gamble of an egg. Observing the grim battlefield, he could not help but reassess the power threshold of the caterpillars. They were indeed the weakest Pokémon in the outskirts. 11-9, his own side was entirely vanquished, while the enemy had merely 3 incapacitated. However, now they were all mine. He beckoned to Pidgey and Mewtwo, beginning to devise a hunting strategy. Mewtwo, Pidgey, we shall employ our previous tactics, but this time, once they are poisoned, Mewtwo, you and Pidgey will harvest the battlefield together. He was concerned that relying solely on Pidgey might result in some escaping, given that the Rattata's speed far surpassed that of the caterpillars. Moo, elated at the prospect of engaging in battle rather than merely being a support tool, nodded enthusiastically. Pidgey, as a new member of the team, also expressed no dissent. The 2 little ones resumed their powder-sowing tactics. Rustle, rustle. The gentle breeze carried the hypnotic powder, slowly enveloping the Rattatas. With their injuries, the powder took effect swiftly. The dazed Rattatas initially assumed their weakness was due to blood loss from their wounds and paid little heed. However, as the dizziness intensified, one of their companions collapsed and fell into slumber. Sensing something was amiss, the Rattata leader began to cry out in alarm. Alas, it was too late. Observing the unfolding scene through his telescope, Tianci marveled at how effortlessly the Rattatas had succumbed to the trap. Upon reflection, it made sense. They had just emerged from a battle, their energy depleted, and the wounds they bore allowed the hypnotic powder to infiltrate their systems more effectively. Thus, this outcome seemed entirely reasonable. Chapter 60, Capturing. Mewtwo, there's no need to release any more poison powder. Noting the disarray among the Rattatas, Tianci was indifferent to their potential discovery of his presence and approached Mewtwo directly. Let us proceed. Pidgey, unleash a gust of indiscriminate assault. Mewtwo, use your thorn whip on the one still calling out. Though the ambush was effortless, Moo found the lack of resistance rather dull. Upon receiving the command, Pidgey swiftly flew in front of the Rattata and began to flap its wings. A fierce wind swept over the Rattata, which had yet to fully succumb to slumber. The wounds of Polida, which had yet to heal, were once again reopened by the fierce onslaught of the gale, causing them to bleed anew. 2 small Rattatas, already grievously injured, found their old wounds cruelly torn open, and the accompanying gusts of energy inflicted fresh lacerations upon them. Soon, these 2 succumbed to the relentless wind assault, losing their capacity to fight. The small Rattata leader, initially blinded by the raging winds, grit its teeth to withstand the onslaught, only to realize that it was now left with but 3 companions. This revelation ignited a furious rage within it. Fortunately, although they were all severely wounded, the effects of the hypnosis powder had waned, and the searing pain from their torn wounds roused them from their dazed state. Before the small Rattata leader could issue a command, a powerful thorn whip struck its face, sending it flying. The remaining 2 Rattatas, barely on their feet, were thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing their leader being dispatched without uttering a word. In the midst of battle, one must remain vigilant and refrain from pointless cries. Bobo, use tackle and take down the nearest one, Tiansu instructed, trailing closely behind the trumpet bud. Bobo immediately dove toward the closest Rattata, a faint white energy enveloping its form. Thud! The struck Rattata rolled twice in the grass before being rendered unable to rise again. At the same time, the trumpet bud, having anticipated Tiansu's command, swung a vine adorned with wooden thorns, delivering a harsh blow to another Rattata. With a swift motion, a flying knife lodged itself in the back of the small Rattata leader. It seems you are the last one left. Do you wish to escape? Do you abandon your comrades? You hardly deserve the title of leader, Tiansu taunted, having intercepted the fleeing small Rattata leader with the knife. Bobo, hearing this, ascended into the air above the small Rattata leader, signaling that escape was futile. The small Rattata leader, incensed, glared at the circling Bobo, feeling that it was nearing its limit. It had intended to slip away unnoticed, yet that human had caught on. Realizing escape was no longer an option, it contemplated seizing the human instead, believing it could still turn the tide. A flicker of resolve shone in its eyes. It cared not for the title of leader. Were it not for Bobo, it would have reserved its last ounce of strength solely for its flight. Suddenly, a surge of white energy enveloped the small Rattata leader. In a flash, a purple figure, infused with this white energy, charged toward Tiansu. Oh, a charged attack and a flash of electricity. Truly the mark of a leader. How adept. Yet, do you think my trumpet bud is merely a decoration? Moo Moo observed, noting the small Rattata's apparent underestimation of its opponent. You claim distance hinders your reaction. But having just been struck and sent flying, how can you still claim to be unprepared? Bang! The trumpet vine intertwined with the tendrils, successfully blocking the strike from the leader of the small Rattata, yet it too was pushed back 2 steps by the force of the impact. Such is the prowess of a newly evolved high-tier Pokémon. Coupled with the enhancement from concentrating energy, its attacking power is indeed formidable. Tianxi's gaze tightened slightly. Alas, we are 2 against 1. Let the winds arise. Bobo, unleash your fury. Observing the small Rattata, rendered rigid from using Thunderbolt, Tianxi promptly commanded Bobo. Bobo began to manipulate the storm's breath, directing it towards the small Rattata leader. As the gale was compressed, its potency markedly intensified. Whoosh! The blinded small Rattata felt numerous fresh lacerations across its body, inflicted by the energy of the flying type. Trumpet Vine, the time for retribution has arrived. Thorn Whip. Deliver the final blow. With a swift motion, 2 thorn-laden tendrils lashed out towards the small Rattata. Hearing the sound, the small Rattata attempted to evade. But facing the full brunt of the tempest, it could scarcely open its eyes, immobilized by the overwhelming wind pressure. Crack! The small Rattata leader, bloodied and battered from the strikes, let out a wail of defeat and collapsed onto the ground, incapacitated. Trumpet Vine, administer a generous dose of hypnosis powder. Observing the fallen small Rattata, Tianxi felt a surge of inspiration and instructed the Trumpet Vine. A cloud of hypnosis powder was swiftly inhaled by the small Rattata leader, and soon, it succumbed to slumber. Now go forth. He retrieved a blank Pokeball from his backpack and hurled it towards the small Rattata leader. Click! The Pokeball shuddered twice before settling, the unmistakable sound of successful capture echoing in the air. How effortlessly it was done. Yet, it is understandable, just moments ago. It was contemplating escape, its resolve clearly wavering. Tianxi picked up the Pokeball and stowed it in his backpack, then shared a warm smile with both the Trumpet Vine and Bobo. You both performed admirably. Now, let us finish off the Pokémon on the ground. With that, he drew a dagger and approached the incapacitated Caterpie. Bobo? Having never slain an opponent before, Bobo was perplexed. What does it mean to kill? In the Pokémon Center, they had engaged in training battles, merely rendering opponents unconscious. Moo. The Trumpet Vine took on the role of the elder brother, moving beside a Caterpie and began to explain. We feast on bug meat. If we do not eliminate them, we cannot extract the energy-rich meat. Furthermore, to enhance our strength in the short term, we require Tianxi to spend money on various energy crystals and skill balls. All of this necessitates currency from the human world, and the meat and materials from these wild Pokémon can be sold for profit. Thus, with a swift thrust, the Trumpet Vine extended a thorny tendril, piercing through the Caterpie's eye. The Caterpie quivered momentarily before falling still, blood pooling on the ground. The Trumpet Vine observed the scene with an impassive expression and turned to Bobo, asking, Do you understand now? Bobo nodded rapidly, indicating his understanding. The caretaker of the Pokémon Sanctuary had advised him to heed the words of trainers and elder Pokémon, and what Brother Budu said made perfect sense. Moo observed Bobo's swift comprehension and felt a sense of satisfaction. Then, at Budu's signal, Bobo promptly used his claws and sharp beak to dispatch a small Rattata. Chapter 61. A New Battle and Unexpected Events. Indeed, Budu was truly a product of my careful nurturing, thought Tianxi, who was secretly observing this scene, nodding in approval. Initially, he had some concerns about whether Bobo would hesitate to take a life, considering he had grown up in the nurturing facility. However, it was evident that Budu had guided him quite well. After eliminating several small Rattatas and Caterpies, Bobo's demeanor and aura seemed to transform in Tianxi's eyes. If the previous Bobo had been obedient and eager, akin to a diligent student in a school, the bloodied Bobo now awakened the wild instincts buried deep within his lineage. Soon, the fallen Caterpies and Rattatas lay still, their eyes forever closed. Tianxi began to swiftly process the spoils, while Bobo and Budu stood vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Why would I not collect a common, low-quality Rattata? Its battle prowess is quite commendable, Tianxi mused while dealing with the Rattata's carcass, lamenting his financial loss. During his earlier inquiries for exchanges, he had learned that the Sanctuary typically did not accept ordinary low-quality Pokémon, and shops in the black market generally followed suit. Of course, Pokémon like Zubat, which possessed special abilities and could fly, were exceptions. In Tianxi's perspective, it all boiled down to whether the Pokémon held any additional value. Although the Rattata was deemed strong, it was merely formidable among novice trainers, holding its ground only at the forest's periphery. Once he advanced to the rank of an ordinary trainer and ventured into the inner forest, the variety of Pokémon would increase, relegating Rattata to mere fodder among the many species. However, this particular Rattata, as a leader, could hardly be considered low quality. After finishing his task, Tianxi released the leader Rattata, applied some healing ointment, and conducted a thorough examination. He surmised its quality to be average to medium, certainly not above average, as the incisors of the rattata he had previously given to Uncle Sam were noticeably better developed. Nevertheless, it was still a decent find, promising an income of 12,000 upon selling to the sanctuary. With a sense of satisfaction, Tianci stowed the Pokeball and began contemplating his next target. Bobo, could you please scout the surroundings again? He requested. Given the time consumed in 2 rounds of battle, another reconnaissance was necessary. He speculated that the nearby Pokémon must have heard the commotion and retreated further away, a consequence of the recent rampage by the guard team in the area. After all, with such a strong scent of blood, how could Pokémon not come to attack? Having spent significantly more time than during the first reconnaissance, Bobo finally returned. Bobo? Bobo perched upon Tianci's shoulder and began to recount its discoveries. As anticipated, the previously encountered Pokémon had indeed circumvented this blood-soaked area. Presently, the nearest creatures were a squad of 5 small rattatas, albeit still at a considerable distance. Very well, let us seek out this band of rattatas, Tianci declared. Mumu, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement. During their previous encounters, the duo had always skirted around groups of rattatas. Now, with new companions, these swift Pokémon had transformed into their prime targets for hunting. As they journeyed onward, the sun had stealthily reached its zenith. Glancing at his watch, Tianci noted that it was already 11 o'clock. Just then, Bobo, who had been scouting ahead, returned to report that the group of rattatas had ceased their movement, seemingly resting under the oppressive midday sun. All right, Bobo Mumu, let us employ the powder strategy. Once we secure this catch, we shall take a respite. Here, have a piece of bug meat to replenish your strength before we advance. With that, Tianci retrieved 2 pieces of horned bug meat from his backpack and handed them to Bobo and Mumu. Bobo and Mumu had indeed been feeling somewhat famished after their intense prior exertions. Mumu was faring relatively well, possessing greater strength and a reserve of health to draw upon. However, Bobo, having been in constant flight and utilizing several gust attacks, was now below half its energy. Yet, since Tianci had not mentioned a break, they persevered, recognizing that in such perilous wilderness, the trainer's commands were paramount. Come, Bobo, have another piece, Tianci said, realizing his oversight. As he observed Bobo devour the meat voraciously, he understood his negligence and promptly produced a larger piece, placing it before Bobo. Bobo gazed at the larger chunk of bug meat, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having encountered such an understanding trainer. Soon, with their energies replenished, Mumu and Bobo began to stealthily advance. Upon reaching the optimal spot for dispersing the powder, they initiated their strategy with sleep powder to diminish the rattata's neural responses, followed by a toxic powder to impair their physical reactions. This sequence evidently reduced the quintet of rattata's combat capabilities significantly. Now charge forth, Bobo. Utilize Gust to suppress them. And Mumu, strike with Thorn Whip when the moment presents itself. With the strategy proving effective, Tianci promptly issued the next command. A fierce gale surged towards the 5 rattatas. However, their response was somewhat unexpected. 3 of the rattatas managed to shout and, leveraging the wind's force, executed a quick thunderbolt to escape. Impressive. Mumu, swiftly deal with the remaining 2. Mumu responded eagerly. It was noon, and the growth of the trumpet bud had already been utilized. With a vigorous swing, the Thorn's Whip, possessing a standard attack power, struck fiercely against the 2 abandoned rattatas. The sound of impact echoed as the defeated rattatas cried out in despair. Pidgey, use tackle to finish them off. In an instant, Pidgey sprang into action. The soft thuds resounded as the already weary rattatas succumbed to the force of the blow, losing their ability to fight. Quickly, Pidgey, take to the skies and pursue the fleeing rattata. It has been poisoned, and with its quick attack, it won't be able to escape far. If you spot it, attack from above with Gust, but remember to keep your distance. Seeing the 2 rattatas lying on the ground, Tianci promptly commanded Pidgey to chase after the one that had fled. He had observed that the 3 rattatas had split into 2 groups, leaving him and the trumpet bud to handle the spoils. It was prudent for Pidgey to pursue just one of them. As long as Pidgey obeyed his orders, he should be able to bring that rattata back. Pidgey, with a confident cry, Pidgey took off in the direction the rattata had escaped. Regardless of whether you catch it or not, return in about 10 minutes. Stay safe, Tianci called out anxiously. Pidgey, came the assured reply. Indeed, one should never underestimate any Pokémon. As Tianci began to process their spoils, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the rattata that had cleverly used the wind to escape. Chapter 62, A Bountiful Harvest. Tianci and the trumpet bud swiftly tidied up the battlefield, anxiously gazing in the direction Pidgey had flown. To be honest, he felt a twinge of regret for hastily sending Pidgey to chase alone. What if the rattatas regrouped? That would spell trouble for Pidgey. Tianci checked his watch every few minutes, his expression tense as he peered into the distance. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared before them. With a thud, Pidgey triumphantly dropped the captured rattata to the ground, lifting its head in pride. Welcome back, Pidgey. Excellent work. Tiansu beamed at Pidgey, who had successfully tracked and hunted the Rattata. Pidgey, feeling quite pleased, landed on Tiansu's shoulder and affectionately nuzzled his face. All right, let us change locations and take a break for lunch. Tiansu quickly dealt with the Rattata and led the two small ones to a more open area. Here, this is for you, Trumpet Bud, and this one is for you, Pidgey. Beneath a grand tree in the outskirts, the trio settled down to enjoy their lunch. The meat truly tastes better. Now that he was starting to earn money and save up, Tiansu treated himself to an upgrade in his meals, transitioning from grain cakes to meat-filled pastries, relishing every bite. Upon discovering that he had contracted with Bobo, he experienced a notable enhancement in his physical capabilities, becoming more agile and nimble. Naturally, this also led to an increased appetite, necessitating a greater intake of nutrition. Thus, the grain cakes were deemed insufficient, prompting a switch to meat pies. With Bobo by his side, hunting in the outskirts became considerably more convenient, yielding greater rewards. Observing Bobo, who was simultaneously devouring meat while remaining vigilant of the surroundings, Tianci felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This morning, he had successfully hunted 19 green caterpillars, 6 horned insects, and 12 small rattatas. Although luck played a part in today's bountiful haul, one must possess the skill to secure such a plethora of gains. Not to mention, had he been alone, he would have bypassed the 6 injured rattatas without a second thought. Currently, he possessed 25 venom sacs, approximately 100 pounds of green caterpillar meat, 6 sharp horns, around 65 pounds of rattata meat, 11 incisors, and a rattata leader. A remarkable profit indeed. After lunch, he tallied the morning's spoils, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His rough estimation pointed to an income of over 44,000. This figure did not include the horned insect meat and the 6 venom sacs, as 30 pounds of insect meat were designated as sustenance for the 2 sprites, which would likely be consumed within 2 or 3 days. As for the venom sacs, they would be finished in a day by the Trumpet Bud. However, both the Trumpet Bud and Bobo had considerable appetites. Purchasing energy crystals was imperative. Looking at the resting Trumpet Bud and Bobo, who was on alert atop a branch, Tianci couldn't help but sigh. To his knowledge, both the Trumpet Bud and Bobo typically evolved upon reaching the lower tier of ordinary strength. Moreover, investing a substantial amount of energy during evolution was the simplest method to enhance one's potential. Hence, acquiring energy crystals was essential. Let us go, Bobo Trumpet Bud. We shall strive for more this afternoon. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he called out to his companions. The trio embarked on their afternoon hunting expedition. Perhaps they had exhausted their luck in the morning, as they only encountered 2 groups of sprites in the afternoon. The first wave comprised 6 horned insects and 4 green caterpillars, which swiftly succumbed to the powder tactics of the Trumpet Bud and Bobo. Alas, Bobo's flying-type energy inflicted tremendous damage upon them. The second wave consisted of 5 small rattatas, and he noted their remarkable intelligence. Upon realizing they were poisoned, they scattered in all directions. Fortunately, under the dual assault of sleep powder and toxic dust, Bobo managed to catch up with 2 of them, while the Trumpet Bud and Tianci pursued the other 2. During this simultaneous tracking, Tianci's new flying knife finally proved its worth. Piercing through the head of one small rattata, he realized that the gap between ordinary humans and inherently extraordinary sprites was widening. Throughout today's hunt, he had scarcely contributed, as his proud mastery of the flying knife paled in comparison to the efficacy of the powder tactics. Alas, have I now fallen to the status of mere auxiliary? Merely a humble cook, Tianci, tending to the remains of 4 small rattatas. He could not help but mock himself for his performance today. However, as time passes and the Pokémon no longer gather in flocks, I should still prove useful. For the sheer number of Pokémon currently makes my throwing knives capable of only disrupting 2 or 3 at a time. Furthermore, once I reach the elite level, I shall indeed become a formidable force. Having finished his task, Tianci walked back with the 2 little ones. Casting a glance at his throwing knives and the calluses on his hands, he clenched his fist. He had always held a strong confidence in his abilities. Before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Tianci returned to the town, ready to process the spoils of the day. Swiftly visiting the general store and the butcher, he sold his materials, augmenting his wealth by over 44,000 currency units. Coupled with previous subsidies and his own savings of over 3,000, he found, for the first time, his earnings exceeding 6 figures, approximately 105,000 in total. We are rich, Bellsprout, we are rich, Bobo. With elation, he stored the money onto his card, joyfully proclaiming to Bobo and Bellsprout. The Navi Bobo, newly arrived, had yet to grasp the concept of human currency. His simple happiness mirrored that of his trainer. Moo 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 moo, moo moo. Bellsprout, genuinely delighted by their newfound wealth, suddenly noticed that what Tianci held was not a pile of money, but a small card. It could not help but call out to Tianci. Where's our money? Shouldn't it be a large sum? Ha ha ha, Bellsprout, this is called a bank card. All our wealth is stored within it. When we wish to purchase something expensive, we merely need to swipe this card. Amused by Bellsprout's anxiousness, Tianci chuckled and handed the card to Bellsprout, offering an explanation. He had intended to acquire one for some time, but had never managed to save any money, often selling materials only to buy various items immediately after. Moreover, engrossed in training, he had forgotten the matter until it was brought to his attention by the elderly Mr. Arai at the general store that afternoon. Bellsprout, seeing a bank card for the first time, examined it thoroughly, but found nothing extraordinary and returned it to Tianci. Well then, let us dine first. We shall venture out to hunt at 6 o'clock this evening. Bobo, we shall rely on you tonight. Perhaps a short nap is in order. Bobo responded energetically, affirming. No problem. Moo moo, moo moo moo. Bellsprout eagerly interjected. I can do it too. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Bellsprout, you must also exert yourself tonight. Tianci affectionately patted Bellsprout's head, sharing a hearty laugh. Soon enough, after finishing their meal, the trio closed their eyes and began to rest. In the wilderness, resting necessitates vigilance, and with only 2 Pokémon, Bobo and Bellsprout would need to partake in the hunt at night. Thus, returning home was the wiser choice, especially since his small space backpack was already full. Chapter 63, The Night Battle. Dingling, ding dong. The cacophonous alarm clock roused the trio from their slumber. Glancing out at the dim sky, Tianci promptly seized his backpack. Let us go, Bobo and Laba, he exclaimed. With a flutter, Bobo alighted upon Tianci's shoulder, while Laba trailed closely at his right hand. I wonder if there are any stragglers, Tianci mused, gently patting Laba's head. After all, the guard brigade had hunted only through the night. As long as the creatures were not of elite caliber, visibility would surely be somewhat compromised. Moreover, with the echolocator bat being a natural radar, he surmised that a few might have slipped through the cracks. Of course, if not, it was of little consequence. The grass atop the walking grass was medicinal and quite valuable. Besides, the walking grass was vulnerable to Bobo's abilities. Upon reaching the city gates, they exchanged pleasantries with the guards, then set forth into the forest. Not long after their entry, Laba struck gold. A pained cry erupted beneath Laba's feet. Moo! Laba, leading the way, suddenly leaped to the side. Before them, the grass began to stir, revealing a rotund creature with 2 legs, which promptly scurried away. How swift! It seems that the walking grass is still quite abundant. Although Tianci feigned surprise, his actions were anything but slow. With a swift motion, he hurled a throwing knife towards the unsuspecting walking grass. Moo! Sensing the chill of danger from behind, the walking grass nimbly dodged to the side. At that moment, Bobo positioned itself before the creature. Realizing its imminent capture, the walking grass's expression shifted, and it unleashed a burst of green liquid towards Bobo. It was a corrosive solution. Bobo ascended slightly, and immediately summoned a gust of wind. Upon hearing the command, Bobo soared higher, its wings pulsating with flight energy, quickly flapping with vigor. Whoosh! Whoosh! The walking grass cried out in anguish as it was battered by the fierce winds. At this juncture, Laba tugged at Tianci's pant leg, inquiring why he had not yet issued commands for its actions. Laba, your role is to keep watch. Bobo has yet to engage in a one-on-one battle. Let it handle this walking grass, Tianci reassured, stroking Laba's head. Bobo now use tackle. With a flurry of wind behind it, Bobo dove towards the battered walking grass. Bang! The creature was sent sprawling, rolling twice before losing its combat capability. Well done, Bobo. Deliver the final blow, Tianci commanded coldly, his gaze fixed on the incapacitated walking grass. Boo! Bobo responded, swiftly extending its sharp beak towards the creature's eye. Excellent. Remain vigilant. Tianci then drew a dagger, preparing to sever the grass atop the creature's head. With a swift flutter, the bloodied Pidgey ascended to a branch, ever vigilant of its surroundings. The herbs were valued at 600 apiece, the venom sacs at 200 each, and the flesh seemed to fetch around 70 per pound. The venom sacs from the walking grass were notably more potent than those of the horned caterpillar, making them suitable for the use of the trumpet bud. He hastily divided the spoils, only to discover that despite the walking grass appearing heftier, once the herbs atop it were removed, along with some inedible parts, the meat amounted to merely 5 pounds. It was noteworthy that the average weight of walking grass was approximately 11 pounds. Indeed, the textbooks were not mistaken. The majority of the nutrition was supplied by the herbs on its head. Nevertheless, Tianci decided to stow away the sellable portions in his backpack, opting not to bury the remnants, curious if the scent of blood might attract other sprites. If it could lure in a Zubat, that would be splendid. After a half-hour of aimless waiting, the 3 companions sat in silence, disheartened by the absence of any creatures. Have they all been frightened away? Tianci lamented, summoning the 2 smaller ones to continue their nocturnal search. It was during this endeavor that Pidgey, with its keen eyesight, spotted 3 horned caterpillars nestled among the leaves. Slumbering peacefully, they met their demise at the thorn whip of the trumpet bud, perhaps not experiencing much pain at all. It was unfortunate, however, that the yellow bodies chose to rest upon the green leaves, making them exceedingly conspicuous to Pidgey. While processing the 3 horned caterpillars, The intensified scent of blood unexpectedly delighted Tianzi. Suddenly, Pidgey emitted a call, indicating a dark shape was approaching from the sky. Ah, it must be a Zubat. Pidgey prepared for battle. Trumpet Bud, stay by my side and await my commands. Tianzi felt a thrill of excitement mixed with trepidation at the prospect of commanding an aerial encounter. Sensing the presence of an adversary, the Zubat immediately released a supersonic wave to disorient its foes. Fortunately, I had anticipated this, Tianzi thought. Swiftly retrieving a supersonic horn from his backpack and aiming it at the oncoming Zubat, Pidgey created a gust to disrupt its flight. With renewed clarity, Pidgey began to flap its wings vigorously, shaking off the lingering dizziness. The chaotic air currents and the energy from the wind began to harm the Zubat, forcing it to lower its altitude. Pidgey, now is your chance. Use tackle and bring it down, Tianzi commanded, elated to see the Zubat struggling to maintain its flight. Instinctively, Pidgey summoned its innate normal-type energy and began to dive. Suddenly, it felt an unfamiliar flow of energy within, yet its speed surged dramatically. With a resounding crash, Pidgey collided with the Zubat. In a flash of brilliance, Bobo has mastered a new technique. As Bobo's silhouette darted through the air and collided with the Zubat, Tianzi's face illuminated with surprise. However, upon noticing the Zubat was perilously close to the ground, Tianzi quickly composed himself and issued a command to his companion, Budu. Budu, now is the time to ensnare it with your vine whip, and then drain its energy. With a determined cry, Budu discarded the ultrasonic horn it had been holding, swiftly extending its vines to entangle the unsuspecting Zubat. Why did the Zubat dare to approach alone? It was because, while Bobo remained vigilant, Tianzi had stealthily equipped Budu with an ultrasonic horn. Consequently, within the Zubat's perception, there was only Bobo and a seemingly inconsequential human, starving and having evaded capture for days. The Zubat was driven by hunger. In its senses, Bobo's energy was slightly inferior, and with the assistance of the human, it felt confident enough to confront them. Chapter 64, The Trade. The thorny vines tightened around the Zubat, causing it immense distress as its energy steadily waned. In desperation, it struggled against its bonds. No time to waste. Bobo, attempt another quick attack on the ensnared Zubat. Having been bound for a brief period, Tianzi sensed that it was time to utilize the Zubat as a target for Bobo. Suspended in midair, Bobo, having been restrained by Budu, paused its assault. The fatigue from the earlier quick attack had long dissipated. With a surge of ancestral power and having already executed the maneuver once, Bobo soared through the air once more. With a resounding impact, the Zubat was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. It seems a bit more training will enable it to use this as a standard move, Tianzi mused, nodding in approval at Bobo's performance. After all, quick attack essentially involves a sudden burst of speed during a collision. The essence of the technique lies in channeling normal-type energy to strike the opponent through physical contact. Thus, Bobo was able to employ this newly learned move, albeit without extensive training. It would require some practice to master. Tianzi believed that with just half a day's training, Bobo would be able to execute it at will. Alright, let us capture the Zubat. Flying-type Pokémon are always a valuable addition, regardless of their potential. Budu, use sleep powder first. With a flurry, Budu released a substantial cloud of powder into the Zubat's system. Soon, the Zubat succumbed to slumber. With precision, an empty Pokeball was hurled at the Zubat's head. A flash of red light enveloped it, and it was captured within the ball. However, the Pokeball shattered into two halves, and the still slumbering Zubat fell back onto the grass. How ungrateful. Once more, I shall throw another Pokeball. Tianzi could not help but lament the inefficacy of the ordinary Pokeball in capturing even a severely injured and slumbering Pokémon. Such commonplace creatures, he mused, could typically be ensnared with a single Pokeball during his previous life. Even a sleeping Zubat would succumb effortlessly. With a satisfying click, the unmistakable sound of a lock engaging echoed through the air. The Trumpet Bud swiftly utilized its vines to retrieve the Pokeball, presenting it to Tianzi. Oh, how perceptive you are, Trumpet Bud, he praised, placing the Pokeball back into his backpack, intending to sell it at the black market alongside the small Rattata from earlier that day. As for why he did not opt for the Pokémon Center, he had previously mentioned that their buyback rate was a mere 80, while the black market could yield an additional 1 to 2,000 coins. Although such sums might seem trifling in the realm of Pokémon supplies, they could afford him numerous luxuries for himself. With the clock nearing 8 and the city gates set to close at 9:30, he decided it prudent to retrace his steps. Should he encounter any Pokémon, he would hunt them down. Otherwise, he would simply return home. Glancing at his watch, he resolved to head back. The earlier remarks from the guards about discreetly opening a door for him if he were late were merely idle chatter. He held little faith that they would risk punishment for his sake. As he made his way back, he stumbled upon 3 wild grass types. With the Trumpet Bud providing support and Pidgey leading the offensive, the trio of weak grass types soon became spoils for his backpack. Regrettably, the Trumpet Bud sustained some injury. having been caught by a spray of acid from the three adversaries, which could be learned at the mid-stage of their evolution. Fortunately, the trumpet bud's innate poison resistance was quite formidable, and it had merely been grazed. After applying a potion, the traces of damage on the trumpet bud's brown stem were nearly imperceptible. Following their triumph, the trio returned to the town without further incident. It was now 8:40. The black market should still be operational. First, he would sell the 2 captured Pokémon before retreating to rest. With practiced ease, T.on.ci located the entrance to the black market, paid the requisite admission fee, and stepped inside. Unlike his previous cautious demeanor, he now strolled confidently through the market. He observed that the Pokémon transactions predominantly involved untamed creatures, requiring buyers to invest time in training them. This process, while potentially challenging, was not insurmountable. By simply inputting one's information into the Pokeball, the Pokémon within would develop a sense of affinity and trust towards the trainer. Gradually nurturing this initial rapport was the key, though it demanded patience. Generally, as long as the trainer did not act recklessly, successful taming was almost guaranteed. Thus, while the prices at the black market were indeed higher than the Pokémon Center's 80 buyback rate, the difference was not exorbitant. He also heard whispers of a special type of Pokeball known as the Friend Ball, which could significantly enhance a Pokémon's affection for its trainer, often ensuring capture with minimal effort. However, the corresponding price is significantly higher. Unless one is fortunate enough to capture a rare Pokémon, it hardly seems worthwhile. At a wandering merchant's stall, he spotted a larger leaf crystal than those found in general stores, priced at only 60,000. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of desire. Moo. Yet the response from the trumpet bud halted his enthusiasm, indicating that the energy contained within was inferior to the previous one. Thus, in this black market, the trade of Pokémon items is fraught with uncertainty. Should one misjudge, if one can locate someone stronger, they might reclaim their losses. However, if one cannot find such a person or is inherently weaker, they must simply accept their misfortune. Consequently, he resolved to return to the general store for future purchases. As it is run by relatives associated with the gym, unlikely to engage in deceit, and the prices are relatively fair. After perusing the market, he arrived at a larger establishment specializing in the sale of Pokémon. He entered quietly, greeted neither by a welcoming voice nor an attractive salesperson. Only a male attendant who approached him. Upon learning of Tianxi's intentions, he merely gestured towards the back window and then retreated. Tianxi internally lamented. Why can't they take a page from the Pokémon House's book? Such practices could jeopardize their business. Yet, he understood that this was an impossibility. The prices offered here were higher than those at the Pokémon House, attracting trainers who prioritize profit over service quality, like himself. Surprisingly, when it was Tianxi's turn, he discovered that they employed transparent measures for assessing Pokémon. Perhaps this transparency was the reason for their success in the black market. The Zubat was classified as ordinary low tier, and the Rattata as ordinary mid tier. Our prices are 17,000 for Zubat and 13,300 for Rattata. If you find these acceptable, we can proceed with the transaction, stated the expressionless attendant at the window. The Zubat's price was elevated by 1,000 due to its flying type, while the Rattata, being a common Pokémon, saw only a 500 increase. Tianxi calculated the prices in his mind and eventually nodded in agreement. Although he could potentially sell for a higher price at his own stall, after a long day of hunting, he preferred not to complicate matters. Ding. Shortly thereafter, a notification appeared on his phone indicating a deposit of 30,000 into his bank account, while he opted for the remaining 300 in cash for miscellaneous expenses. He swiftly sold the materials from the evening's catch of Oddish and Caterpie, receiving an additional 5,600 in cash. Consequently, he now possessed 130,000 in his bank account and approximately 11,000 in hand. Chapter 65, Training and Contemplation. Upon returning home, Tianxi refrained from hunting for the next couple of days, instead focusing on training his Pidgey and Trumpet Bud. This decision was primarily influenced by the observation that the Trumpet Bud had gained some insight into poison-type moves after witnessing Oddish utilize a dissolving liquid and enduring an attack. Additionally, Pidgey's Thundershock required consistent training to reduce its execution time. After the outer area underwent a thorough sweep, the number of sprites dwindled significantly, and the situation became quite dire. Therefore, T.on.ci resolved to stay at home for 2 days of training before venturing out again. In the air, Bobo repeatedly unleashed its Thunderbolt attack, creating vivid streaks of red and yellow as it zipped through the sky. Moo, moo moo. Meanwhile, the Mewtwo stood on the ground, intermittently closing its eyes to channel its purple toxic energy, occasionally spitting or scattering toxic powder. T.on.ci observed that a large patch of grass around him had withered, corresponding with the swift depletion of his poison sacs. Today marked the first day of training, and it was a rare occurrence for both Mewtwo and Bobo to comprehend new techniques. Thus, he decided to prioritize their newly learned moves, planning to enhance Bobo's foundational training tomorrow. Watching the two little ones diligently practicing their new skills, T.on.ci proceeded to engage in his regular physical conditioning. For Bobo, running laps was essential for building stamina, and he also aimed to sharpen its claws and beak. He contemplated purchasing additional painkillers and healing potions, as the only way to hone those physical attributes was through relentless practice and attacks, thereby ensuring that the newly grown claws and beak would become even sharper. As Tian jogged around the waste station, he recalled the hunting methods of ordinary birds from his past life, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. In the absence of energy in his previous existence, avian creatures relied on their sharp claws and beaks for attacks. Therefore, Bobo in this life could certainly undergo similar training. He remembered that the lineage of the fiery sparrow had the ability to use the peck move. There was no reason for Bobo, endowed with a pointed beak and flying-type energy, to be incapable of mastering this technique. Moreover, there seemed to be numerous moves that utilized claws for attacks, such as Shadow Claw, which harnessed Ghost-type energy, Dragon Claw, employing Dragon-type energy, Metal Claw, invoking Steel-type energy, and Scratch, channeling Normal-type energy. Essentially, these techniques required only a pair of sharp claws, enhanced by the manipulation of energy, to unleash formidable power. Bobo's claws could certainly be considered sharp, and with Normal-type energy coursing within, refining its claws to a greater sharpness should not be too much to ask. Perhaps it could even evolve into a rending claw. Excited by the prospect, Tian felt increasingly optimistic about its feasibility. He promptly visited the department store to purchase several bottles of healing potions, painkillers, and an external medicinal powder akin to bone-strengthening powder. According to the salesperson, this topical medication was specially designed for the physical training of fighting-type sprites, enabling rapid recovery from injuries and enhancing physical resilience. It was particularly suited for sprites engaged in rigorous training to strengthen their physique and sharpen their claws, which justified its steep price of 600 yuan per box, containing 6 patches for bi-daily application. He purchased 2 boxes to test the effectiveness, and with the additional bottles of painkillers and healing potions, his total expenditure reached 1,500 yuan. As he exited the first-floor door, he recalled that he only possessed a single empty Pokeball, prompting him to ascend to the Pokémon section on the upper floor to acquire 5 more blank Pokeballs. Indeed, when it came to matters concerning Pokémon, expenses seemed to multiply effortlessly. Upon witnessing a sudden reduction of cash in his wallet, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly and shake his head. After venturing to the West Street Market to procure some fresh vegetables and meat, he felt the pinch of raising a sprite, having spent over 100 yuan. Once the shopping was complete and he returned home, he was immediately surrounded by Bobo and the Hornbud. Moo moo, moo moo. The 2 little ones patted their bellies, expressing their impatience over his prolonged absence, lamenting, "You didn't even give us a heads up. We thought you would be back in a jiffy. We are starving. Apologies, apologies. Here, this is yours," he said, as he handed over the breakfast he had brought for them. He also felt his own stomach grumbling, so he retrieved a slice of wheat bread and some milk from the fridge to satiate his hunger. Bobo, as it munched on meat, noticed the bread and inquired, "Is it delicious? Can I have a taste?" Moo moo, moo. The Hornbud, chewing on insect meat, explained to Bobo that it was not appetizing at all. Ha. Hornbud, you are quite different from Bobo. It's an omnivorous sprite, capable of consuming fruits and grains. Here, let me share a bit with you. With that, he broke off a small piece of bread and offered it to Bobo. Bobo sampled a few bites and declared the flavor acceptable, yet lamented the absence of energy, asserting that insect meat was superior. Indeed, and that is precisely why I refrain from feeding you ordinary food. Common plants and animals contain no energy. They merely suffice for your daily activities. As he spoke, he gestured toward the vegetables and meat he had bought, then pointed to the insect meat before Hornbud. In the beginning, your combat prowess might still be present, but if you continue on such a diet, your energy will not only stagnate, but will gradually deplete, leaving you nearly devoid of strength. Conversely, by consuming energy-rich insect meat, you can replenish your nutrition, restore your energy, and even elevate your energy threshold. Bobo and Moo Moo nodded in a semblance of understanding, grasping that devouring energy-laden insect meat would render them stronger. By the way, Bobo, I haven't mentioned that we will be training at home over the next few days. I have already devised your training regimen. After finishing his milk, he discarded the carton and addressed Bobo, who responded affirmatively, indicating his commitment to putting in the effort. Very well, your training plan is as follows. Each morning, the 3 of us will jog around the garbage station, and after breakfast, we'll rest for half an hour. Then, you will begin to attack trees with your claws and beak to hone their sharpness. This process will be lengthy and arduous. Are you up for it? After laying out the plan, he gazed quietly at Bobo, awaiting a reply. Moo moo. Hornbud chimed in, encouraging Bobo, let us work hard together. Boo. Feeling the weight of their expectations, declared loudly, no problem. With a sigh of relief, Tian realized that purchasing Pokémon from the Pokémon home was indeed the prudent choice, as their training was quite commendable. He could finally set his mind at ease. Had Bobo refused, it would have required considerable effort to persuade him. Fortunately, The Pokémon home excelled in nurturing newly arrived Pokémon, justifying the hefty price tag. After our morning training, although it may be arduous, I have procured some splendid items for you. He displayed the ointments he had bought earlier that day before Bobo. This is a healing balm, and this is a pain reliever. Should the pain become unbearable, I shall administer it. Additionally, this box contains bone-strengthening powder, which, when combined with it, will render your newly grown claws and beak even sharper. In due time, your melee shortcomings will be remedied, and you shall grow even more formidable. Bobo, inspired by Tianxi's vision of a promising future, chirped in agreement. Chapter 66, Training Results. Bang, bang, thud. Bobo could be seen before a large tree, relentlessly attacking with its claws and beak, seemingly oblivious to its own actions. The trunk was marred with scratch marks and peck holes, and it was evident that Bobo's claws had begun to bleed. All right, Bobo, let us take a breather, Tianxi called out, pausing his own internal training upon noticing Bobo's wounds. As this was his inaugural experience training Pokémon, he was cautious, halting the training whenever he spotted blood on Bobo's claws or beak, promptly applying some healing balm, and allowing for a brief respite. Fortunately, Bobo was not an ordinary bird. It was an extraordinary species. Such minor injuries healed swiftly with the application of balm and a short rest, allowing Bobo to resume its relentless assaults and hone its skills. Meanwhile, the nearby Mewtwo, after completing its routine training, began to contemplate its own poison-type moves. Before long, the morning had slipped away, and during lunchtime, Bobo found itself unable to eat due to the pain in its beak. Gazing longingly at the delectable bug meat before it, Bobo felt disheartened, nearly ready to abandon its training. Come now, Bobo, let us apply the medicine first. We shall persevere for a few more days and see how effective it is. I will chop the bug meat into smaller pieces for you. Noticing Bobo's despondency, Tianxi quickly devised a solution. With a hiss, he applied some healing balm to Bobo's claws and beak. Peep. Bobo let out a pained cry at the touch of the medication. Be brave, Bobo. The pain will dissipate soon. Just a little longer, and you can take the pain reliever, he reassured tenderly. In a show of support, Mewtwo set down its own bug meat and gently patted Bobo with its leafy hand. Bobo quieted down, tears welling in its eyes. After administering several pain relievers, as Tianxi applied the bone-strengthening powder, Bobo no longer felt the pain and allowed Tianxi to affix the ointment to its claws and beak in tranquil acceptance. Indeed, Bobo, today marks our first encounter, hence I have resorted to painkillers. However, I hope you can exhibit greater fortitude in the future and endure the discomfort on your own. It is important to note that excessive consumption of these painkillers can diminish your neurological response time. While meticulously chopping the insect flesh into fine morsels for Bobo, Tianxi elaborated on the drawbacks of such medication. We will undoubtedly require at least a week for this, considering your extraordinary nature. If you rely on painkillers each time, your reaction speed will undoubtedly suffer. Bobo, content in the ease of being served, nodded in agreement, indicating a willingness to try to endure. Very well, after our meal, let us indulge in a brief afternoon slumber, and then this afternoon, you shall continue to hone your proficiency in electric flash, striving to minimize the fatigue post-usage, as well as the time taken to execute your moves. Upon hearing that he would not need to utilize his claws and beak, Bobo chirped joyfully. Tianxi quickly added, this is to ensure that the medicinal powder is fully absorbed. After lunch this afternoon, we must persist in sharpening your claws and beak. Though somewhat reluctant, Bobo responded affirmatively. Sigh, the effect should be apparent by tomorrow. Extraordinary beings like you recover and grow remarkably swiftly, especially with the aid of healing medicine and bone-strengthening powder. If the results are favorable, Bobo's enthusiasm should surely increase. Observing this scene, Tianxi sighed inwardly, recognizing that he could still exert pressure as a trainer for the next couple of days. However, if no results were forthcoming, he would not insist, as this would only harm the bond between trainer and Pokémon. 2 days passed, and soon it was the evening of the second day. While assisting Bobo in removing the medicinal patch, Tianxi indeed noticed a transformation. Bobo's previously white claws had taken on a slight darkness, and what was once a dulled tip had regrown, now sharper than ever. The same could be said for the tip of his beak. Bobo, look, our training is yielding results. They have become so much sharper. Let us persevere, Bobo. He held up a mirror for Bobo to admire his beak, cleverly positioning it under the light to reflect a glimmering sheen that made it appear exceptionally sharp, claws included. Bobo, gazing at his newfound sharpness, felt that all the previous hardships were worth it. Then I shall continue. This time, without any prompting from Tianxi, Bobo flew to the great tree and commenced another round of claw sharpening and pecking at the bark. Meanwhile, the nearby trumpet bud tugged at Tianxi's pant leg, proclaiming that it had finally comprehended a new move and wished to demonstrate it. Oh, what have you discovered, trumpet bud? In the past 2 days, Tianxi had focused entirely on Bobo. Thus he was unaware of what trumpet bud had learned, only noting that the patch of grass it inhabited had withered. The Moo Bud did not respond, but instead led Tianxi to another patch of grass. With a gentle rustling sound, it raised its hands, scattering pale yellow powder into the air. Ah, this is paralysis powder. Tianci felt a surge of excitement. While it may not be a dissolving liquid, paralysis powder is still quite formidable. The hypnosis powder, carried away by the soft breeze, had diminished in potency, merely inducing a slight drowsiness in the sprites. Thus, to further diminish the enemy's condition, it released the toxic powder once more. Truth be told, in a formal league match where escape is not an option, the toxic powder would prove more advantageous, as in combat, the poison would progressively weaken the opponent. However, in the wild, the sprites are not foolish. Once poisoned, they would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity, seeking a secluded spot to purge the toxin. Hence, with the paralysis powder, there was no need to deploy two types of powder during wild hunts. The effects of the paralysis powder alone were sufficient. Previously, the use of toxic powder was not solely aimed at inflicting harm, but rather at slowing the opponent's speed. Furthermore, for Moo Moo Bud, this method conserved energy, as the desired effect could now be achieved with a single move instead of two. Splendid. Moo Moo Bud gazed up, seeking praise, and Tianci smiled, affectionately patting its head and emphasizing his commendation. Moo Moo Bud nuzzled against Tianci's thigh, thoroughly enjoying the moment. In a mere 3 days, Moo Moo Bud had mastered the paralysis powder, seamlessly switching between the 3 types of powder. Meanwhile, Bo's path of refinement had also made significant progress. Its claws and beak now bore a noticeable difference, even without the need for special lighting. Additionally, Bo's electric flash had reached an impressive level of proficiency, capable of being unleashed at will, with a fatigue sensation lasting merely a few seconds, an interval that did not hinder Bo's flight, only slightly slowing it down. Chapter 67. The Struggles of Earning Money. Once Moo Moo Bud had mastered the 3 powders, Tianci prepared to venture out for another hunt. Bo's training would likely require more time, but with some results already showing, it was worth testing in real combat. After all, as long as there was one sprite left to serve as a target for Bo, it would suffice. To be honest, he needed to earn money. He couldn't bear to remain idle for 7 or 8 days. He knew that in the outskirts, with his current strength, he would face no rivals, even if he encountered that ordinary level ABO snake again. If that ABO snake still lingered, it should have solidified its ordinary level prowess by now. He wouldn't be able to defeat it, but he could certainly entangle it for a while before escaping. Over the past few days, he had visited the general store, where the smallest energy crystal was priced at 50,000 each. For the future of Moo Moo Bud, he resolved to purchase the finest leaf crystal at 150,000 each for its evolution, naturally hoping to acquire as many as possible. Moreover, preparations were also needed for Bo, as both sprites were at the initial stage of their ordinary level evolution. It appears that Pidgey generally evolves a bit earlier than Budu, likely during its ascent to the ordinary rank. The thought of earning money compels one to venture out and hunt, prompting a moment of disdain for the authors of previous lives. In a town where only a handful of novice trainers emerge each year, the notion of new competitions and bountiful prizes is utterly laughable. While there are grand tournaments sponsored by local shops, the entry requirement is merely the ordinary rank, leaving one in a quandary. In this authentic world, a novice trainer is merely an intern, having registered with the Alliance without any assurance of surviving the novice phase, potentially falling prey to wild Pokémon. It is only upon reaching the ordinary rank that one truly enters the realm of trainers, where tasks from the Alliance and participation in competitions signify legitimacy. Thus, if one possesses a favorable background during the novice stage, it is prudent to seek skilled partners to expedite the process. Conversely, those without such advantages must hunt in the wilderness, accumulating wealth to ascend in rank. Pidgey, go investigate. Upon reaching the forest entrance, it was time for the scout Pidgey to take action. Before long, Pidgey returned, landing on Tianzi's shoulder and conveying the situation. The outskirts of this area still exhibited some clustering behavior, albeit not as pronounced as before, given that 3 or 4 days had passed. This year's crop of novice trainers was scarce, and unless they fortuitously encountered each other, the ordinary ones would hardly take notice of the meager spoils. Fortunately, the situation had improved slightly, with the density of Pokémon recovering to around 5 or 6 in groups. Let us proceed. Pidgey, lead us to the nearest spot. Budu, keep up. A smile crept across Tianzi's face as the prospect of wealth beckoned enticingly. Moo Moo. Budu promptly turned and followed suit. 5 caterpies, familiar faces once more. Let us execute the powder strategy. Observing the well-known green insects, Tianzi's lips curled into a grin. Moo Moo Moo. Budu raised its hands to release a copious amount of pale yellow powder. With a gentle flutter of its wings, Pidgey expertly synchronized with Budu. Oh. The caterpies, feeling their bodies grow numb and immobile, were stricken with panic. With a sharp call, Pidgey made its dazzling entrance. A gust of wind, charged with flying-type energy, suddenly enveloped the caterpies. Oh. The immobilized caterpies cried out in distress. Pidgey, select one and use Thundershock to test its defenses. Tianzi mused. observing the battered and incapacitated caterpie, deeming it an ideal target. Budu, employ Thorn's whip to eliminate 2 of them first. The remaining 2 will serve as health packs to replenish the energy expended in the powder release. Upon receiving the command, Pidgey darted through the air in a flash. With a piercing shriek, its sharp beak pierced through the body of a caterpie. Oh, the immense pain caused the green caterpillar to emit its final wail, quivering twice before succumbing to death. Meanwhile, the Moo Moo trumpet bud discarded 2 incapacitated green caterpillars. The process of absorbing the blood pack was quite gratifying for the absorber. Bobo, our suffering over the past few days has not been in vain. Behold the might of your beak, Tianci remarked, gesturing toward the gaping wound. Bobo. The realization brought immense joy to Bobo, who had not anticipated such formidable power. His enthusiasm for training surged. Previously, he had to employ both his sharp beak and claws to dispatch the incapacitated caterpillars. Evidently, the motivational effect was significant, and Tianci privately commended his earlier directive as he observed Bobo's elation. This particular caterpillar had been on the brink of losing its combat capability. A flash of electric energy had first inflicted external damage, rendering it powerless. The subsequent powerful inertia, combined with the sharpness of the beak, allowed for the piercing of the caterpillar's corpse. Of course, he would not explicate this to Bobo, even if he mastered the peck technique. It would likely only leave a small wound on the caterpillar, not such a substantial one. However, if one were to combine electric shock and peck, the potency would undoubtedly increase. Moo Moo. Tianci pondered many thoughts until the trumpet bud reminded him to gather the spoils, snapping him back to reality. My apologies for losing focus in the wild. I need you 2 to remain vigilant while I collect, he said, drawing out his dagger to begin the dissection. Yet, as he approached the last caterpillar, a thief emerged. A purple figure swiftly collided with Tianci, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Simultaneously, another purple figure snatched up the caterpillar's corpse and retreated. Damn, those rats have grown audacious in our absence, Tianci exclaimed. Bobo, use electric shock to collide with that thief. Trumpet bud, let us coordinate using Thorn Whip to subdue the one that struck me. Having identified the figures, Tianci promptly issued his command. Bobo shot down from the air with great speed. Crash. The enemy, unexpectedly utilizing electric shock while carrying a heavy load, was sent reeling back. Whoosh. Whoosh. Concurrently, Tianci launched 3 throwing knives in rapid succession. Though slightly fatigued, being a speed-oriented sprite, the small Rattata managed to evade the 3 blades. Moo Moo. Alas, the true ace lies in the trumpet bud's Thorn Whip. The throwing knives are merely auxiliary. As the small Rattata became ensnared tightly, the immense pressure and the thorns embedded within its body elicited a wail of agony. Just then, the Rattata, having previously endured an electric shock, rose to its feet. Upon seeing its companion ensnared, it immediately rushed over, intent on biting through the bindings. Oh, not fleeing, but coming to the rescue. A male and a female, indeed a duo of thieving spouses. Thus, I shall benevolently allow you to become fated companions. Initially, Tianci was somewhat taken aback by the positioning of Bobo behind the little Rattata, but upon discerning the length of its whiskers, comprehension dawned upon him. Chapter 68. The First. Bobo, summon the winds and restrain them. Use your thundershock and paralyze that pest in your grasp. He swiftly assessed the situation and issued his commands with urgency. The tempestuous gales rendered the little Rattata unable to maneuver effectively. Though it yearned to unleash a flash of electricity, the fierce winds obscured its bearings. Meanwhile, the Budu had already immobilized the male Rattata. Seizing the moment, Budu brandished its thorny whip, striking in the direction of the wind. Crack, crack. The male Rattata, enveloped by the sound of the raging winds, remained oblivious to the piercing strikes of the vine whip, enduring 2 solid lashes. The female Rattata, now weakened, gazed forlornly at her companion in the distance. Resigned to their fate, yet finding solace in the thought of departing together. Thud, thud. Observing the battered state of his mate, the male Rattata felt a pang of regret. He should never have provoked this human. Though immobilized, his voice could still convey his lament and pleas for mercy. If pleas for mercy held any weight, why then do so many humans still perish in this forest? Each year, villages and towns are ravaged by the onslaught of the elves. Did their cries for mercy prove effective? No, not a single one was spared. After breaching the defenses, they mercilessly slaughtered all common folk. Though the male Rattata's words were largely incomprehensible, Tianci could surmise the essence of his despair from his expression. Memories of his parents, family, and friends lost to the tide of elves flooded his mind, igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. He shouted at the immobilized Rattata, Budu, Bobo, finish them off. Do not blame me, blame this harsh reality. The flames of rage continued to blaze within him, as scenes of his parents' smiles and carefree childhood games replayed in his mind. It must be known that in his previous life, he had been an orphan. Discovering he had family in this life filled him with immense joy. The years spent with his newfound family were the most cherished memories across both of his lifetimes. The anguish and sorrow transmitted through their bond affected Bobo and Budu, stirring their emotions. With fervor, Budu relentlessly lashed the male Rattata with its thorny whip. Bam! Bobo executed a thundershock, sending the female Rattata flying, while fiercely pecking at the male Rattata's eyes. With a splatter, crimson droplets cascaded from Bobo's beak as it grasped the lifeless body and presented it before Tianxi's. Simultaneously, Budu laid the bloodied male Rattata at Tianxi's feet. The two little ones could sense Tianxi's anguish, yet feeling powerless to offer comfort. They could only resort to their usual ways. As Bobo settled upon his shoulder, gently nudging his cheek, and the little trumpet bud clung to his thigh, playfully seeking attention, Tianxi expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Bobo and Trumpet Bud. You are my family now." He wiped his eyes and affectionately patted the heads of the two small creatures. After quickly regaining his composure, Tianxi proceeded to divide the two small Rattatas and the remaining green caterpillar. "Let us continue, Trumpet Bud, Bobo," he called out, and the trio embarked on their next round of hunting. Before long, the afternoon had passed, and throughout the day, be it green caterpillars, horned beetles, or Rattatas, all fell to Tianxi's prowess. One must acknowledge that having experienced the information explosion of his previous life, Tianxi possessed a unique tactical acumen. While typical novice trainers might occasionally stumble upon a clever combination, most merely adhered to rigid techniques, lacking innovation. However, Tianxi distinguished himself. Though he had also come from humble beginnings, the basic access to the internet and smartphones had vastly broadened his perspective. This enabled him to frequently transcend conventional strategies, allowing him to innovate and combine techniques. Perhaps this could be considered his special talent. Trumpet Bud was responsible for generating a substantial amount of powder, while Bobo excelled in manipulating the winds. Their synergistic powder spraying strategy rendered their hunting endeavors remarkably successful. As they made their way back, Tianxi patted his bulging backpack, feeling quite content. Today, they had hunted a total of 18 green caterpillars, 12 horned beetles, and 8 Rattatas. The line sacks could fetch around 15,000, and setting aside 30 pounds of horned beetle meat for their own rations, the remaining yield would amount to approximately 6,300. The horned beetle's sharp horns could be sold for 1,200, while the Rattata's incisors could garner 6,400, and the meat around 2,800. Such a bounty. As he calculated, Tianxi himself was taken aback. The total seemed to amount to approximately 31,700. "I estimate this is 2 to 3 times what other novices might achieve," he mused, feeling a sense of joy. He had no trainer friends among the other novices to compare notes with, relying solely on his estimations. Generally, it was common for a civilian to focus on nurturing their first Pokémon before considering a second. Had it not been for his prior encounter with the flying-type Pokémon in the outskirts, he would have followed this conventional path as well. With one Pokémon, capturing about 13 to 14 insects in a day seemed reasonable. As for Rattatas, unless the initial Pokémon was of the flying type, one would likely hesitate to provoke them. So, even considering the green caterpillars, selling 14 insects would yield around 10,000. With Bobo by his side at night, he could also hunt for walking grass, meaning he could potentially earn more than quadruple what others did in a day. Chuckling at this thought, he patted his clever head. Throughout his journey, employing thorn whips, bird-catching tactics, selling information, powder spraying strategies, and even training Bobo's claws and pecks, all these innovations were conceived by him, the trainer. Upon returning to the town, I swiftly sold all the materials I had on hand, leaving the proprietor of the general store, Grandpa Arai, quite astonished. From his words, I learned that other common trainers typically garnered around 10,000, with those less skilled, much like myself during my initial foray, earning only 2,000 to 3,000. It is no wonder that this elderly gentleman was inclined to converse further with me. Evidently, among the newcomers, I have already claimed the top position in the realm of commoners. Nevertheless, I must hasten my ascension to the ordinary level, for that is the true mark of a trainer recognized by the masses. Only then will I leave a lasting impression on the old man, and who knows, perhaps a casual whisper might entice the gym leader to take me under their wing. How delightful that would be. Inwardly, I chuckled at the notion, well aware that being taken on as an apprentice was a far-fetched dream. After all, even the scions of the various families in our town merely occupy the status of ordinary students at the gym. However, if I can etch an impression in their minds, I will be privy to any favorable news that arises within the gym or town, and at the very least, during battles, they might show me some leniency. Soon, night descended, and with my 2 well-rested companions, I ventured beyond the city gates towards the forest. Chapter 69, The Path Ahead. In the evening, the perimeter of the forest was primarily a haven for wild grass, so the Pokémon I encountered were mostly those humble creatures. Of course, Pidgey's keen eyesight was not to be underestimated. Despite the obscuring darkness, if the yellow caterpie failed to conceal itself properly, it could still be spotted. The green weedle, however, proved to be more elusive, as the forest was predominantly green, and being the weakest, it often took refuge amidst its natural camouflage at night. Coupled with the cover of darkness, I seldom stumbled upon weedles during my nocturnal hunts, which I considered a stroke of luck. Pidgey, use your claws to take it down, I commanded, noticing a solitary wild grass still gasping for breath. I directed Pidgey to seize the target for practice. With a swift motion, Pidgey extended its talons and began to fiercely claw at the wild grass. The creature, emitting a faint cry, found its mouth ensnared by the tendrils of my cherished Budew, resulting in only muffled whimpers of distress. Yet Pidgey grew increasingly exhilarated with each strike. The sensation of claws against flesh was incomparable to merely grasping a tree trunk. How ruthless! However, in the relentless struggle for survival, I found myself reflecting on scenes from my previous life, reminiscent of Zhou Zhuo's descent into madness while practicing the nine-bone claw in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. With a final, triumphant cry, Pidgey plunged its claws deep into the wild grass's body before yanking them out with force. Blood splattered, and the wild grass was finally liberated from its suffering. Pidgey, come here and show me your claws and beak. Throughout the day's battles, I had left a single prey for Pidgey to practice on. At noon, I had also applied ointment and strengthening powder to Pidgey's wounds, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I removed the bandages, allowing it to continue honing its skills with its claws and beak in real combat. Pidgey soared before me, eager to display the fruits of today's training. The once pristine white claws were now marred with splotches of blood. Tianci casually plucked a few wild grasses to wipe them clean before lifting the visor of his helmet to observe more closely. Indeed, they appeared slightly darker and sharper than before. He tentatively prodded the sharp claws with his fingers, feeling a faint sting, a bit more intense than yesterday. Lacking scientific measuring instruments, he resorted to this rudimentary method, noting that he could conduct a more thorough examination later under bright lights. The trees at the back door could also serve as measuring tools. Simply assessing the depth of the claw marks would suffice. All right, let us continue. We will find 1 or 2 more, and then head back, he said, stroking Bobo's body and glancing at the electronic watch on his wrist. Time was running short. Bobo affectionately nuzzled Tianci's hand before taking to the skies to begin its exploration. At that moment, the trumpet bud had already transported the corpses of 3 walking grasses before Tianci. Good, trumpet bud, stand guard for me. I will tidy up shortly. The trumpet bud nodded, positioning itself beside Tianci, its large eyes scanning the surroundings. It understood that its role at night was less effective than Bobo's. So for Tianci's safety, it remained close, whether in battle or keeping watch. Before long, Bobo discovered 2 walking grasses basking in the moonlight. Let us go? Swift and decisive, trumpet bud. The night battles typically involved confronting walking grasses, with the trumpet bud assisting in subduing the foes while Bobo, the primary attacker, summoned gusts of wind to inflict substantial damage. The fierce wind swept through, enveloping the bound walking grasses, who quickly succumbed beneath Bobo's sharp beak. Let us return and swiftly collect the spoils. They set off on the journey back to the town. 7 walking grasses and 2 horned worms were a commendable haul, especially given that the actual combat time was less than 2 hours. Content with the evening's harvest, Tianci nodded in satisfaction. Upon returning to the town, he exchanged pleasantries with the guards at the gate before heading to the general store to dispose of his materials. The guards represented a hard-earned network of relationships. Since they were willing to engage in friendly conversation, he gladly reciprocated. The evening's earnings totaled 7,500, which was quite good. He anticipated similar results in the future. He withdrew the 700 he had earned during the day and added 800 to round it up to 10,000, depositing the amount into his card. Hee. This brings my total to 140,000, and I still have just over 6,000 on me, which should be sufficient. Gazing at the figures displayed on the self-service deposit machine, he chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Everything was improving. It seemed that making money was not so difficult after all. The inferior leaf stone only required 200,000, and if I desire a regular high-tier Venus flytrap, that should be nearly enough. Life in the town could be quite comfortable. With this thought, Tianci promptly slapped his forehead, casting aside any hint of despondency. Indeed, if he aspires to lead a life akin to that of the previous gatekeeper, remaining in this quaint town for eternity, it is indeed sufficient. When the Budew evolves into Rosalia, foregoing the purchase of energy-rich leaf crystals would save a considerable sum. Subsequently, by the time he reaches the ordinary tier, amassing approximately 400,000 to acquire a medium leaf stone. Even if he triggers a minuscule probability of enhancing his aptitude, he would merely attain the status of a moderately competent Rosalia, with his strength potentially elevated to the higher echelons of the ordinary tier. His pinnacle achievement in this lifetime would be merely that of a squad leader in the guard team. But what lies beyond? The chasm to the elite tier is insurmountable, and further evolution becomes unattainable unless he encounters rare botanical treasures, such as the miracle seed, which might grant Rosalia the opportunity for advancement. Yet, such extraordinary treasures are hardly within the grasp of an ordinary trainer. Therefore, to transcend into the elite tier and beyond, for a Budu with only subpar aptitude, the only viable path is to utilize leaf crystals to marginally enhance his qualifications upon initial evolution, and then, upon reaching the higher ordinary tier, employ a superior leaf stone for evolution. This strategy is similarly applicable for a Pidgey of mediocre aptitude, albeit with the distinction that Pidgey's evolution does not necessitate an evolution stone. However, to elevate its qualifications, considerable funds must be expended on buying flying-type energy crystals. Unlike leaf crystals, flying-type energy crystals are man-made, as evolution stones for flying types do not exist in the wild. To provide ample energy for the evolution of flying-type Pokémon, individuals have synthesized various energy crystals based on the energies found in nature, including flying-type and other elemental energy crystals that do not occur in nature. Tianci himself remains uncertain about the manufacturing process, having gleaned some knowledge from educational television that suggests it involves infusing the crystals with energy by powerful Pokémon, or perhaps through the collective effort of several Pokémon of the same species. The pricing mirrors that of naturally occurring crystals, and currently, it appears that natural crystals of any attribute are becoming increasingly scarce in the market, with most being artificial. Even should someone stumble upon an attribute crystal in the wild, it is likely concealed and protected, as transforming it into an evolution stone would yield substantial profit. Given that current technology has yet to replicate evolution stones, they retain their value, with higher quality evolution stones commanding even greater worth. Chapter 70. Breaking through the ordinary tier. With a clear objective in mind, Tianci commenced a daily quest for hunting alongside Pidgey and Budu. Over the course of these days of hunting, the daytime yield began to gradually decline, averaging around 20,000 in income during the day, supplemented by an additional 6,000 to 7,000 at night, bringing his daily earnings to approximately 26,000. The cause of this decline lay with the Rattata, enlightening Tianci to the fact that Pokémon possess a level of advanced intelligence. Whether it was the fleeing Rattata that divulged the secret, the powder strategy seemed to be losing its efficacy against them. Certainly, for insects, their slow movement is a significant flaw, rendering them incapable of escape even when they sense danger. However, the young Rattata, upon detecting any abnormality in its body, scatters in all directions. Although a few can be captured each time, those that escape inform their kin, perpetuating a vicious cycle. Consequently, when confronting Rattata, it is he who provides support, using throwing knives to create distractions while the Budu and Pidgey engage directly. Despite the increased consumption of healing potions, the benefits are immense, as Pidgey has made considerable progress in strength over the past few days. Firstly, its energy level has ascended to the advanced stage of a novice, resulting in a noticeable enhancement in the potency of its moves. Secondly, through several days of combat, its claws and sharp beak have achieved a standard of sharpness, leaving bloodied marks on opponents with each encounter. Correspondingly, when purchasing healing supplies, Tianci has also procured several boxes of bone-strengthening powder. Although it seems the hardness has nearly reached its limit, he intends to continue as long as further enhancement is possible. Additionally, there is promising news. Budu has sensed its energy nearing a threshold, likely on the verge of a breakthrough. Once Budu ascends to the ordinary level and stabilizes its strength, it will no longer need to hunt insects and can explore the inner forest. However, given its recent breakthrough, it is likely that it will not venture far enough to encounter aquatic Pokémon. Thus, it can only explore a mere 20 meters or so into the boundary line. Nevertheless, this distance is sufficient for safety and the potential encounter with other Pokémon. Of course, this outdoor hunting is not Tianqi's primary concern. Rather, he is focused on the implications of becoming an ordinary level trainer. This advancement signifies an official entry into the realm of trainers, allowing him to accept tasks and participate in competitions. Even the most basic tasks at the Pokémon Center do not require ordinary level strength, yet only trainers of that rank may undertake them. Moreover, the league stipulates that newly promoted ordinary trainers must complete 5 of these low-level tasks before freely accepting others. This regulation exists because, in this Pokémon world, humans occupy a vulnerable position. Thus, every officially recognized ordinary trainer is a source of combat power, and efforts to mitigate losses are paramount. Naturally, should one complete these 5 low-level tasks and then recklessly pursue higher-level assignments, there will be no intervention, as failing to recognize one's own capabilities is a path to inevitable demise. Once Budu achieves its breakthrough, Tianci anticipates an acceleration in his earnings, eliciting a chuckle. Upon returning to town, he swiftly sells his daytime spoils, deciding against venturing out that evening, for Budu has expressed a feeling of imminent breakthrough. Indeed, once Budu surpasses its current limits, he plans to purchase leaf crystals, a long-desired goal. The thought of Budu's subtle hints about needing leaf crystals brings a smile to Tianqi's lips. With a sum of 260,000, I shall acquire the finest leaf crystals, each priced at 150,000, which is more than sufficient. Had I not consulted Grandfather Arai, I would have purchased a low-grade leaf stone for the diminutive Budu, unaware that its fragile form could not withstand the immense energy of the leaf stone. Meanwhile, in a clearing amidst the wilderness, Budu had taken root in specially acquired nutrient-rich soil, its entire being beginning to radiate waves of energy tinged with green and purple. Budu, consume the insect meat, I urged, gesturing towards the substantial pile of insect flesh set aside. Budu, with both hands, eagerly stuffed the morsels into its mouth, the mound of meat visibly diminishing at an astonishing rate. A crackling sound seemed to resonate from within Budu as its energy surged rapidly. Sensing this growth, Budu continued to devour the insect meat with fervor. After a short while, the nutrient soil beneath Budu transformed into a pale white, and only a few scraps of meat remained. Bubbling in astonishment, Bobo, watching from the side, was taken aback by Budu's voracious appetite. This was enough sustenance for several days. With eyes wide open, Budu conveyed to me the exhilarating news. It felt a surge of power within, far greater than before. The once faint green energy of its grass-type essence had deepened into a vibrant hue, and the purple toxic energy had similarly intensified. The flow of energy within had multiplied several times. If it were once merely a trickle, it now resembled a lively stream, flowing faster and wider than ever. Congratulations, Budu. You have truly become a warrior, possessing the strength of an ordinary-level Pokémon, I exclaimed, elated by Budu's excitement. Bobo, perched on my shoulder, fluttered over to Budu, extending its congratulations. It felt a twinge of envy, having only heard about the role of trainers during its time at the Pokémon Center, never having witnessed it firsthand. Now, it comprehended that Pokémon trained by a trainer could surpass their limits more swiftly, without the fear of disturbance, and with ample energy at their disposal. Budu humbly waved a hand, yet its proud posture betrayed its inner satisfaction. Indeed, my physical prowess has significantly increased. This is the enhancement that accompanies a major breakthrough. At that moment, I too felt the rush of energy from our bond, a surge greater than any prior experience. As it coursed through my body, I felt invigorated. My senses sharpened to their fullest potential. This is the fundamental enhancement of overall physical fitness. I am uncertain about other aspects, but the Budu possesses dual attributes of grass and poison, likely signifying vitality and poison resistance. He glanced at his digital watch and noted that it was already past 10 o'clock at night. It seemed rather imprudent to exhaust himself further at such a late hour. Thus, he resolved to observe during tomorrow's training instead. All right, Budu. Let us take a rest for now. We shall conduct the specific strength tests during tomorrow's training. The two small creatures expressed their agreement. After a day filled with battles, they were indeed quite fatigued. Chapter 71. Commencement of testing at dawn. After the trio completed their basic running exercises and had breakfast, they took a brief respite before proceeding to the open space behind the door. Come on, Budu, we will test one by one, beginning with the conventional Thorn's Whip. Our target is that large tree. After stating this, Tianxi pointed towards the tree situated approximately 20 meters away. With a resounding moo, Budu swiftly extended two vine-like tendrils adorned with wooden thorns towards the designated target. The impact against the trunk was tremendous, sending wood chips scattering in all directions. Hold on a moment, Bobo, come assist me, he instructed as he dashed towards the target. Observing the significantly deeper whip marks left behind, Tianxi nodded, jotting down notes in his notebook. All right, Bobo, communicate with Budu and instruct it to extend its tendrils in alignment with my position, striking where I previously stood. Once you're ready, ascend so I can see you. Tianxi aimed to ascertain the effective range of the attack. But fearing Budu might not hear him clearly at a considerable distance, he enlisted Bobo as a conduit for communication. Boo-boo. Bobo responded promptly, darting towards Budu. Boo. Boo-boo. Moo. Moo moo moo. The two small creatures engaged in rapid exchange. Budu nodded in comprehension. Boo. Bobo swiftly took to the skies, ensuring Tianxi could see it clearly. All right. Let us proceed 1 meter at a time, Tianxi declared as he retrieved a measuring stick, starting the measurement before stepping back 1 meter from the tree and halting, raising his hands to signal. Moo moo. The increased distance was still within Budu's clear line of sight, and it immediately wielded its tendrils again. With a resounding crack, the force stirred up clouds of dust from the ground. Cough, cough, choking on the dust. Tianxi decided to signal Bobo to return and instruct Budu to adjust its position slightly. As the dust settled, he promptly examined the whip marks on the ground, nodding in approval as he gestured for Bobo to approach, calling out loudly, Bobo, come here. Boo, boo boo. Although Bobo's voice was somewhat faint by the time it reached Tianxi, its keen eyesight, a characteristic of its sharp vision, allowed it to discern that Tianxi was summoning it. Flapping its wings, Bobo swiftly returned to Tianxi's side. Boo, your communicator is now online. Tianxi coughed and replied, Bobo, when instructing Budu to attack, please ensure it maintains a greater distance from me. The dust generated is excessive. Boo boo. Bobo expressed understanding and promptly flew back to relay a message to Budu. Continue. At this moment, Tianxi had already stepped back a meter. loudly calling out to Budu and the others. Despite the distance of over 20 meters, Budu could still comprehend some basic commands. Whoosh. Vines, now significantly thicker, swiftly and accurately lashed down upon the ground where Tianxi had previously stood. The depth of the whip marks was comparable, indicating that this was indeed within Budu's range of attack. It was evident that the disparity between the ordinary and novice levels was quite substantial. No wonder ordinary trainers were recognized by the Alliance as the true practitioners. Tianxi, wearing a delighted expression, made a note in his notebook. It was noteworthy that even when Budu was at the higher echelons of the novice level, the effective range of its thorn whip was merely around 10 meters. Now that Budu had broken through to the ordinary level, its range had doubled, and judging by the whip marks, its power appeared to have increased similarly. Moreover, the tests were far from over. This was not even Budu's limit. Continue. Clap. This time, Budu's attack deviated, and the whip marks were a few centimeters shallower. Although it still had some lethality, such an assault would be ineffective in actual combat. Quite impressive, Budu, Tianxi said as he returned, patting Budu on the head. Moo? Budu's previously dejected spirits instantly lifted as it inquired, really? Indeed, Budu. You have just made a breakthrough. Once we train further, your potential will surely expand even more. On the way back, Tianxi had intermittently measured the distance between the tree and Budu with a ruler, estimating it to be approximately 19.6 meters. Considering that Budu had failed on the 5th attempt, its effective attack range at the moment of breakthrough was roughly 23.6 meters. To be prudent, he noted it down as 23 meters in his notebook. He never believed in limits. Instead, he preferred to leave himself some leeway. Thus, to ensure that Budu could accurately strike the enemy in real combat, he recorded the attack range as 23 meters. Of course, there was no time in actual combat to measure meticulously by the meter, but having measured earlier, he had a good estimate of the effective range. Come, Budu. First enjoy some bug meat. Bobo, you should have a piece too. It was hard work flying back and forth. After completing the thorn whip test, Tianxi allowed the two little ones to rest before commencing the next round of tests. All right, Budu, let us begin the powder technique test. You must give it your all. Moo. Fully re-energized, Budu immediately waved its hand, signaling its determination to strive. First and foremost, let us see how much powder you can release. Budu, please fill these 3 empty bottles with each of the 3 types of powder as much as possible. With that, Tianxi produced his specially designed powder containers. Budu glanced skeptically at Tianxi, wondering if it was once again going to be free of toxic powder. Ahem. How can you say that, Budu? I am merely repurposing waste. After all, it would be a shame to let it go to waste on the ground. Tianxi's face flushed slightly as he coughed a couple of times to indicate that he was only utilizing waste, not seeking free poison powder under the guise of testing. Budu, with an expression of feigned belief, began to alternately employ the techniques of hypnosis powder, poison powder, and paralysis powder. Rustle, the air was filled with white, purple, and yellow powders emanating from Budu's hands. Pop, cough. Despite believing they were at a safe distance, both Bobo and Tianxi inhaled some of the powder. Bobo, drink some antidote, woo. Pop, woo. After Tianxi produced the antidote, and they both consumed a small amount, they began to feel their bodies return to normal. It seemed that Budu had only just achieved a breakthrough and had yet to master the control of the powders, lacking the previous finesse displayed during its novice stage. Tianxi quickly jotted down the shortcomings of the powder techniques in his notebook, recognizing that this was a formidable tool for controlling the battlefield. Budu must practice to regain its proficiency. However, it appeared that the potency of the powders had significantly increased. Yet why did my own experience feel akin to that during Budu's novice stage? Bobo seemed to be affected much more severely. Tianxi glanced at Bobo, who had consumed most of the antidote, and at the grass surrounding Budu, which had turned yellow. The grass had initially been green, but had quickly withered due to the dispersal of poison powder. Chapter 72. The test concludes. It seemed that this was due to the contract. With this thought, he promptly inhaled some of the floating poison powder. Cough. After a moment of contemplation, he confirmed that his body's reaction was indeed similar to the time he had mistakenly inhaled it during his novice stage. Suddenly, he burst into laughter and quickly took a sip of the antidote. It appeared that my physical constitution had improved, and my resistance to toxins had significantly increased. Since Budu was busy dispersing poison powder, I might as well take this opportunity to test my limits. With that, Tianxi began to perform push-ups on the ground. 1, 2, 390, 391. Eventually, unable to continue, Tianxi collapsed onto the ground, laughing joyfully. My stamina has nearly doubled. No wonder I felt so light while jogging this morning. It seems I will need to increase my training intensity. Bobo, nearby, was taken aback, watching its trainer suddenly start doing push-ups and then break into laughter, finding it quite peculiar. Since today was primarily dedicated to assessing Budu's abilities, Bobo wasn't required to train and was promised new training content in the future. After resting on the ground for a while, Ti felt the previously exhausted body gradually rejuvenating with newfound strength. What is this? Ti felt a pleasant surprise as he noticed that his recovery speed seemed to have accelerated by approximately 1/3 compared to before. A gentle energy was nurturing his overexerted body, and it was indeed this energy that significantly enhanced his physical recuperation. This must be the essence of grass energy, which has imbued me with vitality. Having trained his physique for years, he quickly grasped the extent of his body's enhancement. Meanwhile, the nearby Budu finally filled the 3 empty bottles beside it. Although it felt as though its body was nearly drained, it still retained its fighting spirit. Moo, moo moo. Using its vine whip, it lifted the 3 large bottles. Upon standing, it was somewhat astonished to find that the once verdant grassland had transformed into a yellow hue. Soon, it spotted a trace of toxic powder still floating in the air, and it instantly understood that its lack of mastery over the technique was to blame. The Budu, initially pleased with its ability to fill 3 bottles at once, now appeared somewhat disheartened as it handed the bottles to Ti. Indeed, Budu, you've done quite well. Previously, you could only fill 1 bottle, but now you can fill 3. It seems your energy can fully sustain a day's worth of powder consumption. This remarkable progress deserves commendation. Glancing at the 3 brimming bottles, Ti nodded in satisfaction, fully aware of Budu's forlorn expression, which indicated its realization of its own shortcomings. However, being a child, it was important to offer praise first. Focusing solely on flaws could easily dampen its enthusiasm for future training. Moo moo moo. Budu perked up slightly, quietly asking, really? Of course it's true, Budu, he replied, affectionately patting its head. Moo moo moo. Moo. Moo moo moo. Reassured by his affirmation, Budu nodded joyfully, but then lowered its head, voluntarily expressing its shortcomings in technique to Ti. Ahem. It seems you have recognized your own flaws, Budu. That is commendable, facing one's shortcomings with courage. Now that we have identified them, we must work to correct them. During our future training, we must strive with even greater diligence. Observing Budu's acknowledgement of its flaws, Ti felt comforted and assured it that they would work together to improve. Moo moo. Budu nodded, determined to train earnestly. Alright, now we must also test the powder's effects on Pokémon. With that, Ti turned his gaze toward the idle Pidgey. Pooh, pooh pooh. Upon noticing Tianxi's gaze, Pidgey understood that it was to be the test subject for the powder and instantly felt a desire to return to training. It had only absorbed a small amount of the floating powder, but had already consumed several sips of the potion. Ahem. Pidgey, as a member of our team, are you willing to assist Budu in testing the effects of the powder? As a newly evolved Pokémon, your testing results will significantly impact our upcoming hunt. Moreover, I have procured several antidotes, so rest assured, there is absolutely no danger to your life. After concluding his remarks, Ti retrieved a brand new antidote from his backpack. Holding it in his hand while casting a glance at Bobo, the trumpet bud, with eager anticipation, directed its gaze towards Bobo, assuring that it would not sprinkle an excessive amount of powder. Bobo, resigned, let out a sound of exasperation, conceding to the circumstances, remarking that they had already discussed extensively. So they might as well proceed. Very well, let us commence. Trumpet bud, Bobo, please position yourself within a 1-meter radius. Bobo obediently acknowledged, standing at a respectful distance of 1 meter from the trumpet bud. As the trumpet bud began to release its hypnotic powder, a thick cloud enveloped Bobo, swiftly lulling him into slumber. Bobo, Bobo, Bobo. Knowing that he could not awaken his Pokémon with a whip as before, Ti resorted to calling out. Unfortunately, despite his fervent shouts, Bobo remained unresponsive, indicating that he had succumbed to a profound sleep, albeit for a shorter duration than the previous Caterpie. He quickly documented his observations in a notebook and, alongside the trumpet bud, shouted near Bobo's ear. Bobo, Bobo, moo, moo. Finally, after the raucous commotion, Bobo stirred awake. Excellent. Now let us move to a 5-meter range. Bobo, please find your position there. Ti gestured towards the predetermined spot. Bobo, the diligent assistant, complied and made his way to the designated location. Once more, a flurry of white hypnotic powder descended upon Bobo. This concentration appears only slightly less potent than that of the 1-meter range, yet remains firmly within high concentration levels. Ti felt a surge of delight. This indicated a significant enhancement in the trumpet bud's control capabilities. Before long, nearly the same amount of time elapsed as before, and Bobo succumbed to slumber once again. Through his vocal summons, Ti confirmed that Bobo had indeed entered a deep sleep. The next trial involved a 10-meter range, which marked the previous limit of the trumpet bud's influence. However, upon reaching the ordinary level, the trumpet bud was now capable of inducing a state of moderate sleep in Bobo at this distance. Ultimately, it was determined that the trumpet bud could affect Pokémon within an approximate radius of 18 meters. This outcome brought Ti considerable joy, as it was noteworthy that the trumpet bud had yet to undergo training. Once fully acclimated to its abilities post-training, this data would undoubtedly improve. Subsequent tests involving toxic and paralysis powders also revealed a similar enhancement in effectiveness, nearly doubling in range compared to the hypnotic powder. Chapter 73. Training Regimen. Due to the precision of the tests, it was already evening by the time the trumpet bud had completed its assessments of the 3 powders. After enjoying dinner, Tianci was in the process of outlining the training plan for the following day for both the trumpet bud and Bobo. Let us begin with Bobo, he stated, shifting his focus to the Pokémon. Bobo, feebly, responded with a weary sound. The physical aspect is but one facet, predominantly. It is the psychological state that has been rendered languid by hypnosis, poisoning, and paralysis. It is crucial to note that this is not a singular occurrence. Tianci has measured at intervals of 1 meter, 5 meters, 15 meters, and finally, 20 meters. At the 20-meter mark, it became evident that there was virtually no effect, prompting a return to more meticulous measurements of 19 meters, followed by 18 meters, traversing back and forth. The sleep powder alone was tested 7 times, supplemented by more potent toxic powders and paralysis agents, resulting in over 20 tests in a single day, alongside the consumption of several antidotes. Ahem. Thank you for your efforts today, Bobo. Remember to take a bit more antidote before sleeping tonight. Observing Bobo's lethargy, Tianci's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Moo the trumpet bud also murmured apologies from the side. Bobo nodded, assuring that while his body felt fine, his spirit was somewhat lacking, nevertheless. He intended to take some antidote just in case, estimating that he would feel better upon waking the next day. Now, Bobo, let us discuss your training regimen for the past few days. Your beak and claws have become remarkably sharp, indicating that the bone-strengthening powder has had minimal effect. This signifies that you are ready to proceed to the next stage. Upon hearing that they could finally advance, Bobo spread his wings, joyously calling out twice. Your next steps involve mastering the claw strike and pecking techniques, thus equipping you for close combat. It is vital to understand that not every adversary you encounter will allow you to employ a long-range kite strategy. Bobo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sound reasoning. But how? He inquired, should I learn? Ahem, fret not, Bobo. I have already arranged for a mentor. I am acquainted with the captain of the guard. Moo. The trumpet bud interjected, recalling the burly middle-aged man with a large-billed bird. Indeed, it is Captain Sam. He possesses a toucan, and the pecking technique is a revered ancestral skill of the fierce avian lineage. Thus, learning from the toucan, I am confident that we can succeed if our approach is correct. Moreover, the cost is merely half that of a skill ball. The basic skill ball at the department store is priced at 50,000, while we need only pay 25,000. Furthermore, given Uncle Sam's character, he might not even charge us, especially considering the recent windfall he has enjoyed. With that, Tianci chuckled to himself, awaiting Bobo's response. Bobo? Bobo was taken aback at the prospect of learning from the toucan, exclaiming his concern about not being devoured by it. It is essential to remember that Bobo and the fierce birds are mortal enemies, and he certainly does not wish to be consumed while attempting to learn a new technique. Ahem. Bobo, rest assured, that will not happen. The toucan is a Pokémon captured by Uncle Sam. It will not act on its primal instincts, but will instead adhere to its trainer's commands. Thus, regarding safety, there is no need for concern. I shall specifically inform Uncle Sam. Observing the fearful expression on Bobo's face, Tianci promptly offered an explanation. However, he held back one crucial point, that once a Pokémon is captured, due to the bond of the contract, it inherently believes that it is distinct from its wild counterparts. Therefore, when trainers command their captured Pokémon to eliminate their kin, these Pokémon often comply without hesitation. Of course, there remains an initial psychological resistance. This phenomenon is a reflection of the contract inherent in the Pokeballs of this world. Otherwise, if a gym-level trainer's Pokémon is a Pidgeot, and during a Pokémon onslaught, Bobo's kind is summoned to the forefront, how could Pidgeot bring itself to harm its own? That would be untenable, wouldn't it? Hence, the contracts in this world possess a somewhat brainwashing quality. Otherwise, why would a severely injured Pokémon, upon capture, still resist within the confines of the Pokeball? This illustrates the subconscious struggle against the indoctrination of the contract. Bobo nodded, indicating that Tianci must remember to caution him. He did not wish to be devoured. All right, Bobo, rest assured. Tianci continued. Now, regarding the claw strike, I will first inquire with Uncle Sam if any of the Pokémon he has captured possess that move. If so, it would be ideal for them to teach your kind. If not, I shall procure a skill ball for you from the department store. It is a fundamental move, costing merely 50,000. With that, Tianci waved his hand grandly. I currently possess a substantial fortune of 260,000. Bobo, upon hearing this, expressed his determination to train diligently and assuredly master these 2 moves. The funds must be spent for a brighter future. Only by strengthening one's capabilities can greater wealth be attained. Purchasing the finest leaf crystal for the Budu at 150,000 leaves us with 110,000 remaining. If one skill ball proves insufficient, I shall acquire another. I am confident that 2 skill balls will suffice for mastering these foundational moves. Tianci, observing Bobo's enthusiasm fully ignited, had mentally prepared for the worst-case scenario. Ultimately, he had never truly tested this theory, leaving him somewhat uncertain about the feasibility of learning these moves. Nevertheless, logically, it should be attainable, and the time frame ought not to be overly prolonged. All right, Bobo, this will be your training regimen for the next few days, of course. We must also attend to our basic physical training. You are incredible, Bobo. Go for it. With that, Tianci gave Bobo a thumbs up in encouragement. Bobo's spirit was entirely ablaze. Now, onto your matters, Budu. Tianci's expression grew serious as he took out his notebook to assess Budu. Mumu Budu immediately stood at attention before Tianci. Loudspeaker Bud, you may have already noticed that although your various skills have reached an ordinary level, you are unable to control your energy with the precision you once had as a novice. After a brief pause, Tianci glanced at Loudspeaker Bud, who wore an expression of agreement, before continuing. You have merely attained the ordinary level of energy. Do you recall our encounter with the Arbok? Loudspeaker Bud nodded affirmatively, expressing confidence in being able to confront it should they meet again. It is quite similar to your current state, though its energy level has risen. It has yet to unleash its true, ordinary capabilities. Thus, your upcoming training must focus on familiarizing yourself with your energy and techniques. Do you understand? Loudspeaker Bud nodded, indicating comprehension. Chapter 74, A Visit. Now, allow me to elaborate on the shortcomings of your current techniques. Firstly, the Thorn's whip lacks sufficient sharpness and coverage. Although it has improved since your novice days, in proportion, it has actually diminished. Hence, this requires enhancement. Furthermore, regarding the issue with the 3 powders, your energy control is still not sufficiently refined, necessitating repeated practice. This training will greatly aid in mastering your internal energy. Tianci conveyed all the flaws noted in his notebook to Loudspeaker Bud, emphasizing that the primary concern lies in energy control, which necessitates relentless practice. Upon hearing this, Loudspeaker Bud patted its chest, reassuringly declaring, "Rest assured, this is my forte. Indeed, I have complete faith in you. Therefore, let us maintain the same foundational physical training, while modifying the technique practice to focus solely on these 2. With that, Tianci closed his notebook. It is already past 8 o'clock. So let us retire early tonight and commence training at dawn. Loudspeaker Bud and Bobo nodded, acknowledging the day's exhaustion. Good night, Loudspeaker Bud, Bobo said, as Tianci extinguished the light and the 3 prepared to rest. Soon, another morning dawned, and Tianci, along with the 2 little ones, commenced their morning running regimen. Notably, they no longer adhered to a fixed 3 laps. Instead, they ran according to their individual capabilities, pausing upon reaching the point of fatigue. Given their differing physical conditions, this method of self-regulation was adopted. Moreover, both Loudspeaker Bud and Bobo exhibited a strong desire for improvement, allowing Tianci to feel quite at ease with this approach. After completing their run and enjoying breakfast, they took a half-hour respite, after which Loudspeaker Bud proactively began training the Thorn's whip. Chirp, crack, crack. Loudspeaker Bud repeatedly unleashed vines toward a designated point 20 meters away. Huh, what about me? Bobo queried, casting a puzzled glance at Tianci. Oh, I was just about to bring you along. Come, let us visit Uncle Sam's house. Today happens to be a day off, so he should be at home. With that, Tianci beckoned Bobo to perch on his shoulder. Certainly, just to be cautious, he first made a phone call to inquire. This number had been provided by Uncle Sam the last time he collected his reward. Beep, beep. The call connected, and the cracked screen of his phone displayed the dialing interface. Perhaps it is time to invest in a decent second-hand phone. After all, a little money wouldn't hurt. Tianci glanced at the multiple fissures on the screen and resolved to visit a second-hand phone store later. After all, he was an ordinary level trainer now. Once he obtained his certification from the league, he would truly step into the realm of trainers, when he eventually made friends and exchanged numbers. Pulling out a phone with a shattered screen would indeed be quite embarrassing. Hello? Who is it? Huff. The call connected, revealing a deep voice, somewhat hurried, as if the caller was out of breath. Was he running? Just as Tianci pondered this, a lower-pitched female voice echoed in the background. Who is the old gentleman? It seemed he had called at an inopportune time. Upon hearing the woman's voice combined with Uncle Sam's panting, he quickly grasped the situation. Naturally, he could not be overtly candid. He needed to maintain the persona he had established in Uncle Sam's mind. Therefore, he decided to feign ignorance and get straight to the point. Hello, Uncle Sam, this is Tianci. I apologize for disturbing you so early. I was hoping to seek your assistance. Are you home? Who? Tianci. Who? No problem. I'm here. Just come over. With that, he hung up the phone. How enviable. Yet, why was Uncle Sam so eager to propagate his lineage? A newly promoted trainer should be focused on training Pokémon and venturing out to seek treasures for further advancement, shouldn't he? After ending the call, Tianci continued onward with Bobo toward the villa area, the image of the delicate maid flashing in his mind, soon replaced by the imposing figure of Uncle Sam. and then by a powerful alakazam radiating an intense aura. Could it be that potential was exhausted? But wasn't he just breaking through? Moreover, that alakazam was extraordinarily strong. Ti recalled the alakazam he had seen a few days ago at the city gate. It seemed a vice captain from the guard team wanted to gauge the strength of elite-level Pokémon, so he had sparred with Uncle Sam. Ti had fortuitously returned just in time to witness alakazam effortlessly defeat several ordinary high-tier Pokémon, a scene reminiscent of an adult playing with children. This was likely a result of Uncle Sam instructing alakazam to hold back. Why overthink? Perhaps Uncle Sam merely wished to enjoy himself for a while. After all, he had a lifespan of at least 150 years. What did it matter to this freshly promoted ordinary-level novice? Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Ti patted his head, realizing he might be overly fixated on elite-level trainers. Uncle Sam merely engaged in some morning exercise, and yet his mind wandered. Perhaps it was because Uncle Sam was the closest elite trainer to him. Ding dong. He pressed the doorbell. Hello, is this Mr. Tianci? The master has instructed me to take you directly to the living room. Shortly after, another lovely maid appeared, guiding Tianci into the spacious room. Haha. What brings you here today, young Tianci? Captain Sam, clad in an oversized nightgown, lounged on the sofa, clearly just having risen, with a few more maids around. Can one truly indulge as an elite? I wish I could too. Tianci quickly scanned the living room, noticing several unfamiliar, lightly dressed maids, each radiating beauty. And he momentarily froze in awe. Ha ha ha, looks like you're quite taken aback, little one. At just 16, you have the potential to become an elite, and one day, you too may lead such a life. Uncle Sam, now a true extraordinary being, noticed Tianci's reaction. Ahem, what are you talking about, Uncle Sam? I must admit, your home is quite stunning. Tianci awkwardly smiled, attempting to divert the topic. No worries, we're all men here and understand. Oh wait, I forgot you're still a boy, so you probably don't get it, huh? Uncle Sam chuckled slyly, clearly in a better mood. Likely due to the benefits reaped from their last lucrative venture. Ahem, that may not necessarily be the case. There were many teachers in my previous life, and the tales from the young ladies in the alley would surely astonish you. Tianci thought quickly, though his words betrayed him, saying the opposite. Ahem, Uncle Sam. Let us get down to business. I've come to request your assistance today. Despite the mental protests, Tianci's expression was one of earnest appeal. Chapter 75, Commoners, Families, Dojos. Oh, what do you need? Rest assured, my friend, I will certainly help you. Uncle Sam readily agreed, for this young lad had brought him considerable fortune and garnered favors from others. It was well known that those flying-type Pokémon with good potential were highly sought after. Only those with some influence dared to approach him, an elite. Well, Uncle Sam, I believe you want to chat it. I would like it to teach my Pidgey the move Peck, if that is possible. As he spoke, Tianci opened a Pokeball, releasing Pidgey. Pidgey, upon being released, initially wanted to cry out, but instinctively sensed the formidable presence of the human before it and lowered its voice. Oh, let me take a look, Uncle Sam said, scrutinizing Pidgey closely. With its innate extraordinary sensitivity, Pidgey felt compelled to comply with the imposing human, and having received instructions from Tianci, it quietly perched on the back of the sofa, allowing itself to be observed. Wow, impressive, young Tianci. Where did you acquire such methods to hone Pidgey's claws and beak? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this Pidgey is not the one you took that night. Its potential appears significantly higher, likely of good quality. Upon finishing, Uncle Sam gazed at Tianci with astonishment. Cough, indeed, it is a commendable yet modest qualification. The relentless hunting on the outskirts day and night, coupled with the remuneration you provided, has garnered it. Tianci touched his nose and recited the prepared excuse. Since he intended to solicit assistance, he had already braced himself for the possibility of being discovered and had crafted his explanation in advance. Moreover, the notion of a sharp beak and claws was conceived by me. I thought to myself, if Bobo possesses a beak and claws that are indeed sharp, then why not learn the pecking technique of the fire sparrow and the claw strike? The peck requires a pointed beak and flying-type energy, while the claw strike necessitates sharp claws and general-type energy. Bobo possesses both, thus I believed it feasible to learn. Of course, while Bobo might not. Perhaps due to their beak and claws lacking sufficient sharpness, without any consideration for such a possibility. Hence, I procured bone-strengthening powder, allowing Bobo to train those two aspects daily. And now we have nearly reached the limit. Do you think Bobo can master it? Tianci concluded, gazing expectantly at Uncle Sam. To his astonishment, Uncle Sam remarked, I never anticipated you to be so astute. You have truly discovered this on your own. After listening to Tianci's lengthy discourse, Uncle Sam was taken aback. Your method is indeed correct. Bobo can learn this. It is mentioned in the breeding manual for flying-type Pokémon provided by the Alliance. And my own largemouth sparrow has already mastered the claw strike. Really? Could the largemouth sparrow teach Bobo? Tianci and Bobo eagerly directed their anticipation toward the middle-aged man now seated on the sofa. It is certainly possible, but let us not rush. I must inquire. You have likely just advanced to the ordinary level, correct? This Bobo has already reached the advanced stage of its newborn phase, and it does not appear to be freshly advanced. With that, Uncle Sam fixed his gaze upon Tianci. Cough, Uncle Sam, your insight is indeed sharp. I did indeed just break through a couple of days ago, Tianci replied with a composed demeanor. If one wishes to cling to another's strength, one must showcase their own talent. Otherwise, he is not merely one of those charming maids. Why would an elite level assist him? Indeed, you seem to have genuine prospects of advancing to the elite level, and perhaps even ahead of me, remarked Captain Sam, elevating Tianci's status in his mind significantly. Initially, he had seen some talent in Tianci and thought to lend a hand since he had helped him amass a considerable sum of money. However, now, with two commendably qualified Pokémon in Tianci's possession, one of which has already reached the ordinary level while the other remarkably trained its beak and claws independently, it suggests that this young man possesses a modicum of talent on the trainer's path. Oh no, Uncle Sam, whether I can become one is still uncertain. You are already there. How could I possibly compare myself to you? Upon hearing Uncle Sam's praise, Tianci sensed that the matter was settled and quickly downplayed his achievements. By the way, I heard you mention the breeding manual for flying-type Pokémon. Upon advancing to the elite level, the Alliance also provides breeding manuals free of charge. Oh, this matter is known to those of higher status, though the common folk remain unaware. Since you have inquired, allow me to elucidate. Upon reaching the elite level, the League permits one to access the cultivation manuals of any 6 Pokémon, along with a basic compendium of knowledge, an undeniable boon for us of the lower class. Wow, that sounds splendid. Tianci interjected enthusiastically, his mind wandering to whether the cultivation of Pidgey and Spearow might be similar. Indeed, it is quite advantageous, but once obtained, the information is akin to that available to advanced gym apprentices. To delve deeper, one must exchange merit points, Uncle Sam noted, casting a knowing glance at Tianci as if discerning his thoughts. Furthermore, you should not harbor illusions. The daily cultivation of Pidgey and Spearow bears considerable differences. The methods I might impart for Spearow may not surpass your own natural approach. Oh, is that so? Tianci's hopes were swiftly dashed. Thus, young Tianci, should you wish for cultivation manuals, consider joining the gym. You are not yet 16, yet you have already advanced to the novice level. And both of your Pokémon possess commendable potential. It would be worth a try. After joining the gym, you can utilize contribution points to access the introductory cultivation of these common Pokémon. Observing Tianci's disappointment, Uncle Sam offered a piece of advice. However, joining the gym means starting at the very bottom as a commoner, entangled in various mundane tasks, and you cannot leave at will. It's akin to selling oneself. He had long since dismissed the notion of joining the gym. From what he knew, most apprentices at the Aoki Town gym were scions of various families, with a few legitimate heirs among them. Their motives for joining were twofold. One, to serve as a passive link between their families and the gym leader. The other, to actively seek abundant resources. Though they hailed from families, the collateral branches were inevitably shortchanged in terms of resources. Thus, they turned to the gym, hoping to bridge the gap in access to better opportunities. While he was unsure about other gyms, in the Aoki Town gym, commoners were present, yet they were overshadowed by the family members, who consistently suppressed the common folk to secure more resources for themselves. Even if one were to toil and gather enough contribution points to glimpse the manuals, the lack of resources would render cultivation impossible. It is crucial to understand that as a low-level gym apprentice, one is bound by restrictions, only gaining the freedom to move as an advanced apprentice. This creates a vicious cycle. Without resources, one cannot advance, and without advancement, one cannot venture forth to hunt and gather resources, leaving only the passage of time as a means to rise above. In Chapter 76, Guidance, Uncle Sam's words lingered in Tianci's mind. I have considered the prospect of joining the gym, but as a commoner, my circumstances may not be favorable if I do so. After a moment's reflection, Tianci gently declined the proposition. I seem to have misjudged the situation. Indeed, the gym in our town is rather unwelcoming to common folk. However, if you venture out on a journey, you might consider undertaking some league tasks. Certain directly affiliated gyms allow for the exchange of merit points for training manuals. Uncle Sam, undeterred by Tianci's refusal, contemplated earnestly and proposed an alternative path. Very well, I share your sentiment. Upon breaking through to the ordinary level, one can accept league tasks. My intention is to wait until my trumpet bud solidifies its strength before seeking certification. In the meantime, I shall train my Pidgey. Tianci, noticing the conversation straying from its course, swiftly redirected it back to training. Oh, my memory fails me. I nearly forgot. Let us proceed with the training. Come to the vacant space in the backyard with me. All right, Tianci replied, and the two made their way to the open area in the backyard. Come forth, Spearow. Uncle Sam tossed the Pokeball, and a flash of red light illuminated the space. A bird Pokémon with a long neck, large beak, and expansive wings appeared gracefully in the air. Pidgey trembled visibly at the sight of Spearow, clearly frightened. After all, It is common knowledge among children that the Spearow clan and the Pidgey clan are fierce rivals. Spearow preys on Pidgey, Pidgeotto preys on Spearow, and Pidgeot preys on Pidgeotto. Whenever these two clans encounter each other in the wild, the dominant party is sure to launch an attack on the weaker one. However, this particular Spearow merely cast a glance at Tianci and Pidgey before promptly flying to its owner's side. Pidgey whispered, seemingly reassured that it would not be devoured. I told you so, Pidgey. There's no need to be afraid. Tianci comforted, stroking Pidgey's feathers gently. Ha, little one. Rest assured, my Spearow is obedient to my commands and will not harm you. Although their conversation was deliberately subdued, Captain Sam, nearby, overheard and chuckled heartily. My apologies. Uncle Sam, my Pidgey is quite naive in these matters, and I hope I haven't embarrassed you. However, if I'm not mistaken, your Spearow has indeed improved in strength. Hasn't he? Truly a testament to your prowess, Uncle Sam. He scrutinized the Spearow standing on the ground, noting its noticeably sharper beak and claws now turned black, reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. Moreover, the aura emanating from it was evidently stronger than when he last beheld it. Flattery will get you everywhere. My Spearow was initially of ordinary mid-tier strength, but after breaking through to elite, I requested the training manual from the league. It has recently ascended to high tier. Uncle Sam reveled in Tianci's compliments. Indeed, for an elite-level Pokémon, resources available at the ordinary level are no longer deemed particularly precious. Once one possesses a training manual, elevating a Pokémon's strength becomes a systematic endeavor. Unlike myself, who must rely solely on relentless battles and training to enhance my trumpet bud's capabilities. Tianci harbored a profound envy. If one possessed wealth and a stable means of advancement, who would willingly venture into the perilous depths of the forest? Yet, despite his envy, he continued to extol the virtues of his companion. Wow, Uncle Sam, your Spearow is a remarkable specimen. Those beaks appear incredibly sharp, and those talons are akin to 6 small daggers. With such robust muscles and expansive wings, it surely must be on the verge of reaching the elite level. The nearby Spearow, upon hearing such praise from the human, felt a swell of pride and appeared much more amiable. No. I'm merely following the standard procedures, Captain Sam replied, his spirits lifted by Tianci's compliments. However, when the mention of reaching the elite level arose, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth as he elaborated. Attaining the elite level is no simple feat. My Beedrill is a poison type and cannot effectively support the Spearow. The training manual provided by the League only permits progression to the upper echelons of the ordinary level, akin to what advanced apprentices at the gym learn. For the Spearow to break through to the elite level, I would need to accumulate merits to exchange for advanced manuals, and that is no trivial sum. Moreover, even upon acquiring the manuals, the resources required for the breakthrough are substantial. With a sigh, Uncle Sam gently stroked the feathers of his Spearow. Life is not easy for us common folk, but I believe in you, Uncle Sam. You will surely manage. Observing Uncle Sam's slightly despondent demeanor, Tianci promptly offered words of encouragement. Indeed, I have persevered thus far. I will find a way to elevate your Spearow to the elite level, making it my 3rd elite Pokémon. The Spearow responded with spirited enthusiasm. The 3rd one, you say? It seems Uncle Sam has already established himself at the elite level. I wonder what his 2nd elite Pokémon is. It likely also leans towards the poison type, which would simplify things with Beedrill's assistance. Tianci seized upon the key detail, the 3rd one. All right, young man. Summon your Pidgey. I will ensure that the Spearow teaches it well, Uncle Sam called out, having gathered his spirits anew. Okay, here we go, Pidgey. With a gentle flap, Pidgey glided to the front of the Spearow, offering a timid greeting. Although the Spearow still harbored a slight disdain for Pidgey's lineage, it responded amicably, as its trainer had spoken so kindly. Spearow, demonstrate your prowess to Pidgey. Use peck on the target ahead. Seeing the two Pokémon had established rapport, Uncle Sam promptly issued the command. The Spearow swiftly soared towards the target, its beak gathering a surge of white, flying-type energy. With a sharp crack, the once sturdy wooden target was shattered by the force of the Spearow's beak. Boom. Such power is indeed impressive. If it were to strike a person, it would hit with unwavering precision. Spearow, now use Fury Attack on the target beside you. Observing the astonished expressions of both Pidgey and Tianci, Uncle Sam felt a swell of pride as he immediately commanded them to continue. The claws of the Spearow began to radiate a white, shimmering energy. With a swift stroke across the target, the energy-laden claws struck with a resounding bang. The once intact target was cleaved into several pieces. Bubbling with excitement at the prospect of mastering such an impressive technique, Pidgey felt a surge of determination, suppressing any lingering fear of Spearow. Eagerly, it fluttered to Spearow's side, inquiring about the method behind the powerful move. Come, dear Pidgey, you shall stay with me for the next few days. Have no worries. I will take good care of you. Once you have learned the technique, I will notify you. It shouldn't take long. The challenge lies mainly in your physical conditioning, which you have already well trained. Observing Pidgey's earnest quest for knowledge, Uncle Sam waved his hand at Tianci, signaling him to return to the living room. Chapter 77, Physical Ability. Uncle Sam, this is your remuneration. I hope it suffices. Upon returning to the living room, Tianci produced a prepared card from his pocket and respectfully offered it. Oh, I cannot accept your money. I am not in need of these few thousand, dear boy. Save it for your Pokémon's evolution resources. I recall that both Pidgey and Mewtwo can evolve at a basic level. Uncle Sam waved his hand dismissively, returning the card. In the past, he might have accepted, as he merely intended to lend a hand. One must understand that if a Pokémon trained by an elite trainer offered instruction, charging a mere few thousand would attract a queue down the street. However, upon discovering that Tianci had advanced to a basic level and had independently grasped the correct cultivation methods, he resolved to assist this young lad. Should Tianci break through to elite status, they would look out for each other within the league, and should his strength surpass Sam's, the road ahead might one day rely on this young talent. While he had achieved elite status before the age of 55 and appeared to thrive in the eyes of outsiders, his late breakthrough left him without a solid foundation in the league. He had only managed the basic cultivation of 6 Pokémon, and any further advancement would require tremendous effort and sacrifice. It was likely that he would remain at the mid-elite tier for the rest of his life. Thus, he decided to extend a helping hand. Even if Tianci did not reach elite status, he believed the young man would become a formidable expert at the basic level. In time, he would surely find himself among the ranks of the guard. That simply will not do. You must accept this, Tianci insisted, feigning reluctance as he pushed the card back. This polite discourse was a craft he had mastered in his previous life. Indeed, after several rounds of pleasantries, the card found its way back into Tianci's pocket, leaving Captain Sam with a favorable impression of the young man, genuine and grateful. The two conversed a while longer in the living room. As Tianci glanced at the time, he turned to Uncle Sam to bid farewell. Uncle Sam, I shall not intrude any longer. Thank you for your assistance with Pidgey over the next few days. With a respectful bow, Tianci turned and exited through the door, guided by the maid. Alas, my young friend, I hope you shall not disappoint me. Let us return to our chambers and strive diligently. Uncle Sam sighed as he observed Tianci's departing figure, finally embracing the two maids as they ascended to the upstairs bedroom. Back in his own abode, Tianci regarded the industrious Horn Bud, nodding in approval. Moo. Horn Bud, noticing Tianci's arrival, immediately proclaimed that he had not been idle, but was earnestly practicing. Very well, I am aware of your dedication, Horn Bud. Rest assured. Tianci approached and affectionately patted Horn Bud's head, offering words of praise. Moo. At that moment, Horn Bud noticed the absence of Pidgey perched upon Tianci's shoulder and the empty Pokeball at his waist, inquiring curiously, where has Pidgey gone? Ahem. It is as such, Pidgey is learning new skills. Since I visited Uncle Sam, he graciously agreed to allow Pidgey to remain there for his studies. Tianci promptly clarified in response to Horn Bud's question. Moo. Horn Bud nodded, then asked, for how many days? That is uncertain. You two shall compete now. It will be a test of whether you stabilize your strength first, or if Pidgey comprehends the new technique sooner. Horn Bud, do your utmost. As the elder brother of the team, do not wait for Pidgey's return before solidifying your prowess. Inspired by Tianci's words, Horn Bud immediately resumed training with renewed fervor. Indeed, I too should familiarize myself with my enhanced physical abilities. Observing Horn Bud's spirited determination, Tianci nodded and commenced his own training regimen. Huff. Naturally, the first step was running. Although this is the most basic and straightforward exercise, it serves as a reliable measure of his current physical condition. Of course, it pales in comparison to the assessments conducted in a gym, where the equipment is far more specialized and the data more precise. However, I am not intending to engage in melee combat with Pokémon. I am merely a support, wielding cold steel. Thus, I need only maintain a fundamental grasp of my physicality. As Tianci continued to run, he mentally counted his laps. I'm exhausted. I never anticipated that I would nearly improve by 1/3. This was merely the first elevation bestowed upon him by Horn Bud. Those subsequent advancements to the mid and high stages may be less frequent. Enhancements are assuredly forthcoming. It is estimated that simply Horn Bud at the ordinary level could elevate my physical prowess by half. Upon completing his run, he ambled about the open space, allowing himself a moment of respite, a thrill of excitement swelling within him. He began to comprehend why elite trainers could transcend into the extraordinary, if such breakthroughs accumulate. His physical form would undoubtedly surpass the limits of humanity. One must note that a significant stage of enhancement consists of 6 opportunities, though each may be progressively weaker. The frequency is undeniable. Therefore, I shall not squander the 6 opportunities of the novice level. Nonetheless, it seems this will not hinder my pursuit of readily available combat power. When my strength increases and resources become abundant, I shall have the luxury to select my preferred novice Pokémon, compensating for any shortcomings in my previous attempts. Of course, if I happen to encounter a favored sprite in the wild, and it happens to be at the novice level, that would be even better. After all, nurturing it from the novice stage would foster a deeper emotional bond. Tianci exerted himself, and his heart was filled with clarity regarding his future plans. Although the feedback from the novice level was noticeably less than that of the ordinary level, a morsel, no matter how small, still constitutes sustenance. Given that the laws of this world allowed for 6 attempts, it was imperative to utilize them all. How quickly I have recovered. The regenerative capacity of this body has significantly improved. He nodded in satisfaction. With less recovery time, his training hours had effectively increased. Next, he focused on honing his knife-throwing skills, needing to reacquaint himself with his eyesight and wrist strength. Speaking thus, he began to project knives from the previously established distance. Whoosh, whoosh. Undoubtedly, with enhanced physical attributes, both the power and accuracy of his throws had seen marked improvement. It seems I must systematically test the limits, meter by meter. Tianci nodded in approval, effortlessly surpassing his previous limits. He then began to incrementally increase the distance by 1 meter for each test. The final results astonished him, reaching approximately 18 meters, when he had initially anticipated only a 1/3 improvement. It appears that the benefits of skillful enhancement are indeed remarkable. If only I had access to martial arts secrets, the gains would surely be even greater. Tianci felt a pang of regret. During his previous life, when he had a little money, he squandered it frivolously, indulging in a life of excess without considering the pursuit of martial arts training. Although such training would likely have been rudimentary, it would have been preferable to merely possessing a robust physique without the accompanying skill. Alas, perhaps such opportunities exist in this world. I shall inquire with Uncle Sam when the time comes. Chapter 78, The Crucial Moment. Before long, 5 days had swiftly passed. During this period, he, like the trumpet sprout, had been acclimatizing himself to his surging prowess. In the first 2 days, he also took the opportunity to observe Bobo, discovering that Bobo had nearly grasped the fundamentals and would likely master them in the coming days. In fact, he had comprehensively understood his own situation by yesterday. Based on his extensive training experience, such mastery should not have taken long. However, the magnitude of his growth necessitated meticulous refinement. In these 2 days, he had primarily assisted the trumpet sprout in familiarizing itself with its newfound abilities, offering guidance and documenting its progress. Some might argue that since the trumpet sprout would evolve from the ordinary low tier, it would inevitably require familiarization again, rendering the effort unnecessary. Initially, he shared this sentiment, believing it sufficient for the trumpet sprout to achieve a general understanding, as it would soon evolve. However, after visiting Bobo and receiving insightful advice from Uncle Sam, he resolved to ensure the trumpet sprout achieved complete mastery. The dialogue from that moment remained vivid in his mind, for it had nearly led to a grave error. At that moment, it was Uncle Sam who took the initiative to inquire. Tianci, it seems your Bobo will take a few more days to learn. Has your trumpet bud been consistently training, or have you taken it out for hunting? Uncle Sam, trumpet bud has nearly mastered its skills. Since Bobo needs a few more days, I plan to take trumpet bud out to the outskirts to test its strength. Ah, nearly mastered. At such a rapid pace for an ordinary level? How far off is it? Tell me, Uncle Sam casually asked while patting the nearby sofa. Well, it's mastered about 70 to 80%, Tianci replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. 70 to 80% won't suffice. I suspect you believe trumpet bud is on the verge of evolution, and hence you think it's acceptable to just have it nearly mastered for now, right? At this, Uncle Sam straightened his posture, his expression growing serious. Yes, after all, this time one tea lasts long. Is there a problem, Uncle Sam? Tianci inquired, scratching his head in confusion. There is a problem, indeed. This stems from our lack of understanding as commoners. I presume you intend to use leaf crystals to enhance trumpet bud's potential during its evolution. Am I correct? Yes. Is there anything wrong with that? Upon seeing Uncle Sam's grave demeanor, Tianci's heart began to race. This method has been validated by numerous scholars, so it is certainly viable. Uncle Sam reassured Tianci, seeing the worry etched on his face. But what you do not realize is that the principle behind this method relies on a substantial amount of energy to refine the restructured body. Without an additional energy supply, enhancing potential is absolutely impossible. Given your last gift of a bank card, I can tell you are prepared. We can skip that discussion. Now, let us get to the crux of the matter. First, if the energy is insufficient, then potential cannot be enhanced. Can you tell me what quality of crystals you intend to purchase? High quality ones should suffice, right? That will certainly be adequate. Now that the energy supply issue is resolved, the next concern is controlling the refinement process. Your trumpet bud has only mastered about 70 to 80% of its own strength. How can it possibly manage a large influx of external energy? If it cannot control it, a significant amount of energy will dissipate, and thus, potential cannot be enhanced. There is an even graver scenario. If it cannot control the energy during evolution, it could sustain injuries from the energy surge, potentially leading to a decrease in potential. Do you understand this now? After speaking, Uncle Sam looked at Tianci with an earnest expression. This. Tianci was taken aback, relieved that Uncle Sam was willing to guide him. Otherwise, not only would the money be wasted, but trumpet bud could also have suffered a significant loss in potential. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Sam. In the coming days, I will train with Trumpet Bud to master energy control, only considering evolution once we achieve complete command. With that, Tianci deeply bowed to Captain Uncle Sam. Ahem, this information is perhaps only unknown to us commoners without any connections. Upon breaking through to the elite level, I discovered that it is indeed common knowledge among those of certain status, as outlined in the introductory training provided. Frankly, I have a favorable outlook on your future, and thus I wish to lend you a hand. Uncle Sam waved his hand and revealed his true intentions. Rest assured, Uncle Sam, I shall remember your guidance and assistance. Tianci responded, unperturbed by the revelation, as it aligned with his desires. Having the support of an elite could potentially save him from taking numerous detours. Haha. That's splendid, splendid. Uncle Sam smiled at his newly acquired prodigy. Alas, this is the plight of the underprivileged. What is common knowledge to others is a treasure trove of wisdom for those with nothing. It is no wonder that so few commoners ascend to the elite ranks. Initially, it was thought that commoners could enhance their qualifications through the methods provided by the Alliance, suggesting that the number of breakthroughs to elite status would increase. However, it appears that certain critical information remains obscured by the familial factions within the Alliance. Returning to his thoughts, Tianci sighed once more for the arduous journey of common trainers. He understood why many talented common trainers in the town would willingly sign contracts akin to indentured servitude, joining the dojo to become ordinary low-level apprentices. Although they would still face suppression from the families within the dojo, they would at least gain access to the correct training knowledge and could gradually accumulate resources. If they could endure until they became advanced apprentices with the freedom to enter and exit the dojo, they would have overcome a significant hurdle. To acquire essential Pokémon knowledge in this alliance dominated by familial factions, one must become one of them. Yet even upon joining, one would merely occupy the lowest tier. Moo? Just as Tianci lamented the plight of commoners, the call of his Trumpet Bud jolted him from his reverie. Ahem. My apologies, Trumpet Bud. I did not notice you earlier. Please perform your routine once more. Moo. The Trumpet Bud rolled its eyes in exasperation, but complied and released another burst of powder. Indeed, I can only see a slight dispersion of powder. You have been training remarkably well these past few days, Trumpet Bud, but we must continue to strive for perfection. To enhance our qualifications, we must achieve a flawless execution. Since that day, he had imparted this crucial point to the Trumpet Bud, and fortunately, it had shown no signs of impatience, willingly practicing repeatedly. Moo. The Trumpet Bud affirmed and resumed its diligent training towards the final stages of progress. Observing the Trumpet Bud's earnest efforts, Tianci clenched his fist in gratitude for Uncle Sam's recognition. Moreover, Uncle Sam, hailing from humble beginnings, only began to contemplate forming a family after attaining the elite status. Thus, devoid of numerous constraints, the only investment made was a mere infusion of knowledge, with the essential requirement being Tianci's potential for the future. Should Tianci manage to transcend into the elite ranks, it would necessitate a collaborative vigilance alongside Uncle Sam within the alliance. Conversely, if he fails to achieve such elevation, he would need to enlist in the Guardian Corps, where the remuneration would be quite favorable. Chapter 79, Mastery. Soon, 2 days had elapsed, and Bobo had already mastered the techniques of peck and scratch, while the Budu had attained absolute control over its own energy. Now, they were in the backyard, demonstrating their training achievements to Tianci. All right, let Bobo take the lead. I wish to witness the prowess of your new skills. With that, Tianci pointed towards a tree stump, signaling Bobo to proceed. This particular stump was one he had hewn himself. A tree had succumbed to the relentless torment of Budu and had died. So he had thoughtfully cut it down to create a training target, ensuring nothing went to waste. Fortunately, it was near a refuse station, where the mortality rate of plants was already high and went largely unnoticed. Had his frequent utilization of public resources for training been discovered, he surely would have faced penalties. Bop. With unwavering confidence, Bobo soared from Tianci's shoulder, exclaiming, "Watch closely." A surge of white flying-type energy radiated from Bobo's beak as he darted towards the stump. With a resounding thud, the stump was punctured, creating a substantial hole. Tianci approached to inspect the damage, discovering a depth of approximately 4 to 5 centimeters. While it was consistent with Uncle Sam's assertion, the power was somewhat inferior to that of his own fletchling during its fiery evolution. After all, it was a product of postnatal training, and the beak of a fletchinder was indeed sharper than that of Bobo, so he was mentally prepared for this discrepancy. At the very least, Bobo had successfully learned the skill and now possessed a means of counterattack in close quarters. Excellent work, Bobo. That was quite powerful. Now, let us see the scratch in action. While he thought this, he refrained from outright telling Bobo that the skill's power was somewhat lacking. Thus, Tianci offered his praise instead. Delighted by Tianci's commendation, Bobo promptly channeled energy into his claws. With a swift motion, 2 streaks of white light slashed through the air, sending wood shavings flying from the stump. Bop. Bobo then returned to Tianci's shoulder, gesturing towards the stump, indicating that the power was commendable. Indeed, very impressive, Bobo. You have carved quite deeply. He stepped closer to examine the scratches, which were around 3 to 4 centimeters deep, and was pleasantly surprised. He had anticipated a maximum depth of around 2 centimeters. Thus, it appeared that this technique held the potential to evolve into a rending claw. Instantly, his mind conjured images of an Articuno's talon-shattering boulders. In ancient times, fighting-type Pokémon could crush stones with their chests. Today, I, with my Articuno, shall shatter boulders with my talons. To all the spectators, those with means, please support with your wealth. Those who can, lend your presence. Naturally, he recognized this ambition might be a tad lofty, yet even if boulders remained unbroken, splintering a tree stump would suffice. Well, Bobo has fully mastered the new technique. Now, Mewtwo, you too shall showcase your training achievements. Although he was already aware that Mewtwo had completely harnessed its own power, having spent the past few days training alongside it, Bobo felt it was only fair to afford Mewtwo an opportunity to shine. Moo. Mewtwo nodded, swiftly channeling energy within. Before long, its hands began to sprout thick vines, which were adorned with sharp wooden thorns. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the vines slicing through the air echoed as they lashed out toward their target. Crack, crack. A wooden stake buried 25 meters away was dislodged with a forceful strike. Bobo was taken aback by Mewtwo's thorn whip. When it had attacked, the stake remained utterly unmoved. Yet, through its keen eyesight, Bobo discerned deep whip marks and numerous tiny punctures on the stake's surface. Were such blows to land upon it, Bobo feared it would be left grievously wounded. Excellent. Now, let us proceed with the paralysis powder. Tinsu was not surprised by this outcome, having observed Mewtwo's training previously. The yellow powder, under Mewtwo's deliberate control, only dispersed directly in front of it. Neither Bobo nor Tinsu sensed anything amiss, indicating that Mewtwo had attained an extraordinary level of energy mastery. Bop, bop. Bobo flew to a position 20 meters away from Mewtwo and discovered that it too felt a slight stiffness in its body. Realizing it had succumbed to the effects of the paralysis powder. Ahem, little one, why did you run over there on your own? Once the powder settled, Tinsu promptly administered an antidote to Bobo. Bop, bop. Once the antidote took effect, Bobo swiftly flew back to Mewtwo, chattering away in admiration. Moo, moo. Mewtwo merely nodded, signifying that such feats were merely foundational skills. Ha ha. Tinsu chuckled inwardly, recalling who had been diligently practicing daily to avoid losing face before Bobo. However, Mewtwo had genuinely grasped the power of the ordinary level. Its thorn whip was now swifter, with an attack range extending to 25 meters. Its control over the paralysis powder had also improved, increasing its effective range from 18 to 20 meters. Let us head to the Pokémon Center to register today. With that thought, he called out to Mewtwo and Bobo before setting off toward the Pokémon Center. He wondered if Ninghui had missed him, yet he dismissed the thought. Feeling indifferent, as Tinsu walked down the street, he recalled having promised to visit her days ago, but had completely forgotten. Now, having gained the favor of Uncle Sam and established himself as an elite in this town, he had experienced remarkable growth through their interactions. The ordinary family behind Ninghui now seemed inconsequential to him. Initially, his intention was to leverage Ninghui's family background to expedite his journey as a trainer. However, upon interacting with Uncle Sam, it became evident that this modest family, despite possessing some ancestral breeding secrets, was rather limited in its potential. What they knew, Uncle Sam certainly knew, and what they did not know, these ordinary families unacknowledged by the League were unlikely to comprehend either. In contrast, Uncle Sam, endowed with elite-level strength and more lenient conditions, emerged as a far more suitable ally. Though Ninghui was strikingly beautiful and possessed a remarkable physique, he resolutely chose Uncle Sam. Moreover, he noticed that within Uncle Sam's villa, an influx of young, attractive maids with alluring figures seemed to appear every few days. This suggested that should he attain elite status, he too could lead such a lifestyle, if not even better. After all, in this world where humans are at a disadvantage, the safety of ordinary people depends on the guardianship of trainers. If he could not become a trainer himself, aligning with a powerful one for the sake of his own and his family's safety was indeed a prudent choice. In the initial stages, he contemplated sacrificing a stronger ally like Uncle Sam for the sake of a mere woman or a solitary tree. His intellect had not yet diminished to such an extent. Chapter 80, The Tale of Ninghui. Ding. Upon reaching the entrance of the Pokémon Center and recalling his Bellsprout and Pidgey into their Pokeballs, the doors of the center opened automatically. I know this mechanism, Tianci muttered as he proceeded toward the registration area. Navigating familiar turns, he finally spotted a recognizable figure engrossed in a mobile game. Jengar, why aren't you using Shadow Sneak? Right on, why haven't you evolved yet? How can you withstand this? Take down the Dragonite first. Take down the Dragonite first. Otherwise, we stand no chance. Tianci quietly positioned himself at the window, observing Ninghui as she engaged in the highly popular game among ordinary folk, Pokémon League. And she lost again. The final evolution of the dragon type is exceedingly formidable. Moments later, Ning Hui's phone screen displayed the glaring word defeat, and only then did she notice the shadow of a figure before her. "I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong to play games during work hours." Her intuition suggested that this person was likely her superior, prompting her to hastily admit her fault without further ado. "Really? You've realized your mistake." Tianci, captivated by a fleeting glimpse of beauty as she bent down, almost let slip his words but quickly corrected himself. Although he had discovered a better option, why not indulge in a few more glances, if only for the sake of enjoyment? "Yes, I have. Wait. That voice. Oh, Tianci-kun. You've deceived me." Ning Hui, initially prepared to humbly confess her wrongdoing, suddenly recognized the somewhat familiar voice. She looked up to find none other than Tianci, whom she had not seen in ages. He had promised to visit her, yet after so long, he arrived only to play tricks on her. A wave of irritation surged within Ning Hui. "Humph, Tianci-kun, you have gone too far." She abruptly sat down and turned her head. "Ahem, Ning Hui, I wasn't merely watching you in that crucial team battle. I had been diligently obstructing views for quite some time, allowing others to believe you were engaged in official business rather than playing a game." Despite Ning Hui's evident irritation, Tianci offered an explanation. "Humph." Ning Hui still wished to maintain her composure, even though the individual before her was a trainer and she herself was merely an ordinary person. Yet, she belonged to a family of trainers, albeit of a common rank. Now serving at the Pokémon Center, her status was akin to that of a novice trainer. She had long perceived the interest this young man harbored for her, but she was bound by her family's decree. Her family had invested considerable resources to place her, a girl of striking appearance, in the trainer registration position, with the intent of securing a marriage alliance with a promising common trainer expected to ascend to intermediate ranks within the next few years. The family had given her a 2-year deadline to find this individual before her 18th birthday. Otherwise, even as the daughter of the clan leader, she might be compelled into an alliance with another family or be offered as a maid to an elite trainer. Her family had suffered devastating losses during the last forced expansion hunting mission, leaving them with only one Pokémon of intermediate strength, while 2 members were of lower tier. Consequently, there were no surplus resources to cultivate new trainers. All efforts were directed toward restoring the strengths of the lone intermediate Pokémon. Although her family was no longer recognized by the Alliance, maintaining a strong intermediate presence was essential to safeguard their ancestral cultivation secrets and various enterprises. While they still possessed a high-tier Pokémon, they had been forced to relinquish numerous benefits. Only by consolidating their influence could they ensure survival. In the next 2 years, clan members reaching the required age who aspired to become trainers would have to toil like commoners, aside from some knowledge of cultivation. She understood that without her family's support, her privileged upbringing over the past decade would have rendered her incapable of advancing far along the path of a trainer, prompting her to surrender her aspirations. At this juncture, even her father, the clan leader, could not leverage his resources for her benefit, as his abilities were also derived from the family. Their paramount objective was to aid the lone intermediate Pokémon in regaining its strength. By finding a qualified Pokémon with a trainer experienced in cultivation, they could swiftly restore its prowess. Unexpectedly, after her resignation, her striking appearance began to attract the attention of other families seeking marriage alliances. And even as the clan leader's daughter, she was approached multiple times by several elders. In truth, she harbored no resentment toward her family, for they had afforded her a decade of comfort, and among those being courted were direct relatives of the intermediate Pokémon, as well as the daughter of an elder. They, possessing a sense of propriety, unanimously consented to the arranged marriage, while another was sent to serve as a maid for the newly appointed Commander Sam. This was the only means to barely preserve their diminished family. However, she was scarcely 16, whether one deemed her headstrong or oblivious to the larger context. She simply refused to marry a stranger or serve a trainer older than her own father. Fortunately, her father, as the clan leader, managed to safeguard her due to his modest yet respectable abilities, coupled with his prestigious position, and undoubtedly, her exceptional beauty among her peers played a role. Ultimately, the family granted her a 2-year period to seek out a promising trainer of her own choosing. In a bid to protect her, her father relinquished his leadership role and volunteered to assist in capturing Pokémon within the forest. Truth be told, upon realizing that her stubbornness had compelled her father to undertake such risks, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, with her father already embarked on his journey and arrangements made for her, she had no choice but to accept her fate. During this year, among civilian trainers, she observed newcomers with initial Pokémon possessing superior potential compared to her own. Tianci, one civilian trainer, even had a flying-type Pokémon with commendable qualities. Although Tianci's Bidou exhibited a decent yet inferior aptitude, its common attributes and lackluster battle prowess placed it among the lesser ranks. Hence, Tianci was merely one of the candidates, occupying a less favorable position. While she could indulge him with kindness when he pleased her, she would not hesitate to show her displeasure when provoked. This woman dared to display her contempt? Tianci, having already resolved to abandon this pursuit, felt a flicker of annoyance at Ning Hui's haughty demeanor. Coughing lightly, he declared, "Ning Hui, I have come with serious business. I intend to advance to the rank of a standard trainer. I hope you will adopt the professionalism expected of a Pokémon Center staff member. With a stern expression, he announced his recent promotion. Humph. Even if you apologize, what? Initially expecting Tianxi to flatter her, Ninghui was taken aback by his request and leapt from her seat. You have already been promoted to a standard trainer. How long has it been? Just about 2 months, if I recall. You've amassed enough resources to level up. Chapter 81. The Alliance's Newcomer Task. At this moment, Ninghui found it difficult to process. Within her own family, a headstrong youth had also chosen the path of a trainer, taking a subsidy of 20,000 yuan and venturing forth to strive for success. She remembered this determined lad borrowing every possible resource and ultimately spending 32,000 yuan to purchase a standard quality Rattata from the Pokémon Center. This choice proved wise, as the Rattata could evolve into a Pokémon of decent quality by utilizing energy crystals during its evolution, thus harboring the potential for a breakthrough into the elite tier. With the remaining 1,000 yuan, he procured essential supplies and, after a period of training, set out to hunt in the wilderness. Initially, things proceeded rather smoothly. One could often encounter solitary or paired green caterpillars or horned beetles, and even the injured Rattata could manage to secure a catch. After deducting the costs for healing items, one could earn approximately 3,000 to 4,000 in a single day. Gradually accumulating such earnings held the promise of eventually advancing to the ordinary level within a few months. At that time, this iron-headed lad was the envy of those in his family who had deemed him unworthy. However, this fortunate streak was short-lived. Before long, the Pokémon began to congregate in groups, and the guarding teams received early intelligence about the emergence of flying-type Pokémon in the periphery, prompting the deployment of 2 squads for a thorough sweep. This led to a significant increase in the clustering of peripheral Pokémon, and the iron-headed lad hesitated to venture out immediately after the sweep. Days later, he discovered that solitary and paired Pokémon had become quite rare. Thus, he boldly challenged 5 green caterpillars for the first time, but his Rattata was severely injured. Although he managed to rescue it with a Pokéball, its hind legs were left crippled, marking the abrupt end of this lad's journey as a trainer. Indeed, my Mewtwo has ascended to the ordinary level. You may verify this with your equipment and kindly assist in updating my identity card information. Tianxi disregarded Ning Hui's astonishment and handed over the Pokéball containing Mewtwo along with his identity card through the window. Oh, certainly, please hold on. Ning Hui, upon receiving the Pokéball and identity card, realized the authenticity of the situation. No one would jest about such matters at the Pokémon Center. Beep. Ordinary level. She placed the Pokéball onto the machine designed to assess Pokémon energy levels, and as the cold mechanical sound reached her ears, she comprehended that everything was indeed true. Swiftly, she updated the information on the identity card and returned both the Pokéball and identity card to Tianxi. Simultaneously, she rose quickly, a gentle expression gracing her features as she slightly bowed to Tianxi in apology. I apologize, Tianxi-kun. I was feeling a bit down after losing a game, which inadvertently affected you. I hope you can forgive me. You are truly remarkable. An ordinary citizen advancing to the ordinary level in just 2 months. She had thoroughly researched her candidates and placed Tianxi at the back of the list precisely because, in her eyes, as an orphan without friends, he seemed the least likely to achieve the ordinary level, making him the slowest developing novice trainer this year. His inclusion on the candidate list was solely due to his initial Pokémon's decent but subpar qualifications. Yet, reality dealt her a resounding blow. This individual she deemed least likely had been the first to break through to the ordinary level. At not even 16 years of age, this ordinary level trainer, solitary and unencumbered, coming from a family of Pokémon trainers, Ning Hui understood the implications of such an achievement. Consequently, her attitude underwent a complete transformation. It's nothing. But Miss Ning Hui, please refrain from playing games during work next time. Tianxi noted her dramatic change in demeanor, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction within, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Indeed, you are correct. I shall refrain from such behavior in the future, Tianxi exclaimed. You just referred to me as Miss Ning Hui again. Are you still upset with me? How about this? I find myself a bit weary, and having attained the rank of ordinary, you must be eager to undertake alliance tasks. Allow me to accompany you in selecting one, and I shall provide some explanations as well. With that, Ning Hui stretched languidly in front of Tianxi, showcasing her exquisite figure entirely, before gracefully stepping through the side door and wrapping her arms around his. Ahem. I hope this does not hinder your work, Ning Hui, Tianxi coughed, feeling the softness enveloping his arm. Adhering to a rather innocent thought, he did not pull away. Not at all. I am right here beside you. And do you know why I engage in gaming? It is because, aside from that initial surge 2 months ago, there have been no other players in our town. Noticing Tianxi's lack of resistance, Ning Hui's heart leaped with joy, and she hurriedly continued. The two soon arrived at the task wall, and due to the throngs of people, Ning Hui released her hold on his arm, leaving Tianxi feeling a tinge of disappointment at the sudden absence of contact. Such advanced technology. Tian marveled at the array of self-service task computers, realizing just how affluent the Alliance truly was. He had initially envisioned a charming young lady acting as an intermediary for task acquisition, akin to the mercenary guilds in the novels of his previous life, yet was surprised to find the process fully automated. Here, Tian, simply insert your identity card into this slot, and tasks available for you will appear. Ninghui gestured toward a card slot, indicating for him to proceed. Tian retrieved his identity card and inserted it. Beep. Identity being read. Name, Aoki Tian. Gender, male. Age, 15. Rank, newly promoted ordinary trainer. Alliance merit, 0. Available tasks, 99. The computer screen promptly displayed Tian's identity information along with the tasks he could undertake. Hey, Ninghui, I recall that newly promoted ordinary trainers can only accept low-level tasks. Why am I able to access so many? He questioned with a hint of confusion. Turning to Ninghui. Indeed, newly promoted ordinary trainers must first complete 5 low-level tasks, specifically novice-level tasks, before they can accept others. As for why you have so many available, it is because novice-level tasks are primarily repetitive assignments issued by the Alliance, hence the abundance. You can click on them to see. Many are indeed duplicates. Ninghui quickly elucidated. Understood, Tian nodded, his finger hovering over the available tasks. Beep, loading task. Task number, 00001. Task level, novice. Task description, retrieve 10 energy-rich fresh caterpie silk sacks from the wild. Task deadline, none. Task reward, 1 alliance merit point, 5,000 alliance coins. Plus a novice bonus of 1,000 coins. Beep. Task number, 00002. Task level, novice. Task description, retrieve 10 energy-rich fresh horned bugs from the wild. Task deadline, none. Task reward, 1 point of alliance merit, 1,000 alliance coins, plus an additional 1,000 coins for novice reward. Tian quickly flipped through the details and discovered that, indeed, the requirements for materials in novice-level tasks were merely freshness, without any stipulation on strength or quality. This implied that even low-tier materials could suffice. Moreover, the tasks involved relatively common and weaker creatures, such as horned bugs, green caterpillars, rattatas, and odyshes. Chapter 82, Accepting the Task. He glanced at the various novice tasks displayed on the screen, finding them far from challenging. He believed he could complete them all within a day. Consequently, he intended to accept them all and venture into the forest to fulfill the requirements. Ding. Task accepted successfully. Ding ding ding. Task acceptance failed. Insufficient permissions. Please complete the previous task first. The first task was accepted seamlessly. However, when he attempted to accept the second task, the system alerted him of insufficient permissions. Tian felt a bit perplexed and turned to Ninghui beside him, seeking clarification. Ahem, Tian Kun. This is also due to your status as a newly appointed trainer. To prevent some novices from becoming overly confident upon leveling up, the Alliance policy stipulates that one can only accept 1 novice task at a time. You must complete it before taking on another, Ninghui explained with a smile, then pointed to the novice reward on the task list. Furthermore, this novice reward can be claimed 5 times. Then, if I were to bring back all the materials I hunt, could I submit them after completing the first task and then accept the next one? The clever Tian swiftly devised a plan. As long as he memorized the 5 tasks and hunted simultaneously, he could avoid making 5 trips. Theoretically, that would be correct, but Tian Kun. I believe it is better for you to remain cautious as you have just leveled up. Ninghui expressed her concern, casting a worried glance at him. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my capabilities and will not overextend myself. Having chosen the path of determination, Tian nodded dismissively at Ninghui. Once I ascend to elite level, I shall possess even more. He then began noting down the novice tasks, observing that among the 5, the first 4 specified the creatures but imposed no quality requirements. Only the 5th task presented a distinction, titled as a novice advancement task rather than a novice task. Ding. Task number, 00005. Task level, novice advancement. Task description, obtain any creature material of normal level strength from the wild. Task deadline, none. Task reward, 1 point of alliance merit. 5,000 alliance coins. A newcomer reward of 1,000 yuan. Oh, it seems that the League indeed has aspirations concerning the prowess of ordinary level trainers. Upon seeing this task, Tian instantly comprehended that the League still values the strength of ordinary trainers. Although they reside at the lowest tier, in a world dominated by Pokémon. Each newly promoted ordinary trainer represents a living combatant. Every life saved is a victory. This advancement task necessitates that your Pokémon must truly demonstrate its ordinary level capabilities for the possibility of completion. Unlike the previous 4 tasks, which could be easily accomplished by leveraging high levels to overpower novice trainers, this one demands genuine skill. While wild ordinary level Pokémon vary in strength. When energy levels are equal, victory hinges upon combat technique. Thus, This advancement task subtly reminds you to diligently train your Pokémon and not to reach for unattainable heights. Moreover, the reward itself serves as an advancement benefit. His attention shifted to the 5,000 yuan. This is no trifling sum. The materials at the ordinary level are merely double those of the novice level. For instance, the purchase price for the novice level Caterpie S silk is 500, while that for the ordinary level is 1,000. Of course, having advanced to ordinary level, it is likely that he would no longer be dealing with Caterpies. Tianci reviewed the 5 tasks once more. He had not brought a pen today, so he had to commit the task objectives and requirements to memory. Fortunately, they were not overly complex. Thank you, Ninghui. I am eager to undertake the tasks, and I cannot disturb you at work any longer. Farewell. He felt he had memorized enough and withdrew his card. Turning to Ninghui, who still stood beside him, he expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Tianci-kun, you aren't still upset with me, are you? I was genuinely in a bad mood earlier, and it inadvertently affected you. I have already apologized. Seeing Tianci turn to leave, Ninghui grew anxious and hurriedly stepped in front of him, offering further explanation. How about this? Noon is approaching. I'll treat you to lunch as an apology. Would that be acceptable? Please forgive me, Tianci-kun. Observing the goddess of his peers displaying a charming demeanor while bowing in apology, Tianci felt a slight thrill within. Yet, he was acutely aware that all of this stemmed from the elevated status and strength of trainers far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Had he still been the version of himself who existed in the gray world of his past prior to engaging with Uncle Sam, he might have readily acquiesced to Ning Hui's invitation, allowing a slow development to unfold, ultimately leading to a natural progression. However, through Uncle Sam's narratives and his own observations, he had come to understand that once one reaches the elite level, all that is necessary will be attained. And even more splendid opportunities await. He firmly believed that he would ascend to the elite level. Thus his sole desire now was to swiftly accumulate resources for advancement, without sacrificing future prospects for the sake of present trivialities. Ahem, Ninghui, I am no longer upset with you. There is no need for such gestures. I shall certainly frequent the Pokémon Center, so let us save it for next time. As he pushed aside Ninghui with his hand and strode out, a sense of indignation washed over her. Hey, what are you doing? She exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by his rejection. However, as her thoughts drifted to her family and the father who remained within the inner circle due to her own recklessness, the words she intended to voice transformed entirely. That Tianshu-kun, let's plan to meet again next time. Please be cautious during your mission. She dashed out of the Pokémon Center, calling after his retreating figure. Upon hearing her, Tianshu merely waved a hand and continued toward the city gate. At the city gate, he engaged in light conversation with the guards, fostering camaraderie before stepping outside the walls, ready to commence his task. He refrained from informing others of his recent elevation to the ordinary level, for he understood the adage that a tree that stands out invites the wind. Though the guards seemed trustworthy, he couldn't shake the unease of potential jealousy from powerful families should they discover his advancement, leading to a possible assassination. Despite being favored by Uncle Sam, he recognized that elite figures could not accompany him at all times. While he was aware that such melodrama was unlikely, he would not gamble even on a 1 in 10,000 chance. After all, life can often be more absurd than fiction, more dramatic than any soap opera. It was wiser to bide his time and accumulate wealth in silence. Much like when he sold information, as Ning Hui, a staff member at the Pokémon Center, was oblivious to the source of the guard's intelligence. This indicated that Uncle Sam had not disclosed his presence, a key reason he was willing to accept Uncle Sam's investment. Chapter 83, The Task in Progress. With tasks requiring the capture of 10 caterpies, 10 horned bugs, 10 oddish, and 10 ratana, Tianshu aimed to accomplish the first 4 missions all in one day. Upon arriving at the forest's edge, nearing midday, he and his 2 small companions hastily finished their lunch before entering the woods. Bobo, go scout ahead, he commanded. The scout Pokémon, Bobo, promptly soared ahead. We won't wait this time, Hornbud. Bobo will take around 20 minutes to return, so let us explore the vicinity and reconvene in 20 minutes. Given that Hornbud had already reached the ordinary level, Tianshu felt that the powder spraying tactic was unnecessary. With Hornbud's current attack range, it could operate independently. Thus, during this 20-minute span, he intended to try his luck nearby. Hornbud nodded in agreement. Ready to follow Tianshu's lead, each chose a direction and commenced their search. Suddenly, Hornbud tugged at Tianshu's sleeve, indicating that it had discovered 3 horned bugs. Where? Tianshu inquired, scanning with his binoculars but finding nothing. Hornbud, however, insisted that several silvery horns were moving amidst the thicket. Upon the alert from the trumpet bud, he finally discerned the movement of the 3 small, pointed horns. The dense thicket, with its numerous gaps and complexities, had initially obscured his vision, causing him to search for quite some time. However, the heightened physical prowess of the evolved trumpet bud was remarkable, allowing it to detect the anomaly. Indeed, it is through actual combat that the disparities in strength become apparent. Deep within, Tianci couldn't help but marvel at the keen eyesight of the trumpet bud. Estimating that it was approximately 20 meters away, within the range of the trumpet bud's powder, he commanded, "Trumpet bud, unleash your paralysis powder upon them." A flurry of pale yellow powder surged forth under the trumpet bud's control, targeting the thicket ahead. The startled unicorn beetles, sensing an unusual sensation in their bodies, began to panic and flee. Yet, the upgraded paralysis powder rendered their movements sluggish, akin to that of a snail, primarily due to their considerable distance. Had they been merely a few meters closer, they might have been completely immobilized. Neither bore any wounds, and two were notably smaller, indicating they had just transitioned from their larval stage. Moreover, one remained undetected. With binoculars in hand, Tianci spotted a total of 4 unicorn beetles in motion, deducing that they belonged to a new generation. He couldn't help but admire the formidable reproductive capabilities of the insect race. The trumpet bud, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Only the fallen enemies were worthy of consideration. Swiftly, it brandished its dual whips. With a sharp crack, the rapid strikes caught the unicorn beetles off guard, sending them flying. As they fell to the ground, these 2 unicorn beetles had already lost their combat abilities. The smaller pair, horrified by the sight of their 2 elder brothers severely injured by a single blow, understood their fate was sealed. In a desperate attempt to exact some cost upon this formidable foe, they launched 2 poison needles, believing they had exceeded their limits. Yet for the trumpet bud, the trajectory of these feeble needles was utterly insignificant. It chose not to evade, dismissing the notion altogether. As a humble, ordinary trumpet bud, to dodge such attacks from 2 newly emerged lower-tier unicorn beetles would be a disgrace. With a swift clang, it wielded its thorny whip, effortlessly deflecting the 2 poison needles, and continued its relentless assault on the unicorn beetles. With a resounding crack, there was no doubt, these weaker unicorn beetles were swiftly incapacitated. The trumpet bud, having concluded the battle, ensnared the 4 unicorn beetles with its vines, piercing through their heads with precision, and neatly presented them before Tianci. "Well done, trumpet bud. You have truly become a genuine, ordinary-level sprite," Tianci praised as he gathered the spoils of victory. Moo. This time, Budu was not particularly pleased, for it found the recent battle rather dull. As a standard-tier Pokémon, it had resorted to using sleep powder to ambush a caterpie of intermediate rank among the newcomers. Budu expressed a desire to forego using poison powder to weaken its opponent, eager to ascertain its true capabilities. "All right, Budu. This time we only have about 20 minutes for a swift resolution," Tianci reassured, gently patting Budu's head. "Next time, I promise you can face the challenge alone." Moo. "That is a promise, Tianci." With that, they decided to return and await Pidgey. Tianci glanced at the time. 14 minutes had already elapsed, and considering the return journey, they were nearing the limit. This battle had actually taken less than 2 minutes, of which 1 minute was spent dispersing the powder. Direct confrontation could have allowed the caterpie hidden in the brush an opportunity to escape. The true resolution had been achieved swiftly with 4 vine whips. Upon returning to their original position, Tianci waited for 3 to 4 minutes before Pidgey reappeared. Pidgey. Pidgey informed Tianci that the mass gathering phenomenon among the Pokémon had dissipated. Consequently, the density of Pokémon on the periphery was quite high. With caterpie and caterpie generally found in groups of 3 to 4, Pidgey had observed dozens of such clusters. As for Rattata, they were typically in groups of 2 to 3, with Pidgey spotting several teams of that size. Moo. Upon hearing of Rattata, Budu eagerly expressed its desire to take on Rattata. "Very well, since you are so spirited, let us confront Rattata first. Pidgey, lead us to the nearest Rattata." Tianci was also curious to see if Budu, having advanced to standard tier, could keep pace with the Rattata that had previously overwhelmed it in the novice tier. Pidgey responded affirmatively and began to lead the way. Soon, 2 Rattata appeared within their line of sight. Pidgey called out to Budu, signaling, "Come on, my good friend. Our powder duo is ready to make its debut." Moo. Budu shook its head, indicating, "Apologies, my friend, but this time I wish to take them on directly. I no longer require your assistance." Pidgey's expression transformed into one of shock, almost on the verge of tears. "What? Are you abandoning your little brother?" Moo. Budu hastily waved its hands, clarifying that it simply wished to test its own strength. All right. Pidgey, let Budu take the lead this time. You can watch from the sidelines. There will be other opportunities ahead." Tianci observed the nearly tearful Pidgey and the hastily explaining Budu, quickly putting a stop to this theatrical display. For some reason, ever since learning from Spearow, Pidgey's subtle expressions had become more varied. One could only wonder what additional lessons that Spearow had imparted. Chapter 84, Former Foes. Pidgey, the halted Bobo swiftly posed a question. "What if those 2 young Rattatas, upon seeing you, decided to utilize quick attack and flee, considering the considerable distance?" Moo. The Budu was taken aback by this inquiry, as it had not contemplated such a scenario. Currently at a basic level, it was highly probable that these 2 newly hatched Rattatas would indeed escape at the sight of it, especially with the distance combined with the speed boost from quick attack. Although Budu's vine whip had significantly improved, it would likely be unable to catch up. Cough. Budu, have you forgotten that you possess complete control over your energy? Try lowering your presence, revealing merely the energy level of a mid-stage novice, Tianzi suggested, observing Budu's troubled expression. Moo. Moo. Upon receiving Tianzi's reminder, Budu suddenly realized and hurriedly began to adjust its energy fluctuations. Bop. Bobo watched in awe as Budu's energy diminished within its perception, settling at the mid-level of a novice. This maneuver left Bobo astounded. Bop. It turned to inquire of Tianzi why it could not perform such a feat. Haha, Bobo. Once you advance to the basic level and master your energy perfectly, you too will be capable of this, Tianzi clarified, noticing Bobo's astonishment. This technique he had learned from Uncle Sam. Though unaware of the underlying principles, he believed that as long as it was effective, that sufficed. This tactic was undeniably a miraculous tool for fishing in the wild, particularly for subterfuge, which Tianzi relished. Just to be safe, Bobo, you should remain airborne and vigilant. Budu, come here, let us discuss our bait strategy. After organizing Bobo, Tianzi pulled Budu aside to elaborate on their tactical approach. Mumu Budu nodded eagerly, confident that the two young Rattatas would indeed be lured into attacking first. All right, let us commence. Bobo, fly to a nearby tree. Tianzi instructed as he returned Budu to its pokeball and proceeded forward. Bop. Bobo, somewhat puzzled and intrigued, decided to quietly observe their performance. Swiftly ascending into the air to find a suitable vantage point, perched upon a branch, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Huff puff, Tianzi dashed ahead, intentionally smudging himself with dirt and fallen leaves to appear more disheveled. The commotion undoubtedly caught the attention of the two Rattatas, who turned to gaze at the rustling bushes. What? Another Rattata? Tianzi exclaimed, feigning panic as he parted the foliage to face the two young Rattatas. Puff. Puff, the smaller of the two, somewhat puzzled, saw the opportunity of free food and prepared to use quick attack to seize the moment. However, the slightly battered Rattata quickly restrained its impulsive companion, cautioning it that this could likely be a trap. Throughout its existence, this bipedal creature known as humanity employs an array of traps and often possesses companions in the form of sprites, perhaps one of which is lurking nearby, awaiting our approach. We, the Rattata clan, pride ourselves on our swiftness and formidable incisors. Our signature move, quick attack, is a testament to our speed, serving as a masterstroke for both offense and evasion. Therefore, until we thoroughly assess the situation, it is prudent to refrain from using quick attack and remain vigilant. Indeed, those bearing scars are not easily deceived. Tianzi felt a pang of regret, though this was anticipated. Help me, Budu. Please, stop those two Rattata. Panic flashed across his face as he hastily tossed a pokeball, retreating behind a nearby tree for cover. The Budu, obedient to Tianzi's command, displayed a startled expression upon spotting the two Rattata and swiftly darted aside. Rattata? The elder Rattata, perplexed, wondered if this was not a trap, but rather an unexpected feast. While not fully comprehending the situation, it was evident that the human and the Budu were frightened of them. Moreover, the Budu appeared to possess only mid-tier novice strength, slightly inferior to that of my companions. Rattata? Rattata, the younger one, observing the Budu and Tianzi retreating a few meters away, grew anxious and urgently inquired. Should we pursue? Should we pursue? If you don't, I will. The encouragement from its companion, coupled with the earlier display of panic from the human and its sprite, solidified the elder Rattata's resolve. Let us go. We'll swiftly dispatch that Budu and then turn our attention to the human. The human was clad in protective gear, which we could not breach easily. We shall first use quick attack to eliminate the Budu. With determination, the two Rattata charged towards the Budu with remarkable speed. Budu, having grown in the human realm, you surely do not comprehend the necessity of maintaining composure in the wild. As they closed the distance, the elder Rattata could discern the overwhelming fear etched on the Budu's face. Yet, in a sudden turn, it perceived the Budu's energy surging, its expression transforming into one of cold indifference. This is bad. The thought flickered through the Rattata's mind just as a wave of excruciating pain coursed through its body. Budu. With a crack, the Budu's thorn whip sent both Rattata hurtling through the air. Although the impact of quick attack mitigated some of the force, the two Rattata, now adorned with wounds and lacerations, managed to rise once more. Rattata, how cunning these humans are, employing such tricks even when their sprites are so formidable. Had we known from the outset that this Budu was of ordinary caliber, we could have simply used quick attack to escape. However, at this moment, the two little Rattatas glanced at each other, their bodies bleeding and their limbs trembling slightly from the use of quick attack. They understood that escape was futile. With a determined cry, they exchanged a look, seemingly grasping each other's intentions. The little Rattata in the middle, enveloped in a faint, ethereal energy, charged towards the Budu. Meanwhile, the other little Rattata, positioned at a higher elevation, emitted a pained cry, its body surging with a considerable amount of pale energy. Oh! It appeared that the weaker one was attempting to buy time, while the other prepared for a desperate final effort after gathering energy. Budu, recognizing the situation, decided to grant this opportunity by first repelling the one charging at it. Since this was a test of strength, if the little Rattata's speed diminished, how could a true evaluation be conducted? In reality, after gathering energy, the little Rattata would experience enhancements in various aspects, making it easier to strike at the enemy's vital points.